Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. The Voice, Prologue. The official story is not out yet. These 2 chapters are just a teaser of what's to come in the story. Initial release will be sometime in November with an additional 10 chapters to start off. It was a normal day, just like any day for our MC Daimon Gray, as he was balled up on the ground as 4 other teenagers stood around him and kicked his body until they felt satisfied. Once they were done, they grabbed his bag and started to throw all the books and other items at his body as they laughed. "Haha, look at him guys, he's shaking with fear," said the bully as he walked up to Daimon and grabbed his hair, lifting his face up so everybody can see. "Come on Daimon, we're just having some fun buddy," stated the bully as the others laughed. The rain began to pour then, as if reflecting Daimon's inner turmoil. The bully scattered, leaving him alone in the downpour. He was used to it, the physical pain and humiliation. He'd accepted long ago that this was his life. At least, that's what he told himself, while in reality he was getting tired of this treatment. Things used to be different in the beginning. Daimon would fight back every time, but the bullies always came at him with their numbers, 3 to 5 against 1. After a while, he couldn't take it anymore and lost the will to fight. He tried various tactics, ignoring them, reporting them, even going to the police or running away. But nothing seemed to work. The only reason they were getting away with it was because the main bully's father was one of the richest businessmen in the city. He sent his son to public school so that he could learn about hardship and humility, or so the rumor went. But all it seemed to do was embolden the boy, who wielded his father's status, intimidating teachers and students alike. Daimon pushed himself off the wet ground, wincing as pain shot through his battered body. He gathered his scattered belongings, shoving them back into his backpack. The rain washed away the dirt and blood, leaving behind a hardness in his eyes. After picking up all his belongings, he walked home in the rain despite the constant pain that his body was experiencing, but he was used to it. Once he walked into his house, he went into his room and placed his bag on his soaking wet backpack on his desk. Afterwards he went to the bathroom and cleaned himself up. He first took a shower and cleaned himself, then once he was out, he put some healing ointment on his bruises. Once he was done, he returned to his room. Normally his aunt would be home, but she was on a business trip in Canada. Daimon took out his wet notebooks and placed them in front of his portable heater so that they could dry up. In the meantime, he went to the kitchen and put a frozen pizza in the oven. While he waited, he set a timer for 45 minutes and went to the living room where he lay on the floor and stared up at the ceiling. He didn't know why, but whenever he did this his mind felt at peace. Being at home was the only time that he could relax. As his mind started to drift, he started to hear a voice in his head weak. The voice said, causing Daimon to sit up and look around the room. The voice sounded like it was directly behind him, yet when he looked around, he didn't see anyone. That's when he heard a chuckle. "Still letting those bullies get to you, eh?" The voice wasn't unkind, but it held a certain level of mockery. Daimon spun around, but there was no one behind him. He scanned the room, his heart pounding, but there's no one. He buried his face in his hands, scrubbing at his eyes. "Too many hits to the head," he reasoned, "that must be it." The mocking voice continued, "You know you don't have to live like this." Daimon paused and looked towards the direction of the voice. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" he asked aloud. "I'm just a voice in your head," the voice replied calmly. "As for what I want, well, what do you want?" Daimon thought for a moment. He wanted to end this cycle of torment. He wanted respect, and most of all he wanted revenge. He didn't want to keep living like this, constantly being beaten by people who hold a higher position in life than he does. "Then let's do it," the voice spoke again, more determined this time. "Do what?" Daimon asked, feeling confused. "Stand up to them. Fight back." Daimon laughed sarcastically at the thought of it. "How am I supposed to do that? There are 4 of them and they're all much stronger than I am." The voice didn't answer immediately. Instead, it asked a question that Daimon hadn't expected. "Your favorite story is the Star Wars story, yes?" asked the voice. "Yeah," Daimon replied slowly, not sure where this was going. "Well," the voice said, "how about you reach your hand out and focus on moving something with your mind?" asked the voice. "You're kidding, right?" he said, but the voice remained silent, as if waiting. With a sigh of resignation, Daimon held up his hand and focused intensely on a pen lying on the coffee table. He pictured it moving in his mind, trying to will it towards him. Nothing happened at first, which was exactly what he had expected. However, he noticed a slight quiver in the pen. It was barely noticeable. Figuring it was just a trick of the light or his mind playing games with him, he decided to focus again. To his surprise and disbelief, the pen shifted a little. It was subtle and it didn't move much, but it indeed moved. Daimon blinked in disbelief as he stared at the now slightly displaced pen. He shook himself out of his stupor and tried again, reaching out with his hand and focusing all his thoughts on the pen. Once again, the pen moved. This time it wasn't just a slight shift. The pen rolled over towards him, stopping just short of his hand. "Interesting, yes, interesting indeed," said the voice. "I have only given you a small fraction of the power you desire, yet through your will for revenge you have managed to focus your mind. But you still have a long way to go before you are ready, so for the next 3 months you will learn how to use the basics of using the Force. Normally it wouldn't be enough to win you any fight against another Force user, but seeing as your world doesn't have any other people that can use the Force, then you don't need much training," explained the voice. Daimon nodded, becoming eager to start his training, and for the 3 months can fly by so that he can hurry up and get his revenge on the people that bullied him. So, for the next 3 months Daimon went to school and lived his normal life of going to school, getting out of school, getting bullied, then going back home. Except this time when he returned home, he trained himself in using the Force. Some days it amounted to nothing, while other days he gained a little more understanding of how to use it. Every day of the week that passed, he was highly motivated to begin training himself. On weekdays the bullying like usual was just a routine part of his day that he just had to go through. On the weekends he was free to train as long as he wanted and make great progress. His aunt had come home after a month had passed and spent some time with him, helping him with his work and making sure that he was well taken care of before she eventually left for another business trip 2 weeks before the end of his 3-month training timeframe. By the end of the 3 months, he was able to lift small objects with ease, even from a distance. He was far from the Jedi or Sith within Star Wars, but it was a start. The power he held awakened within him a newfound confidence and resolve. Finally, the day arrived when he decided to use his newfound skills against his tormentors. He woke up extra early and practiced what he had learned, focusing on controlling his abilities. His walk to school was filled with anticipation instead of dread for once. Once he arrived at school, he took a deep breath and went in, ready to face whatever came his way. In the back of the school where he usually got beat up after school, the bullies were already there waiting for him. Jared, who always wore an arrogant smirk, called out to Daimon in that same irritatingly cocky tone. "Daimon, you're early today. Were you missing us?" Jared mocked as the others laughed along with him. Daimon simply looked at him and slowly began to walk towards them. Using his abilities subtly, Daimon tripped one bully by manipulating a small rock underneath his foot, causing the bully to stumble backwards into 2 others, knocking them over like dominoes. The laughter stopped abruptly and was replaced by looks of confusion. As the bullies scrambled to regain their composure, Jared was confused. "Daimon, what the hell is going on?" Jared stuttered. Ignoring the question, Daimon spoke. "You've had your fun for far too long. Today, it ends." With a flick of his wrist, Daimon sent another small stone flying towards Jared, who barely managed to dodge it. The stone shattered a nearby window, sending a jolt of fear through the bullies. However, Daimon didn't stop there as he grabbed Jared himself and slung him into a wall. Seeing these inhuman actions, the other bullies ran away, leaving Jared behind without even thinking twice about whether he would survive this. On the other hand, Daimon began to release all his anger that he had built up and took it all out on Jared. He didn't even give him a chance to talk back. About a minute later, Daimon had stopped and watched as Jared's body dropped to the ground lifeless. A small smile had creeped up on his face as he started to laugh like a bloodthirsty killer. However, in the middle of this laughter, he felt his body start to grow weak before he fell to the ground. Before he knew it, everything started to turn black and the voice that had given him this power had returned. "Excellent, yes, this is excellent work," said this voice. "What's going on?" asked Daimon. Hearing this, the voice started to laugh at this question. "It's simple really. In exchange for that power, your body would shut down upon completion of your revenge, because of the midichlorians which I implanted in your body 3 months ago. Your body, or more specifically, the human bodies in this universe, have never had midichlorians implanted into their bodies, so naturally your body would first try to fight it off. However, the midichlorians are too strong for any human body to fight off, so after some time the body would begin to shut down because the midichlorians couldn't exist together with your body. You only lived because I kept your body functioning until you had your revenge," explained the voice. Instead of getting angry at the fact that he was tricked, Daimon just accepted the fact that he got outplayed and was blinded by his need for revenge. "I'm an idiot," Daimon said. "Indeed, you are an idiot. But an entertaining idiot at that," mocked the voice. "You've lived your life as an underdog, a weak being who achieved little to nothing besides taking revenge. Now I want to see how you will live your life when you have the potential to be the most powerful person in the galaxy." Daimon was confused at his words and was about to question him, but before he could somehow, he opened his eyes as the darkness was replaced by a bright light. "Now, let's see how entertaining this will be," said the voice. 2. Origins. As he opened his eyes, Daimon sat up and scanned his surroundings, recalling the last words of the mysterious voice that had guided him. "Now I want to see how you will live your life when you have the potential to be the most powerful person in the galaxy." His gaze dropped to his hands, which now boasted a striking purple skin tone, a reminder of his new identity. Moments later, a ton of information surged into his mind, reshaping his understanding of who he was. His primary species was Jedi, a fact easily recognizable to others. However, he also carried the genetic heritage of numerous other species, each contributing unique abilities that enhanced his already formidable capabilities. As a Jedi, his body was composed of regenerative tentacles, granting him rapid healing abilities that made him nearly indestructible. He realized that, while he could withstand grievous injuries, a direct blow to his head could still prove fatal, particularly if it severed the core nerves in his neck. The implications of his longevity struck him. Jedi could live for several millennia, so long as they avoided death. A/N. This is stated in a future chapter, but I also want to put it here. While he is a Jedi, his appearance alongside the rest of his species closely resemble Thanos and the Titan species. He does not have the Shrek appearance that the Jedi have on the lore page. From the Keshian lineage, he inherited the remarkable ability to perceive a broad spectrum of radiation through his eyes, a skill that could be invaluable in detecting hidden dangers. The Kiffer blood in him allowed him to touch objects and glean memories, known as psychometry, a powerful asset for uncovering truths long buried. Additionally, the Zeltron influence endowed him with the ability to emit pheromones that enhanced his attractiveness and charm, making it easier to sway others to his cause. Next, memories flooded back, revealing how he ended up in this extraordinary situation. He had once lived a simple life in a small village on Feldari, his home world, when a Jedi ship descended from the stars. The Jedi sought a Force-sensitive individual, guided by a sense of destiny that had eluded them for centuries. They had visited Drathor repeatedly, yet each time left empty-handed, deeming the Jedi incapable of producing Force-sensitives. This time, however, the Force had led them directly to him. Surrounded by robed figures, each radiating authority and wisdom, Daimon felt an unsettling mix of awe and anxiety. The tension hung thick in the air as the Jedi assessed him, their eyes reflecting both curiosity and caution. The village elder, a 2,000-year-old Jedi, stepped forward, fully aware of the Jedi's intent. Speaking in a calm, low voice, he addressed them with a knowledge born of experience. "You seek the one you have come for," he said, gesturing subtly toward Daimon. The elder had always sensed that Daimon was destined for greatness, perhaps as a leader or a champion, rather than a life confined to their humble village. The elder had nurtured Daimon since his parents abandoned him for a more affluent life, leaving him behind for reasons that remained a mystery. This act had ignited a fierce dislike in the elder, prompting him to adopt the boy as his own. Over the years, he had come to believe in Daimon's potential, feeling it resonate deeply within him. Yet, as these thoughts coursed through his mind, Daimon sensed an external influence, an unseen force guiding him, shaping his narrative even as he struggled to find his own path. The Jedi listened intently, their nods signaling comprehension as the elder shared Daimon's story. Slowly, the unease that had initially gripped him began to dissolve, replaced by curiosity and wonder. One might think the elder possessed the ability to foresee the future, given his profound insights about destiny, but this was not the case. Then, the eldest Jedi stepped forward, extending a hand toward Daimon. He flinched slightly, instinctively wary of the unknown. "Fear not," the Jedi said in a soothing voice. "We mean you no harm." The Jedi was tall and slender, his silver hair cascading down his shoulders, a testament to his age yet accompanied by eyes brimming with vitality. "We are here," he continued, "to help you understand your potential. You are special, Daimon," he whispered. "Your destiny is not tied to this village or this planet." He gestured expansively around them, showing the humble homes and fertile fields of the village. "You are destined for so much more." With those words resonating in his mind, Daimon departed with the Jedi, leaving behind the only life he had ever known. As they ascended into the star-speckled sky, Daimon cast a final glance at his home. The view from above was breathtaking, little huts clustered together, surrounded by sprawling fields, a sight he would forever cherish. Once they broke free of Feldari's atmosphere, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over Daimon, prompting him to sit down. He closed his eyes for just a moment that proved pivotal as the old Daimon faded away, replaced by the new. This marked the beginning of his extraordinary journey. 3. Becoming a Jedi Knight. For the rest of his time on the ship, Daimon had asked a lot of questions about the Order. Not that he didn't already know, but he needed to act like he didn't know anything to not raise any suspicion from the Jedi. Then again, they only just met him, so he had a lot to work with and could change some things along the way. The previous Daimon is gone. While I am not sure where he has gone, I thank him for his sacrifice in allowing me to live once again in this great universe, Daimon said in his head. What he didn't know is that while he was doing this, he had entered into a state of meditation. As Daimon settled into the meditative state, he felt the fabric of his new existence begin to weave itself around him. The memories of the boy he used to faded, and he embraced the possibilities of this new life. No longer was he a victim, he now had limitless potential to be whatever he wanted. Becoming a Jedi Master was just the first step. He was going to live for thousands of years, which would give him plenty of time to become the most powerful being in the galaxy. Becoming a Jedi Master would allow him access to all the information he needed to gain power by learning all of the Jedi secrets and experimenting with what he learned. As he learned all of the teachings and other stuff from the Jedi Order, he would also explore the abilities of the dark side before the dark Jedi are banished. Only difference is, he would not choose to worship the dark or light side of the Force. He would worship the Force itself and strive to balance both sides, a grey Jedi in essence, treading the line between light and darkness. Days turned into weeks, then months, and eventually years. Daimon trained relentlessly, sharpening his skills and deepening his understanding of the Force. He was a natural learner, absorbing information like a sponge, rapidly surpassing other students in their training and becoming a well-known Jedi initiate. He had made many friends during his training, but only one he was exceptionally close to was a Togrita named Shmi Ilam. She and him trained hand in hand in their free time, hoping to learn more about the Force together. During the first few years he had managed to understand the Force through his contact with other Jedi Masters and Knights whom he was able to learn their memories, which allowed him to understand the Force much faster than the others. During his training, he also began experimenting with integrating his non-human abilities into his Jedi skills. In just 2 years, he had managed to control the Force to such a level that even the Jedi Council was curious and very much interested in Daimon's connection with the Force. As a result, Daimon was sometimes given special training and often met with Jedi Council members multiple times. During his youngling years, Daimon was taught basic skills, such as learning to use the Force through meditation and simple exercises, basic protosaber techniques with training sabers, understanding the Jedi code and ethics, and developing physical fitness and coordination. 5 years later, when he turned 10, Daimon had become a Padawan to Jedi Master Serena Corrin, who was a powerful Jedi Master born on Corellia. She was found to be Force-sensitive by Jedi scouts and brought to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant to learn the ways of the Jedi. As a youngling she excelled in her studies, and as the years passed, she became known for her sharp intellect and strategic mind. She developed a talent for saber combat, particularly Form 3, Sorso, which emphasized defense and patience. During her time as a Padawan, she participated in numerous missions, often serving as a mediator in conflicts due to her exceptional diplomatic skills. After successfully completing the trials of knighthood, she was knighted at the age of 21. She dedicated her life to preserving peace in the galaxy, focusing on humanitarian efforts and conflict resolution. Her wisdom and compassion earned her the respect of her peers, and she was eventually appointed to the Jedi Council. Because of her dedicated background, she was the one chosen to become Daimon's master and to teach him the ways of the Force, while also having a chance to learn from Daimon, who proved to be very attuned to the Force when he first arrived than any other Padawan in the history of the Jedi. 2 years later, 7043 BBY. Daimon, age 12. Daimon was in a sparring session against his master, testing the skills that she had taught him over the past 2 years. Daimon, who was already 6 foot tall because of the way Jedi grew, moved with the grace she had expected from him. His footwork was the best she had seen. As he spun his blue protosaber with ease, she had focused her mind to not become distracted. His movements were swift and precise, bolstered by the power of the Force flowing through him. Master Corrin met his strikes with her own, her green protosaber clashing against his blue one in a flurry of sparks. Although she maintained a stern expression, her eyes radiated a hint of pride. She observed how Daimon moved, how he anticipated her attacks and countered them before they even landed. He was a natural, there was no doubt about it, but more than that, he had an extraordinary connection with the Force which she saw enhanced his fighting abilities to another level. Given some time, and he might become the greatest protosaber duelist within the Order, something she believed could happen. Their sparring session went on for a while, both Jedi testing their strengths and skills against each other. It was not a battle of dominance but one of learning, an opportunity for Daimon to better understand his own potential. Striking, parrying, spinning with a grace that was beyond his years, Daimon barely broke a sweat even after almost an hour of intense training. His focus never wavered, and his determination only seemed to increase with every passing minute. It was then that Master Corrin decided to test him further. With a swift movement, she disengaged from their combat and closed her eyes momentarily. In the following moment, Daimon felt the Force around him shift. The air became denser, and he could feel invisible obstacles being erected all around him. When he looked at his master, he saw her eyes open again, filled with a silent challenge. Daimon didn't hesitate. His grip on the protosaber tightened as he leapt up high, the Force propelling him over the unseen barriers effortlessly. Master Corrin's gaze followed him as he soared over her head. She admired his audacity and clever use of the Force. Once Daimon landed behind her, she quickly turned to face him but found him already in position with a confident smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The room was silent except for the soft hum of their protosabers. Despite his obvious satisfaction at conquering her challenge, Daimon lowered his weapon in a gesture of respect towards his master. "I'm ready for what comes next, Master Corrin," he said. With a nod of approval, she deactivated her protosaber and gestured for Daimon to do the same. As their weapons fell silent, Master Corrin spoke. "Daimon, bear in mind that strength is nothing without wisdom. What you have demonstrated today is not merely combat prowess but the capacity to adapt and overcome challenges. Your journey as a Jedi is far from over," she said, her stern expression softening into a smile. Daimon listened to her words while in his head he had managed to hold himself back from overpowering his master. When they first met, Master Corrin had placed her hand on Daimon's shoulder while talking about some Jedi nonsense that he ignored since he already heard it before. Meanwhile, from Master Corrin touching him, he managed to learn her memories and experiences, which over time would increase his abilities from learning the experiences of a Jedi Master. 6 years later, 7038 BBY. Daimon, age 17. Throughout his time as a Padawan, Daimon participated in many practical missions with Master Corran to get real-world experience. During a diplomatic mission to Trandoshan, Daimon successfully managed to negotiate with the Trandoshan people to get them to join the Galactic Republic. He addressed their concerns and advocated for a fair resolution that would benefit not only the Trandoshan people but also the broader interests of the Republic. He managed to assert the benefits of joining the Republic without downplaying their culture and traditions, showing respect for their autonomy. The Trandoshans were swayed by Daimon's compelling arguments accompanied by his clear understanding of their traditions and customs. They appreciated his sincere efforts to find a peaceful solution instead of resorting to forceful persuasion. At last, they agreed to join the Galactic Republic, marking a significant victory for both Daimon and Master Corran. Master Corran watched from a distance with a sense of overwhelming pride as her Padawan skillfully resolved one of the most complicated diplomatic disputes in recent memory. She felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing that her teachings had been instrumental to this achievement, but also a deep respect for Daimon's independent thinking and initiative. She had taught him well, but as she watched him, she realized he had far surpassed not only her expectations, but the expectations of the Jedi Order. Back at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, news of their successful mission spread quickly among the Jedi. The council members were particularly impressed by Daimon's diplomatic skills and his ability to influence others for the greater good of the galaxy. This was not the only major event that Daimon participated in. He also assisted in settling dozens of disputes between planets, negotiating alliances with various planets, and mastering the art of battle meditation, a skill few Jedi ever fully grasped. Battle meditation is a force ability that considerably boosted the morale, stamina, and overall battle prowess of an individual's allies while simultaneously reducing the opposition's combat effectiveness by eroding their will to fight. It worked on entire fleets of ships, allowing them to perform at maximum efficiency, acting as a single entity with the ability to counter every enemy move quickly and effectively. His being able to use this didn't come as a surprise to Master Corran as she knew firsthand how connected to the Force Daimon was. Once he reached 17, Daimon completed his Jedi Knight trials which tested his proficiency in saber techniques by having him duel 4 other skilled opponents at once. Next, he demonstrated his mastery over various force powers, such as telekinesis, mind tricks, various defensive abilities, etc., to showcase his connection to the Force. After that was a crisis response test, where he had to respond to a simulated crisis or conflict and demonstrate his ability to think critically and act decisively under pressure. The next few tests were moral and ethical decision-making, diplomacy and negotiation, and his knowledge of Jedi history, showing his commitment to the values of the Jedi. The last test was a personal reflection test which was basically, Daimon reflecting on his training, personal growth, and understanding of the Force. From the beginning everybody knew he would pass, so when it was announced it didn't come as a surprise to anyone. At the same time, his longtime friend Shrimi Ilam had also passed her trials and they both became Jedi Knights. To celebrate the two of them went out into the bustling streets of Coruscant and found a small, tucked-away tea house that Daimon had heard about from one of his many missions. The place was calm and serene, a stark contrast to the sounds and liveliness of Coruscant outside. It was a peaceful retreat within the bustling cityscape, its soft lights and aromatic brews creating an atmosphere of tranquility that both Jedi welcomed. Sitting across from each other, they enjoyed their tea in silence at first, their minds filled with memories of their trials, triumphs and tribulations. Then, almost as if on cue, they started talking about their journeys, the challenges faced, the lessons learned, and the experiences that shaped them both individually and collectively as Jedi Knights. Shrimi Ilam was an accomplished Jedi in her own right. Her abilities with the Force were unique, unlike any other Jedi Knight within the Order. Her ability to empathize with others allowed her to connect deeply with the people she encountered in her missions, making her an effective mediator in disputes and conflicts. She admired Daimon's knowledge of galactic politics and his ability to handle complex situations and his powerful connection to the Force. Daimon, however, over the years, has been holding back his true abilities, since he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself because of how powerful he was. So far, he has managed to use just enough of his connection with the Force to make him look like prodigy. And now that he was a Jedi Knight, he could gain access to the dark side texts that the Jedi still kept. The concept of a Sith at this time was not a thing that had been invented yet, and right now Jedi were allowed to practice both the dark and light side of the Force, learning a balance between the two. However, one could see that a few Jedi were already favoring the other side over the other, which had begun to start a few problems within the Order. Daimon knew this was the prelude to the 100-Year Darkness, also known as the 100-Year War, when a group of dark Jedi created monstrous armies to battle the Jedi Order and the Galactic Republic. Before this happened, he would study all the dark texts that the Jedi had before the war started. Once he learned all he could from what the Jedi had, then he would leave the Jedi to go on his own path, seeking more knowledge from around the galaxy. His greatest advantage was his pre-existing knowledge of Star Wars lore from his previous life. He would use his knowledge to become the most powerful being in existence while making many friends and enemies along the way. 4. The Sentinel Path. The following day after he passed his trials and was now a Jedi Knight, Daimon was asked to choose whether he wanted to pursue training as a Jedi Guardian, Jedi Consular, or Jedi Sentinel. He had already decided on Jedi Sentinel since unlike the other two, a Jedi Sentinel sought a balance between both the abilities of a Guardian and Consular. Jedi Sentinels took both the Guardian and Consular profession and amplified them with a series of non-force skills, such as security, computers, stealth techniques, demolitions, repair, or medicine. Choosing this path would allow Daimon to have well-rounded abilities, thus being ready to deal with a wide range of situations. Furthermore, his ability to mediate in disputes and conflicts along with his proficiency in combat made the Sentinel route the most fitting for him. "I'll go the Sentinel route, Master," he announced, not surprised by how easily Master Corrin took it. She merely nodded in agreement, knowing that her former Padawan was capable of making his own decisions and was mature enough to understand their implications. After choosing their paths, Daimon and Shrimi had met up to see the path the other had chosen, and as expected Shrimi had chosen the Jedi Consular path which fit her personality and capabilities. A Jedi Consular sought diplomatic measures in spreading peace and harmony across the Galactic Republic. Refraining from igniting their proto-sabers except as a measure of last resort, Consulars spent a great deal of time studying the mysteries of the Force. "Congratulations, Shrimi," he smiled warmly at her, "the Consular path suits you well." She met his gaze with a small smile of her own, "And Sentinel suits you, Daimon. Just remember not to stretch yourself too thin," she said as a joke, but a hint of seriousness was also present in her voice. He acknowledged her concern with a nod. The Jedi Sentinel path was indeed demanding due to its broad scope, but Daimon was more than ready to take on the challenge. After all, it was what he aimed for, to gain a well-rounded knowledge base encompassing any and everything that would help him throughout his life. Over the following weeks and months, Daimon and Shrimi settled into their respective paths. They continued training under the watchful eyes of the Jedi Masters and embarked on critical missions around the galaxy. As Sentinels were also tasked with tracking down and eliminating the dark side influence within the Republic, Daimon found himself working closely with the Republic's intelligence agencies. He had a growing reputation because of his height, which was 8 feet 2 inches, making him tower over most people he encountered, and his impressive proficiency in various fields. These elements, coupled with his natural charisma and diplomatic prowess, saw him sent to handle many high-stake missions across disparate worlds. One such mission brought him to the wild frontiers of the Outer Rim, where a brewing conflict over mining rights threatened to ignite a full-scale war. Daimon was dispatched to mediate the friction between powerful corporate entities and the indigenous populace who vehemently resisted their incursion. Sentinel Security Solutions, a corporation that provided advanced security systems and personnel for other corporations, and Cortana Industries, who specialized in the production of ore for weaponry and armor, were caught in a scandal with the local population of Jabiim. The Jabiimi have lived in peace for thousands of years since the fall of Zim's empire, but now they were undergoing another conflict where two corporations were exploiting their planet's raw resources and forcing people to work in harsh conditions while receiving little pay to make up for it. They were led by Akho Larka, a Jabiim Congress representative who has been fighting against the corporations for over 20 years. And now all his fighting has finally come to fruition as the people have sided with him and launched protests that grew increasingly violent in response to what they perceived as inhumane conditions. Daimon's main mission was to prevent a conflict between the two, while also investigating the harsh conditions that the corporation have the people working under. When he arrived, the situation was critical. Unrest filled the air, and he could sense how much anger the people felt against the corporations. "It's worse than I anticipated," he admitted out loud as he walked through Chol, the capital city of the planet. People from all walks of life lurked in the corners, their faces grim and foreboding. Graffiti on the walls screamed slogans of revolt: "Give back our home, access to resources for all, end corporate exploitation now." Tall gray buildings towered over the populace, the logos of Sentinel Security Solutions and Cortana Industries embossed in bold letters at the top, the ultimate symbols of corporate greed. Armed security personnel patrolled the sidewalks, their presence only increasing the growing resentment. Daimon walked through the streets with his gray Jedi robe, a hood that he had pulled up over his head to conceal his face. As he made his way through the grimy city streets, he found himself stepping over broken cobblestones and navigating through rundown neighborhoods. Banner-hung alleys led to bustling local markets whilst decrepit slums sat in the shadow of towering corporation buildings. Chol was a city of contradictions. On one side, there were the oppressed masses who lived under the iron fist of the corporations, their lives stripped down to toiling and scrapping for survival in a city that had stripped them of dignity and hope. On the other side, there were the corporations, a nexus of power and wealth, its influence permeating every realm of life on Jabiim. The seeds of rebellion had been sowed years ago, and with each passing day, they grew closer to fruition. With Akho Larka at their helm, Daimon had little doubt that a bloody confrontation was imminent if not diffused quickly. But the only way he saw a conflict being avoided was the corporations being expulsed from the planet and trailed in a Republic court. By sundown, Daimon arrived at the headquarters of Sentinel Security Solutions, where he was supposed to meet with its CEO, Nick Jericho. He was welcomed in by an assistant who led him into an expansive office marked by large windows that offered spectacular views of the city below. Ah, Jedi Knight Daimon, Jericho greeted him with a smile, rising to his feet behind a gleaming durasteel desk. He was a tall man in his late 40s, with dark hair. Your reputation precedes you. Indeed, it's an honor to meet the man attempting to solve our little disagreement. While he said this out loud, in his head he was thinking of ways to get rid of Daimon, whom he knows will 100% shut him down if he finds out what is really going on. Thank you for having me, Mr. Jericho, Daimon replied. I'm here to investigate the allegations of inhuman corporate practices. Nick Jericho raised an eyebrow, his smile faltering slightly. I assure you, Jedi Knight Daimon, we here at Sentinel Security Solutions are committed to ethical conduct and the well-being of our workers. I do hope so, Daimon said calmly. But I'll need to see for myself before I can believe it. He didn't want to sound confrontational, but he also couldn't afford to be too accommodating. The allegations against Sentinel Security Solutions and Cortana Industries were serious, after all. Of course, Jericho agreed smoothly. You're most welcome to look around, speak with our employees. Our doors are open. Then I will do just that. Daimon stood up and left the office to conduct his investigation. Despite what he may already know, he needed to find evidence of the inhumane practices before he makes his move. Jericho on the other hand had called up some of his security teams to deal with the Jedi and pin his death on the violent civilians. He called 3 5-man security teams thinking that it would be enough to kill Daimon. As Daimon investigated the Sentinel's facilities over the next few days, he noticed the staff's reluctance to speak up. Their eyes contained a flicker of fear every time he tried to engage in conversation about their work conditions. It was clear that something was up. He also met with the local populace and protesters in secret. Through their stories and accounts, a grim picture began to form. Overworked employees, hazardous work conditions, low wages, all while the corporations reaped immense profits from Jabim. He met with Akho Larka in a secret location away from prying eyes. A man of passion and principle, Larka relayed his people's suffering with raw, heart-wrenching detail. He spoke of the shattered lives and broken dreams that bore the brunt of corporate greed. His anger was immense but bound by his commitment to his people. In response, Daimon promised action. While he couldn't reveal his full plans just yet, he assured Larka that the Republic and Jedi Order were not blind to their suffering. The conversation ended on a hopeful note with Larka promising to hold off his people for a few more days before they couldn't take it anymore. Returning to the Sentinel's facility on the 3rd day of his investigation, Daimon was ready for what he knew awaited him. As he passed by a poorly lit corridor, he felt the presence of 15 security guards hiding nearby. In response, he stopped walking and crossed his arms. You guys can come out now, he called out. As he said this, 15 security guards surrounded him. Armed to the teeth, they closed in on him, their faces hidden behind visored helmets. Professional and well-disciplined, they moved with the precision of seasoned warriors, falling into a circular formation around Daimon. We don't want any trouble, one of the guards said, his hand resting on a blaster's grip. He wanted Daimon to lower his guard so that they could kill him without having to fight the 8-foot brute standing in front of them. I'm afraid trouble has found you, he said as he extended his hand, using the force to pull the blasters out of their hands. The guards reacted by charging towards Daimon to try and beat him in hand-to-hand combat. Unlucky for them, Daimon was a Jedi mixed with a number of other species, his body enhanced beyond basic human comprehension. As the first guard lunged at him, Daimon dodged him easily and landed a solid punch on his chest, causing him to crumple in pain. The other guards attacked simultaneously, attempting to overwhelm him. With swift movements, he managed to evade their attacks, retaliating with strong and precise blows that sent them flying. Within minutes, Daimon had incapacitated all 15 guards with ease. He looked around the room at his fallen opponents before making his way back to the main part of the facility. This encounter had proven what he already knew: Sentinel Security Solutions would stop at nothing to maintain their power and control. With this, Daimon returned to Nick Jericho's office. The surprise on Jericho's face was evident as he saw Daimon enter unscathed. Your security is good, Daimon began, but not good enough. Your reputation falls short, Mr. Jericho. I expected a greater challenge, Daimon continued. He felt the faint trace of fear within Jericho's mind. Nick was silent for a moment, contemplating his next move. Daimon was not confrontational by nature, but he could not ignore injustice, especially when it came with such grave consequences. He was about to craft a story and shift the blame, but Daimon saw through this. Actually, I'll give you one chance to surrender now and submit yourself to the courts. This is your only chance, Daimon said, with a serious face as he was done playing games. Jericho chuckled lightly, as if Daimon's proposal was completely absurd. And why on earth would I do that? Was the last thing he said before he found himself lifted off the ground and gasping for air. No member of the Jedi Order was present, so he could resort to aggressive means to force the CEO to do what he wanted. Using the force, Daimon pulled Jericho towards him and placed his hand on his head. You will have your guards arrest the CEO of Cortana Industries and gather evidence of your company's inhumane practices. You will hand them over to the Republic and confess your crimes, Daimon commanded. Unlike the normal Jedi mind trick, Daimon's ability allowed him to basically command a weak-minded person with ease to do whatever he wanted. Jericho stopped struggling as his mind was completely overridden by the Force. A few seconds later, Daimon released his grip and watched as Jericho stood up and began to do as commanded, pulling out his comlink to issue orders to his staff. Within hours, the CEO of Cortosis Industries was arrested in his office by the guards he hired from Sentinel Security Solutions. Then Republic officials had arrived, and the prosecution of the companies was underway. Daimon had completed his mission and successfully prevented a conflict. He was thanked by the local populace and protesters, their faces glowing with relief and gratitude. A small spark of hope had been lit in the hearts of Jabiim's residents, their burdened lives momentarily lightened by this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, as a Jedi consular, Shrimi also started navigating her own path in intricate interstellar politics. Her empathetic abilities allowed her to defuse volatile situations and reinforce peace effectively across various systems. Separately, they both followed their destinies with dedication and tenacity. They became more refined in their roles, developing into seasoned Jedi Knights with each new challenge they overcame. Their training and experiences prepared them for greater trials that lay ahead. In his off time, Daimon also mastered many other fields involving computers, engineering, and demolitions. After a few months of studying engineering, he had managed to start his own project, which would see him create his own droid to accompany him on his missions and for when he left the Order. He dubbed it Project Cortana. Yes, as the name implies, he decided to try and bring Cortana to the Star Wars universe. Who else would he want to have as his right hand other than the infamous Cortana from the Halo series? He could already picture it, Cortana absolutely decimating his enemies, becoming the most infamous droid ever. But more than just a destructive force, he sought to create a companion of knowledge and intelligence that could assist on complex missions that required more than brute force. Shrimi, on the other hand, chose to spend most of her free time in the vast libraries of the Order. She could always be found with her nose in a book or silently meditating, focusing her mind and questing for deeper understanding of the Force. Over time, she became adept at interpreting visions granted by the Force and gained notable recognition for her healing prowess. The Jedi Council, hoping to capitalize on Daimon's abilities, didn't waste time and assigned a Padawan to him much earlier than expected. His Padawan, a young Zabrak named Iko, was quick-witted and agile with a fiery determination to grow stronger. However, when Daimon saw the boy, he had a short vision that showed what appeared to be an adult Zabrak standing over the dead corpses of a few Jedi while he wielded a red saber. Seeing the vision, Daimon's eyes widened in disbelief for a moment. The image of the adult Zabrak's defiant gaze above the fallen bodies of his brethren was etched into his memory. In this moment he voiced his concerns about the Zabrak's future. But the Jedi Council couldn't see what he saw and had ignored his protests. In response, Daimon refused to take Iko as a Padawan, which made the young Iko frustrated and confused, while the Jedi Council had simply said they understood his decision and decided to give Iko to another Jedi Knight to train. It was not what he wanted, and he had a bad feeling about Iko. But it was not up to him to decide, so instead he decided to keep an eye on him instead, making sure to monitor his progress. Worst case scenario, he might have to make a difficult decision. 5. Dark Jedi Encounter. 3 years later, 7035. Daimon, age 20. After deciding not to take Iko as a Padawan learner, the Jedi Council gave Daimon another Padawan. This time he didn't have any bad visions about them, nor did he sense any darkness surrounding them. Her name was Sarah, a young Mirialan with a keen interest in the same path Daimon had chosen. Despite how young she was, Daimon could see that she had an immense potential to be a Jedi Sentinel. Daimon took her under his wing and began to guide her along her journey and teach her the knowledge that he had. Sarah was eager to learn and quick on her feet, surprisingly adaptable even for a Jedi in training. After 3 years of training, she was now 15 years old, and she was already proving herself to be a competent combatant under Daimon's guidance and showed promise as a negotiator too. Daimon had already mastered all 7 forms of saber combat and was using that knowledge to create his own style of combat, combining the greatest advantages of each form into a single refined form that would suit his individual needs. This combination technique was something he was passing on to Sarah, who was having trouble learning the form because of how complex it was, so instead he decided to create a different version of the form so that she could still learn a more refined technique. In doing so, Sarah developed a comprehensive fighting style that was fluid and unpredictable. She wielded her proto-saber as if it was an extension of her own body, flowing from one form to another with grace and ease. During their training sessions, Sarah often asked Daimon about his past experiences and his struggles, which he shared by using the stories of his early days as an initiate and his life on his home planet. He sought to instill in her the understanding that growth came with patience and courage, guiding her not just as a Jedi Knight but as a mentor and friend. On Katata, Daimon and Sarah had arrived on the planet, on a mission which involved investigating the rumors of a dark Jedi on the planet. Immediately upon arrival, Daimon felt a dark presence somewhere on the planet, but he couldn't pinpoint its location. "Do you sense that, Sarah?" Daimon asked, trying to see if Sarah could also sense the dark presence. "Yes, Master, it's vague and distant but feels cold," she replied as she tried to concentrate on the source of the presence. "Be on your guard," Daimon instructed, this presence might be the person we're looking for. We must tread very carefully. Walking through the city streets of Katata, Daimon and Sarah navigated the bustling marketplaces and narrow alleyways, their cloaks blending into the crowd. The city was bright, colorful, and alive with the hum of commerce. Yet beneath that lively surface, Daimon could feel the disturbance in the force gnawing at him like a shadow. The presence he felt was subtle, but persistent. It was like an itch in the back of his mind that wouldn't go away. The force was telling him that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite place what it was yet. Stay close, Sarah. Trust your instincts. If this person is the Dark Jedi we've been sent to find, we need to be prepared for anything, Daimon said. Sarah nodded, her expression serious as she walked by his side. Although she had trained hard, and her abilities were sharp, she still lacked the experience that Daimon had. This mission would be a test of both her combat skills and her ability to stay calm under pressure. Their journey took them to the outskirts of the city, where the towering spires gave way to quieter, more isolated areas. There, hidden behind the layers of buildings and underground, they came upon a series of abandoned warehouses. The coldness in the air intensified, and Daimon knew they were getting closer. The buildings were old, probably abandoned years ago. The robes they wore did little to ward off the chill that they felt as they continued towards the abandoned structures. Sarah, Daimon whispered, his voice barely heard above the whistling wind, stay right behind me. She nodded and drew her protosaber from her side, not igniting it yet but ready to do so at a moment's notice. Daimon did the same, wanting to be ready for anything that popped up. Normally one would not draw their protosaber considering the Jedi Order wanted it to be used as a last resort. Daimon thought otherwise and made sure to teach his Padawan the same. It was better to be prepared to defend one's life than to lose it without a fight. Carefully, they entered the deepest warehouse. The smell of dampness and decay filled their noses as they could hear echoes of dripping water from far within. But there was also something else, a presence that sent ice through their veins. As they ventured further inside the warehouse, Daimon felt an overwhelming wave of dark power. So, a voice said echoing around the room, the Jedi have arrived. Daimon's grip on his saber tightened, his senses on high alert. The voice was deep, almost melodic, but there was a sinister edge to it. Sarah looked at him, her expression showing the unease she felt. She hadn't been in many direct confrontations with the dark side yet, and Daimon could see the subtle tremor in her hand. Still, her stance remained firm. I take it you know who we are, Daimon called back. Their mission was to find the Jedi who had fallen to the dark side and bring them back to the temple if it was at all possible. If you're the one we've been hearing about, then know that our goal is to help you. Help me. The voice echoed, seeming to surround them from all directions. A figure then slowly stepped from the shadows, his face obscured by a hooded cloak. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, Jedi Knight, the figure spat. The Order says good things, but in the end, they are blinded by their own ideals. If the Order truly wielded its power, the Republic-Noth galaxy could be at the palm of our hands, and nothing would be able to stop us. Daimon's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening around the hilt of his protosaber as the Dark Jedi slowly emerged from the shadows. The cold air seemed to intensify around him, swirling with an intense oppressive darkness. This was the first time that Daimon would face a Dark Jedi. This was a man who had once been a Jedi, yet had fallen far into darkness, convinced that his path was the only way forward. You speak of ideals, Daimon said, his voice calm but firm, but it's your choices that have led you to this. Blind the Jedi may be, but they believe in hope, in redemption. He took a slow step forward, his eyes never leaving the hooded figure. You don't have to walk this path. The figure's laugh was dark, almost maniacal. Redemption, hope. The Dark Jedi's voice hissed with disdain, his eyes glowing faintly from within the shadows of his hood. You Jedi are all the same, full of empty words and weak promises. He stepped closer, his presence in the Force becoming more oppressive with each movement as the darkness thickened around them. You think you can save me? You think you can stop this? He ignited his protosaber, which cast a red glow in the surrounding area. Daimon didn't flinch. Igniting his own protosaber, a blue blade which was the same one he had since his Padawan days. Behind the Dark Jedi, shadowy figures began to emerge, all clad in similar dark robes, their eyes glowing with malice. Daimon immediately recognized them as followers, Dark Jedi who had chosen the same twisted path as their leader. Sarah's grip on her protosaber tightened, her stance shifting into one of readiness. Daimon could feel her nervousness, but she didn't back down. Her training had prepared her for moments like this, even if this was the first time she had been confronted by such overwhelming darkness. Sarah, Daimon said quietly, never taking his eyes off the leader, stay close. Trust yourself and trust me. We fight together. The Dark Jedi's mouth twisted into a grin. How touching, he sneered, but you're already outmatched. The Jedi were weak when I left them, and now the darkness has only made me stronger. Without warning, the first of the Dark Jedi followers lunged at them, his protosaber flickering to life as he swung at Daimon's side. Daimon was quick, sidestepping the attack and parrying the next strike. His blade danced in the air as he executed a counterattack, his form flowing like water, graceful but deadly. But his movements were not without purpose. Each strike was calculated to create openings for Sarah, to give her space to engage and grow. He'd taught her the importance of balance, of timing, and now he would put that teaching to the test. Despite their current situation, Daimon saw this as a good opportunity to test what he had been teaching her for the past few years. Sarah reacted immediately, taking advantage of the opening Daimon had created. She moved with lightning speed, her protosaber flowing in a series of unpredictable angles that left her opponent with little room to recover. He tried to block, but Sarah was relentless. Meanwhile, the Dark Jedi leader turned toward Daimon, his eyes filled with fury. "You really think your training is enough to stand against me?" He raised his hand, sending a violent surge of force lightning toward Daimon. The blue streaks of energy arced through the air like venomous snakes. Daimon reacted in an instant. He twisted his wrist and raised his protosaber, creating a barrier in the force that absorbed the energy, deflecting the lightning away from his body. The Dark Jedi's eyes flashed with anger. "You'll regret defying me, Jedi." With a sudden burst of speed, he closed the distance, his protosaber flashing with deadly intent. Daimon was ready. Their blades met and the sound of their struggle spread throughout the warehouse. The Dark Jedi moved with relentless aggression, each strike filled with the fury of his fallen soul. His blade was fast and vicious, designed not for defense, but for offense. He was determined to break through Daimon's defense, to prove that he was stronger than Daimon. Daimon, though, was ready. His movements were sharp and calculated, each parry pushing back against the onslaught. His experience and training allowed him to read his opponent's intentions, to anticipate each move and counter with precision. Yet, as they fought, Daimon could feel the Dark Jedi's power growing. "Stay focused, Sarah," Daimon called, his voice rising above the clash of protosabers. "Don't let him break your resolve and training, stay focused," he yelled out. Despite some thinking that this might distract her from her fight, he would likely disagree, as if she can listen to his words while maintaining focus, then that would show that he was training her well. Sarah, her brow wrinkled in concentration, moved to intercept one of the other Dark Jedi followers who had attempted to flank Daimon. With a swift turn of her protosaber, she deflected a powerful strike and countered with a rapid series of slashes, her movements graceful but deadly. Her blade flashed in the dim light, forcing the Dark Jedi to retreat in a flurry of sparks. But the leader was not finished. His eyes glinted with malevolent energy as he raised his hands again. This time, a more sinister dark wave rippled through the air, reaching out to envelop them in a shroud of suffocating darkness. The force itself seemed to warp around him, bending to his will. "Now you will see the true power of the dark side," he bellowed, the air around him crackling with dark energy. His eyes flared with an unnatural glow as he unleashed a full force push toward Daimon and Sarah, sending them both stumbling backward. Sarah cried out as she was thrown against a stack of crates, but she quickly regained her footing, gritting her teeth and pushing herself back into the fight. Daimon, however, began channeling the force within him, and with a swift motion, he summoned a powerful burst of energy that met the Dark Jedi's wave head-on, forcing his followers to the ground as they were overwhelmed by the sheer force that Daimon had released. The warehouse trembled as the two forces collided, shaking the very foundations of the building. For a moment, it was as though time had slowed, the raw power of the Dark Jedi and the disciplined force of Daimon were in a deadlock. "Enough!" Daimon shouted, his voice filled with intensity. With a focused strike, Daimon broke through the Dark Jedi's energy field and leapt toward him, his protosaber cutting through the oppressive darkness. The Dark Jedi barely had time to react before Daimon's blade found its mark, striking a deep wound across the chest. The leader stumbled back, his protosaber flickering as he gasped for breath. His eyes, filled with shock and rage, locked onto Daimon one last time. You will regret this," he snarled. Daimon didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he disarmed the Dark Jedi, sending his protosaber flying across the room. The man fell to his knees, his hands raised in surrender, but the dark energy around him still pulsed with the rage and despair that had driven him to this point. "You don't have to die," Daimon said, his voice firm yet filled with a trace of compassion. "You can still come back. There's always another way." But the Dark Jedi only sneered. "There is no coming back from this, Jedi. The darkness has already claimed me." With a final, defiant growl, the Dark Jedi reached out, attempting to draw upon the last of his power, to unleash one final act of destruction. But before he could complete the motion, Daimon's blade cut through the air and ended the conflict in a heartbeat. The dark presence faded in an instant, and the warehouse fell eerily silent. The battle was over. But even as he looked down at the fallen Dark Jedi, a gnawing sense of unease lingered in his mind. The threat was ended, but the Dark Jedi's final words echoed in his thoughts. "The darkness has already claimed me." This was the fate that had befallen those claimed by the darkness. While had seen it many times through a screen, this was his first time seeing it in person. 6. Paths of the Fallen. The Dark Jedi's followers who had fallen unconscious after being knocked down were promptly arrested by a few Republic agents. The Republic agents were from the Republic Intelligence Agency, RIA, and were in charge of securing the Dark Jedi after Daimon and Sarah subdued them and returned them to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, where they would be exiled and banished from the Order. The Jedi Order had a practice of exiling Dark Jedi rather than executing them, as it was believed that killing them would be an act of the dark side itself. Exile served as a way to rid the Order of those who had fallen to the dark side, while also ensuring that they would no longer pose a direct threat to the Jedi. Daimon knew that this was the reason why the Sith had become a thing, because the Jedi allowed them to go free without any major penalties or measures to alleviate their descent into darkness. As he watched the fallen Jedi being taken away, he was thinking about how he could try and get the Order to change how they deal with fallen Jedi. Right now, he was just a Jedi Knight who held no real weight within the Order besides his accomplishments and popular reputation within the Republic. If he wanted to make important decisions, he would have to reach the rank of Master first and join the Jedi Council. If that didn't work, then he would shoot for becoming the Grandmaster of the Jedi Order. Jedi Knights are highly respected for their skills in the Force, combat abilities, and wisdom, however they did not possess the same level of authority as Jedi Masters. A Jedi Knight's primary role is to carry out the tasks assigned by the Jedi Council or Jedi Masters, often in the field. Knights did not make the high-level decisions that shaped the Order or its philosophy. However, all of this was based on how long he planned to stay in the Order. As of now, his plan was to build a good reputation for his future and become a powerful/influential figure within the Jedi Order and the Republic. Either before or after he achieved this, he would leave the Order and walk his own path within the galaxy. He wanted to stay in the Order for as long as he could stand it, even if it was holding him back, but if some major event happened that made him upset with the Order, then he would not hesitate to leave. Sarah approached him. "Are you okay, Master?" she asked, her gaze falling on the fallen Dark Jedi leader. "I'm fine," he assured her. "What about you? How was your first encounter with a Jedi who have fallen to the dark side?" Sarah looked down at the prone body. "I never thought I would see a Jedi turn like that." Daimon nodded, not surprised by her reaction. This was one of the harsh realities of the Jedi life during this time period. It was 35 years before the 100-year darkness began, and by the way things were looking, Daimon could already see things riling up within the Order. "This is a path some may take when they succumb to their fears, hatred or even their ambitions," he replied. "I'll say this, Sarah, while the Jedi may try to walk the path they think is right, I believe that limiting people from making their own choices only makes the darkness more appealing. They believe their way is the only way, but in the end, all that leads to is more restrictions and control. Emotions are part of any person's experience, and the inability to express or process them can create significant internal conflict." Sarah turned to him, her eyes still filled with questions. "So, you think the Jedi are wrong? That we should let others develop emotions?" Daimon took a deep breath and let the words hang in the air for a moment before responding. This was an increasingly difficult topic to talk about, especially with his Padawan who grew up learning nothing but the Jedi Code. But he wanted to start planting the seeds for change within the Order, starting with his Padawan. "I'm not saying we should abandon the Jedi Code or let chaos reign, Sarah. What I mean is that the Jedi's refusal to acknowledge the role of emotions, all emotions, leads to problems we often don't address. Denying someone the right to feel, to live through their emotions, is dangerous. It creates pressure, and eventually, that pressure will either crack the person or push them toward something darker." He paused, turning his gaze to the horizon. The transport ships carrying the arrested Dark Jedi were lifting off in the distance. "I think," he continued, "that the Jedi need to learn how to manage their emotions, not suppress them. You can feel anger, fear, love, and grief, but you can't let those feelings control you. The Jedi talk about balance, but their teachings have created a culture of avoidance. If we don't face our emotions, we risk falling into something darker, something far more dangerous." Sarah nodded, understanding her master's words and way of thinking. From her 3 years of being with him, she had learned a lot about her master. While he sticks to the Jedi Code, he tries to sometimes go about things in a different way if he could help out. He also was so much different from her instructor she was under as she was growing up. She wondered just how different the Order would be if her master's way of thinking was more common. Perhaps they would have less Dark Jedi or none at all. She thought about this as they walked back to their own ship. Once on board, Daimon had contacted the Jedi Council to give a report about his mission. Within one of the rooms of the ship, Daimon sat in the small, dimly lit room, while in front of him, the 4 members of the Jedi Council appeared over the holographic projection. "Jedi Knight Daimon," Master Talia's voice rang out. "Your mission has been a success, I assume?" questioned Master Talia. "Yes, the Dark Jedi and his followers have been dealt with. Unfortunately, the Dark Jedi himself was too powerful to subdue peacefully, but I did manage to knock out his followers who are already being transported by RIA agents to the temple," reported Daimon. Master Talia nodded. "That is good to hear. You have carried out your duty with professionalism, Daimon. You and your Padawan are to be commended." Daimon nodded, accepting her words despite what he actually thought on the matter. Master Sarin, his face stern as ever, spoke next. "Exile is the only solution for those who fall to the dark side, Daimon. There is no place in the Order for those who have strayed so far from the light. The Jedi Code is clear on this. Their exile ensures that they will not be a threat again." "Or so you think," said Daimon in his head. He was the only one who knew what was to become of this action and how it would affect the galaxy for the next thousands of years. "I understand, Master Sarin, but I think that we should attempt to bring them back to the path of the light. Exile should not be the only solution," responded Daimon. He wanted to see how each master would react to his words, which would give him a little insight into who he could attempt to persuade into believing that his point of view could work. Master Belgar, the oldest of the council members, nodded thoughtfully at Daimon's words. It is a difficult topic you raise, Jedi Knight Daimon. A Jedi's fall to the dark side is always a tragedy. Your perspective on this subject is unique. Unique or not, interjected Master Tyro, it is against the Jedi Code. We do not negotiate nor reason with those who have given in to the dark side. They are lost. Master Tyro and Sarin were against the idea and showed utter disdain for the thought, while Master Belgar and Thoya were relatively thoughtful about the idea. So, he could possibly influence at least 2 of them to believe what he was saying, but that left 8 other members of the Jedi Council whom he would need to test and see their reaction to his proposal. I understand, Masters. I only wish to open the conversation of seeing another path that we could take, stated Daimon. Master Talia offered him a soft but thoughtful nod. We appreciate your conviction, Jedi Knight. You are dedicated to the Order, and we see that. But this is a delicate matter. We will deliberate further on this matter you have brought up. Daimon gave a respectful bow. Thank you, Master Talia. The holographic images of the council members disappeared, leaving Daimon alone in the small room. The more he thought about things, the more plans that began to develop in his head. Not just about the Order, but about other things such as starting a corporation, which he couldn't do until he left the Jedi Order because it was forbidden for any Jedi to own any corporation, business, or even pursue wealth for personal gain. However, he had another way around that. Once he completed building Cortana, he would task her with creating a secret account where she would legally procure funds, invest, alongside other things while Daimon is in the Jedi Order. She would be extremely important for when he left the Order and allow him to have a substantial amount of money once he got out. 7. A resolution. On the RSV Luminous Accord, Jedi Knight Shrimi and her Padawan, Vin, stood on the bridge, gazing out at the expanse of stars through the ship's viewport. The vessel traveled through hyperspace, its destination a troubled mining colony on the moon of Arbita 7. Tensions between the colony's administration and its laborers had escalated into strikes and scattered violence. The Galactic Republic had called upon the Jedi Order to mediate the conflict, and Shrimi was sent as a representative of the Order. Her reputation as a Jedi consular, able to defuse even the most volatile disputes with her unparalleled empathy, made her one of the top choices. Shrimi was calm as she stood on the bridge wearing her Jedi robes, a deep green accented with cream, matched the harmony she sought to bring to others. Her lekku, adorned with subtle gold markings, rested lightly over her shoulders. She clasped her hands behind her back as she stared into the visual of hyperspace. Her Padawan, Vin, a Togrita barely into his teenage years, shifted restlessly beside her. Master, he said, breaking the silence, do you think they'll even listen? The report said the miners have threatened to blockade the spaceports. That doesn't sound like they're ready to talk. Shrimi glanced at him. There is anger, yes, she said softly. But anger often masks pain, and beneath pain lies a story. If we listen closely enough, Vin, we can hear that story and help them write a new one. Her words, though soothing, couldn't entirely dispel his doubts. But what if their anger turns on us? He asked. Shrimi smiled faintly and turned to face him fully. That's always a possibility, my young apprentice. But the Force will guide us, as it always does. Vin nodded, though the uncertainty in his gaze lingered. The Luminous Accord exited hyperspace, and the moon of Arbita 7 came into view, its surface filled with lights and dark craters. Shrimi stepped forward, as the ship's communications officer announced the incoming hail from the colony. Jedi Knight Shrimi of the Galactic Republic, she said as the comm link activated, we come in peace to mediate and find a path forward for your people. A gruff voice responded, tinged with suspicion. We'll see about that, Jedi. Don't expect a warm welcome planet-side. People here don't trust the Republic anymore. Shrimi closed her eyes briefly, reaching out with the Force. The man's voice carried frustration and mistrust, but deeper than that, she felt a yearning for resolution. We understand your skepticism, she said, but we're not here to take sides. We're here to listen, to understand, and to help find a way that benefits all. The line went silent for a moment, then came the begrudging response, land at the main port. But tread carefully, Jedi. Shrimi turned to Vin, her expression thoughtful. This will be a delicate mission, she said. Stay close, observe, and trust in the Force. It will show us the way. As the Luminous Accord descended toward the lunar surface, Shrimi reached out through the Force, her empathy brushing against the lives below. Each soul was a thread in the tapestry of the Force, and she was determined to weave those threads together into harmony. Vin watched his master with awe. He had seen her abilities many times before, how her understanding and compassion could disarm even the most hardened hearts. Yet, each time, it seemed no less miraculous. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but Shrimi remained steadfast. Where others saw anger and chaos, she saw the potential for unity. And with her Padawan by her side, she would show how they can bring the light of the Jedi to even the darkest corners of the galaxy. As the Luminous Accord descended through the atmosphere, the mining colony's sprawling complex came into view, a mix of towering industrial structures, scattered housing units, and clusters of people gathering in the streets below. Fires from makeshift barricades dotted the colony's outskirts, casting an uneasy glow against the dull gray of the moon's surface. Sitting down in her seat as the ship's landing thrusters engaged, Shrimi shifted her focus to the inhabitants of the planet. Through the Force, she could feel the emotions of the colony, emotions thick with frustration, despair, and determination. But beneath the turmoil, there were faint whispers of hope, fragile and fleeting. Vin, sitting beside her, felt the same thing. "Master, I can feel their anger, it's everywhere," he said. "Good Vin, that means you're listening. But anger is not the whole picture. It is a reaction, not a truth. Look deeper." He closed his eyes, trying to focus as she had taught him. Slowly, his breathing steadied, and his perception widened. "There's fear," he said finally. "Fear of losing everything." Shrimi nodded, pleased. "Exactly. Fear often drives anger. If we can understand what they fear, we can help them move past it." The shuttle door hissed open, a blast of cool dry air greeted them. Waiting at the base of the ramp was a delegation from the colony, 2 administrators in uniforms, flanked by a pair of armed guards. Behind them, a crowd of miners stood at a distance, their faces hard and suspicious. The lead administrator, a tall human with a tight expression, stepped forward. "I'm Administrator Varric. You must be the Jedi the Republic sent." His tone suggested more skepticism than gratitude. Shrimi inclined her head respectfully. "I am Jedi Knight Shrimi, and this is my Padawan, Vin. We're here to facilitate a peaceful resolution to your conflict." "Peaceful resolution," Varric repeated, his tone flat. "If only it were that simple. These miners don't want resolution, they want demands met that are beyond reason." Before Shrimi could respond, a voice shouted from the crowd. "Reason? Is starving our families reasonable?" The speaker, a burly Twi'lek with soot-streaked skin, pushed his way forward. "You sit in your cushy offices while we work ourselves to death in your mines. The Republic's here for you, not us." The crowd rumbled in agreement, and the tension thickened. Shrimi stepped forward calmly, her hands visible and unthreatening. "I hear your anger," she said, her voice carrying over the noise. "I feel your pain, and I know your trust in us is fragile. But I promise you this, we are here to listen. Not to impose, not to judge. To listen." The crowd quieted slightly, though wary eyes remained fixed on her. The Twi'lek hesitated, then crossed his arms. "Talk's cheap, Jedi. You want us to believe you? Come see the mines for yourself." Shrimi nodded without hesitation. "Very well. If seeing your struggle firsthand will help us understand, we will do so." Varric looked alarmed. "That's not safe. There's been unrest near the mines, it's no place for diplomats, let alone Jedi." Shrimi turned to him, her gaze steady. "Diplomacy requires trust, Administrator. And trust must be earned. If the miners will permit it, we will go." The Twi'lek nodded. "Then follow me." As Shrimi and Vin followed the miner through the crowd, Vin whispered, "Master, are you sure about this? It feels like a trap." Shrimi smiled faintly, her voice low. "Perhaps it is, Vin. Or perhaps it's a chance to show them we are not their enemies." The journey to the mines was somber, the path winding through stark industrial corridors and darkened shafts. As they walked, Shrimi allowed the Force to guide her, reaching out to the lives around her. Each person she passed carried their own story, their own wounds. At the entrance to one of the mines, the Twi'lek stopped. "This is it. Where we break our backs for scraps while they get rich off our labor." He gestured to a young girl sitting nearby, her face gaunt and pale. "She hasn't eaten in 2 days because the credits dried up. Tell me, Jedi, what's your Republic going to do about that?" Shrimi knelt beside the girl, her expression softening. "I don't know yet," she admitted. "But I promise you, we will find a way." The Twi'lek stared at her, his anger wavering. For the first time, he seemed unsure. Vin watched in awe as his master connected with these strangers, their walls slowly beginning to crumble. This, he realized, was her true power, not her saber skills or even her command of the Force, but her ability to see people as they were and make them feel seen in return. The air in the mine was heavy with dust and tension. As Shrimi rose from where she knelt beside the child, she turned her gaze toward the Twi'lek miner who had guided them. His hard-set face had a flicker of uncertainty, his anger faltering in the presence of her sincerity. "What is your name?" Shrimi asked gently. The Twi'lek hesitated, then muttered, "Terran." "Terran," she repeated, her voice soft yet resolute. "You speak for many here, but you shouldn't have to carry this burden alone. Let us help. Show us the truth of your struggle so we can make others understand." Terran looked at her for a long moment, then gave a grudging nod. "Fine, but don't expect to like what you see." Shrimi motioned for Vin to follow as Terran led them deeper into the mine. The air grew colder, and the hum of machinery reverberated through the narrow tunnels. Workers toiled under dim lights, their movements mechanical and exhausted. Many glanced at the Jedi pair with suspicion, others with quiet desperation. Vin's eyes darted around, taking in every detail, the rusted equipment, the soot-covered faces, the lines of fatigue etched into every figure. He leaned closer to Shrimi. "Master, this isn't just anger. It's suffering." Shrimi nodded, understanding what her Padawan was getting at. "Yes, Vin, and suffering can be a powerful force. It can divide or it can unite. Our role is to help them find the latter." Terran stopped abruptly at a collapsed section of the mine. "This," he said bitterly, gesturing to the rubble, "is what we've been dealing with. Unsafe conditions, outdated equipment, and no reinforcements. That cave-in killed 8 people last month. You think the administrators cared? They told us to clear it ourselves or lose our pay. Those were our friends, our family. Shrimmy stepped forward, placing a hand on the jagged rock wall. Her head bowed slightly, and she closed her eyes. Through the Force, she could feel the echoes of the disaster, fear, pain, and loss clinging to the space like a shadow. I'm sorry for your loss, Terran, she said, her voice filled with genuine sorrow. No one should have to endure this. Terran's fists clenched, but his anger seemed to waver in the face of her empathy. Words won't fix this, Jedi. Actions will. Shrimmy turned to face him fully. And that is why we're here. You've shown us the cost of inaction. Now, we must ensure the administrators, and the Republic see it too. Terran's brow wrinkled, his skepticism still evident. You really think they'll care? They've ignored us for years. They will care, Shrimmy said firmly. Because we will make them understand. But I'll need your help to do it. The truth carries weight, and your voice can be the key to change. Terran stared at her, the fire of anger in his eyes dimming, replaced by something else, hope, hesitant but growing. All right, Jedi, he said at last. I'll hold you to that. Shrimmy turned to Vin, who had been watching the exchange intently. We've seen enough for now, she said. It's time to return and speak with the administrators. As they retraced their steps through the mine, Vin whispered, Master, do you really think we can make the administrators listen? They seem stubborn. Shrimmy smiled faintly. Stubbornness is born from fear, just as anger is. If we can show them that understanding doesn't threaten them but strengthens the whole, we can shift their perspective. When they emerged from the mine, the air outside felt lighter, though the tension still lingered in the crowd. Terran stayed at Shrimmy's side as they approached the waiting administrators, who stood near the entrance with guarded expressions. Jedi, Administrator Varric began, his tone sharp. I hope you found your inspection enlightening. But you must see that their demands are impossible to meet, our resources are stretched thin as it is. Shrimmy raised a hand, her expression calm but firm. What I saw, Administrator, is a people working under intolerable conditions. This is not about demands, it's about survival. If you wish for peace, you must first show that you value the lives of those who sustain this colony. Varric's jaw tightened, but he didn't immediately respond. Shrimmy pressed on. The miners are not your adversaries, Varric. They are your partners. But partnerships require mutual respect and trust, both of which are currently broken. Terran stepped forward, surprising even himself. We don't want to fight, he said, his voice rough but sincere. We just want a chance to live, to provide for our families without dying in the mines. If you're willing to meet us halfway, maybe we can find a way forward. The crowd murmured in agreement, their voices soft but growing. Varric glanced at his advisors, clearly unsettled by the shift in tone. Finally, he sighed. I'll call for a formal mediation, but the Republic will need to support this if it's going to work. Shrimmy inclined her head. And I will ensure they do. Together, we will find a path forward. As the tension in the crowd began to ease, Vin felt a spark of admiration for his master. In just a short time, she had turned suspicion into dialogue and anger into hope. Shrimmy placed a hand on his shoulder. This is only the beginning, Vin, she said quietly. Diplomacy is a long road, but each step brings us closer to understanding, and understanding brings us closer to peace. And with that, they began their next steps toward reconciliation, guided by the light of the Force. It took a few months, but with the help of the Republic, the colony's administrators and the miners came to an agreement which established the rights of miners on the planet. The Republic would continue to oversee this administration to monitor its progress and actions to see if a similar problem arises. 8. Cortana's development. Landing at the Jedi Temple hangar on Coruscant, Daimon was greeted by a few fellow Jedi Knights who were raised within the same clan as him when they were younger. Just came back from a mission, Daimon? Asked one of the knights, a tall man named Irol. Daimon nodded. I did. And as always, it was an enlightening experience, Daimon casually said, though Irol, who knew Daimon well enough from their childhood, knew there was more to it than just that, so he tilted his head slightly for Daimon to elaborate further. We dealt with a dark Jedi and his followers, Daimon began. It was a difficult task, taking them down while attempting to steer them back towards the light, something I am of the opinion that we should be trying to do more frequently. Iron raised an eyebrow at this. I never took you for one pushing for rehabilitation, Daimon, he replied. From when they were little, Daimon was probably the best out of everybody when it came to adhering to the Jedi's principles and rules that were established, while barely questioning anything. So, to hear him say something like this was a little shocker. I'm not sure it's rehabilitation so much as it's about our failure to address emotions, Daimon replied. We teach people to suppress their feelings, and when that suppression doesn't work well, we've all seen what happens. His words hung in the air as it really got the other knights thinking. Irol had thought about it for a few seconds, trying to look at it from various perspectives before he spoke. Your methods are definitely not what the majority think or want, Daimon, he confessed. But perhaps that's not a bad thing. This was something he had expected from Irol. The man had always been open to new ideas and ways of thinking in their youth. It reassured Daimon somewhat that maybe some Jedi Knights would be open to his way of approaching things, but not enough. The council members still held the highest authority, and without persuading them, Daimon dismissed the thought. For now, the council could wait. There were other things that he wanted to do. After talking with his fellow knights for a few more minutes, Daimon dismissed his Padawan and returned to his personal quarters. The living space was modest, decorated lightly with small tokens of his many missions. His mind immediately wandered back to the project that he had already spent countless hours on when he had time to spare, the creation of Cortana. He had invested hundreds of hours into studying artificial intelligence, advanced holocron archives, ancient texts, and collaborating with a Republic engineer who is a Kalumi. The Kalumi are one of the oldest sentient species in the galaxy. They are easily recognized by their large heads, which made up over 1/3 of their approximately 1.75-meter height, and their vestigial arms and legs. They are a highly evolved bipedal species who joined the Republic thousands of years ago and generally have great inventions and technology that are overlooked. For Daimon, they were the perfect species that he could utilize to create a super-advanced AI. And not only that, but they also had advanced knowledge on cloning which would be very useful in the future. The Kalumi named Mazik had proven indispensable in his project. Despite his delicate nature and peculiar appearance, Mazik possessed a level of brilliance that was extraordinary, even among his species. His fascination with Daimon's project and interest in artificial intelligence made him the ideal collaborator. Another thing that he used was the Force, which would imbue Cortana with the Force to enhance her awareness and sensitivity. A Force-integrated Cortana will have a higher level of precognitive insight similar to Force-sensitive beings. This would allow her to anticipate outcomes, navigate dangers, or provide tactical advice with near-perfect accuracy. Next would be heightened data processing, which would combine Cortana's computational speed with the Force's ability to feel the underlying flow of events, enhancing its ability to interpret and analyze information beyond pure logic. Force integration would imbue Cortana with an understanding of living beings' emotions and suffering, fostering empathy and creating a moral compass to guide her decisions. Essentially, Daimon would use the Force alongside other parameters, to try and create the Cortana that he had in his memory and to make up for the fact that he couldn't flash clone somebody to make Cortana like Halsey did. Cortana was made up of her combined intelligence and flash-cloned brain. That method was beyond Daimon's reach right now and would require unimaginable expertise. However, using the Force to create an AI like Cortana was more possible than the latter. After completing a mission, he always had a few weeks, sometimes months before his next major mission that took him off-planet. In the meantime, he was assigned a few local missions that kept him on Coruscant. So as the days passed, turning into weeks, Daimon began incorporating the various bits of knowledge he had gained from Mazik and his own study. He balanced his training with Sarah, meditation and the usual duties of a Jedi Knight, while also devoting immeasurable time to the Cortana project. The progress was slow, and there were occasional setbacks that frustrated him to no end, but he could feel Cortana begin to take shape bit by bit. He created a central core processor made up of kyber crystals that he acquired on one of his missions. The kyber crystals would make it easier for the core processor to resonate with the Force when combined with other advanced metals such as durasteel and frick. The neural framework was built to mimic an organic brain, using quantum computing to create an adaptive and self-learning AI. After this was a holomatrix design which would allow for projecting the AI as a holographic avatar, similar to Cortana's representation. The power source for the central core processor was small kyber crystal shard that would serve as both a power source and a medium for Force connection, amplifying the AI's ability to interact with the Force. Her core intelligence would be built on a combination of Jedi knowledge, from the archives, and other advanced technologies such as slicing algorithms, droid personalities, and military-grade processors. To ensure adaptability, she would have heuristic programming, enabling her to learn and evolve dynamically. Cortana's neural framework would be integrated with the Force-attuned kyber crystal, creating a unique synergy between technology and the Force. This process would allow Cortana to sense Force energies, perceive intentions, or even gain limited precognitive abilities. It wouldn't be the first time that technology and the Force were integrated with each other, as the ancient Rakata did it over 20,000 years ago. But ever since their collapse, integration between technology and the Force was a rare thing to see in the galaxy. Since the core was imbued with his Force energy, dark side corruption was near impossible, since Daimon had worked hard during his time in the Order to make his Force energy reflect a balance between both sides, allowing the use of both light and dark side abilities without being corrupted. And just like that, time flew as 5 months had passed since returning from taking down the Dark Jedi and his followers. Contrary to what Daimon suggested, the Jedi were exiled from the Order and Republic space, which basically would allow them to continue their practice of the dark side, only far away from the Order. The Council had deemed it a waste of resources to try and guide those who fell to the dark side back to the light. For Daimon, this decision was expected, since this method had been something that the Jedi had been doing for thousands of years, and changing it based off what one person said would not be the wise thing to do. They saw it as easier to just exile the Dark Jedi away from the Order. He was the only one who knew just how this decision would come to bite not just the Council but the entire Jedi Order in the ass in the future. Putting that matter aside, Daimon was asked to go to the headquarters of the Republic Intelligence Agency to help them with investigating a corrupt senator. After grabbing Sarah, who was meditating after her training, they took a civilian shuttle to their destination. As he set foot inside the headquarters of the Republic Intelligence Agency, he was reminded of a quote he remembered from his previous life: "In politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can bet it was planned that way." It was a quote by U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt during his time in office. Greeting them at the front as they walked in was Lt. Khan, a stern-faced Twi'lek with broad shoulders and sharp, perceptive eyes. He wore the uniform of the intelligence agency with a sense of pride and duty. "Lt. Khan," Daimon greeted, giving the man a respectful nod. "I presume you already have some leads on the senator's case." "Indeed, Knight Daimon," Lt. Khan greeted back, gesturing to follow him towards his office. "This way." Sarah and Daimon followed the lieutenant into his office as they were briefed on what the intelligence agency had gathered so far on the senator. 9. The Black Hand. A/N. Just for clarification, Daimon is a Jedi, but his appearance isn't like the Shrek-looking ones we see on Wikipedia. Instead he looks more like Thanos and their race of Titans from the Marvel Universe. So when you think of Daimon, just think of Thanos. Sitting down in Lt. Khan's office, Daimon and Sarah was briefed on what they had so far. "As of now, we are investigating various financial discrepancies tied to the senator's office," the lieutenant started, presenting hollow projections of numerous bank accounts, investment portfolios, and property records. "There seems to be a significant amount of money going into off-world accounts that can't be accounted for or justified by his salary. It points towards potential bribery and under-the-table dealings." As he talked, Daimon listened attentively while also using the Force to subtly probe for any hidden intentions or deception within Lt. Khan. The Force didn't indicate anything out of the ordinary except for a general concern for the Republic's well-being. Looking at the transactions, he wasn't that knowledgeable when it came to financial affairs and intricacies, but even to him, the numbers and patterns looked suspiciously irregular. The money flows lacked the usual consistency of a government-operated system and instead had the haphazard appeal of personal transactions or unofficial deals. Who could the senator be dealing with? Sarah asked, leaning forward to better examine the hollow images. "That's where you come in, Lt. Khan replied, his eyes on Daimon. "We've detected several encrypted communications from the senator's office to unknown contacts. The encryption is advanced, far beyond our codebreakers' abilities." Daimon raised an eyebrow at that. Even the Republic codebreakers couldn't get anything, which meant that now they were turning to the Jedi to use the Force to try and solve this case. In his opinion, this was smart considering how the Jedi who practice technical fields are probably better than even the Republic codebreakers because of their connection with the Force. Daimon himself, who was a sentinel, had spent almost 100 hours learning codebreaking in his spare time. Given his enhanced intelligence and abilities, breaking into the senator's encrypted messages was possible. Nodding thoughtfully, Daimon leaned back in his chair, folding his hands on his lap. "I'll take a look at these encrypted messages. It might shed some light on who the senator is in ties with." Lt. Khan presented a data disk containing the encrypted files. "Here you go, Knight Daimon. We've been trying to crack these for weeks now." Daimon took the disk and slid it into the data port on the console beside him, the encrypted files immediately appearing on the screen in front of him. The layers of encryption seemed daunting at first glance. Each line of code was a carefully constructed barrier, designed to thwart even the most experienced hacker. But for Daimon, these barriers were just another puzzle, one he was more than capable of solving. His fingers hovered over the keys, tapping into the Force to augment his focus. The world around him seemed to fade as he concentrated, his mind sharpening, moving with a speed and clarity that far surpassed ordinary human capability. He felt the code, the pattern of it, the rhythm of the encryption. It was as though the code itself whispered to him, revealing its secrets. Sarah and Lt. Khan watched in silence, both knowing that Daimon's skills were more than just a product of training, they were enhanced by his connection to the Force. The seconds stretched into minutes as Daimon worked, his hands moving with fluid precision. "Done," he said quietly. The encrypted messages had been cracked open, the strings of code unraveling like a tapestry. The screen flickered, revealing the contents of the decrypted files, communications between the senator and a series of contacts, some of them from known criminal organizations in the core worlds. There were encrypted references to illegal arms deals, smuggling operations, and even hints of more unsavory dealings, including a few coded references to a mysterious Black Hand. Sarah leaned in. "The Black Hand? That's not a name I've heard in a long time." Meanwhile, Lt. Khan's expression darkened at the mention of the Black Hand. The Black Hand is a shadow organization with ties to multiple criminal syndicates. They've been linked to everything from weapons trafficking to assassination contracts. If the senator is involved with them. He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Daimons looked further at the information. "We'll need to dig deeper into these contacts. The senator is clearly playing a dangerous game." Sarah nodded. "But if we're going after these people, we'll need to be careful. The Black Hand is notorious for its secrecy and ruthlessness. If they sense we're onto them, they'll vanish without a trace, or worse." The Black Hand wasn't a name to be taken lightly. But this case was bigger than just a simple investigation into a corrupt politician, it was about protecting the Republic from unseen threats that were lurking in the shadows. I agree, Daimon said, we'll need a plan. But first, we should investigate the Senator's immediate circle. If he's being manipulated or controlled by these criminal factions, we need to find out how deep it goes. Wait a minute, interrupted LT. Khan. The RIA will take lead on this and we will provide whatever resources needed to investigate the Black Hand, while also conducting our own investigations. Daimon had no problem with this, in fact it was better to have them involved so he could have a lot of support to lean on. But there was also the possibility that somebody within the RIA was also working with the Black Hand. Considering their infamous reputation, the possibility was highly likely, and this investigation would certainly make those individuals become a target. We'll keep in close contact then light, Daimon stated as he and Sarah left LT. Khan's office. This was no longer just about uncovering corruption, it was about stopping some secret organization from seeking its fangs into the Republic. Walking through the halls of the agency, there was a brief silence as Daimon threw about what they should go after first. Sarah was the first to speak and break that silence. You think the Senator's really involved with the Black Hand, or is it just a smokescreen to throw us off track? I don't know, but I don't like the fact that his communications are tied to criminal organizations that deal in high-stakes operations. The Black Hand doesn't do small-time work. Daimon replied. You've got a point, Sarah agreed, her voice filled with concern. They're notorious for keeping their operations under the radar, but the Senator's name being linked to them? That could mean we're looking at a much larger web than we thought. With his connection to the Force, Daimon felt that there might be something darker pulling the strings behind the scenes. We need to find out who the Senator's working with. The sooner we do that, the better we can figure out how to dismantle this operation. Sarah nodded. I'll start by tracking down his personal contacts. If there's anyone we can interrogate or who might know more, it's them. We'll see what we can learn from the people closest to him. Good, Daimon said. I'll head to the lower levels of Coruscant. If the Black Hand is involved, we may need to trace some of the more illegal movements, smuggling routes, hidden transactions. I'll see if the Force can guide me to where they're operating from. The two exchanged a brief nod before parting ways. Daimon made his way toward the nearest turbolift, his mind already thinking of their next steps. Coruscant, the beating heart of the Republic, was teeming with information, but finding the right thread to pull in such a vast cityscape was always a challenge. And now, with an intricate conspiracy on his hands, the pressure was on. The turbolift doors slid open, and Daimon stepped into the bustling depths of Coruscant's underbelly. The lower levels were a stark contrast to the gleaming spires of the upper city, dimly lit alleyways, shadowed figures lurking in the corners, and the smell of industrial waste clinging to the air. It was here that the Republic's underworld thrived, far from the eyes of the Senate and its oversight. Daimon's senses were heightened, his mind already attuned with the Force. He walked through the crowded streets, feeling the weight of the darkness around him. The criminal elements of the lower levels were a matter that the Republic generally avoided until something major happened that prompted them to get involved. He reached a cantina, its flashing neon sign barely visible through the haze of smog and pollution that clung to the area. Inside, the chatter of patrons was drowned out by the music and the clinking of glasses. The cantina was filled with shady figures, smugglers, mercenaries, and low-level criminals all looking to avoid the Republic's watchful eye. Daimon approached the bar, his gaze scanning the room as he ordered a drink. Moments later, a man slid into the seat next to him. He was wearing a long, weathered cloak, and his face was hidden by the shadows, but Daimon could feel something peculiar about him. The man wasn't there by coincidence. You're looking for answers, the man said, his voice low, as if he had been speaking in hushed tones for his whole life. Daimon didn't turn to face him, but his eyes narrowed. Who are you? Doesn't matter, the man replied, his smile unseen but evident in his voice. What matters is what you're willing to pay for what you need. Daimon paused for a moment, weighing the man's words. He reached out with the Force to probe for deception. There was no malice, no ulterior motive, but the man was well versed in hiding his true intentions. He could be connected to the underworld somehow. I'm looking for information on a senator, Daimon said slowly. The one from Corellia. He's tied to a group called the Black Hand. You know anything about that? The Black Hand? He repeated, more to himself than to Daimon. Dangerous people. You don't just ask about them unless you've got a death wish. Daimon's expression remained unchanged, though inside he was prepared for whatever came next. I'm not asking. I'm investigating. The man slid a small data chip across the counter to Daimon. This'll get you started. But be warned, Jedi. You dig too deep into the Black Hand, and you might not get out of the hole you're digging. Daimon didn't take the data chip immediately. Instead, he stared at the man for a long moment, considering his words. Finally, he slid the chip into his pocket and stood up. I don't intend to go quietly. He walked out of the cantina and back into the murky streets. The man he was talking to had a mischievous smile on his face as he disappeared out of existence while muttering, this should be exciting. 10. Jedi Killer. On the data chip given to him by the unknown man, there was information regarding various criminal organizations and their locations on numerous planets within the Republic. There were a few on Coruscant and dozens more spread throughout other planets within the core worlds, mid-rim worlds, and the handful of planets that the Republic colonized within the Outer Rim. He sent the other locations alongside any relevant information back to LT Khan, while he planned to investigate the criminal organizations located on Coruscant. The first location marked on the data chip was an underground gambling facility hidden beneath a decrepit warehouse, a place known only by those who wished to remain unseen by the watchful eyes of Republic law enforcement. Daimon found an inconspicuous spot in a dark alley and quietly surveyed the warehouse. He could hear whispered conversations from inside with the faint sound of music playing. Making his way to the entrance, he encountered two people standing guard at the door who were probably enforcers of sorts for the criminal underworld. Reaching out with the force, he forced them to walk away from entrance for a few minutes, giving him a chance to slip in. Making his way inside, he subtly used the force to mask his presence, easily blending into the crowd of gamblers and other unsavory characters, earning glances and nods from those who recognized him as another patron looking to try their luck at Sabasi or Pazake. Daimon took a seat in front of a Dejarik board, scanning the crowded room as he played with the holographic creatures. He was looking for a particular person who was the head of a local criminal gang that was on the data chip he was given. It was stated that he liked to hang out in this place for majority of his day, which is why Daimon was here. Across from him, a bulky Duros sat down, his orange eyes looking at Daimon. Here to play or just window shopping? He growled. Despite his threatening tone, Daimon sensed no threat from him. Maybe a bit of both, Daimon replied. The Trandoshan grunted and started the game. Meanwhile, hours had passed since Sarah had started her investigation into the upper levels of Coruscant. Her search for the senator's personal contacts was proving more difficult than she'd anticipated. His network was expansive and well shielded with layers upon layers of bureaucratic red tape placed strategically to cover his tracks. However, she was nothing if not persistent. Sarah looked into the deepest corners of the holonet, diving through firewalls and navigating complex security systems utilizing the training her master had given her. Eventually, she found one of the senator's former flings whom he had spent years with before he ditched her. Apparently, she was very close to him before she was cast aside after he found someone better than her. Using this opportunity to gather information, she quickly arranged a meeting with the woman under the guise of an interview for an expose on the most influential figures in the Republic. The former flame, a sophisticated and bitter Twi'lek named Lyra, was more than happy to share her experiences with the senator. On his side, Daimon's game of Decorac was coming to a close. Just as he was about to make his move, he spotted a figure entering the room. It was a burly-looking human male with a large scar running down his cheek and surrounded by a number of bodyguards, all of whom were watching their surroundings very carefully. Just from his face alone, Daimon knew this was the person he was looking for. Rat Grunner, the head of a local criminal gang that was connected with the Black Hand. Making his move, Daimon was the Dejarik game against the Duros and got up to walk towards Rat Grunner's table. He was glad that Sarah didn't come with him as he could really let loose being surrounded by criminal scum. As he got close to Grunner's table, two bodyguards put their hands up to stop Daimon from getting too close. But as soon as they did this, Daimon force choked the both of them in an instant, causing a commotion. People moved away from their tables, while the other bodyguards drew their blasters. Raising his hand to stop his bodyguards, Grunner spoke. "What are you doing here, Jedi?" he said loudly for all to hear. "A Jedi!" shouted one of the other criminals as he drew his blaster. "Let's kill him so we can get rewarded." Another shouted as about a dozen people began to surround Daimon. A normal person wouldn't have even put themselves in this situation, but for Daimon it was different. In front of Sarah, he had to act like a mentor and lead her on a path that she could thrive on. While it was only a glimpse, he saw what would happen if she was to follow the same path as him, and it wasn't good. Keeping his hands folded over his chest, Daimon started to laugh at the criminals as they surrounded him with their blasters. They were obviously unaware of who he was, since most of his exploits were only known to those in high positions within the Republic government. Grunner stood up, drawing his own blaster and aimed it at Daimon while asking, "What's so funny, Jedi? You know how much I'm gonna get paid for killing a Jedi? I'm gonna be rich for a long time." As he said this, Daimon felt his finger about to squeeze the trigger of his blaster, forcing him to wait for the shot to be fired and crouch at the last second while slamming his fist on the ground. All the surrounding criminals were force pushed away while one of them was accidentally shot in the head by Grunner. Grunner, who had been slammed into the wall by the force push, had grabbed his head, which hurt from the impact. "And that's why I was laughing," Daimon responded, standing up from his crouched position. "Now tell me how to find the Black Hand and you might live," he threatened. However, Grunner was not budging because of a simple threat. A Jedi wouldn't kill him, but if he revealed information on the Black Hand, then he would be dead in a matter of days with no way of seeing the future. Struggling to sit up, Grunner tried to reach for his blaster only for Daimon to step on his hand, causing him to scream, in pain as the bones in his hand cracked under Daimon's weight. The room was filled with Grunner's cries and the groans of the other criminals. Daimon crouched down near Grunner's face and placed his hand on his head, allowing him to read his memories. This ability was a combination of psychometry and mind probe, allowing to extract information directly from Grunner's mind. Daimon's eyes glowed for a few seconds as he extracted all the memories he needed. As he was doing this, other criminal security forces had already stormed the building and surrounded the place after hearing that a Jedi had started attacking everybody. With them, they brought one of their own Jedi killers, which were people who wore armor resistant to the Force and wielded sonic weapons which were very useful against Force users because they fired concussive and disruptive sound waves, which were difficult to deflect with a protosaber. As Daimon finished extracting the information he needed, the backup forces were already storming the room and forming a circle around the area. He already detected them long before they entered the building, but he was still surprised at how fast they were able to respond, which pointed to a strong security system for these criminal hideouts. The Jedi killer stepped forward, wearing his matte black armor carrying a specialized sonic rifle. He pointed the weapon at Daimon without hesitation. "Surrender, Jedi, or be vaporized." He growled behind his mask in a mechanical-like voice which masked his true voice. Daimon stood back up, revealing his true height. Slowly, he cracked his neck, a movement which caused a tense silence as the criminals looked around them. They began to back away cautiously, seeing the other criminals still groaning on the floor from the pain of their broken bones. They didn't see what happened before, and they did not want to find out what nor be on the receiving end of what happened. Yet if they ran, then they would be killed later alongside their families. "Surrender," Daimon replied as he looked at the weapon the Jedi killer had in his hands. For another Jedi, the sonic weapon may have worked, but against him they were useless. "You bring a toy meant for children and think it will save you." The Jedi killer wasted no time with talking and fired. A devastating wave of concentrated sonic energy ripped through the air towards Daimon. But instead of dodging or raising a defense, Daimon simply created a force shield around his body which absorbed the destructive sound wave. The sonic energy disappeared, leaving a stunned Jedi killer who lowered his weapon for a split second in disbelief. This was the first time his weapon had no effect on a Jedi. Normally they would become disorientated with the first hit, leaving the second hit to finally finish them off. But this time the weapon had no effect. The surrounding criminals looked confused and shook that the weapon had no effect. Daimon began to step forward towards the armored force. Each step was heavy and deliberate, sending chills down the criminals' spines. "I'm afraid you've misunderstood what kind of being you're dealing with," Daimon said coldly, causing fear to spread throughout the room. 3 criminals tried to run out of the door, but Daimon pulled the door closed, leaving them trapped in there with him. The Jedi killer fired again, and again, 3 rapid shots of sonic energy meant to incapacitate even the most skilled Jedi. But Daimon didn't stop. His force shield remained intact against each sonic attack, which faded into nothing once it made impact. Drawing his protosaber for the first time since he entered the building, all hell unleashed in the room. Every criminal in the room opened fire on Daimon out of fear for their lives, while seeking cover to avoid being hit by crossfire. The Jedi killer tried to adjust his stance and prepared to fire once more. But before he could pull the trigger, Daimon was already right in front of him. Propelled by both physical prowess and force-enhanced speed, Daimon closed the distance. He effortlessly sliced through the barrel of the sonic rifle, rendering it useless, and then cut the Jedi killer in half. He didn't stop there as he proceeded to massacre every other criminal in the room, ignoring their cries and pleas for mercy. Blaster fire ricocheted off his force shield as Daimon moved throughout the room. One by one, the criminal fell until there were none left. 11. Emerald Nightfall. While there were no criminals left standing, there were still those that Daimon left alive and only cut off one of their limbs, such as an arm or leg, leaving them screaming and crying on the ground. Ignoring their screams and cries, he pulled out his comlink, calling his contact within the RIA to come to his location for a cleanup operation. Arriving a few minutes later, a woman had entered the room followed by dozens of other agents to secure the scene. Seeing Daimon standing there while everybody else was on the ground, she walked over to him while shaking her head. "You know, sometimes I wonder how you get yourself in these situations, but then again it's you, so I kind of make sense," said Commander Arya Kalera, a friendly face that Daimon has seen on numerous occasions since becoming a Jedi Knight. Her main job was shutting down criminal activity within Coruscant, but she occasionally was called by Daimon to perform a cleanup operation after he took down groups of criminals. "Ma'am, I was just minding my business when I was suddenly attacked by these criminals. Please, you must understand," Daimon jokingly stated, earning a smile from Arya. "Minding your business?" "Yes, of course, Daimon. I always forget how frequently innocent Jedi Knights just happen to stumble into armed criminal hideouts wielding illegal sonic weaponry." Her voice was filled with sarcasm, but her smile showed her amusement. The agents around her began to spread out, securing the area and any evidence that they found. A pair of droids floated in behind them, scanning the remains of the armored Jedi killer. Daimon chuckled softly. "What can I say? Trouble seems to find me, Commander." Turning her attention to their surroundings, Arya crossed her arms as she surveyed the destruction. On the walls she saw the marks where stray blaster bolts had struck and people who were still alive being tended to by her agents before being arrested and taken away for interrogation. Her eyes eventually landed on Grunner, who was being secured by her agents. Daimon hadn't bothered finishing him after extracting what he needed from his mind, as he knew the RIA could gain a lot of information from him. "Who's that one?" she asked, gesturing toward Grunner. "His name is Grunner. He's the leader of a local criminal gang suspected of working either for or with the Black Hand," Daimon explained. Arya's eyebrows shot up at the mention of the Black Hand. "The Black Hand? You really know how to pick your targets, don't you?" she muttered, her tone darkening. The Black Hand was no ordinary criminal syndicate, it was a vast and shadowy organization with its tendrils in every criminal enterprise from spice smuggling to political assassination across multiple sectors. If Daimon had stumbled upon a connection here on Coruscant, it was more than just bad luck. Daimon shrugged, it wasn't exactly planned. Grunner just happened to be the one I was looking for, he said as he motioned toward the figure of the crime lord. But I got what information I needed from him. I'm sure you did, Arya replied, nodding to her agents to haul Grunner up and restrain him more tightly. He groaned weakly as he couldn't muster up any strength to fight back. The RIA agent slapped binders onto Grunner's wrists and dragged him toward their shuttle. And do you mind telling me what information you extracted from him? Arya asked, curious as to what he found so that they can compare the information that they got before they interrogated him to the information after they interrogated him. Grunner is just one cog in a much larger machine, Arya, he began. He was laundering credits for the Black Hand, funneling funds through seemingly legitimate businesses here on Coruscant. But that's not the juicy part. Arya tilted her head slightly, crossing her arms as she waited for him to continue. And what would the juicy part be? She asked skeptically. He spoke of a shipment, Daimon said. A shipment coming in 2 standard days from now. High-value cargo coded, Emerald Nightfall. He didn't know exactly what it was, not even where it was being held yet, but he did know where the exchange would happen. The Hazkara District docks, Bay 47A. The Hazkara district was a notorious hotspot for illicit activity despite, or perhaps because of its proximity to some of Coruscant's wealthiest towers. The docks there were vast and labyrinthine, a perfect location for the Black Hand to operate in the shadows. Emerald Nightfall, she murmured, the name sounding intriguing. If it's important enough for the Black Hand to codename it, it's not just your regular shipment of spice or illegal arms. It's something much bigger. Daimon nodded. That's what I thought. Whatever this is, it could offer us more information on the Black Hand and possibly force them to do something stupid that will start to reveal all the people involved in their little organization. Arya glanced at her agents, who were still working efficiently around them, cataloging weapons, securing survivors, and analyzing anything of value. Are you already working with the RIA on this case? She asked. Yes, I'm working with LT. Khan to investigate a senator who is potentially involved with the Black Hand, but also investigating the Black Hand itself. Daimon explained. Hearing the name Khan, Arya knew who he was as she had heard of him being a new up-and-coming specialist in the RIA who specializes in tracking down high-risk criminal activity and investigating corruption within the Republic itself. While he wasn't the only one, as he was part of a much larger team who all worked on the mission, he was the only one who was getting results, which made her a little suspicious of what the others were doing. I've heard of LT. Khan, I'll reach out to him and start working with him on this case as it has now grabbed my attention. For that exchange that will happen, I can provide agents to assist you in arresting those involved. She offered as she was already strategizing on what their next steps would be. That will be much appreciated. This shipment could be a major crack in their armor, but we can't go in heavy-handed. If we make too much noise and botch this, the Black Hand will scatter like rats, and we'll lose our lead. Precision is key. Arya smirked at his statement. Precision? From you? The walking embodiment of chaos. Daimon chuckled softly. Don't confuse creativity with chaos, Arya. Besides, I've always been good at improvisation when things inevitably go wrong. Fine, Arya conceded. But let me make one thing clear, my agents won't just be backup for your theatrics. If we're working together on this, we're doing it my way. Your way. Daimon replied in amusement. I wasn't aware I signed up for babysitting. Arya stepped closer, her voice lowering so that only he could hear her. It's not about babysitting, it's about ensuring the job gets done right without unnecessary collateral damage. Throwing his hands up, he ultimately surrendered. Fine, I'll do it your way. Good, now get out of here, and I'll see you in 2 days. She stated. Daimon performed a bow as he jokingly said, very well my lady, before turning around and leaving the scene. Arya shook her head, suppressing a smirk as she turned back to direct her agents. For the next few hours, Daimon continued to investigate other targets that he had on his list, gathering some more valuable information on people involved with the Black Hand. But nothing was as interesting as the exchange that was going to take place. Contacting Sarah, he returned to the Jedi Temple to meet up and talk about what they both had found over last few hours. Entering the temple, Sarah was waiting for him in one of the Quitter meditation chambers, seated cross-legged on one of the cushions. Her eyes opened and focused on her master as he walked in. You've been busy, she said as Daimon stepped into the chamber. I felt quite the disturbance earlier. It seemed like you were having fun, master. Daimon smirked as he leaned against the doorframe. Oh, you know me. Just making friends with corrupt gangsters and uncovering galaxy-spanning criminal syndicates. The usual. Sarah rolled her eyes. One day, master, I fear your usual will get us both into a situation we can't talk our way out of. Daimon stepped further into the room and sat opposite her, mirroring her cross-legged posture. You underestimate my charm, Padawan. But enough about my adventures, what did you find? Sarah straightened slightly, her tone turning serious. I followed the lead you gave me about the senator. And it seems we were right about him hiding something. She pressed a small holoprojector on the floor beside her, and a video of a Twi'lek popped up. This is Lyra, a Twi'lek who used to be one of the senator's flings before she was cast out because he found someone better. Sarah paused, allowing Daimon to examine the holographic image of the Twi'lek woman. I arranged a meeting with her, and she was more than willing to express what she saw during her time with the senator. The video began to play as Lyra explained all she saw during her time as the senator's fling. 12. Activating Cortana. Combining what they both gathered during their time apart, several people have been identified as targets for them to go after. But to convict these people, they would need evidence in order to arrest them. The information in their head would not pass as evidence during a trial and would be dismissed by any judge. Daimon rubbed his chin as the flickered off. Lyra's testimony gives us a map, he said. But maps are no good unless they lead somewhere we can plant our flag. Or in this case, evidence we can't just dismiss as circumstantial. Sarah nodded, still seated cross-legged but leaning slightly forward with that expression she always wore when she was thinking. The senator's personal communications could be key. If we can intercept them or gain access to his private correspondence, there's a good chance we'll find something incriminating. A grin spread across Daimon's face. That's exactly where I was going, he said. And I know just how to get what we need. Sarah raised an eyebrow at his words. I sense another one of your overly elaborate schemes brewing, Master. Not overly elaborate, Daimon corrected. Perfectly calculated and incredibly efficient. He said, leaning closer to her. Here's the thing about politicians like our dear senator, they pride themselves on power and influence but forget one cardinal rule of survival: the more power you hold, the bigger your blind spots. And I'm about to exploit every single one of his. Sarah tilted her head, intrigued but skeptical. And how exactly do you plan on exploiting those blind spots? Please don't tell me this involves you crashing some lavish social event or pretending to be someone you're not again. Daimons couldn't hide the grin on his face as Sarah had grown to know him well over the past years. Oh, come on, Sarah. You know that's when I'm at my best, he teased. But no, this one's going to require a bit more finesse, and a light touch. He tapped his temple. It's not just about brute force or flashy distractions. It's about getting into his mind, finding what makes him tick and then using it against him. Are you going to use the Force to manipulate him? Sarah asked, though in the back of her mind, she knew her master would not do such a thing as it was against the Jedi Code. Not quite. Manipulation is crude and noticeable and also against the Jedi Code. What I have in mind is more subtle, it involves that Cortana project of mine. He explained. Sarah had heard about this Cortana project of his, but was never told many details on what it exactly was besides that it was going to be a super smart droid of sorts. Cortana will be able to monitor the senator's communications, even the more encrypted ones. All she would need is a few days or weeks depending on how often the senator is in contact with the Black Hand. Cortana was basically ready to be brought online. All Daimon needed was a few more hours and she could finally be brought to life. Though her body would take some time before she was walking around and joining him on missions. Well, it's not crazy like your other plans would be, so I think it's a good idea, Sarah admitted. Sure, Daimon replied. Now I'm gonna go work on Cortana, so there's no training today, consider it a day off in fact. However, Sarah was not as excited as one would be about a day off since she already spent hours of her day investigating the senator's contacts and talking to his fling. But before she could say anything, Daimon had already got up and left the room, leaving her to mediate on her own. Meanwhile, Daimon walked to his private quarters and began working on Cortana to get her operational. Her core, which would be where her core operational processes and personality matrix resided, was nearly complete. He carefully adjusted the connections between the Kyber crystal core, the neural framework, and the holographic projection systems. Each step required immense precision, as the integration of the Force with advanced technology was a delicate and uncharted process. As he connected the final circuits, Daimon couldn't help but get a little excited. The Kyber crystal pulsed faintly, resonating with his Force energy, as if responding to his intent. He paused for a moment, closing his eyes, and concentrated on his Force energy. This was no ordinary droid or AI, this was something far greater, something alive in a way that defied the conventional boundaries of artificial intelligence. He placed his hands on the core, focusing his mind and channeling the Force into it. The Kyber crystal began to glow brighter, its light filling the room with a bright purple color. A low sound could be heard from the core as if it were awakening. The core flared for a moment, and then the holographic projector activated. A shimmering figure appeared, gradually solidifying into a form that closely resembled the Cortana from his memories. Her eyes glowed faintly, and as they locked onto Daimon, there was a flicker of recognition, a spark of awareness. All the data and information about the galaxy as well as the intricacies of the Force had been preloaded into her database, aligning seamlessly with Daimon's memories and the input from various archived holocrons. Daimon felt a strong connection to her due to the Kyber crystal that he infused his Force energy into. Daimon, she said, her voice neither mechanical nor artificial, but more human-like. Daimon grinned as he wiped his hands on a nearby rag. Welcome to the galaxy, Cortana. Her holographic form tilted its head, scanning her surroundings. This galaxy, she began, her voice filled with awe and mild sarcasm, is both astonishingly advanced and simultaneously primitive. Hyperdrive engines capable of light-speed travel coexist alongside blasters that still misfire. Fascinating contradiction. Daimon chuckled. Yeah, it's a mess. But in the future, you and I will improve all these things. He leaned forward, folding his arms as he studied her form. But right now, we've got one very specific mess to clean up with a senator and his ties to the Black Hand. Cortana's eyes started to glow as she started to process the data she had on Senator Krenel. She crossed her arms and slowly walked in place, testing the boundaries of her holographic projection. Krenel. Coriolag Senator, staunch advocate for stricter trade tariffs, which we all know is code for lining his own pockets with credits from the corporate monopolies. His public records are pristine, but his personal data has some interesting fluctuations. Significant unexplained transactions. Shall I dig deeper? Do I even need to ask? He said with a grin as Cortana nodded and began sifting through the vast streams of encrypted information. This won't take long, she said absent-mindedly, half focused on her task. Daimon leaned back in his chair, arms crossed as he observed her work. He couldn't help but marvel at what he had created, an artificial intelligence that not only processed data faster than any organic being but also felt alive, sentient in a way that no normal droid could match. Moments later, Cortana had finished her task. Well, she began. Our dear Senator Krenel has been busy. I found communications encrypted with an older code, primitive by my standards, and these messages paint quite the story. Go on, Daimon said. Krenel's been funneling credits through a labyrinth of shell corporations, all leading to a minor syndicate on Kessel, one that just so happens to be a front for the Black Hand. He's not just dealing with them, he's funding their expansion in the handful of Outer Rim colonies that the Republic has. Cortana explained. Daimon grew curious hearing what she had found. Funding? That doesn't sound like just a corrupt senator padding his wallet. What's he getting out of it? Power, Cortana replied sharply, her voice edged with disdain. According to the communications I decrypted, Krenel is leveraging the Black Hand to silence political rivals and enforce loyalty within his region. He's expanding his influence faster than an all-you-can-eat buffet day. Daimon chuckled at her humor but then grew serious again. This goes deeper than I thought. If he's consolidating power with the Black Hand, there's no telling how far his influence could spread, or how much chaos it'll cause in the Senate and beyond. Cortana nodded. More concerning is that he seems to be aiming even higher. Some of these transmissions reference a meeting with someone nicknamed the Overseer. No further details in the messages, but if the Black Hand is involved, it's not a stretch to assume this Overseer is someone of significant importance, potentially orchestrating the chaos. The title alone hinted at someone who wasn't just pulling strings on Krenel, but someone with ambitions and authority far beyond a mere syndicate leader. The Overseer, he repeated. We need to know who this person is and what their endgame is. If the title is legitimate and not just a cryptic moniker, then we might be looking at someone managing multiple layers of this web, Black Hand operations, political corruption, smuggling routes, possibly even covert military projects. She paused momentarily. I could slice into Krenel's private systems and see if there's more to dig up. It'd be fun. Do that and let's see what we can find. In the meantime, I'll get some rest and talk with my Padawan with what we have so far in the morning. Daimon prepared some clothes for himself as he got in the shower before climbing into his bed. Once done, he laid down and closed his eyes. A/N. Sorry about the slow-paced chapters, the following chapters after this will be a lot more fast-paced but not too much. I'm still learning on how to balance fast-paced chapters while also telling a good story. 13. The Path Ahead. Feldari, Daimon's homeworld, the place where close to 1 billion Jedi live in isolation from the rest of the Republic's politics and influence altogether. The Jedi live in a clan-based society where each clan represents a distinct lineage and tradition. Their technology was a blend of old Rakata technology from thousands of years ago, and new technology that they acquired from the few passing traders who come to the planet. Their weapons were relatively primitive as they didn't have ranged weapons and relied on melee weapons when engaging in conflict. Hundreds of Jedi leave the planet throughout the year, working as mercenaries, bounty hunters, or soldiers within the Republic, oftentimes selling their services to the highest bidder. Because of their long lifespans and how it's near impossible to kill them, they were highly sought out by various corporations, criminal syndicates, and other services to serve as bodyguards, assassins, and even enforcers for debts that no one else would dare to collect. Despite this outward scattering of individuals, the Jedi as a whole were fiercely protective of their culture and secrets. Feldari was more than just a birthplace, it was sacred ground, untouched by war, or at least it was until one clan decided to conquer all the other clans on the planet. The Isvalis clan, a notoriously secretive and cunning clan, initiated the first overt bid for domination in over a few millennia. Legends whispered that the Isvalis descended from the Jedi who had been altered and imbued with ancient Rakata knowledge, dark secrets unearthed from another age entirely. They were said to have found remnants of an infinite empire facility deep beneath Feldari's surface, where bioweapons and advanced force manipulation devices waited dormant for someone desperate, or foolish, enough to awaken their power. The clans dismissed these rumors as stories meant to keep children obedient. And with the way Jedi society worked, the Isvalis were able to hide until they were finally able to open the infinite empire facility and reap the hidden weapons. About 10 years ago they managed to do just that, and now 10 years later they are conquering clans aiming to establish their clan as the sole clan on the planet and push the Jedi towards a brighter future. The leader of the Isvalis clan was a very strong and intelligent Jedi by the name of Kaler. He was not like most Jedi clan leaders who embraced their formidable resilience, long lifespans, and physical prowess with quiet pride. Kaler reveled in ambition. His body bore scars that never faded, a strange anomaly for Jedi physiology. These scars were rumored to be self-inflicted from experiments he had performed on himself using Rakata technology, pushing both his physical form and connection to the Force beyond natural limits. Kaler's presence radiated both dread and awe. His voice was deep, almost mechanical, resonating with a haunting blend of malice and passion. He preached of unification, of elevating the Jedi above their primitive, clan-based society. The old ways will lead to extinction, he declared time and again to those who would listen. But anyone who resisted his vision became an enemy of the Isvalis, an enemy crushed under his might. For centuries he gathered his strength, strengthened his clan for this exact moment. And now that he had everything he needed, he began his campaign to unify Feldari under his banner. Kaler's vision was ruthless, yet undeniably captivating to many younger Jedi who had grown weary of their fragmented existence. His rise was swift, his methods a blend of calculated diplomacy and overwhelming force. To those clans who surrendered willingly, he offered positions of power within his growing empire. But for those who resisted, he left behind ruins and echoes of despair. Daimon watched this happen through the Force, sighing as his future plans were getting slightly interrupted by Kaler. Coming from a life of suffering and being at the mercy of those who held power, his main goal after being reincarnated is to attain as much power as he could. While there were many routes he could have taken, the one he decided to take was to learn from the light side first and all the knowledge that the Jedi Order had since they had been studying the power of the Force for thousands of years. After spending a few decades in the Jedi Order, he would then leave and go on his own path to learn what was considered the dark side of the Force. Learning both the light and dark side of the Force would start him on his journey to learn the four primary aspects of the Force, which consisted of the unifying Force, the living Force, the cosmic Force, and the physical Force. The unifying Force is a philosophical interpretation of the Force that views it as a single, all-encompassing entity transcending the dichotomy of light and dark. It represents the grand, universal aspect of the Force, tying together all things across time, space, and dimensions into one interconnected whole. The living Force represents the energy present in all living beings and their immediate connection to the Force. It emphasizes being attuned to the present moment, fostering empathy, and understanding the interdependence of life. By springing from and feeding into the cosmic Force, the living Force created and grew the Force and was the fundamental unity that underpinned all of creation by maintaining harmony between dualities such as life and death and light and dark, while also transcending them. The cosmic Force is the grand, overarching aspect of the Force that exists beyond individual beings. It connects all things across time and space, linking the past, present, and future. When a living being dies, their life energy merges into the cosmic Force, becoming part of the greater whole. Together, the cosmic Force and the living Force were the two parts making up the energy field created by, and penetrating and surrounding all living things, that was life, death and rebirth and everything in between. The physical Force highlights the Force's power to influence and manipulate the material universe. It encompasses abilities that demonstrate the Force's impact on objects, energy, and the physical prowess of those who wield it. By learning all four primary aspects of the Force, Daimon hoped to reach the peak of Force power and eventually transcend into a Force god. To do that, he would need to learn both the cosmic and living Force from the Force Priestesses who resided on the Wellspring of Life, the home of the midichlorians. The Force Priestesses were 5 beings who were representatives of the connection between the living Force as experienced by living beings, and the cosmic Force in its role in the greater scheme of the universe. By learning from them, he could also learn the secret to immortality. The physical and unifying Force, he was capable of learning from the knowledge that he would get from studying the knowledge the Jedi had and when he started studying the dark side. Now after all this, one might ask what was there to do next. Well, Daimon's plan was to basically create his own empire within the galaxy, starting with his own species, the Jedi. He would essentially become something akin to their god and completely reform Jedi society into a more imperialistic culture, one focused on power, progress, and an unquenchable thirst for evolution, both physical and philosophical. The Jedi, with their inherent resilience and virtually immortal lifespans, were already a formidable species. Daimon's vision, however, would transform them into apex predators of the galaxy, capable of rivaling any known species in the galaxy. But now came Kaler who would interrupt his plans, which wasn't exactly bad, since he could deal with this problem in the far future. Still, it would have been better to have to change them from their current clan-based system into what Daimon envisioned. And the Jedi weren't the only species he had in mind. Because of his knowledge of Star Wars lore, he had many species that he wanted to bring under his empire to create the greatest empire the galaxy had ever seen. 14. The Exchange. 2 days later, it was around midday, a few hours away from when the exchange was supposed to happen. Daimon was standing next to Master Corran, his old master who had joined him in watching Sarah train. He watched as Sarah swung her proto-saber around, which was powered by a belt-mounted power pack. It was the same for all Jedi during this time, even Daimon, which prevented him from being able to throw his proto-saber at people during combat. The concept of a kyber crystal-powered lightsaber not being powered by another power source was not a thing during this time in Jedi history. This is one of the things that Daimon hoped to change sometime in the future, as proto-sabers were relatively primitive during this time. Sarah was being trained by a training droid, an archaic model that was effective enough for teaching techniques. Its spherical body floated mid-air, shooting blaster bolts to test Sarah's reflexes. She twirled, each swing of her proto-saber guided by the Force. "She's progressing nicely," Master Corrin said approvingly, her hands clasped behind his back. "You've chosen your Padawan well." Daimon nodded, watching as Sarah deflected another bolt. "She's talented, no doubt about that," he said. "And given enough time, she will become a great Jedi Master in the future." Master Corrin nodded, agreeing with his statement, since if Daimon was teaching her what he knew, then Sarah's future within the Order was more than secured. "I see a lot of your own techniques within her movements, alongside a few new things I've never seen before." Daimon smiled, as what she was seeing was the more simplified version of his own saber techniques that Sarah had learned. As a few more minutes passed, they were joined by another, Shrimi, who had just returned from a mission. Seeing Master Corrin already here, she paid her respects by bowing her head. "Master Corrin," she said. "Shrimi," replied Master Corrin, returning the bow. "How was your mission?" "It was fine. The Republic just discovered another world and wanted to initiate first contact peacefully," explained Shrimi. "The inhabitants seem to be in the early stages of technological development, but they possess a rich cultural history. It went peacefully enough, though their leaders were wary. Understandable, considering how unfamiliar they are with outsiders. I recommended sustained communication channels before introducing any major Republic presence." Master Corrin nodded approvingly. "Wise counsel. The Jedi should always approach such matters with patience and respect. And now, if you will excuse me, Daimon, I have other matters to attend to," Master Corrin said as she stepped out of the training room. As she left, Shrimi walked up next to Daimon. "We should have our Padawans test their abilities against each other sometime soon," Shrimi suggested. "It would be good for them to experience the unpredictability of another student's fighting style." "Sarah seems sharp, let's see how she fares against my Padawan." Daimon nodded, glancing at Shrimi, who looked quite stunning in her consular robes. Her idea had some merit to it, as Sarah would get to experience another Padawan's fighting style. It would also give her a chance to win a training fight against another Force user, since whenever the two of them trained, he always won but also made sure to teach her at the same time. "Sure, when we're both not too busy, let's do that," he replied as his comm link started blinking. Pulling it up, he pressed the button to hear Arya's voice. "Daimon, it's time, let's meet at the designated location." "Copy that, Arya, I'll be right there," he replied, turning towards Shrimi. I have my own mission to attend now," Daimon said, clipping his comm link back to his belt. Shrimi was curious about what mission he was on, but she heard how urgent the other voice sounded, so she decided to wait until he returned to ask him. Stopping her training, Daimon and Sarah left the Jedi Temple and proceeded to the meeting location. The location was a makeshift headquarters that was set up within the Hazkara district docks. Arriving within the rugged, industrial expanse of the docks, Daimon scanned their surroundings. The Hazkara district was alive with activity, a mix of steam rising from heavy machinery, cargo haulers rumbling across durasteel platforms, and dock workers shouting orders in various alien dialects. Walking in the commander center set up within a makeshift prefab building, Arya along with dozens of other agents were present within the room. Arya stood over a holodeck that projected a faint blue hologram of the district. "Just on time," she said, gesturing for them to join her. "We've intercepted some encrypted communications confirming movement of Black Hand agents about a point marked within Bay 47A as the rendezvous site for the exchange." "Any updates on what's being traded?" Daimon asked, his voice steady, though his mind raced with possibilities. Arya shook her head. "Nothing concrete yet. Some chatter points to high-value contraband, potentially weapons-grade tech or rare kyber crystals, but that's purely speculation." Her sharp blue eyes flicked up to him. "Whatever it is, it's worth their lives and reputations. Black Hand doesn't risk exposure unless the payoff is monumental. And if they're willing to risk meeting in a high-traffic zone like this, it's no small deal." Daimon nodded. Based off what he knew from lore, kyber crystals are extremely valuable and could be turned into destructive weapons. "Then we can't afford to let this slip through our fingers. What's the plan?" Arya tapped a few buttons on the holodeck, zooming in on Bay 47A. The hologram revealed a labyrinth of crates, scaffolding, and cargo ships docked in tight proximity. "We'll divide into 3 teams. Team 1 will cover the upper walkways for a bird's-eye view of the exchange. Team 2 will secure the perimeter to ensure no one gets in or out without us knowing. Your team, Daimon, will infiltrate the bay and observe the exchange directly." Arya handed each of them a small data pad containing schematics of the bay and key points of interest. "We have 30 minutes before the exchange begins. Get into position, stay sharp, and remember, we need them alive if we're going to uncover their full operation." As the teams dispersed, Daimon and Sarah made their way to Bay 47A. The air grew heavier with industrial fumes, and the sound of machinery clanged around them. They kept to the shadows, weaving through stacks of containers that created narrow corridors and blind spots. They arrived at a vantage point overlooking the meeting area, concealed behind a stack of durasteel crates. Below, a group of individuals in dark cloaks had begun to gather, their movements calculated and cautious. At the center of the group, a small cylindrical container sat on a hover pad, its faint glow indicating something powerful and potentially dangerous inside. Daimon whispered, "That must be the item. Stay focused." Moments later, a new group approached from the far side of the bay. Unlike the cloaked figures, these individuals wore armor, their weapons visible and ready. Black Hand enforcers. The tension in the air grew thicker as the two groups faced each other. One of the cloaked figures stepped forward, his voice sharp and authoritative. "Do you have the payment?" The armored leader chuckled, tossing a small case onto the ground. "Credits, untraceable. Now hand over the package." As things were progressing, Daimon felt like something was off, causing him to look to the far right of the exchange where some upper walkways were and see other figures who were armed. Before he could warn Arya and her agents, everything went wrong. A loud explosion rocked the bay, sending debris flying. From the upper walkways, blaster fire erupted as a third group appeared, pirates looking to hijack the deal. Ambush. Daimon yelled as blaster fire was being shot from nearly everywhere within the bay. Reaching his hand out, Daimon pulled the weapons away from everybody who wasn't an agent and made them hang in the air. Seeing this, Arya ordered her people to move in. "They're unarmed, move in and arrest them." She ordered as dozens of agents moved in and began to arrest the various groups. Some tried to run or even fight with their melee weapons, but the entire area was already cut off, leaving no escape routes, and those that had melee weapons were taken down. Everybody was eventually arrested, and the package was secured and prepped for transport. While Daimon would have loved to just jump down there, he did agree to do this Arya's way. 15. Testing pheromone ability. 4 years later, 7031 BBY. Daimon, age 24. Since the exchange, Daimon and Sarah have worked closely with Arya and LT Khan to track down and investigate corruption within the Senate. The original senator who they were after was already arrested and trialed for all the evidence they had against him. He was sentenced to 20+ years in prison by a Republic court, which alerted the other people connected to the Black Hand about their influence not being as widespread as they thought. They had fallbacks in case something like this happened. However, Daimon had prepared against any counterplan they had, making it impossible for the senator to not be trialed. All of his accomplices, which included 2 other senators, were also trialed and convicted. However, the hunt for the Black Hand still continued. The Jedi Council had made this investigation Daimon's permanent assignment while also becoming more involved in the matter. Now Jedi Knights and Masters from all over the Republic are involved in searching for the Black Hand and bringing an end to its influence. During the second year, the Black Hand and the Republic had clashed in dozens of systems as their hideouts and operations were being raided, and the people who worked for them were imprisoned. The Senate had approved the deployment of the Republic military to support the Jedi-led operations, marking a turning point in the Republic's fight against the elusive Black Hand. In the middle of the third year, Daimon was testing out his pheromones ability, which originated from the Zeltron species on the world Zeltros. He decided to test the ability during his off time, visiting one of the many night clubs of Coruscant. The clubs on Coruscant were a world of their own, a mix of light, sound, and an endless crowd of beings from all over the Republic. Daimon walked into one of the more renowned establishments in the Uskra district, its neon-lit exterior in rhythm to the heavy beats coming from within. Daimon's training with the Jedi had always emphasized control over his emotions, actions, and the unique gifts his Zeltron heritage afforded him. The pheromones he naturally produced could sway emotions, alter perceptions, and even calm tense situations, but until now, he had rarely tested its potential. Tonight was different. Tonight, he wanted to understand the true extent of his ability while also enjoying himself. As he entered, the atmosphere shifted subtly. A few heads turned from the crowd, looking in his direction due to his height but also due to what he was wearing. Because of his size, he had to get his clothes custom made by tailor, which he has a good relationship with. Before coming to the nightclub, he asked the tailor to create him a specific type of outfit which mirrored a modern-day suit from his previous life, but also had a few additions to it to make him look extremely wealthy. Daimon's outfit. The suit costs a lot, but ever since Cortana has been activated, he already had her set him up a secret account and began investing in things which she knew would turn a profit, or, tactically acquiring, money from various rich people who wouldn't even notice that it was gone. Taking a seat at the bar, he observed the patrons. It was a mix of beings, humans, Twi'leks, Rodians, and even a few Devaronians. The bartender, a sharp-eyed Togruta, approached with a welcoming smile. "What'll it be?" she asked, her voice cutting through the music. "Something light," Daimon replied, offering a friendly grin. "Surprise me." The Togruta bartender smirked and nodded, quickly whipping up a drink. A moment later, a glowing azure concoction slid across the counter to Daimon. "You'll like this one," she said, leaning forward slightly. "It's called the Star Striker. Smooth at first, but with a kick, like most people who wander into this place." "Sounds like my kind of drink." Daimon took a sip, the electric flavor spreading across his tongue before the subtle burn followed. His grin widened. Not bad. As he sat, he loosened his focus, letting his pheromones flow gently into the air. The effect was almost immediate as a group of Twi'leks who worked in the establishment had gathered together to talk about him. So, who's going to go talk to that gentleman sitting over there? One of the Twi'leks, a bold woman with green skin and shimmering gold patterns tattooed along her leku, smirked and stepped forward. I'll take that challenge. He looks interesting. Her co-workers laughed softly, nudging her in encouragement as she walked across the crowded floor. Daimon, half focused on his drink and his experiment, noticed her approach through the force before he even turned to meet her gaze. She stopped just short of him, leaning one arm against the bar, her eyes filled with playful curiosity. You know, someone like you doesn't go unnoticed for long in a place like this. Daimon offered a small, knowing smile. Is that so? And here I thought I was blending in rather well. Not when you're giving off that kind of energy, she replied, her tone teasing but laced with something sharper. Whoever you are, you're making waves, good ones, though. Daimon chuckled softly, swirling his drink before setting it down. I'll take that as a compliment. She leaned closer, her voice dropping a notch to a quieter tone. You're no average clubgoer. That outfit, that calm confidence, it screams someone important. Her eyes watched him carefully, probing for a reaction which she usually got from people like him, but she was surprised when she didn't get any. So, tell me, who are you really? Daimon tilted his head with a small grin still on his face. Just a man enjoying a drink. And perhaps the company. The Twi'lek laughed lightly, as though not entirely convinced. Mysterious, aren't you? Fine, I can respect that. She extended her hand. Name's Lyra. I work here, but you already guessed that. Lord Farquaad, he replied, shaking her hand. Pleasure. He decided to use one of the funny names from his previous life that he remembered from a movie series called Shrek, to hide his true name. A lord. Oh, wow, should I be groveling on the floor in your presence? She said, letting out a small laugh. If you want, but be warned, I might just have to elevate you back up to your feet, Daimon said, a hit of mischief on his face. Lyra laughed at his response. She was enjoying the conversation they were having. However, that conversation was cut short when a familiar face walked next to Daimon. Look who it is, Daimon sighed when he heard the familiar voice, as he knew exactly who it was. Do I know you, ma'am? He replied, acting as if he didn't know Arya, who was standing next to him. Ah, I see, Arya replied, giving Lyra a dangerous look, causing her to say goodbye to Daimon and take her leave. Leaving the two of them alone at the bar, Arya sat next to Daimon wearing a very peculiar type of clothing. Sighing again, Daimon turned to face her to see the bright smile that was on her face. How did you find me? He asked. Come on now, look at yourself. She gestured at his entire body. You're like the only super tall walking problem that I know on Coruscant. So, you wasted government resources to track me down? Daimon asked in a mocking tone as he took another sip of his Starstriker. Arya shrugged with a grin. Wasted? Hardly. Consider it field reconnaissance. You're not exactly low profile tonight. She leaned back in her seat looking at him from head to toe. Daimon didn't realize it, but his pheromones were starting to take effect on her. Daimon raised an eyebrow. You'd be surprised how subtle I can be when I want to. Arya laughed under her breath, shaking her head. Sure, Lord Farquaad. You're practically invisible. She gestured loosely around them. Half this room's been staring at you since you walked in. Are you jealous? Daimon teased, smirking as he swirled what little drink he had left. Jealous? Please, Arya replied, rolling her eyes. I'm here to make sure you don't embarrass yourself, or worse, end up causing an incident that gets reported to the Jedi Council. You're a permanent assignment now, remember? The Council's keeping an eye on you. Daimon sighed, leaning his arm casually on the bar. Arya, I am the assignment. The Council's idea of oversight hasn't exactly stopped me before. True, so in that case I'll stay and keep watch over you. She stated as she ordered a drink. For the next 2 hours, what started as Arya watching over Daimon, turned into Daimon watching over Arya, who had drunk too much. She was also subtly influenced by Daimon's pheromone ability, causing her to do things that Daimon had not seen her do before. As the night came to an end, Daimon had to rent a place for the both of them to stay since he didn't know where she stayed and didn't want to get her in trouble as she was quite drunk. But as they were in the room together, the pheromones had kicked in and one thing led to another between the two of them. Waking up the next morning, Arya almost had a heart attack as she woke up and saw that she was sleeping on Daimon's chest. Then the memories of what they did last night filled her head, causing her face to turn red. As soon as they entered the room, she had practically thrown herself at him, yet he didn't resist. Looking down at him, she raised her hand and attempted to slap him, but her hand was grabbed before she could. You know, it's rude to hit people when they're asleep. The morning sun poured through the room as his eyes met hers. She jerked her arm back, breaking free from his grasp. She then shot a glare that was more playful than menacing. What happened last night? Daimon propped himself up as he began to explain. Well, last time I checked, we had a grand discussion about the merits of Corellian whiskey over Alderaanian wine. Or was it the other way around? My memory gets a bit foggy when intoxicated. He claimed, though he was well aware of what happened, or at least why it happened. She covered her face as she couldn't keep her mind from remember what happened. I can't believe I did those things. What if people find out about this? She questioned. There's always a way to spin the tale if it ever comes up. There was no way anybody would find out, but if they did, they could just say it's a lie or make up a good story. Oh, and how do you propose I spin it? Hey, guys, no big deal. Just had a wild night with the superhuman avatar of chaos. You know, at least it wasn't with that whore who was all over you. Daimon laughed, dropping back down onto the mattress beside her. While she was originally a little shocked and a tad bit angry, in the end her desire, which was exponentially increased by the pheromones, superseded that anger. Rolling into the 4th year, they continued working together while trying to keep things strictly professional. It was agreed that they were just two people allowing their desires to take over occasionally. Daimon liked this situation since he didn't want to form an attachment with Arya, which would cause certain problems for the future. 16. The Padawan's Ascension. Congratulations, Sarah, you have passed all the trials and you are now a Knight of the Jedi Order, Daimon said as he activated his protosaber and ceremonially touched her shoulders to symbolize her ascension to Jedi Knight. She had passed her trials with flying colors thanks to Daimon's guidance and training, leaving room for a lot of personal growth. She had worked long and hard to reach this moment, and now that she was knighted by her master, it made the moment feel all the more significant. Thank you, master, she said. I couldn't have done it without your guidance. Daimon grinned. Let's not inflate my ego too much, I only pointed out the obvious paths. You did the walking. He lowered his blade, deactivating it as Sarah stood up. They both turned to face the three masters behind them who were all members of the Jedi Council. Unlike the main Jedi Council which resided on Ossus, they were members of the regional Jedi Council appointed as the masters of the Coruscant Temple. The planet Ossus was where the main Jedi Council resided, whom Daimon never saw because most of his training took place on Coruscant. But now that he has trained a Jedi from Padawan to Knight, he would have to go there to complete his trials to become a Jedi Master. He was already recommended by the members of the regional Jedi Council on Coruscant due to his achievements. If he was older, he would have been gone through the trials based off his achievements alone, but because he was considered quite young to be a master, the council wanted to see the results of his teachings. Now that he has, there was nothing stopping him from becoming a Jedi Master. First of all, I would like to congratulate you, Knight Sarah, for completing your trials. I can see that the future is bright for you, said Master Valen. Sarah responded with a slight bow of her head. Thank you, Master Valen. Turning towards Daimon, Master Nisera sitting to the right of Master Valen had spoke. Now Daimon, she began. Ever since you were a Padawan under Master Corran, we have foreseen a bright future within you due to how strong the Force is within you. You have also proven your knowledge of the Jedi arts and your dedication to training your Padawan. Therefore, it is only fitting that we proceed with the next steps in your journey. Next steps? Daimon said, a spark of excitement igniting within him. He had anticipated this moment for a long time and now it had finally come. Master Valen continued, as you know, the trials of a Jedi Master consist of 3 distinct challenges: trial of skill, trial of courage, and trial of insight. Each trial will test not only your physical prowess but also your mental fortitude and understanding of the Force. Should you succeed, Master Nisera added, you will not only earn the title of Jedi Master but also gain significant influence within the Order itself. Daimon nodded, showing that he understood the new responsibilities and the influence that he would gain from reaching the rank of Master. He was already ready, as reaching this milestone was just another step that he reached until his retirement from the Jedi Order. It was currently around 7031 BBY, approximately 30 years or so from when the 100 Year of Darkness was to begin. Within these 30 years, now that he was about to become a Jedi Master, he would come up with new lightsabers for the Order to use, as it was very limiting for him to wield the protosaber which was attached to a power pack attached to his hip. He couldn't throw his protosaber and then use the Force to control at will, plus adding how unstable the protosaber was, it was overall in need of an upgrade. How he would do this, was by going to the ancient Jedi world of Tython and finding the first blade, which was the first modern-like lightsaber created without the need for a power pack by a weapons master of the old Jedi Order. Tython was abandoned thousands of years ago in favor of Ossus, which Daimon considered to be a mistake. Because of this, the first blade has been locked away on the planet guarded by droids ever since the Jedi Order abandoned the planet. If could find the hilt of the blade, he would be able to introduce actual lightsabers to the Order instead of the severely lacking protosabers they currently have. I am honored to be able to take the trials, Daimon said as he bowed his head slightly to the masters in front of him. Since your ascension to Master is a unique case because of your age, the Central Jedi Council on Ossus will give you your trials, Master Valen proclaimed. But considering what we have seen you do, and what you have accomplished, your ascension to Master is only a matter of time. Thank you, Master Valen, for your kind words. I have worked and abided by the Jedi Code, ever since I learned about them. And with the Force as my guide, I only have to walk the path laid out for me, Daimon replied. Good, stated Master Nisera as the 3 masters stood up. Do you have anything to say, Master Kren? She asked. Master Kren, who had been quiet till now, shook his head. I don't have anything for young Daimon at this time. The Force has guided him on this journey and allowed him to reach these points. There is no doubt in my mind that he deserves to take the trials. Daimon thanks Master Kren for his kind words as he and Sarah were dismissed from the council chamber. As they were in the elevator, Sarah was slightly nudged her former master. Must be nice to get a chance to go to Ossus and meet the wisest and knowledgeable masters in the order. Indeed, it will be a great experience that I'm sure you will also go through in the future as you continue your training, Daimon replied. They continued their conversation talking about the stories they heard about Ossus as well as some other things. As they stepped out of the elevator and into the halls of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, Daimon had walked by various knights and Padawans who had greeted him. Within the temple and the Republic, Daimon's popularity was relatively high as everybody within the temple and most people within the order have heard of his accomplishments and connection with the Force. As they continued to make their way through the halls, Daimon saw a familiar face, a face he hadn't seen since he became a knight. It was the young Jedi that he had denied training because of what the Force was showing about the young Zebrik's future. Making eye contact with Daimon, Iko, the Zebrik in question, tried to hide his grudge as he bowed his head and greeted Daimon. Yet Daimon felt the lingering hatred that the boy felt from him not wanting to train him. Iko felt as though he was wronged and looked down upon by Daimon, who was much stronger than most Jedi Knights and even Masters were. Looking at Sarah beside him, Iko wanted to know what made her special and made Daimon choose her over him. Ever since he was young, he strived to become the most powerful Jedi in history, but as things were, he was still lacking in some areas. Iko's master was Knight Calger, another one of Daimon's former classmates growing up. Daimon, it's been a while, he said, stopping in the middle of the hall to talk. Yes, it has. How have you been? Are you still the weakest duelist out of our class? Daimon teased, causing Calger to roll his eyes. While I have been training, I might be able to last at least 10 seconds against you now, which is more than what I could before. The both of them laughed as they reminisced about their time when they were younger. Also, let me introduce you to the newest knight who has just ascended. Sarah stepped up and bowed her head to Calger, paying her respects to her senior. This is Sarah, my former Padawan and now the newest Jedi Knight within the temple. It's an honor to meet the former Padawan of this massive brute here, he jokingly stated. How did you survive his training? I'm curious. Sarah chuckled lightly. It wasn't easy, she said. But I learned quickly that my former master's lesson stretched beyond mere combat. He taught me to understand the Force in ways I never imagined. For that, I'll always be grateful. Calger smiled. Well said. Daimon has always had a knack for pushing others to reach their potential. Guilty as charged, Daimon replied with a grin as his attention switched to Iko. And this is Iko, my Padawan, Calgar introduced. Daimon greeted Iko and asked him a few questions about how his training was going. After a few more minutes of talking, the group went on their separate ways with Daimon heading to his ship to travel to Ossus. Inside the ship was Cortana in her fully created body waiting to take him to Ossus to complete his trials for his ascension to Master. 17. Finally a Jedi Master. Standing in front of him was Cortana within her droid body, which he only completed about a year ago due to some problems and complications he ran into trying to create something which he had never seen done before. Her face was made out of a smooth material to make her face resemble that of a human's mixed with droid features. Her body was made out of the strongest materials which she procured utilizing the funds she had procured from a few willing rich corporations and other wealthy organizations and such. Cortana's look. With a force-infused core, she had various abilities that some would consider very abnormal for a droid to be able to use, alongside her insane intelligence. Where to now, Daimon? She asked. We're going to Ossus so that I can finally become a Jedi Master and hold some influence in the Order. Daimon replied as it was about time he earned what he was due. Then the plan is proceeding on schedule then, Cortana said. She was already aware of his plans and had suggested many of her own plans which stretched out over a 500-year period, allowing Daimon to reach what the level of a Force God and then enter the next stage of his life which she knew was going to be some of the greatest moments in galactic history. Clearing the ship for departure, Cortana simultaneously set a course for Ossus while Daimon sat in one of the passenger seats which had a small computer next to it. Turning towards the computer, he looked at his current account which currently had hundreds of millions of credits in it. Cortana had been compiling the wealth into many shared accounts with high-level encryption to ensure that their funds remained secure, untouched by corrupt bureaucrats looking to exploit them or other interested people. This wealth was not merely for luxury, at least not now. It would allow him to do a lot of things once he becomes a master and after he leaves the Order. Leaving the atmosphere of Coruscant, the ship transitioned into hyperspace, the stars streaking into lines of light beyond the viewport. The journey to Ossus will take around 5 standard hours. You should meditate and prepare yourself, Daimon. Daimon nodded as he did just that for the next 5 hours. The trials that he would take on Ossus would be harder and more challenging for sure, but he can see the path laid ahead of him. It was like an intricate tapestry woven with threads of destiny, each one leading him closer to his ultimate goal. As he delved deeper into his meditation, he visualized himself standing before the council after completing his trials. Their nods of approval were followed by his appointment as a Jedi Master, giving him more sway in how the Order worked. Visions began to emerge, flashes of battles fought between Force users which Daimon knew to be the upcoming 100-year darkness. After that were visions of him meeting 3 very distinct beings whom he recognized as the Force Priestesses. And if he was seeing them in a vision, then that meant he would meet them soon enough. Daimon, Cortana's voice broke his meditation. We will arrive at Ossus in mere moments. Daimon nodded as he exited his force mediation and looked out the viewport. The lush green surface of Ossus was visible as they descended towards the Jedi Temple. Unlike on Coruscant, the Jedi Temple on Ossus was much larger as it was the central temple of the entire order. The ship landed on a designated platform on the temple grounds. Daimon stepped out onto the platform, feeling how powerful the connection to the Force was here than it was on Coruscant. As Daimon approached the grand entrance, towering pillars carved from rare stone loomed above him. He could see Jedi moving about with purpose, younglings practicing their forms, knights deep in discussion, and masters engaged in meditation. Each face held a story, some good, some bad. The doors slid open, and he stepped inside. Inside, the grand hall stretched out before him, a masterpiece of architecture and symbolism. Rays of sunlight filtered through massive stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns onto the marble floor. A tall figure clad in traditional Jedi robes approached him, their presence emanating serenity and strength. Master Valen, one of the most respected members of the Jedi Council, stopped a few steps away. Daimon, she said, we've been expecting you. Daimon bowed slightly. Master Valen, I've come to complete the trials and take my place as a Jedi Master. Her expression remained neutral, though there was a hint of curiosity. A great responsibility, and a path not taken lightly. Follow me, the council will decide if you are ready. As they walked through the corridors, Daimon couldn't help but take in the details of the temple's design. Every element seemed infused with the Force itself. He could feel its energy in the air, resonating with the walls. They entered a circular chamber where the council was gathered. The masters sat in a semicircle, their expressions as inscrutable as ever. Cortana had insisted he prepare for this moment, and now, standing here, he knew why. Unlike the master on the Coruscant temple, the central Jedi Council masters had a different presence than the ones he had met. Daimon, another voice called, this one belonging to Master Zareth, who had a reputation for being both wise and exacting. You stand before us seeking the rank of Jedi Master. But to do so, you must face the trials. Daimon nodded. I am ready. The council exchanged glances before Master Valen spoke again. The trials are not merely a test of skill but a reflection of one's connection to the Force. They test the mind, body, and soul. You will face the trial of skill, the trial of spirit, and the trial of insight. Should you succeed, the title of Jedi Master will be yours. Master Zareth leaned forward. The first trial begins now. Draw your saber. Daimon's hand moved to his waist, drawing his proto-saber, the blue light illuminating his face. Across the room, an automated training droid activated, stepping forward. But as it approached, it wasn't alone. 2 more emerged, then 3. The trial of skill, Zareth explained. Defeat them. The droids moved swiftly, their sabers igniting in a synchronized blaze of yellow. Daimon steadied his breathing, calling upon the Force to guide his movements. With a graceful arc, his saber met the first strike, sparks flying as their blades collided. The trial had begun. The droids attacked in unison, their strikes coordinated to overwhelm even the most skilled combatant. But Daimon moved with a grace and precision which mirrored the stories that the council had heard about his saber skills. His connection to the Force elevated his already insane reflexes, allowing him to anticipate their movements before they made them. He parried, deflected, and struck with precision. The first droid fell with a well-placed slash that severed its torso. The second and third adapted, their programming recalibrating to counter his techniques. Yet, Daimon's form was different from other Jedi forms. His blade was a blur of blue light as he utilized Hao own saber form to fight the droids. The second droid's blade was wrenched from its grasp by a surge of Force energy, and a swift strike rendered it inoperable. The third droid launched a series of rapid thrusts, its strikes aiming for vulnerabilities. Daimon met each one before it could strike him. As it lunged for a final attack, Daimon pivoted, using the Force to disarm it and deactivate its systems with a single precise strike. The chamber fell silent, save for the hum of Daimon's saber. He extinguished the blade and stood still in front of the council. Well done, Master Valen said. She was impressed. Your skill is undeniable. But the path of a Jedi Master requires more than prowess with a proto-saber. The next trial awaits, Master Zareth added. The trial of spirit. The chamber shifted, the walls changing into darkness as the Force itself enveloped Daimon. He found himself standing in a void, alone. Voices whispered from the shadows, doubt and fear manifesting as phantoms from his past. He saw the faces of those who tormented him in his past. But Daimon did not falter as he had long forgotten about his former life and moved on to enjoy what he could do in this life within the very universe he enjoyed. He knelt, closing his eyes and reaching deep into the Force. Instead of fighting the visions, he embraced them, acknowledging his past as he did years ago. The darkness began to recede, replaced by a blinding light as his resolve replaced the darkness. He stood once more, the whispers silenced, and the vision faded. When the chamber returned to normal, the council observed him silently. Master Valen's expression softened, a rare smile touching her lips. You have passed the trial of spirit. Few confront their inner darkness with such clarity, she said. Now, the trial of insight, Master Zareth announced. A pedestal rose from the floor, holding an ancient Jedi artifact inscribed with cryptic symbols. Decipher the meaning of this artifact. It is a test not of intellect alone, but of wisdom and your connection to the Force. Daimon stepped forward, placing his hands lightly on the artifact. He closed his eyes, utilizing the Force to get the answers he needed from the object. The symbols glowed faintly, their meanings unraveling in his mind. They spoke of balance, the eternal struggle between light and dark, and the power of unity. He realized that the artifact was not meant to be solved but understood. He turned to the council. It represents the symbiosis of the Force, how light and dark are not enemies, but parts of a greater whole. True mastery is not in conquering one, but in harmonizing them. The council exchanged glances, their collective approval clear. Master Valen rose, her voice resonating with authority. Daimon, you have faced the trials of skill, spirit, and insight, and you have prevailed. Your strength, wisdom, and connection to the Force have proven you worthy. She stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. By the will of the Force and the judgment of the council, we name you Jedi Master. Daimon bowed his head accepting the new title, as the council members also rose in unison, bowing their heads in respect. His ascension to Master marked the start of a new time for the Jedi Order, as it would see many advancements and change that would herald in a new age. A/N. Within the next 2 to 3 chapters, we will see the start of the 100-year darkness and see Daimon become a prominent member in the Jedi Order before something happens and he finally leaves the Order to go his own path. 18. Tython and the First Blade. For the next year, Daimon had settled into his role as a Jedi Master, taking on various tasks, missions, and appointments. He went back to Coruscant and taught Padawans and even knights about saber combat and Force techniques. And now that he was a master, he took part in planning some missions and taking part in missions against the Black Hand, who were on the verge of collapse. The face of the most powerful person in the Black Hand had become known after the second most powerful person was captured during a Republic raid. Now there was a hunt for the leader while the rest of the Black Hand scrambled to hiding places or dropped off the grid. Their influence within the Senate was all but gone, boosting the general public's opinion of the current Supreme Chancellor and the Jedi Order. The Black Hand leader managed to evade for months leading into the next year, which Daimon knew was the perfect time to go to Tython, especially since his custom-made ship was now completed. He submitted the design a few months ago to a well-established shipbuilder who saw the design as unique compared to what he had built in the past. It wasn't meant to be a luxury ship, yet inside it had some of the best computers and other technology integrated into it, while on the outside it appeared to be your standard light freighter. And now a few months later, the ship was completed. The ship was not just for this mission, but was for all the future missions he would take in the future. He just wanted his own ship so that he could have his own privacy and freedom. Image here. Arriving at the dock, Cortana was already on the ship waiting, so as soon as Daimon got on board, he wasted no time on heading to Tython. The trip from Coruscant to Tython was short, as Tython wasn't too far from where Coruscant was located. 2 hours later, Daimon's new ship was already breaking through the atmosphere of the planet and landing on the surface of the planet. Cortana exited the pilot's seat and out of the cockpit to the central room where Daimon was sitting browsing the computer. He was looking at the various investments that Cortana had made into various construction projects, shipbuilding ventures, and colony development, all under the alias Alaric Violos. As he was looking through all the investments, he felt the presence of what he knew to be the 9 temples that were established across the world during the time of the ancient Jedi Order. With these 9 temples he also felt the presence of the 8 Thoya, or the 8 great pyramidal ships which carried the first members of the Jedi Order to Tython during the first migration. These 8 ships and the temples were another reason for coming to Tython, as they contained ancient knowledge of the old Jedi Order and possibly lost technology. Each temple was also dedicated to 9 different things, which meant would greatly increase his own knowledge. He looked over his shoulder to the right and saw Cortana already preparing to leave the ship. "Are you gonna look at that computer forever, Daimon?" Cortana said with a playful smirk. Daimon turned back to the screen for a moment, tapping a few keys before standing. "I was just looking at all the things you've accomplished over the past year. I'm amazed at how insanely efficient you are, though I did design you like that." Cortana chuckled as she grabbed her pistol. "You realize you're supposed to be a Jedi Master, not a business mogul, right? And who says a Jedi Master can't multitask? Besides, those investments fund missions like this. I'd rather rely on that than drain the Order's resources and risk them getting curious as to what I'm doing," Daimon replied. Cortana nodded, acknowledging the point, and motioned toward the ship's exit. "Fair enough. Now, let's get moving. The sooner we start, the better. We've got a lot of ground to cover." Walking down the ramp of the ship, the mystical landscape of Tython was revealed. Hills filled with ancient ruins could be seen and the air was heavy with the presence of the Force. Daimon stepped onto the soil, immediately struck the sheer power of the planet. The Force was different, balanced yet intense at the same time. Cortana scanned the horizon for a second, spotting the place where they needed to go. "The way to the forge is this way." Cortana pointed the direction where the forge was located. "Yeah, but first we need to find the location of the hilt of the first blade in order to recreate it using a kyber crystal at the forge." Daimon explained. The hilt is said to be imbued with the Force itself, a conduit for those worthy of wielding it. It's essential for understanding how the ancient Jedi harnessed the balance between light and dark. Cortana nodded, understanding how important such an artifact could be. They set off across the terrain guided by the Force to interesting ruins along the way. Utilizing psychometry, he was able to learn the events associated with each ruins, some of which provided nothing, while others showed interesting events like some of the battles between the ancient Jedi Order and the current Jedi Order. They also encountered some of the war droids which were created by the Forge long ago. Cortana managed to hack into these droids and permanently bring them under her control. After some time, Cortana had captured dozens of war droids, creating a small army which she used to help them search other places in the area. Eventually, within some ruins hidden within a cave, the hilt of the first blade was found. The hilt was designed for a blade weapon from ancient times, which was not a problem as Daimon could use the forge to use the hilt, a kyber crystal, and a few other parts to create an actual lightsaber. The path to the forge was filled with war droids which Cortana easily dealt with, allowing them easy access to the forge. Daimon walked up the stairs, arriving at the entrance of the forge, its towering doors inscribed with ancient runes. Cortana examined the surroundings, her sharp eyes scanning for potential traps or mechanisms. Impressive architecture, she remarked. Even after millennia, the craftsmanship is remarkable. Daimon nodded, running his hand along the etched patterns on the doors. The Jedi understood balance in ways the modern Jedi can only theorize. This place wasn't just a tool, it was a sanctuary, a temple to their philosophy. With a gentle push from the Force, the massive doors slowly opened, revealing the interior of the forge. The room was immense, its walls lined with intricate machinery and carvings depicting the first migration and the creation of the Jedi Order. At its center stood the forge itself, a massive, circular device with a platform surrounded by conduits. As they stepped inside, a voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the chamber. It wasn't a voice they heard with their ears but one they felt through the Force. You who seek the wisdom of the first blade, state your purpose. Daimon stepped forward. I am Daimon, a Jedi Master seeking to understand the balance of the Force. I come to recreate the first blade and learn from the wisdom of the Jedi. The room fell silent for a moment before the voice responded. To wield the first blade is to embrace balance. The forge will test your resolve. Do you accept the trial? I accept. Daimon responded. The conduits around the forge flared to life, casting the chamber in a radiant light. The platform in the center began to shift, revealing a pedestal where the hilt of the first blade was to be placed. Daimon carefully approached, placing the ancient hilt onto the pedestal. As soon as he did, the room shifted. Suddenly, Daimon was no longer in the forge but standing in a vast, endless expanse of light and shadow. Figures began to materialize around him, silhouettes of Jedi masters from ages past. They spoke as one, their voices a harmonious blend of wisdom and warning. To achieve balance, you must confront your inner conflicts. The Force is neither light nor dark but a harmony of both. Show us that you understand this truth. The figures dissolved, replaced by manifestations of Daimon's old fears, the weight of the lives he had taken, and the temptation of power that lurked within him. Each vision felt real, and the pull of despair was strong. But Daimon stood strong, drawing on his years of training and the presence of the Force that surrounded him. He embraced both his light and dark, acknowledging his flaws without succumbing to them. The Force flowed through him, a current of equilibrium that pushed away the illusions. When the visions faded, Daimon found himself back in the forge. The hilt of the first blade was now glowing, infused with the energy of the forge. The voice spoke again. You have passed the trial. May the first blade serve as a reminder of balance and wisdom. Cortana stepped forward, watching as Daimon lifted the hilt from the pedestal. Well, that was something. Okay. I'm fine. And I think I understand now, balance isn't something you achieve, it's something you strive for every day. The forge began to dim, signaling the end of its activation. With the glowing hilt in hand, Daimon turned to Cortana. Let's finish what we came here for. Time to create the first blade anew. Together, they worked to combine the hilt, a kyber crystal, and other components in the forge, following the ancient techniques he received upon touching the forge. The process was intricate, requiring both precision and an attunement to the Force. The kyber crystal which Daimon brought had begun to turn into a yellowish gold color. Finally, as Daimon completed the assembly, the first blade ignited, neither too bright nor too dark, but a perfect blend of energy. Holding it, Daimon felt a deep connection, not just to the blade but to the very essence of the Force. It's done, Daimon said, feeling excited that he completed another step in his goals. Cortana smirked. So, what's next? Galactic conquest. Daimon laughed softly. Not yet. This blade, it will be more than a weapon. It will be a symbol of what true balance can achieve. Cortana nodded, marking his words down to see how different his future self would be compared to now. With her creation she understood the path that Daimon was going down and the dangers it presented. So, she planned to monitor what he says and does to see how different he will be once he does reach his end goal. 19. The Thoya. With an actual lightsaber in his hand now, Daimon began to test how it compared to the proto-saber that the Jedi currently used. facing off against 5 war droids who wielded ancient training sabers and blaster rifles from thousands of years. The war droids charged their movements robotic but precise due to their intelligence upgrade because of Cortana. Thanks to Cortana having the ability to interact with the Force, she is able to upgrade other droids which she takes control over. They wouldn't have the same amount of intelligence that Cortana has, but they would be much more intelligent than any normal droid would. Charging with the training sabers, the droids tried to push Daimon into one spot to limit his movements. They pointed their blasters and shot at Daimon, who easily blocked all of their shots with his new lightsaber. He then quickly moved between the droids and cut off one of their arms, effectively cutting off their shooting option. After cutting off their arm, he then finished them off with swift strikes. "Ah man, this is going to be nice," Daimon said as he practiced different moves with his lightsaber. "It seems that your new lightsaber is quite powerful," Cortana said. "Yes, it is," Daimon replied with a smile. "And with this, we can transform the entire order." Shutting down the lightsaber, he handed it to Cortana to test something. "Try and ignite it," he asked as Cortana took the lightsaber and tried to ignite it, but just as Daimon expected, it didn't activate. Interesting, Cortana was curious at first, but now she understood that this lightsaber was more than just a normal one. "It seems only you can activate it. Or maybe just those with a deep connection to the Force," Daimon retorted, unsure of what the actual reason was. "But once we return to Ossus and present this to the Council, we will find out if your theory is true or not." Cortana nodded, but for some reason she felt that her theory was correct, as finding somebody with a greater connection to Daimon was probably not impossible but would require them to search the whole galaxy. "Now, let's head to those other temples and learn as much as we can from them," Daimon ordered as he was done with the forge for now but would keep a small detachment of droids to keep it secured. Thankfully the Jedi Order had never gone back to Tython in thousands of years, giving him a chance to establish a sort of base on the planet for future use. Taking his ship, he proceeded to Akar-Kesh, also known as the Temple of Balance. It was located atop a giant rock pillar beneath what Daimon remembered to be the main Thoya which linked all the others together. As soon as his ship landed, he felt something pulling him towards the temple, as if the pyramid ship itself was calling to him. Taking a step inside the temple, Daimon had wandered to the center of the temple, below the point where the ship was hovering. As soon as he stepped into the center of the temple, a blinding light had activated, only it wasn't just a light, as it started to lift Daimon off of the ground and towards the ceiling, which began to open. Cortana was in distress as he was just caught in some sort of trap or something and tried to scan the room for something to shut it off, but she couldn't find anything. Daimon, who saw her panicking, shook his head. "Don't worry, Cortana, I don't feel any danger from this, so this might be something good. Just explore the rest of the temple till I get back." Cortana reluctantly nodded as she sent a few of the droids to go search different areas of the temple. Meanwhile, Daimon continued to float up into the air until he ascended into the ship which was floating above the temple. The place where he ended up was completely dark, yet the Force was immensely strong all around him. A few seconds later, a figure had emerged on the other side of the room, staring at Daimon as if waiting for him to approach. Sensing no ill intentions or any danger, Daimon calmly walked to where the figure was standing, only to see that it was the Force ghost of a human. "I'm sorry to bring you here unannounced, but you are the first Force user to come to this temple in thousands of years," said the human Force ghost. This was not the first time that Daimon had encountered something that went beyond the Star Wars lore that he knew, and he knew it wouldn't be the last. "My name is Jedi Master Daimon of the Jedi Order. Are you what is called the Thoya?" Daimon asked. He figured that it must be the Thoya, as it was stated that they were able to communicate through the Force. "You are correct, Master Daimon. Though we truly have no name, it is the name that the former Jedi Order used to refer to us and has since been passed down through time. Even this form we appear to you as now is simply something we thought would better grab your attention rather than talking in your head," replied the Thoya. "This is very interesting. I never thought I would be standing here talking to such ancient relics when I visited this planet." It was true, since he was just planning on visiting each temple and understanding the teachings of the ancient Jedi Order. But here he was talking to the very relics that the Jedi Order was based off of. "We are also very interested in knowing what brings a powerful Force user such as yourself here after thousands of years," asked the Thoya. "I've come here to learn more about the Force and the history of the Jedi Order," Daimon answered. However, the Thoya could see that there was more to it than that and had used the overwhelming amount of Force power that it had to pick Daimon up off the ground once more and held him in the air. "I can sense that there is more, yet you won't tell me. If that's the case, I will forcefully reveal what it's your mind." The Force ghost of the Thoya placed its hand upon Daimon's head, prepared to extract what knowledge it needed. But before it could, Daimon conceded. "Wait. I will let you see everything willingly, just don't forcefully extract it." Removing its hand away from Daimon's head, the Force ghost released its hold on him, allowing him free control over his body again. Daimon opened up his mind, allowing the Thoya to see what he truly wanted, including all his plans that he had. Seeing what was in his mind, the Thoya became intrigued and also curious. It was intrigued at Daimon's plan, as it wasn't bad and would also lead more people down the path of balance rather than worshipping one side over the other. His actions while he was a Jedi also reflected what he had planned. while it was curious at the other stuff which was blocked by an external force much more powerful than itself. Not wanting to anger that external force, the Thoya didn't try and pry any further but focused on the stuff that it could see. You're an intriguing one, Daimon, I'll give you that. In fact, let me apologize for taking such rash actions. Daimon shook his head. No need to apologize, if I was in your shoes, I'd do the same. The Force Ghost nodded, glad that its apology was accepted. So, what now? Daimon asked, curious as to what would happen now that he met with one of the Thoya. Well, it's been thousands of years since the civil war which split the Jedi Order into two, causing the other order to win. Then they abandoned the planet after the war severed the connection between the 8 ships. We brought them here to learn balance, yet in the end, they fought amongst themselves and became misguided. From what the Thoya was saying, Daimon already had an idea of where this was going. So, if you help me to reconnect with the other ships, they will be yours to control and do with as you see fit. The Thoya saw what Daimon's future held through the Force and decided to follow him on this path which would produce more balance in the Force. That's not what I expected, to be honest. He thought the Thoya would work with him, not allow him to control the ships outright. Not that he was complaining, as this was an even better outcome for him. The Force is extremely balanced within you, and after re-establishing control over the other 7 ships, that balance will increase alongside your ability to use the Force. With your psychometry Force ability, you will be able to learn new abilities and increase your power with the Force. The same thing cannot happen to others, but they can learn the new abilities that you learn and will have a higher Force ability because of their balance between the 2 sides of the Force. Explained the Thoya. To say he hit the jackpot would be an understatement. Not only would he grow in strength and learn new abilities, but he can also teach these abilities and knowledge to others sometime in the future. The Jedi Order was too far gone with their light side philosophy for him to care about their future, which is partially why he would never allow them to reap the benefits of the ships. I accept your offer, he declared. I will help you reconnect with the other ships, and together we will usher in a new era of balance for the galaxy. Then let us begin, it said, as a surge of energy began to flow into Daimon. He saw visions of the 7 ships scattered across the planet, hidden within ancient temples. After this he was returned to Cortana, who had discovered some ancient texts and alongside various other things associated with the old Jedi Order. She was glad to see him and curious about the change she felt from him. Daimon briefly explained what happened, shocking Cortana before they proceeded to reconnect the other ships spread across the planet. When they discovered the first ship, it was being guarded by some droids, which Cortana took control of, allowing Daimon to reconnect it to the main ship. The same thing happened as they found the other ships until they finally reached the last ship. It was hidden beneath the ocean on the planet, making it difficult to reach via ship. Instead, Cortana had to swim down herself, allowing Daimon to reconnect the ship through her. With all ships reconnected, the amount of knowledge and power that he gained was immense. He could sense the ships, all 8 of them, now connected as one. They were more than just machines, they were extensions of himself, alive within the Force. He saw himself as a pivotal figure in the galaxy, destined to carve out his own empire and bring balance to not just the Force, but eventually the galaxy. For the next 3 months, he stayed learning to control his new power and learn new abilities that were lost in time. Throughout this time, the war droids were used to reconstruct the temples and mine resources from the planet to produce more droids using the forge. These droids were then used to establish numerous bases on the planet to keep any ships that wandered onto the planet away and keep what was on the planet a secret. At the end of the 3 months, Daimon had learned a lot, but it was not time for him to return to the Jedi Order until the 100 Years of Darkness began. He already saw a vision which showed him the path forward, which required him to remain in the Order so that the 100 Years of Darkness can begin. 20. Division within the Order. Returning to the Jedi Temple on Ossus, Daimon presented the new lightsaber to the Council, explaining how the Force gave him the knowledge on how to improve the protosabers and create the lightsaber weapon, allowing it to be wielded without a power pack. The Council was fascinated with the new improvement, asking Daimon to show them how it was created. For this demonstration, he had already prepared a secondary lightsaber separate from his own to show the demonstration. He took the lightsaber apart using the Force, showing the individual pieces before putting it back together. He then showed them the different ways to wield it, including how to ignite it. Using his mind, he moved the lightsaber around, making it spin as if it were an extension of his body. Some of the masters were fascinated while others were indifferent, but ultimately the Council decided to adopt the new design for all new lightsabers within the Order. Since Daimon was the one with the knowledge on how to create these new lightsabers, he was given the title of Weapons Master of the Order and would oversee all lightsaber production for the foreseeable future. He accepted this appointment as it would give him more influence in the Order. On Ossus, a new building was constructed which would be where the new Jedi Order forge was also constructed. Unlike the forge he saw on Tython, the forge he had constructed would only be able to forge lightsabers for the Order and nothing else. The Council transferred a few knights to Daimon to help him with the forge. For Daimon this was good, as he could teach the knights how to work the forge so that he didn't always need to be present. So, the knights were taught how to work the forge, or more precisely how to show others how they would create their own lightsabers. The process was like how Daimon forged his lightsaber, the Jedi who was going to forge his or her lightsaber would gather a kyber crystal which they were attuned with from one of the kyber crystal planes on Ossus that resonates uniquely with them, reflecting their inner nature and connection to the Force. Once the Jedi had their kyber crystal, they would return to the forge to construct their lightsaber. After that the Jedi would meditate to envision the design of their lightsaber. The hilt's design would reflect the Jedi's personality, culture, and combat style. Then finally the Jedi would assemble the components of the lightsaber which included the kyber crystal, core of the blade, focusing lenses, to channel the energy, emitter matrix, to shape the blade, power cell, and other parts that make the weapon functional. Once the lightsaber was complete, the Jedi would activate it to ensure it functions properly. The Jedi may then fine-tune the blade's length, intensity, and other characteristics to suit their combat style. Different types of lightsaber designs were created for various roles within the Order. The double-blade lightsaber was reserved for the temple guards as they needed it to defend the temple, while the standard lightsaber was used by most Jedi. The blue lightsaber was reserved for guardians, the green for consulars, and yellow for the sentinel profession, though most still used the basic blue lightsaber. Purple was another color, but only a handful of masters had chosen that color to symbolize their balance in the Force. The lightsaber was a major improvement that would help the Order for generations to come. For the next 5 years, 7025 BBY, Daimon stayed on Ossus, which began to see a lot more traffic because of all the Jedi who traveled to forge their own lightsabers. Daimon also took up a teaching role to train the next generation young Jedi from when they were very young until they got assigned as a Padawan. During this time Daimon and her Shrimi, his childhood friend from their days as a youngling, had gone on dozens of missions together and trained together at every chance they got. Shrimi, who also passed her Jedi Master trials and was now a master, giving her a lot of freedom and influence within the Order. However, her own training had come to a halt as she couldn't progress any further, and then there was the addition of the new lightsaber. So, she sought out Daimon, a person she considered a close friend who would always find a way to help her keep improving herself. And he did just that. Over the course of 2 years, she saw an exponential growth in her abilities. The training was grueling, but Shrimi persevered. Day after day, she pushed herself harder, testing her strength and resilience. And slowly, but surely, she began to see results. Her movements became sharper, her connection to the Force deepened, and her mastery of the new lightsaber technique surpassed many of her peers. Daimon guided her as a friend who understood her struggles. Shrimi's growth did not go unnoticed by the Jedi High Council. They admired her dedication and skill, but some began to grow concerned about the unconventional methods Daimon employed. Though undeniably effective, his teachings often diverged from the traditional Jedi philosophy, incorporating principles that leaned towards the dark side of the Force. By 7023 BBY, Daimon had solidified his position as one of the most influential figures within the Order. The Council, recognizing the impact of his innovations, granted him more autonomy to train select Jedi Knights and Masters in advanced techniques. This allowed Daimon to further expand his ideas of balance and preparation, planting the seeds for a shift that would soon test the very foundation of the Jedi Order. While Daimon's teachings garnered many admirers, they also attracted scrutiny. Some Masters viewed his emphasis on balance as dangerous, fearing it could lead Jedi astray. Cortana, meanwhile, had been quietly monitoring the galaxy's shifting currents. Through her control of advanced war droids and her ability to interact with the Force, she created a small corporation with the money she procured. The face of the corporation was another Jedi who fled the war on their homeworld in search of new opportunities. The Jedi in question was named Valkorion, and Cortana could see his potential for being charismatic and cunning, and if taught well he already had a natural talent for business and intrigue. With Cortana's guidance, Valkorion was educated on dozens of things and had sworn his allegiance to Daimon. Valkorion rose to prominence in the galactic underworld, amassing wealth and influence. As the years passed, Valkorion's corporation called Astralis Dynamics expanded its reach. Shipyards were acquired, technologies were patented, and alliances were forged with powerful galactic players. Using the corporation and its assets, Cortana started to build up a small fleet of ships which would take years to build because of the research and technologies that she wanted to create to make the fleet very powerful. For now, small frigates, cruisers, and transport ships were acquired and retrofitted to be able to transport the droids from Tython when they were needed. The droids on Tython also saw their own improvement with modern weapons and updated systems to allow them to become a fight force. Their number by now had reached 20,000, which could have been more, but Daimon wasn't planning on using them for any galactic conquest. He had other plans for how he would establish his empire, which was still a long time in the making. In the meantime, Daimon began training a select group of Jedi, those who he believed could walk the path of balance. These Jedi, known as the Wardens of Unity, were sworn to protect the ideals of balance. This brought him in conflict with the Jedi High Council, but no direct action was taken due to how decentralized the Jedi Order was during this period in time. The older Jedi High Counselors were also starting to die due to old age and were replaced with new masters. Daimon wasn't one of those masters despite his achievements in the Order. He didn't care though, as his time in the Order was already limited due to the upcoming conflict. Daimon had created armor for himself to prepare for the conflict. Image here. 20 years later, 7003 BBY. Daimon, age, 52. The time that Daimon had been patiently waiting for had arrived. For the past 25 years, he has been expanding his influence, expanding Astralese dynamics, and continuing his study of the Jedi order ways and such. His knowledge had grown, as did his power. Sarah had become a prominent master within the order and was even on the Jedi High Council. Her being taught by Daimon carried her a long way alongside her own development. She had trained 2 Padawans so far and was considered a very powerful among her generation of Jedi Masters, though there were others who were close to or even a little bit stronger than her. The Wardens of Unity, while small, were very popular within the Order, but Daimon only accepted those whom he knew could achieve balance. Their continued existence along with the rise in Dark Jedi had caused the Order to become increasingly divided, with some Jedi considering the new philosophy a necessity, while others regarded it as an infection spreading within their ranks. By now, Astralese dynamics had grown to become a powerful entity in the galactic economy. It participated not just in commerce but in politics as well, with Valkorion representing the corporation in various galactic conclaves. Meanwhile, on the fringes of known space, Cortana's fleet was steadily growing. A formidable armada was being assembled in secrecy. The droids from Tython, supplemented by new state-of-the-art droids, formed a powerful and adaptable fighting force. Daimon used this fleet to explore the unknown parts of the galaxy and discover safe hyperspace lanes throughout the galaxy to reach the unknown parts of the galaxy. This way, when he created his own empire, he could conquer resource-rich planets that weren't in the Republic yet. Back on Ossus, a Jedi Master by the name of Ahunta Paul had, through his studies, discovered the secret of creating and shaping life. This discovery had made the Jedi High Council fearful of this power as it practiced manipulating life through the dark side. The Council wished to suppress such knowledge, receptive to its potential exploitation and the aberration of nature it presented. As such, the Jedi High Council deemed it an abomination of the Force and sought to erase all practice of it. They barred the teachings of Paul and his followers, deeming him a pawn of the dark side of the Force. Angered by what they deemed Jedi arrogance, Master Paul and his followers declared war on the Order, causing a massive battle to break out throughout the Order. Dark Jedi all over the Order who saw this chance joined Master Paul and his dark side followers against the Jedi Order, marking the beginning of what would be a century-long conflict. A/N Next chapter will showcase the fighting between the Dark Jedi and Jedi Order. A certain situation will also occur that will spark Daimon's exile from the Order. I won't say much here, but tomorrow's chapter will explain everything. 21. Dark Jedi Attack. Leading a group of Jedi to attack the Jedi High Council was the Dark Jedi Knight Zender. He was as ferocious in his belief in the dark side as he was skilled with a lightsaber. With a number of followers at his back, he battled through the entrance of the temple, taking out many temple guards and other Jedi along the way. Simultaneously, from another front, Master Paul and his Dark Jedi followers stormed the other sections of the temple. Master Paul had managed to take out many Jedi, but once more knights came, he and his followers were starting to be pushed back. Daimon had sent the wardens to try and protect the younglings and try to get control of the situation before more people ended up dying. But due to their small number, they could only be in so many places at once and gradually found themselves overwhelmed. The Jedi High Council had branded the Dark Jedi as an enemy of the Order and officially ordered all Jedi to defend the temple and protect their own, while seizing or putting down any Dark Jedi they came across. Master Paul, those Warden Knights are intervening on the Jedi side and becoming a nuisance. Should we eliminate them too? One of the Dark Jedi, a human named Kanashe, asked. Paul paused, his eyes looking over the chaos before him. The conflicting energy of the dark and light side Force users could be felt by all Jedi throughout the Republic. There were uncertain lines, blurred alliances that hung in the balance. The Wardens of Unity were one such case, belonging to neither faction fully, yet defending in favor of the Jedi. We'll deal with them, if necessary, Kanashe, Paul answered. Our focus should remain on our primary objective. Kanashe nodded as he struck down a knight who was running at him. In another part of the temple, Shirmi was defending a group of younglings from 4 Dark Jedi who came to take them away and corrupt them in the ways of the dark side. She originally had 3 of the temple guards with her, but they were cut down by one of the lead Jedi whom she recognized as the former Jedi Knight Iko, whom Daimon refused to train decades ago. Master Shirmi, is it? Iko sneered. I know you've been trained by Master Daimon, but his teachings can only take you so far. The power of the dark side is beyond anything you could fathom and far stronger than Daimon himself. Shirmi tightened her grip on her green lightsaber. Her calm demeanor was a front for what she was feeling. She stepped in front of the younglings, blocking the 4 Dark Jedi from getting to them. Iko, you were once a Jedi. I remember the potential in you, the light that guided you. You don't have to do this. Unlike Daimon, she didn't see what Iko would become when she first met him. Iko laughed coldly. Spare me the lecture. Daimon may have turned his back on me, but the dark side has shown me the truth of this galaxy. Strength is all that matters. The 3 Dark Jedi behind Iko fanned out, encircling Shirmi and the younglings. Despite being outnumbered, Shirmi's confidence remained strong. She took a deep breath, centering herself in the Force. The younglings watched her, their fear palpable, but Shirmi's presence kept them calm. I won't let you harm them, she said firmly. If you've truly embraced the dark side, then you know what it means to face a Jedi Master. Without another word, Iko lunged forward, his blade striking with brutal precision. Shrimi parried, her movements fluid and precise, honed through years of relentless training. The clash of sabers illuminated the narrow corridor as the other dark Jedi joined the fray. Shrimi's mastery of Form 3, Sorso, allowed her to deflect their attacks with ease, her green blade a blur of motion. She countered with swift strikes, forcing the dark Jedi to retreat momentarily. However, Iko was relentless, his strength and aggression pushing her to her limits. As the battle raged, Shrimi tapped into the lessons Daimon had taught her about balance. She allowed herself to feel the emotions coursing through her, fear for the younglings, anger at Iko's betrayal, but she did not let them control her. Instead, she channeled them into her connection with the Force, her movements becoming even more precise and deliberate. Suddenly, Shrimi saw an opening. With a swift motion, she disarmed one of the Dark Jedi, destroying his lightsaber in the process. A powerful force push sent him flying hard into one of the walls, knocking him unconscious. Two more Dark Jedi advanced, but Shrimi's focus never wavered. She dispatched one with a spinning strike, her blade cutting through his guard, and the other with a well-placed force-enhanced kick, knocking the air out his lungs. Now it was just her and Iko. "You've grown stronger," Iko admitted, his breathing heavy. "But strength alone won't save you." Shrimi's gaze hardened. "Neither will hatred." The two clashed once again with Iko's strikes growing erratic, fueled by frustration and desperation. Shrimi remained calm and parried every strike that Iko sent. Suddenly, Iko roared, throwing a force-powered punch that Shrimi narrowly dodged. Iko then used the momentum and spun around, his saber cutting through the air towards her. Shrimi parried the attack as the blades clashed. She then sent a swift kick which sent Iko staggering back, allowing Shrimi to regain her footing. Meanwhile, Daimon had already sensed that she was in trouble and was making his way across the temple in his armor. He had killed several Dark Jedi already in his path without having to draw his lightsaber. Each attack was infused with a large portion of his power which was too much for your average Force user to handle. Back to the fight between Iko and Shrimi. Despite her training, Iko began to overpower her. The dark side amplified his strength and speed, and his attacks became wild and unpredictable. Shrimi struggled to keep up, her Form 3 defenses beginning to falter under the onslaught. "You should have joined Daimon in his arrogance," Iko shouted, his voice echoing with rage. "Now you'll die for his mistakes." Shrimi countered with a swift strike aimed at his exposed side, but Iko anticipated the move. He sidestepped and unleashed a force wave that sent her crashing into the wall. The impact left her dazed, but she forced herself to stand, her lightsaber trembling in her hand. The younglings cowered behind her, their wide eyes filled with terror. Shrimi's resolve hardened as she pushed through the pain. "I won't let you win, Iko," she said, her voice steady despite the strain her body felt. Iko smirked, his blue blade glowing brighter as he stepped closer. "You already have." With a sudden burst of speed, Iko closed the distance, his blade arcing downward. Shrimi blocked the strike but was forced to one knee from the sheer force of the blow. Iko's next attack sliced her lightsaber in half, leaving her defenseless. Breathing heavily, Shrimi raised her hand, using the force to block his next strike, which was successful, until he delivered another to her stomach, sending her crashing into the wall once again. "You fought well, Master Shrimi," he said mockingly. "But the dark side always triumphs over the light side, when wielded by those who know how to use it, that is." He lifted her up against the wall with the force, then in one motion pulled her towards him and cut her in half with his lightsaber. Seeing their master defeated by the Dark Jedi, the younglings were terrified and began to huddle together as Iko approached them with a crazy smile on his face. But before he could take another step closer to the younglings, the room had felt extremely cold. Then out of nowhere, his body wouldn't move, or more like, it didn't want to move another step. That's when he heard the footsteps approaching behind him. He also finally felt an overwhelming presence of anger and hate. He felt fear for the first time since becoming a Jedi, and he wanted to know the source of his fear. He turned slowly, his body forced to obey despite his hesitation. Walking towards him was a towering figure wearing what he recognized as golden-colored armor with a crack on his mask. The crack on the mask was not caused because of Daimon's previous fights with the other Dark Jedi, but because of his inability to make it in time. As soon as he felt Shrimi die, the amount of anger and hate he felt grew exponentially. "Head Daimon," Iko said, forcing a smile on his face despite the dread he felt. "You're too late." There were no words exchanged between the two as Daimon stood still, his imposing presence filling the corridor with an oppressive weight. His silence was deafening, more terrifying than any outburst could have been. Slowly, he raised his hand, and Iko's body was yanked forward by an invisible force, crashing to the floor in front of him. Iko tried to scramble to his feet, but he found himself paralyzed, pinned by Daimon's will. His heart raced as he felt the air grow heavier, each breath he took was a struggle. "You." Daimon finally spoke, his voice low and cold, each word cutting through the air like a blade. "You killed her. You took her from me." His eyes, visible through the crack in his mask, burned with fury. "She was weak," Iko spat, forcing a defiant tone despite his trembling body. "Like you once were." "The dark side." Daimon didn't let him finish. With a flick of his wrist, Eiko's mouth snapped shut, his jaw locked by the Force. You don't speak, Daimon growled. Not now, not ever again. With his other hand, Daimon extended his grip, and Eiko screamed silently as his limbs were pulled in opposite directions. The bones in his arms and legs strained, the pain sharp and unbearable. Daimon's expression remained unmoved with a cold expressionless face. You wanted power, strength. Let's see how strong you are when everything is taken from you. Daimon clenched his fist, and a sickening crack echoed through the corridor as one of Eiko's arms twisted unnaturally. The silent screams intensified as Daimon moved to the other arm, then his legs. Each movement was deliberate, designed to inflict the maximum amount of pain. You thought the dark side made you invincible, Daimon said, stepping closer. He removed his mask, revealing his red eyes consumed by rage. But all it's done is make you pathetic. Eiko's body twitched as Daimon intensified his grip, the Force constricting around his throat. Daimon leaned down, his face inches from Eiko's. You wanted to see what true power looks like. He threatened. You'll regret that wish. Daimon raised his hand again, and Eiko's body was lifted into the air. The pressure increased, and the sound of cracking ribs echoed in the room. Eiko's eyes bulged as Daimon began to manipulate the Force directly within his body, his blood vessels bursting under the strain. Finally, Daimon let Eiko drop to the floor, his body broken and barely alive. Daimon crouched beside him, his voice low and filled with venom. Your pain doesn't end here. You'll live long enough to feel the weight of everything you've done. He placed a hand on Eiko's chest, and a sudden surge of energy coursed through his body. Eiko screamed as Daimon poured his grief and rage into him, which was too much for his mind to handle. When Daimon finally stood up, Eiko lay motionless on the ground, his eyes wide and empty. Daimon turned to the younglings, his expression softening as he extended a hand to them. Come with me, he said gently. You're safe now. He was going to return the younglings back to the temple and then have a nice, private, conversation with the Jedi High Council. 22. Leaving the Order. Let's go, we can't stay here, shouted Master Paul to his followers. Their war against the Jedi wasn't going to be decided in a day, so before they lost too many, he ordered a retreat from the planet. Thankfully he planned this out before he declared war against the Order, so they had enough transport standing by for them. If they wanted to beat the Jedi Order and the Republic, they would need time to gather their forces and launch campaigns against Republic worlds to weaken them. The Jedi Order tried to mount a counterattack seeing the enemy retreating, but they ultimately failed and the Dark Jedi and their followers were able to escape. The Jedi High Council themselves had joined the fight and managed to kill a few Dark Jedi followers before they escaped. But the 12 main Dark Jedi were able to escape from the planet, which would prove to be a problem for the Jedi High Council as they wanted to put an end to this war quickly. Approaching the temple still wearing his golden armor, Daimon was almost stopped by a few temple guards as they had never seen him wearing this armor before. But after he removed his helmet, the temple guards let him pass without any problems. The Jedi High Council at this time was convening a meeting with themselves. Out of the 12 members of the Jedi High Council, only 8 were present. Walking through the doors of the High Council chamber, Daimon was met with the glaring eyes of the 8 members of the Jedi High Council. Ah, Master Daimon. We didn't expect to see you here so soon after the battle, Master Ulrich greeted, his eyes narrowing slightly at the sight of Daimon's armor. Daimon didn't want to waste too much time talking to the council, so he got straight to the point. How long is it going to take the council to realize that some changes need to be made to the order for it to not have situations like these happen? His blunt question echoed through the chamber, causing a ripple of shock among the council members. The silence was broken by Master Syalan, one of the wise and seasoned members of the council. We understand your concerns, Daimon, he responded. Your anger is justified. We have indeed suffered greatly today, but we must remain careful not to let emotion cloud our judgment. Shaking his head, Daimon felt disappointed at the fact that the order was so caught up in its one-sided worship that it was blinded to what was logical. Emotion will always be a part of us, Syalan. It's time you realize that sticking to old ways won't help us in these changing times. This time it was Master Quillen who interrupted, his stern voice echoing through the chamber. Watch your tone, Daimon. You may not agree with our methods, but remember your place. We are not emotionless beings, but nor are we ruled by our emotions. Among the council, he was the main person who wanted to banish Daimon and the Wardens of Unity. Daimon glared at Quillen, thinking about whether or not he should choke him out here in front of the council. Ultimately, he decided not to, as that would turn the council against him, which is something he didn't want to do right now. I'll ignore what you just said, because of what I am about to say next. Daimon responded. Since the order won't change, I can no longer see a good future for the order. This same thing happened with the legions of Leto thousands of years ago, and now it has happened again. Nothing will change unless the order starts using logic over blind adherence to old ways. Thus, I will walk my own path. Master Syalan was the first to respond. Daimon, your idea is radical, he said cautiously. Our traditions have been molded from centuries of wisdom and learning. If you want to leave, then by all means. Hearing this, Master Lyra, a diplomat known for her empathy and skill in resolving disputes, interrupted the two. Daimon, I know why you want to leave, but after what just happened, I had hoped to rely on your skills during this dark time. Now more than ever we need people like you. However, if you must leave, then I understand. The other members of the council besides Master Silent had each nodded their heads at what Master Lyra just said. They each knew Daimon's strength and influence within the order. Even Master Silent knew, he just hoped the other members of the council would back him up. I'm sorry Master Lyra, but my time here is up. I wish you and the order well in your future endeavors, and may the Force be with you. Daimon responded turning around, heading towards the door. And may it be with you Daimon. Master Lyra responded as she side-eyed Master Silent. As Daimon made his way out of the council chambers, he pulled up his communicator and told Cortana to prepare his ship. He had successfully left the Order on good terms, preventing his name from being tarnished in history and being exiled from both the Order and the Republic. Returning to the Forge, Daimon was met with a few members of the Wardens of Unity and the Jedi Knight who was second only to Daimon. He had been training this knight to eventually take his place when he leaves the Order. The knight's name was Kellen, a 30-year-old Jedi Knight in charge of overseeing the creations of lightsabers in Daimon's place. Standing in front of the group, Daimon prepared to make his announcement. I have decided to leave the Jedi Order, he began. The room fell into an instant hush. I realize this will impact each of you differently, but I believe this is best for all involved. A/N Daimon's reasoning for not taking the Wardens with him is due to the fact that they have all already been indoctrinated by the Jedi teachings. While they strive for balance, outright performing bad actions like the ones Daimon will take and have already taken will raise some questions from within. So instead, the Wardens of Unity will remain a part of the Order and continue teaching balancing the Force for the foreseeable future. Kellen was the first to break the silence. And what should we do now, Master? His question was the same as all the other ones had. Daimon looked at each one of them before responding. You will continue to teach the balance of the two others in the Order as we have done for the past 20 or so years. Your place is here within the Order, continuing to teach the ways of balance within the Force to the next generations to come. Kellen, I have prepared you for this for the past decade and you are more than capable to lead the Wardens of Unity in my place. Kellen nodded, understanding his new responsibilities, but still curious as to why Daimon wanted to leave the Order. For all he knew, Daimon was the most powerful Jedi at this very moment, and now they were losing him at a crucial time. He began to imagine that it was probably the council that said or did something, but now was not the time to throw blame around. He must respect Daimon's decision and move on. As Daimon left, the message was passed down to the other Wardens of what happened. A few minutes later, Daimon's ship took off from Ossus and took to space, ready for the next chapter in Daimon's journey. 23. The Force Priestesses. On board his ship, watching the planet disappear as they jumped to hyperspace, Daimon sat in silence as he was still feeling the loss of the one person whom he was closest to in this second life of his. He wished he understood the visions that he received decades ago which showed him a small glimpse of what was going to happen. It made him realize that his understanding of the Force was much smaller than he originally thought. He thought he made significant progress over the years, especially with him gaining various new abilities because of the 8 Thoya ships. But it seems he has a long way to go. He remained in solitude for a few minutes before he emerged from his room and entered the cockpit where Cortana was sitting. She knew he was grieving from the death of Shrimi, so she decided not to bring the matter up. So, now that we are done with Order, are we going to conquer some planets and forge an empire, or are we still slowly building up our power? Cortana half-jokingly stated. She knew they weren't ready for that just yet, as Daimon still had some ways to go before he can reach the pinnacle of what a Force user could be. While it is very tempting to start conquering planets, we're not going to do that just yet. Daimon responded. First, now that I am done with the Order, I will strive to learn both the cosmic and living Force before we start our great conquest. In fact, how has the search gone for the Force planet? He himself had tried to use the Force to guide him to the planet over the years, but for some reason the Force wasn't guiding him or couldn't guide him. He tried this over the last 2 decades while also tasking Cortana with using the Armada to search for the planet. And over the past 2 decades they haven't been able to find the planet. We have been searching within the massive nebulas that cloud the deep core, but there is just so much space that it is taking a while to find anything. Based off what Daimon remembered, in canon, Master Yoda found the planet in a bright nebula within the deep core of the galaxy while being guided by the Force. We need to hurry and find that planet so I can meet with the Force Priestesses, expand my power. And since I have nothing better to do at the moment, let's try and search for ourselves. Daimon suggested. Cortana already knew he was going to suggest this, which was why she was already heading to where the massive nebula was at. This was his first time seeing the nebula. As before, he tried to use the Force to guide him while he was on Ossus. Upon emerging from hyperspace, Daimon immediately got a massive headache that caused him to fall to one knee. Cortana, what's going on? He asked. However, Cortana didn't say anything and just kept flying without looking back. Using what strength he could, he reached up to grab hold of Cortana only for him to lose consciousness before he could. Cortana, who was currently being controlled by a powerful entity, continued to fly to some unknown location within the nebula. A few minutes later, the ship emerged from the nebula and was greeted with the sight of a planet. It was the Force planet which they had been looking for all along. Daimon was still unconscious as the ship descended to the surface of the planet. Landing on the surface of the planet, the ship's door was opened, and Daimon's body was carried by the Force through the air until he arrived in front of 5 ethereal beings. Descending to stand in front of him, the leader of the 5 ethereal beings had lifted her control over his mind, allowing him to regain consciousness. As the dizziness that he felt from being forcefully controlled faded, he was met with the sight of the 5 ethereal beings whom he recognized. They appeared exactly how he remembered them, with hazy outlines taking the form of humanoid figures, and faint glows surrounding them. Each one was distinct, their auras representing serenity, joy, anger, confusion, and sadness. "I've been expecting you, Daimon," the priestess of serenity spoke up with a voice that was so soothing to Daimon's ears. "Then you know why I'm here?" Daimon asked, first feeling a sense of relief for not needing to explain everything, followed immediately by caution. He knew that these beings were unpredictable and powerful beyond belief. "Yes, he told us that you would eventually come here," responded the priestess of joy, "but the question is, are you ready for what comes next?" The first thought he had was that damned god who was probably enjoying all the things that he has had to go through so far. "I think I've proven that I am with my actions thus far," Daimon responded confidently. He did not come this far for nothing. The expressions on the faces of each of the priestess remained the same as they stared at him, judging every second of his existence. The priestess of sadness, covered in shades of purple and grue, spoke next. "Proven? Perhaps," she said with melancholy in her voice. "You do have 8 powerful artifacts in your possession, but you have yet to unlock their true power." The priestess of anger interjected. "And besides, this isn't about proving your worth. It's about understanding. The Force is balance," explained the priestess of confusion, a slight frustration noticeable in her tone. "You rely too heavily on power and control, but there are aspects of the Force you yet fail to grasp." Daimon absorbed their words carefully, his eyes closed as he nodded his head in understanding. He was aware that his knowledge of the Force was not complete. It was the very reason why he had made this journey. "But you have piqued our interests, as you are the first mortal to not only be aware of our existence, but to know where to search. Because of this we will teach you, but you must first pass our trials." "Trials? What sort of trials?" Daimon asked. The priestesses looked at each other, before responding to his question. It was the priestess of joy who spoke next, her voice echoing around him. "Each of us will propose a test to measure your understanding of the Force. These tests are not about your power or skill, but about how you perceive the Force and how you react to it." "Indeed," added the priestess of anger, the aura around her radiating brighter for a moment, "each trial will put you in unusual situations where the use of your skills or powers won't help you directly. You must instead rely on your intuition and your connection with the Force." Remembering his old master's teachings about such trials, a wave of nostalgia swept over Daimon. This was familiar, yet not these priestesses were something entirely new to him, and yet he felt like he knew them. "Very well," he said with a determined nod. "I am ready to undergo these trials." The priestess of serenity moved closer to him than any had so far. Her glow seemed to be touching his very skin as she whispered, "Your first trial begins now." Suddenly, Daimon was thrust out from his own body, his consciousness suspended in the vortex of space and time. He could see himself, kneeling before the ethereal beings below, but he was also here, among the endless cosmos, looking down on the entire galaxy. His awareness expanded, and he felt connected to everything. He felt the rush of supernovas, the chill of dark matter pools. More than this, he tapped into lives, trillions upon trillions, embroiled in their own joys and sorrows across countless civilizations. A whisper of laughter traveled through him. It was joy. "Relax," she said, "humility is the first step to acceptance." He pulled his attention away from the staggering panorama surrounding him and focused inward. In his mind's eye, he saw an image, a mirror casting waves across still waters. And within those depths was reflected his past and future, all choices leading to infinite paths. "Test yourself," came Anger's voice. "What do you see in the reflection?" Daimon saw hundreds of images flicker past. He saw himself in his previous life, playing as a joyful child, a teenager who became the victim of being weak, and now his adult self in his second life conquering planets as he spread his empire far and wide. On another image, he saw himself leading armies into battle, making allies and enemies across the galaxy throughout time. But it wasn't just victories and triumphs he was seeing. He also watched moments of doubt, fear, loss, defeat. Seeing his friends taken by war and conflict. Instances when his decisions led to disaster. Among these images, he saw himself turning cold and ruthless over time. The immense power that he gained was beginning to corrupt him. Then, abruptly there was another image, where he had grown several thousand years old and was standing at the top of a cliff overlooking an ocean. On his face a smile was visible. The waves were crashing against the rocks below him, and he felt at peace with himself and the world around him. Shards of these images continued to go by, each showing different versions of himself, some much worse than others, some surprisingly better. It was painful to watch at times but necessary. "Understand," Serenity's voice flowed into his consciousness, "that every reflection is you, but you are not every reflection. This duality is the nature of the Force, the cycle of creation and destruction. Know that every decision you make will affect this cosmic balance." The images ceased, leaving him alone in the quiet abyss. He felt a tingling sensation, as if his mind was stretching, reaching out to grasp fragmented images, absorbing their meaning. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back with the priestesses. They stood around him, waiting. "What did you see?" they all asked together. Daimon hesitated for a moment before slowly he began to speak. "I saw catastrophe and joy," he started. "I saw myself casting a dark shadow across the star systems, acting ruthlessly in my pursuit of power. But I also saw myself standing on the edge of enlightenment, at peace with the universe. I saw choices, consequences, and potential." The priestess of confusion tilted her head and said, "You have witnessed your potential selves in the mirror of the Force. Remember what you saw here today. It will guide you in making future decisions. Each path leads to power," the priestess of anger added sternly, "but true control comes from understanding oneself and balancing it with the burdens of power." As they spoke, he felt something inside him shift, a clarity he hadn't known before. "You passed your first trial," the priestess of serenity said, "now on to the next. A/N. Hope you guys enjoyed the chapter. I know some would rather more action-packed and empire-building chapters, but I wanted to showcase his development within the Force as he learned the different aspects, just to showcase how powerful he will really become, since in the future it will be impossible to measure his power, as he would have ascended into a Force god essentially. Next chapter will speed things up, but he is still a few chapters out from when the fun stuff starts that I know everybody is waiting for. 24. Cosmic and Living Force Training. A struggle awaits you, began the priestess of confusion. Not against an external enemy, but within yourself. With her words still ringing in his ears, Daimon found himself standing in a desolate landscape. Before him rose two obelisks made of energy, one exuding a blue light, the other radiating a fiery red. Between them, a shapeless void fluctuated, its dark maw drawing everything into its depths. "Balance and conflict are intertwined," echoed the priestess's voice all around him. "You cannot find harmony without acknowledging discord." Daimon took a deep breath and stepped forward, drawn to the monoliths. As he stood before them, he felt his own force energies gravitate towards the pillars. Exploring carefully, he connected with each entity, ice-cold serenity and blazing rage. At the same time, his mind was aflame with countless conflicts, each threatening to tear him apart: compassion against hostility, selflessness against egoism, mercy facing wrath. Yet in the space between these timeless struggles were moments of tranquility, genuine victories for serenity behind every battle fought bravely. "Each choice is a battle in itself," came the voice of conflict again. "And each victory or defeat molds you." As realization washed over him, he understood that this trial was not about choosing between either obelisk but maintaining equilibrium, heated by passion yet unbowed by tranquility's freeze. Summoning his willpower and drawing strength from every victory and defeat he had experienced thus far, Daimon extended his hands and connected himself to both obelisks. Power, pure and raw, flowed into him from the monuments. It was ethereal, otherworldly power, unfathomable and almost too difficult to control. And yet, he held on. His entire body trembled as he contained the extraordinary amount of energy within him. His mind was flooded with thousands of conflicting emotions: anger, joy, grief, hope. They all surged within him like a storm. He felt as if he were being pulled apart from head to toe, his very consciousness threatened to fracture under the sheer strain of it all. "Are you ready to surrender?" the priestess of confusion asked mockingly amidst the chaos. "No," Daimon gritted his teeth and opened his eyes, now glowing brightly with the combined energies of both monuments. "I do not yield." He reached deep within, seeking out that place of calm he had found when faced with the mirror of self-reflection. Using that, he navigated through this storm of emotional turmoil. His connection with both the monoliths deepened, allowing him to channel even more energy into himself, but with newfound control. He felt himself becoming a conduit between these two primal forces, an embodiment of the balance they represented. In his veins, ice-cold serenity harmonized with blazing passion. Amidst the noise and tumult that would have torn anyone else asunder, Daimon nurtured an internal equilibrium. He was a vessel for conflict and harmony alike, and in him they became one. "Stop." The priestess of serenity seemed taken aback by this feat of strength and willpower. Quickly breaking the connections with the monoliths, Daimon was left panting heavily from exerting himself to his limit, but still standing, a testament to his resilience and decades of training. "You have done well, Daimon. You have shown a strength of spirit that is most rare," the priestess of serenity said, sounding genuinely impressed. The two other priestesses agreed with her statement with a nod of their heads. They stood silent for a while longer as they studied his exhausted figure. With a faint sigh, the priestess of confusion finally broke the stillness. "You've passed your second trial," she admitted. "What's next?" he asked, eager to get on with these trials. "I don't think another trial is required," stated Serenity as she glanced around to see the reactions from the others. They all nodded their heads, agreeing that they didn't require another trial. Some, such as the priestess of anger, was shocked that a mortal managed to pass their trials so easily while also surpassing their expectations. "Remember what you've learned, Daimon," advised the priestess of anger. "Power without restraint will lead you to ruin. Draw strength from your victories, but also from your defeats. You have been granted a great boon today, Daimon, but you do not yet carry the power of life and destruction within you. Now we will teach you the connection between the living force and the cosmic force. Priestess of Serenity said. Finally, Daimon said as the priestesses ignored his comment. But what happened to Cortana? Reaching out her hand, Serenity had made Cortana appear right in front of them, still under her control. I must say Daimon, this is possibly the first time I've seen an almost perfect mix of the Force and technology to create something as extraordinary as this. She is unlike any droid we have ever encountered, the Priestess of Anger stated, but she is still an artificial consciousness, therefore, susceptible to the Force. We merely put her into sleep mode so as not to interfere with your trials. Daimon let out a breath as he was worried about what happened to Cortana. Thankfully she was okay. Now if you have no more questions, let's get to your training, which will take quite a bit of time. With a nod of acknowledgement, Daimon readied himself for what was to come. It was clear that the priestesses were going to push him in new and unimaginable ways. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Daimon underwent a series of intensive training sessions under the watchful eyes of the priestesses. He learned to tap into the nuances of the Force, both living and cosmic, merging it with his immeasurable physical strength. From Serenity he learned finesse. She taught him to control his Force impulses to feel the natural rhythm of life that pervaded every corner of the universe. From Confusion, he learned resolve. She showed him how chaos often folded into order, in its own mosaic pattern that only those with calm hearts could decipher. Anger taught him restraint, how to control his burning energy, allowing it to become a tool rather than a threat. His training was grueling and filled with countless trials and setbacks, but each challenge merely strengthened his resolve. Cortana became an integral part of his regimen, filling in gaps and helping where possible. The bond between the two of them deepened through their shared hardships. The final day of training arrived abruptly, nearly catching Daimon by surprise. You have been favored by fate, Serenity said. You are the first mortal to achieve this level of power. But, in order to reach the level of power you are aiming for, you must let your body accept the natural flow of energy in your body for the next few years. Learn to live with this as if it is part of your very being, only then will you be ready to reach the final stage in your journey. Explained the Priestess of Serenity. And if you use the Thoya, you will be able to grow even faster while learning and creating your own Force abilities depending on how you see the Force. Priestess of Sadness explained. Each person saw the Force a little differently, so when it came to creating new Force abilities it all came down to the individual and how strong their connection was with the Force. Daimon nodded, understanding the priestess' words. With these last words, the priestesses had all disappeared without saying a word and sending Daimon back to where his ship was at. It was time for him to leave the Force planet. As much as he wanted to stay, there was nothing more he needed to learn. His next destination would be to Coruscant, where he would meet with Valkorion before going to Tython to start training. 20 years ago, on Feldari, the Jedi homeworld, the final battle to unite the planet under Esvalis clan was underway. Kaler had managed to either subjugate or destroy any other clan in his way for unification. Riding on top of his monstrous, hideous creature made from combining the dark side of the Force with experiments, Kaler charged through the front lines of his enemy, cutting the heads of many Jedi as he charged forward. While Jedi were considered almost immortal because of their lifespans and regenerative properties, cutting off their head was fatal to any Jedi and would result in death. His blade, filled with dark side energy, cut swaths through his foes down as if they were nothing. Blood splashed across the ravaged grounds of Feldari as his brutal march continued. Esvalis clan had amassed a reputation for its brutality in war. They corrupted tens of millions of people using ancient Rakata artifacts and further amplified their power using the corrupted Rakata artifacts. Kaler was the spearhead of this terrifying force. He was the embodiment of their dark and violent principles. At last, after hours of relentless fighting and countless losses from both sides, Kaler found himself facing Jida, who was chosen as a leader due to her indomitable spirit amongst the resisting clans. Jida stood still and tall against Kaler's presence, her gaze looking at the carnage around her, but she did not waver. If anything, she seemed to draw strength from her people's resistance. You have come far, she told him, but you will not have our surrender. Your defiance will be your downfall. Kaler yelled. I don't defy you, Kaler, Jida said, rising her voice above the sound of the battle. I defy what you represent, tyranny, oppression, and fear. She raised her weapon, an ancient Jedi weapon passed down through generations. Kaler swung his blade with a deadly force, but Jida managed to parry his powerful strike, and counter with her own. Their battle lasted for a while, but in the end Kaler emerged victorious. After that, following hours saw the defeat of the last few clans. With Kaler emerging victorious, he declared an end to the clan-based system and forced everybody to unite under a single banner. His banner. A harsh regime was established on Feldari, and anybody who went against Kaler was killed or used in harsh experiments. The Republic remained indifferent to these turns of events as Feldari wasn't an interest to the Republic, nor was it that developed. Plus, Feldari had long remained isolationist since being discovered by the Republic. Now that a new harsh regime had formed, the Republic didn't even want anything to do with Feldari. That was 20 years ago. Now that 2 decades have passed, thousands of Jedi have fled the planet, most of which Daimon had Cortana immediately gather to give them a job. Most were used as guards within Astralese Dynamics, while others joined the small secret mercenary organization that was created and funded by Daimon. He had future plans involving those Jedi, most of which relied upon him growing stronger. 25. Astralese Dynamics. Arriving on Coruscant, Daimon's ship landed at Astralese Tower, the headquarters of the corporation. As usual, Coruscant was riddled with traffic and activity. Daimon could feel all the people who were dying on the lower floors of the planet, more than likely due to crime or the lack of basic needs being met. The disparity between those living on the various levels of Coruscant was at times immense. Stepping out onto the platform, Valkorion himself was present to meet Daimon, whom he had never seen in person until this point. All of their conversations had been through a holographic interface, as Daimon had to hide his involvement in being the founder of Astralese Dynamics. "My lord, it's nice to finally see you in person," Valkorion greeted, bowing his head. The person standing in front of him, from what he was told by Cortana and from what he read about in the Republic news, was possibly the strongest known Force user at the moment. At first, when he was recruited by Cortana, he was glad to have found work so soon after fleeing his planet, but was still cautious of the whole situation. Then, after years of learning about the known galaxy, the Republic, and few other things which greatly improved his knowledge, he didn't have to think about swearing his allegiance to Daimon or not. Indeed, it is Valkorion. Just saying the name with his knowledge of Star Wars lore was a little weird. He could only imagine how the actual Valkorion is going to react when the two meet in the future. "Cortana, it's been a while," greeted Valkorion, shifting his attention to Cortana, who was standing next to Daimon. "Yes, it has been some time indeed," replied Cortana. "I trust things have been running smoothly in my absence." "All according to plan, I assure you," stated Valkorion with a nod. He then gestured for both Daimon and Cortana to follow him into the headquarters of Astralese Dynamics. The first place they were taken was the research department. It was the place where various scientists and engineers worked to create new groundbreaking technology. The most recent technological creation which was already garnering attention was the graviton engines, which were essentially more efficient hyperspace engines that reduced travel time and energy consumption. That was 5 years ago, and now, most new ships that can afford it are equipped with this engine, allowing the Republic to explore more areas of the unknown galaxy. Following them was the manufacturing and production department, which was responsible for mass-producing droids, weapons, and other equipment. Droids were the main money maker, as the ones Astralese Dynamics made were far superior to the previously popular droid model. But they were still not on Cortana's level, because why would Daimon give the Republic something as advanced as that? Next was the Corporate Intelligence and Security Department, responsible for protecting corporate secrets and gathering intelligence. They gathered intelligence on not just other corporations, but also on the Republic itself. There were many departments established within Astralese Dynamics, all with a specific focus in mind. There were also some secret departments, such as the Force Integration Technology Department, which, as you guessed, focuses on combining technologies and the Force. The last thing that Daimon saw was the Jedi who formed the secret mercenary group under Astralese Dynamics. Similar to Valkorion, all Jedi were informed about Daimon so as to not cause confusion at times like this. Standing in front of the massive group of Jedi who numbered several hundred, Daimon could see how battle-trained some of them were. Some were probably veterans who fought in the war against Kaler but were forced to flee the planet because they lost. "As many of you may know," Daimon began, "I am Daimon, and as you can see, I am a Jedi like you. Now I know many of you have probably given up on returning back home, but I have not, and I will never give up until our world is free from the clutches of Kaler." A cheer rose from the Jedi, their warrior spirits resonating with Daimon's words. To them, although they had just met Daimon, they somehow felt a strong sense of hope for the future. They already knew about Daimon's history within the Order and were told a fabricated story about his childhood on Feldari, making them believe that he was the person that could beat Kaler and his evil regime. "My goal is to see our people rise again," Daimon continued. "What Kaler is doing is not what's best for the Jedi. He kills innocents and corrupts people with the dark side. What he should be doing is to ensure that we do not just survive as a species, but also thrive. That each one of us find our purpose and place in this galaxy, and for that to happen, we must let go of our past and seize control of our future. To begin that journey, we need to reclaim our homeland." To some it may have seemed like an impossible task, especially facing Kaler's iron rule. But with every word that came out of Daimon's mouth, hope was planted in the hearts of all the Jedi present. He held a clear vision of victory against all odds, something only a handful of Jedi leaders had before they were all killed. "The path ahead has been revealed to me already. All we need to do is wait until we are ready to reclaim our homeland. If everybody here swears their allegiance, I can promise a much brighter future for those who follow me." The Jedi in the room had already made up their mind and had got on one knee to swear their allegiance to Daimon as their new leader. Unknown to them, Daimon had used the Force not as a weapon against them, but to boost their sense of hope and belief so that they could overcome their fear and pledge loyalty to him. With this he had just acquired the loyalty of hundreds of Jedi, with more soon to come, as Cortana had recorded the speech to use for the other Jedi when they see the recording. After talking with the Jedi for a little, hearing some of their stories and getting to know them, Daimon had concluded his time at Astralese Dynamics and was now about to head to Tython to continue his training. But before he left, he gave Valkorion a datacard filled with information on cloning a massive army. Cortana and Valkorion were to work on it for the next 5 years to come up with a cloning technique that can be used on a massive scale. The clones he had in mind were not your normal clones. No, these clones would be made up of his DNA, but they wouldn't be force sensitive. Instead, he planned to integrate his own version of the gene seed from Warhammer 40k. Despite the Imperium of Man not being the ideal form of government, he wanted to base his future empire off of. He had to admit that the concepts of the Space Marines were exactly what he needed in order to beat Kaler and his forces. And then there is the Primarchs, who were created to be the powerful leaders of the Imperium. If he combined those ideas with the Force and cloning, he could create a very powerful army. Though the whole gene seed thing will have to be highly optimized for use in clones, and the Primarchs which he would create himself would require him to spend a lot of time improving his connection to the Force so that he can make them force sensitive. Unlike the original 20 Primarchs, he planned to only have 10. And instead of outright copying the Imperium of Man, he planned to use the Force, which will change how the Primarchs and Space Marines are created through cloning and what type of abilities they would have. He already saw his success in his visions, marching into Kaler's palace and fighting him to retake control of the Jedi species. After that there would be a long rebuilding process. But for now, he had to acquire a lot of things and go to various places before he embarks on such a path. Boarding his ship, Daimon left Coruscant and headed to Tython to follow the priestess's advice and use the Thoya to improve his power. Arriving on Tython, Daimon immediately boarded the central Thoya and began training. Over the next weeks, Daimon trained, improving his power through the Thoya, which were 8 powerful artifacts of unknown origin. Originally, he thought they were just some alien ships, but after his training with the Force Priestesses, he learned that they were 8 powerful Force artifacts that can be used to increase the power of the one who gains control of them. When he originally gained control of them, they increased his power tremendously, and now that he has learned about both the cosmic and living Force, he gained another level up in power. As time went on, he managed to learn almost all of the known Force abilities while also creating a few of his own. Force Singularity can create a localized gravitational collapse, effectively pulling everything in a small radius into a singular point. Can be used to destroy structures, immobilize fleets, or obliterate enemies. Next was his mastery of astral projection, allowing him to extend his consciousness across the galaxy, physically influencing distant locations by creating an energy-based avatar. Basically, if he wanted to, he could be on a ship but create an avatar of himself to send to dangerous locations and such. Force terraforming, allowing Daimon to reshape terrain or environments on a large scale. This could include creating forests, redirecting rivers, or turning deserts into fertile lands. Force amplification aura, emit an aura that enhances the physical and force abilities of allies within its radius. Cognitive reprogramming, implant new beliefs, memories, or personality traits into a target. More invasive than mind tricks, with the potential to alter a person permanently. Spatial fold, create temporary portals or warps to cover vast distances instantaneously. All these powerful abilities would give him major advantages over other Force users and can help with the development of his empire in the future. Meanwhile, Cortana and Valkorion had already started working on what they dubbed Project Imperator, a name made up by Cortana based off some things she knew about Daimon's past. They used Daimon's genetic material and began the process of creating the clones, which would take at least 4 years to come up with a complete template for them to use. 26. Hidden Talent. Taking a break from his training, Daimon decided to improve his own knowledge for when he created his 10 Celestarches and their legions of Force Scions which will fight alongside them. After spending several days doing this, it was time for him to travel to Corellia, where he would visit one of the orphanages that Astralise Dynamics funded. A/N. For now the Primarch equivalent will be called Celestarches, and Space Marines will be the Force Scions. But I also want to have a vote for the 3 different options for each, so please vote below which one you like. Primarch equivalent options. Progenitors. Archons. Keep it the same, Celestarches. Space Marine equivalent options. Guardians. Exarchs. Keep it the same, Force Scions. An orphanage was the perfect place to find hidden Force users that the Jedi Order hadn't managed to get their grubby little hands on yet. Mostly because they had so little Force power that they couldn't be detected, or because the Order hadn't looked in this location yet. And now with the war already started between the Jedi Order and the Dark Jedi, Daimon could acquire some orphans whom he could train and raise from a young age to become excellent Force users. Even if they had the minimum amount of midichlorians required to wield the Force, by training on a Force nexus such as Tython, they could improve their Force abilities by leaps and bounds. Once the ship landed, one of the staff was already waiting to greet Daimon as he stepped out of his ship. The staff member's eyes grew wide as she saw who emerged from the ship. She knew him because he was famous throughout the Republic because of his feats as a Jedi and achievements for the Republic. Master Daimon, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Varvoza, she greeted. Nice to meet you, Varvoza, though I'm no longer in the Order, he informed her. Outside of the Order, it was probably not well-known knowledge that he left. Hearing that he was no longer in the Order, Varvoza was a little bit surprised to hear that and wanted to ask why, but she didn't want to waste his time standing outside. Ah, I understand. Let's head inside and we can further introduce you to our young ones. As they walked in, the children's faces turned towards Daimon, who they saw was as tall as the door. Children, this is Daimon. He's here today to spend some time with us. Can we all say hello? Varvoza announced to the children gathered in the common area. Hello, Daimon. They all said in unison. Hello young ones, he said with a bright smile on his face. Already he could feel the faintest of midichlorians within each of them, but only a few that could actually grow up to wield the Force. The day was spent interacting with the children, discovering those who exhibited somewhat of a connection to the Force. As expected, several of them had potential to be trained. All they needed was guidance and the correct environment. Tython would provide just that. After spending several hours with the children, Daimon decided to adopt the 5 who could be trained as Force users. However, when he thought about it, were Force users all he needed? The answer was obvious to him, but he asked himself that question because he thought about the benefits of not only adopting the Force-capable ones, but also the non-Force-capable ones. He could train them up for specialized paths, such as military strategists, politician, engineers, and numerous other roles that needed to be filled. He could select these individuals early on and raise them to have a much better future than living in an orphanage with no parents to care for them. Looking deeper into the Force around each child, he could see a small glimpse of what they could grow up to be with or without him. With him, all of them would have good future and be able to achieve great things. Without him, only a handful of them would grow up to see moderate success, while most would have to turn to criminal activity, sending them down a path that they could not control due to their circumstances growing up. Looking at each child, he saw potential, some more than others, but it was there, nonetheless. A thought crossed his mind. With the resources and knowledge he had, he was in a position to change not just one orphan's life for the better, but all of them. And it's not like he was doing this just to feel good about himself. No, everything he did was for a reason. Varvoza, he began, I wish to adopt all the children, not just those who can wield the Force. Varvoza looked stunned. She blinked several times as if trying to process what she'd heard. It wasn't just the surprise of Daimon wanting to adopt all the children in her care. It was also the realization of what kind of opportunity it would present for these orphans. Daimon was somebody who could offer these children a better life. Master Daimon, but before she could continue, he interrupted her. A simple yes or no will suffice. She swallowed, then finally nodded. Yes. Good, he said, turning to face the children who were still looking at him. Their young eyes were wide with curiosity and hope. Children, he began, I have some news for you. How would you like to leave this place and come live with me? He felt the surprise coming from their faces, a few gasps spreading throughout the room. Really? A young Twi'lek girl was the first to break the silence, her eyes filled with hope. Yes, Daimon smiled, all of you. Will we have our own rooms? Another boy asked. Yes, Daimon responded, everyone will have their own space. And everybody will be raised to become great leaders and will receive lots of training and education. Like what? A third child asked. Like training to become stronger than you are right now, Daimon answered. The reality of Daimon's proposition hadn't been understood because of how young each of the children were, but within each child's heart they all felt excited. They all swarmed him, hugging his legs and shouting with joy. Their enthusiasm was contagious, making Daimon chuckle lightly as he patted some of them on their head. As this little celebration continued, Varvoza stepped away to prepare the necessary documents for adoption. Daimon spends the rest of the day with the children, playing games, answering their endless stream of questions and telling them stories of the galaxy. Varvoza returned with the documents ready in her hands, later in the evening just as Daimon had finished narrating his made-up version of the Battle of Ossus. Master Daimon, she whispered, the documents are ready. Daimon excused himself from the children and joined Varvoza in her office. Thank you, Varvoza, he said sincerely. She had him sign both a digital document and a paper document, which he signed after carefully reading through them. Varvoza watched him as he scanned through the documents. She could see that he genuinely cared about the children's future, or if he only planned to use them, he was very good at hiding it, as she could normally tell when someone adopted to only raise the children and use them in the future. This was one of the things she had to deal with working at an orphanage, but there was nothing she could do when the rich just threw money at them. Once the formalities were completed, Daimon stood from the table and extended his hand towards Varvoza. I greatly appreciate your assistance, Varvoza, he thanked her again as they shook hands. By the time Daimon left her office, it was well past bedtime for the children. They had all fallen asleep on the floor under makeshift blankets. The next day arrived quickly for Daimon and the children, who were still trying to grasp the reality of their new status. They were all going to be taken away from this place, their only home most could remember, and taken to a new place where they would live together as a family, train together, eat proper meals, and grow up in a better environment. Daimon arranged for transport ships to arrive to safely transport the 20 kids who were under Varvoza to Tython. Once they arrived on Tython, the children were already set up in a massive house that was built for Daimon a few months ago. It was built to be his central headquarters/living space for him. He didn't have enough rooms for the children, but he did have enough space in his massive living room area, which is where they would be living until a space was constructed for them. The ages of the children ranged from 4 to 8, with majority of them being around 7 to 8 years old. Their training would start with basic education, reading, writing, and mathematics. Daimon knew that education was key to their success and growth. After this initial phase, those who showed potential for the Force would progress to related training. Those with other potent skills would be directed towards specialized training paths tailor-made for their abilities. He would also make sure that there was always time for fun, games, time spent outside, etc. The most important part of their growth would be their time growing up together. Now entering the year 7001 BBY, 2 years after he left the Order, he had gotten a surprise visit from somebody he never thought he would see ever again. Cortana had just returned from her visit to Coruscant, and with her she brought an interesting guest who had been looking for Daimon for the past 2 years since he left the Order. That person was none other than Sarah, his former Padawan and now a former Jedi Master. Ever since the war officially started between the Dark Jedi and the Jedi Order, she had sought out her old master first because she knew he would know exactly how to deal with these Dark Jedi. But she was frustrated to hear that he had left the Order without saying anything. His reasons for leaving weren't shared with her from the Jedi High Council, making her frustrated, and that frustration only grew as her attempts to locate Daimon remained futile. When she did find leads, it led her right to Cortana at the Astralese Dynamics headquarters. After meeting with Cortana, who recognized her almost immediately, she was brought to Tython to see Daimon. Standing in front of him, she raised her hand, causing Daimon to get on one knee as she slapped him across his face. "What were you thinking, Daimon?" she demanded, her voice cold and laced with anger. "Leaving the Order without even telling me." Daimon simply looked at her with a calm expression on his face. "I left because my place is no longer with the Order. I must now walk my own path, Sarah," he said. "My path is long, dangerous and filled with lots of suffering and sacrifices," he continued, "but it is a path that I am prepared to take." Sarah gazed at him. She knew he would say something like this, which is why she decided to be blunt and direct rather than get emotional. "I will follow your path as well. I have experienced the results of the Order's ways and see how illogical they can be sometimes. So, you have no choice but to accept me." Standing next to Sarah, Cortana gave Daimon a look which basically said, "Just accept her already." So, with a heavy sigh, he reluctantly agreed. "Fine," causing her to celebrate her small victory. "But you will have to learn to live with some of the choices that I will make." Nodding her head, she showed she understood what he was saying, and she decided to add a little joke. "If it's anything like when I was your Padawan, then I won't have any complaints." Daimon shook his head before he turned around and walked back into his HQ with Sarah and Cortana. He would assign Sarah with new training to understand the ways of balance which he learned from the Force Priestesses. 27. Order of the Balance Keepers. Thousands of years ago, before the Republic existed, and when Coruscant was called not Ron, there existed the Gel, a species that lived on Coruscant alongside the Tongs. However, these two species didn't get along and ended up fighting each other for centuries. The Gel had created the battalions of Gel to fight the Tongs over the course of several centuries until a major planetary event happened. A large and powerful volcano had erupted and devastated the Tongs, killing tens of thousands of them and giving the battalions of Gel an advantage. Because of this, the Gel managed to drive the Tongs off of Coruscant. The Tongs then traveled the galaxy for a few months, until they arrived on the outer rim planet Rune. And for several thousand years, that's where they remained until now in the year 7001 BBY. A strong leader had arisen and led them to conquer a new planet for themselves. This new planet was yet to be named but would eventually be named Mundlari by the Tong themselves, who would also start to refer to themselves as the Mundlarians. With the arrival of Sarah and the Force-sensitive children that Daimon just adopted, it was time to set up his own Force order. He was sitting down talking with Cortana about what he should name his order. "How about the Emperor's Wardens? It has a nice ring to it and fit perfectly," Cortana suggested. Thinking about it, it wasn't a bad name, yet he wanted to hear all the options they would come up with. "I'll keep that one in the back of my mind. What about something else?" Cortana sighed as she had just come up with the perfect name, yet Daimon wanted something else. "Alright, then how about the Balance Keepers or the Eternal Guardians?" Cortana offered even more suggestions. Daimon sighed and leaned back into his chair thinking about the two names. "Balance Keepers is basically perfect as it's neutral," he said. "And Eternal Guardians just sounds like a group of vigilant do-gooders. So, I say we go with Balance Keepers as the main central order, while we can create something like sub-organizations within the order." Glad that they finally came up with a name, Cortana had already created a plan for what Daimon said about sub-organizations. So, the Balance Keepers would be like the central order where everybody goes to train and learn balance. Then we can have something like the Emperor's Wardens, which is a path that one could take after they have achieved balanced. "Sounds good to me," Daimon replied. "Different paths will nurture different strengths. The Warden path will be a hard path to follow as they will be chosen to carry out my will and protect me. Other paths could include training to be officers in the military or as diplomats. There are a lot of things we can do to make sure the Order has various paths for people to take and paths that will put strong leaders in various positions throughout our future empire. You know, I've been waiting a long time to finally start building our own empire. I have already created our own ships and technology that we will create for both military and civilian use," Cortana said. Rebuilding the Jedi would be a long process since just 20 years ago, they lived in semi-primitive industrial society. And now they were essentially being controlled by a leader who used dark side weapons and artifacts to control them. A lot of work would need to be done in order to usher in a new era and get rid of the stain that would be left by Kalar. Well, it was going to happen eventually. All we needed was to wait for me to develop my abilities first before I decided to take over an entire species and rule them for the next thousands of years. Daimon responded. Cortana nodded as she knew that him getting stronger would help them in the long run. And because of his current strength she also wanted to suggest something else. Since your abilities will elevate you to a higher existence, I think it would be extremely beneficial to form a religion around you. Daimon almost choked on his drink as he heard Cortana. A religion? Around me? He believed her to be joking, but Cortana's expression was dead serious. Yes, she said. Think about it, Daimon. A religion would cement your status and inspire loyalty among the masses. It will instill in them a sense of unity and purpose beyond the political or military structures we put in place. I suppose, Daimon understood why she suggested and saw that it could work, especially considering how beneficial the idea of creating a religion is. Influence was something else that he needed to be mindful about as well as power. We could use your ideas and principles of balance to give birth to a religion that will be used to unite people under you while promoting positivity and betterment, Cortana elaborated. Daimon thought about this for a while before he came to his decision. Alright, he conceded, once we retake Feldari we will create the religion. Glad that Daimon saw the benefits, Cortana started creating what she envisioned a religion set up around Daimon would look like. After talking with Cortana, Daimon went back to his training, which he had about 3 years left before his body and mind could fully utilize everything the Force has. 3 years passed quickly, and each day Daimon made a ton of progress. His knowledge expanded, his powers grew, and his understanding reached a level much higher than any Force user in history. Sarah and her training were going well, though she was still about a year out before she met Daimon's requirements and became the first person to ever be promoted in his new order. The Balance Keepers were created with the core philosophy of being dedicated to maintaining balance within the Force. The Force was viewed as a flowing river, with light and dark as its currents flowing smoothly next to each other. The mission of the Balance Keepers was to not favor one side over the other but to ensure neither side dominates a person, as imbalance leads to chaos. The 3 guiding principles were duality without division, which meant that the light and dark are 2 facets of the same Force. Both are necessary to achieve balance. Balance over power, meaning true strength comes from harmony, not dominance. And finally, the last principle was the living Force, which would make the Order see the galaxy as a living entity, and the Balance Keepers are the stewards. After the guiding principles, the leadership of the Order would be centered around Daimon at the top of the hierarchy, with a council of 6 called the Circle of Harmony below him. Most decisions that will be made by the council would first be approved by all 6 members before getting the final approval from Daimon. After them would be the Masters, who are senior members that guide the next generation, oversee major missions, and ensure the Order stays true to its purpose. Starting from the very beginning of the Order would the Initiates, who would range from age 4 to 12, then after proving to understand the basics of the Order's teachings they would be promoted to an Adepts, who would begin intensive mentorship under a Master. The Adepts, aged between 12 and 20 years, depending on their progress, would learn to apply the principles of balance in various complex scenarios. This stage was critical for the development of an Adept because it's where they started figuring out what path they wanted to follow within the Order. Once an Adept had reached the age of maturity and proved themselves skilled and dedicated to the principles of balance, they could then be promoted to Guardians. As Guardians, they would begin their duties in fulfilling the Order's mission across all the planets under Daimon's control. Their responsibilities were multifaceted, including but not limited to peacekeeping, negotiations during disputes, providing aid in times of crisis and disaster and warfare. The practices and training of the Order would involve a series of meditative trials where initiates learned to embrace both the light and dark sides of the Force within themselves. A hybrid combat form combining light and dark techniques would be taught, including Daimon's own lightsaber combat form. Members will train to adapt to any situation, reflecting the principle of balance. As of now, the ancient Jedi temples would be used as training grounds until the Citadel, which will be the central training grounds for the Order, is created. The Citadel would be a massive building to house tens of thousands of Force users, while the other temples would be extensions of the Citadel. Unlike the Jedi Order, members were allowed to form attachments and create families once they reached a certain rank, because allowing them to form emotional connections too early would hinder their personal and emotional growth. Only after reaching the rank of Guardian, where they would have established a strong foundation in the Force and have a mature understanding of their responsibilities, would they be allowed to marry and start families. This decision was not made lightly, but Daimon believed that it was essential for the emotional well-being of the Order's members. For sub-organizations, a separate training route would be for Daimon's own Emperor's Wardens, dedicated protectors of the Emperor and enforcers of justice within the Empire. The Emperor's Wardens emphasize unwavering loyalty to balance and service to leadership, ensuring the Emperor's rule is enforced. Wardens are taught to wield authority responsibly, resisting corruption or tyranny. For this, the Emperor's Code would be established, blending loyalty, discipline, and adherence to a philosophy. Following them would be the Force user officers, who would attend the Academy of War alongside non-Force user officers. The Academy of War would have the resources to teach both types of officers. The only difference would be the fact that the Force user officers will still originate from the Order of the Balance Keepers, while the non-Force user officers will be people recruited straight from the population and such. Over the course of the 3 years, Daimon was not slacking and had created a secret agreement with various orphanages to adopt kids and bring them to Tython to be trained. By now the total number of children had reached 500 from the initial amount that he had. This was because Astralese Dynamics had not only focused on orphanages but expanded their search into the very depths of Coruscant where crime was rampant, and children were either abandoned or left to fend for themselves. These children were given a new chance at life, pulled from the merciless underbelly of Coruscant and brought into the fold of the Balance Keepers. Most of the trainers for such a massive number of people were specialized droids who were created through Daimon's understanding of the Force and would teach the same way he taught his own class. It wasn't easy at first, but the children began to adjust to their new environment. The strict control structures, coupled with intense training and mental discipline, drastically changed their lives. Gradually but firmly, they were purged of their previous mistrust and hardened outlook on life. What emerged in their place was stronger, beings of hope, power, and potential guided by a balanced philosophy. With the Force Order formally established and training the first generation of Force users, Daimon had reached what he felt was the peak of his power and it was time for him to start building his army. But first the Force Priestesses had come to give him something because his body and mind finally was able to handle the immense amount of power. A/N, just want to let you guys or gals know that I do appreciate the support for this story and will try to produce chapters every day, no promises. But sometimes the chapter isn't ready and if it's not then it will take some time. I prefer quality over quantity any day. 28. Creating the progenitors and Force Scions. Appearing in front of him, the Force Priestesses held 2 objects in their hands. Good to see you again Daimon, though this time, we are not as surprised by this result as we normally would have, said the Priestess of Serenity. This was the first time that a mortal had grasped the understanding of the Force and had now reached a higher existence. Manifesting 2 floating objects in front of her, Serenity moved both objects in front of Daimon as she began to explain. Having been our first apprentice, we have come to give you a gift in honor of your successful training. Pulling a holocron out she reached out her hand prompting Daimon to do the same grabbing the object in her hand. From its appearance alone, he recognized it as a holocron, but he was unsure if it was due to its design. Is this a holocron? He asked. It is, and it contains knowledge of using the Force to create matter, life, knowledge on Force alchemy, and Force-assisted terraforming. This is our final gift to you and the official blessings from me and my cousins as our first apprentice. Priestess of Anger looked at Daimon as she had to reluctantly admit that she enjoyed training him. We trust you will use these teachings wisely, Serenity added. Our journey together has come to a close, but your journey still continues. And with that, the Force Priestesses disappeared, leaving Daimon alone with the holocron. For the next few weeks, he learned the knowledge that the holocron had, grasping it immediately thanks to his understanding of the Force. Once he learned the knowledge, it was time for him to create the progenitors and the Force Scions. A few miles away from his headquarters, a massive construction site the size of a city was currently being worked on by tens of thousands of construction drones. This construction site would be the massive cloning facilities where the progenitors, Force Scions, and regular soldiers are created. Within this facility, Daimon entered his private lab and began his work on the 10 specialized tubes where the progenitors would be created. First, using his own genetic code as a template, he channeled pure Force energy into the tubes, which began to create the basic framework for the future progenitors. Within minutes, matter was formed, cells amassed, and the creation of life born of science and the Force had begun. The process required intense concentration. Each progenitor required his undivided attention so that no mistakes were made. As their avatars began to form, a connection between Daimon and the 10 forming existences was established. Each one of them was imbued with a unique connection to the Force, making them paragons of both physical and metaphysical power. With time, vital organs took shape. Lungs formed and expanded seamlessly within tiny rib cages and delicate capillaries flowed with blood rich with nutrients necessary for their growth. He watched as bone structures formed, followed by muscles. Next came arguably the most complex part, developing cognitive function while simultaneously instilling a malleable psyche capable of rigorous mental conditioning once they'd matured. To facilitate this degree of complex development, Daimon had to surrender himself entirely to the Force, allowing its energy and wisdom to guide his actions. He became a conduit, pulses of Force energy flowing through him, into the progenitors. The Force energy began to form the neural pathways, executing and forming connections. His control over the Force was so precise that he could modulate every cell's progression at will, controlling the tempo and rhythm at which heartbeats pulsed, and blood rushed. While each progenitor was created, Daimon started to imbue each one with its own unique set of skills, strengths, and abilities, cultivated from his own genetic code. One would possess an agile mind and unparalleled strategic planning akin to Thrawn. Another was imbued with Daimon's raw strength, channeling it into physical prowess on par with Daimon in his younger days. Another was gifted with extreme hypersensitivity to the Force, making them more attuned than their brothers and sisters. Not only were their characteristics physically imbued, but Daimon also integrated specific values and attitudes during their neural network formation. Loyalty, discipline, and balance were ideals he prioritized above all else. After an entire week spent carefully creating them, Daimon left them alone to allow their bodies to become attuned with the Force and their abilities until they were ready to emerge from the tubes where Daimon would raise them himself. Next were the Force Scions. They would be the elite legions of soldiers serving under their respective progenitor. While limited in number due to how dangerous it was to keep just creating Force users which would disturb the balance within the Force, the Force Scions would be the ultimate warriors. The Force Scions were created to be enhanced warriors with superhuman strength, endurance, reflexes, and a small connection to the Force. While they would be weaker than your average Force user, they would still be trained in Force-based martial arts, combining lightsaber combat, unarmed techniques, armed techniques, and large-scale warfare tactics. Every Scion would be a low to mid-level Force user, capable of telekinesis, enhanced reflexes, and precognitive battle strategies. While the progenitors slept, the Force Scions were created in another section of the lab. Each tube was filled with a swirling fluid imbued with the progenitors' enhanced genetics and Force energy. From this, their bodies began to take form. This process didn't require the same level of intense concentration as creating the progenitors, but it did demand close attention. Daimon stood atop an overlooking platform, surveying thousands of tubes filling with life. Making up the bulk of his army would be Jedi clone soldiers recommended by Cortana. These soldiers, unlike the progenitors and Force Scions, did not contain Force sensitivity but were enhanced with a combination of Daimon's DNA and those of several different species, the same genetics that made Daimon so formidable. Enhanced for strength, agility, resistance, and longevity, their primary goal was to enforce Daimon's values and orders. Daimon didn't use the accelerated growth on the clones as he wanted them to grow naturally over time without being negatively affected by the side effects of the accelerated growth. Once Daimon had put the finishing touches on the creation of his Jedi soldiers, he moved on to the final phase of his plan, creating the support staff that would care for the entire army as they grew and trained. This included medics with specialized knowledge in treating a variety of species, knowledgeable droids who could monitor and maintain the vast cloning facilities, and seasoned instructors whose responsibility would be to train the clones once they've reached maturity. Unlike the others, the support staff would have accelerated growth so that they could already be ready for all the Force Scions and Jedi clones. Through all this process, Daimon ensured to imbue everyone he created with a sense of loyalty, understanding that maintaining control over such a large force would only be possible if they were all united under one common vision. He also implemented systems where discipline and hard work were acknowledged and rewarded, further cultivating a positive culture within his ranks. After 10 years had passed, 6,988 BBY, the progenitors, the Force Scions, the Jedi soldiers, all developed and evolved according to Daimon's designs. They developed like any other sentient being with full-fledged personalities forming as their cognitive abilities manifested. The progenitors began to show distinctive personality traits. Their strategic minds grappled with complex problems while their physical prowess grew stronger by the day. The Force Scions likewise demonstrated their aptitude for combat and strategy, honing their abilities even as young children. Daimon spent most of his time raising the 10 progenitors himself alongside a small class from the Order of the Balance Keepers. Living and growing together like this had formed an atmosphere resembling a large family or belongingness among them. Even though they were clones, there was real camaraderie between them. The Force Scions, though not as deeply connected to their creator, showed reverence for Daimon and their progenitor siblings. Their training was arduous and demanding, yet they accepted it willingly, understanding the purpose of their creation and the roles they were destined to play. As for the Jedi soldiers, they were vast in number, each a formidable warrior in their own right. Under the rigorous training regime set by Daimon and under the guidance of the seasoned instructors, they were quickly molded into a responsible force that took pride in their duty. Their loyalty wasn't born out of fear or blind obedience but from respect towards Daimon's vision. Last but not least, the support staff proved crucial to the smooth operation of this gargantuan project. The medics worked tirelessly to keep everyone in optimum condition while the droids maintained the facilities to keep them in top condition day in and day out. Meanwhile, Cortana had already begun creating new technologies for the Armada and acquiring/building more ships. She had been given access to unfathomable amounts of resources and used them to create a massive armada. The designs were based off her advanced intelligence and various stolen research projects from the Republic. 29. The Reclamation Fleet. The armada which Cortana was preparing consisted of 400 combat-ready ships. 150 of these ships will be destroyers, 100 will be transport ships, 50 will be heavy carriers, 30 will be cruisers, 20 will be battle cruisers, and the last 20 will be support ships. For the destroyers, the Nova-class destroyer was created as the first ship to be a part of the Reclamation Fleet. The ship was 450 meters in length, had a crew of 1,200, with 4 first-gen turbo-laser batteries mounted along the dorsal and ventral hull, 10 first-gen point-defense laser turrets, 4 first-gen proton torpedo launchers, and 15 quad turbo-laser cannons. Image here. They were called first-gen weapons because turbo-lasers, point-defense laser turrets and proton torpedo launchers weren't widely used until about 4,000 BBY. And when compared with kinetic weapons, turbo-lasers are better overall against other ships. Kinetic weapons such as railguns and mass drivers were very effective against unshielded and primitive ships. So, Daimon decided to just invent the better weapons earlier. For defenses, the destroyer was dual-layer shielding for redundancy. Reinforced durasteel plating, resistant to energy and kinetic attacks. The destroyer was intended to act as a fleet anchor, capable of engaging larger vessels while protecting smaller ships. The Aurora-class transport ship designs were drawn from the Looker-Hulk class used by the Trade Federation, though the Looker-Hulk could be considered on the smaller side compared to the design that Cortana created from the one he gave her based off his memory. Each transport ship was 4,000 meters in length, had a crew of 4,000, with 100,000 ground troops on board alongside assault shuttles and other ground vehicles. Image here. Mounted on the dorsal and ventral hull were 8 turbo-laser batteries and 20-point defense turrets, heavy shields for atmospheric entry and a thick hull with thermal dispersal for atmospheric re-entry. These transport ships were designed for quick deployments onto planetary surfaces. This would help prevent shuttles from getting shot down while trying to descend onto planetary surfaces. The transport ships could take all the damage, avoiding the early casualties that an invasion would normally get. Next were the Valiant-class heavy carriers designs, which Daimon based off one of his favorite ships from the Clone Wars, the Venator. Obviously, it didn't have the same technology and weapons as the Clone Wars Venator, but it was a close replica. Each heavy carrier was 2,000 meters in length, had a crew of 12,000, including pilots and other support staff. Image here. The hangar could hold 180 Raptor-class starfighters, 40 bombers, and 20 shuttles. Mounted on the dorsal and ventral hull were 6 turbo-laser batteries and 50-point defense laser turrets. The Raptor-class starfighter was a multi-role fast, versatile fighter capable of engaging ships, other fighters, and ground targets. It consisted of 2 laser cannons, 1 proton torpedo launcher, and 1 ion cannon. For defenses, the starfighter had deflector shields and reinforced durasteel armor. They also had their own hyperdrives for independent operations. Image here. The Radian-class cruiser was the cruiser-sized ship created for the fleet. The ship was 600 meters in length, had a crew of 2,000, and a hangar bay carrying 8 Raptor-class fighters and 4 transport shuttles. Mounted on the dorsal and ventral hull were 10 heavy turbo-laser batteries, 6 ion cannons, for proton torpedo launchers, and 20-point defense laser turrets. They had shields and a reinforced durasteel hull just like every other ship. Image here. The Titan-class battlecruisers were one of the 2 capital-sized ships in the fleet. The ship was 1,800 meters in length, had a crew of 8,000, with 18 heavy turbo-laser batteries, 12 plasma cannons, 8 proton torpedo tubes, and 40-point defense laser cannons mounted on the dorsal and ventral hull. The plasma cannons were a type of weapon that fired plasma balls at enemy vehicles or starships, causing massive electrical disturbances that disabled the target for a time. Useful against other ships and ground targets. They were also equipped with shields and reinforced durasteel hull. Image here. Lastly were the Leviathan-class dreadnoughts. The ship was 4,000 meters in length, had a crew of 20,000, and a hangar bay with 60 Raptor-class fighters, 20 bombers, and 10 shuttles. Mounted on the dorsal and ventral hull were 24 super heavy turbo-laser cannons, 4 on each side, 8 forward-mounted, 12 heavy ion cannons, 6 siege-class plasma railguns, and 50 quad laser cannons. The dreadnoughts had triple-layered energy shields, with Beskar-reinforced armor plating. Image here. Due to the immense resource requirements that such a fleet required, it would take a total of 20 years to fully complete the fleet. They had to gather the resources, either through buying ships and then deconstructing them, or through the resources acquired by Astralease Dynamics. Cortana mainly used the various accounts she set up to buy the necessary materials through several fronts, making the acquisition of resources seemingly random and unrelated to their grand operation. Above Tython, a colossal shipyard was already constructed to deconstruct ships and build new ones. Managed by countless droids. Dozens of transport shuttles moved constantly back and forth, ferrying the dismantled parts and the precious resources. The 20 years that it would take to build the massive fleet would also be time for the clone soldiers, progenitors, and Force Scions to reach adult age. The plan was to have 10 million clone soldiers and 10k Force Scions all trained up and ready in the 20-year time frame. Daimon during this time would continue training and raising his 10 progenitors, continuing to learn the limit of his power, and fighting some of the Dark Jedi who were already at war against the Republic. After they fled from Ossus, the Dark Jedi managed to escape and establish themselves on the outer rim world of Korbos. They arrived within the same year they fled, 7003 BBY, and then started recruiting mercenaries, warlords, and other Dark-aligned Force users in secret. Those Dark Jedi who had been exiled years before had started to flock to opposing side. Warlords who were interested in war with the Republic or wanted to get rid of the Jedi Order, which many criminals saw as an obstacle, had joined their side. Because Korbos was on the outer rim and was one of the newly discovered worlds, the Republic didn't have much asset set up within the system, allowing the Dark Jedi and all the people that joined them to gather uncontested in the system. Hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of mercenaries were gathering on the planet under the leadership of the Dark Jedi, who started using their alchemy to create monstrous armies to use against the Jedi Order and the Republic. Jedi hunters were also sent out to hunt the most powerful and influential Jedi to destabilize the Order and get rid of any potential threats. The Jedi hunters consisted of heavily augmented cyborgs, droids, or genetically created/altered creatures. These were the best options for Jedi hunters, yet they made up the least amount of them. Instead, most Jedi hunters were ordinary people. On the list created by Ahunta Paul for the Jedi hunters to hunt, were both Daimon and Sarah. Now of course these two were no longer Jedi, but Paul didn't know that they had both left the Order. Daimon was at the top of his list, and Sarah as his Padawan was within the top 10 of that list. Jedi hunters were sent all over the Republic starting in the year 700 BBY and were causing problems for the Order as they had either killed or injured several dozen Jedi already. Now in 6988 BBY, these Jedi hunters were a problem that the Order made their top priority. The main war had started in 700 BBY and had been going on for 12 years now. They started with planets in the Outer Rim and slowly worked their way up to the core systems. As they reached the Midrim, the Republic had gotten involved and started helping out the Jedi. Now Jedi Masters and even Knights were chosen to lead the Republic forces against the Dark Jedi. The situation was precarious, with the Jedi Order and the Republic gradually losing ground. They needed a strategic advantage, a plan that could potentially turn the tide of the war in their favor. As the engagements became increasingly heated, the Dark Jedi began to expose their patterns, revealing some weaknesses that the Jedi Order could potentially exploit. From his position as a non-affiliated figure, Daimon took full advantage of this development. He had a strong developed hate for the Dark Jedi, especially after one of them killed his childhood friend. While his mind was set on other things, he always planned on hunting down the Dark Jedi and eliminating them as needed. And his first target has been identified. The Dark Jedi by the name of Kamail Venfar, the apprentice of Karnus Muir, one of the 12 high-ranking Dark Jedi. Karnus Muir was an admiral for the Dark Jedi, so he was not going to be found anywhere in Republic-controlled space. His apprentice, however, was sent on a mission to negotiate with the criminal syndicates within the Republic to get them on their side. Arriving on Coruscant, Daimon and Cortana proceeded to the location in which Venfar was located. Cortana had constant surveillance on the target as they made their way through the streets. Once at the location, two people whom Daimon recognized as lookouts were standing around the entrance watching for any suspicious people. Using the Force, Daimon took control of their minds, making them ignore him and Cortana as he made his way into the building. As soon as he entered the door, two more guards tried to stop them. "Hey, what are you two doing here?" asked the guard on the left. "We're expected. Venfar sent for us. Is he ready?" Daimon responded, manipulating the minds of the two guards. "Make it quick," the one on the right muttered, returning to his bored stance. Stepping inside the dimly lit room, Daimon scanned the room and saw Venfar at the far end, engaged in an intense conversation with two criminal bosses. Venfar was a human, quite tall and lean. He spotted Daimon and Cortana almost immediately since there was no one in the Order or formerly in the Order who wouldn't recognize Daimon. Well, it seems we have unexpected guests." His hand slyly moved towards his lightsaber hilt as a dozen well-armed thugs and mercenaries surrounded the two uninvited guests. Daimon didn't waste any time and had eliminated the people surrounding him. It was a brutal sight as their bodies dropped to the floor before they could even draw their weapons. Venfar took a step back at seeing the very rumors he heard about Daimon come true. Everybody around him dropped dead, and Daimon didn't even move an inch. The confidence he had before had quickly disappeared and he drew his lightsaber while charging at Daimon. Before it hit him however, Cortana had blocked it with her own lightsaber while Daimon stood there and watched the two of them fight. It was Cortana who suggested this as she saw it as unnecessary for Daimon to waste time on someone beneath him. She was indeed correct. Daimon's abilities were far beyond what any Dark Jedi could handle. He could kill Venfar with one move. But that would be boring, and that's not how they killed Shrimi. The two of them engaged in a furious duel, their lightsabers clashing. Venfar's attacks were wild but precise, clearly drawing on his anger and desperation. Cortana, however, was calm and methodical, her movements efficient and measured. She was not just matching his strikes, she was studying him, exploiting his weaknesses. Daimon leaned against a nearby wall, arms crossed, observing the fight. His presence alone was unnerving enough for Venfar, who kept glancing at him, expecting some intervention. That distraction cost him. Cortana landed a solid blow, slicing through his weapon's emitter, rendering his lightsaber useless. Venfar stumbled back, panting, his confidence entirely eroded. "You think you've won? Kill me, and my master will hunt you down. He'll bring the entire fleet." Before he could finish, Cortana silenced him with a precise strike to his neck, ending the threat. She deactivated her lightsaber and turned to Daimon, who gave her a small nod of approval. "Efficient as always," Daimon remarked as he stepped forward to inspect the body. "But he was right about one thing. Karnus Muir will not let this go unnoticed. Which is good for us, we can kill him next and then keep moving up the list," she replied. Daimon nodded, understanding the domino effect this could potentially cause. As he was about to turn towards the entrance, he sighed because of what he sensed outside. The two people he mind-controlled had been taken down by whom he figured to be the Republic Intelligence Agency. Seconds later, they stormed the building. There were 4 Jedi in the front with a dozen more armed agents following behind them. They surrounded both Cortana and Daimon while shouting orders. "Drop your weapons and surrender. You are under arrest for interfering with an investigation," one of the Jedi shouted. Daimon exchanged a glance with Cortana. "We've overstayed our welcome," he muttered, as Cortana subtly moved closer to his side. "You've got the wrong idea," Daimon began, raising his hand slightly in mock surrender. "Those were mercenaries working with a dark Jedi to destabilize the Republic. I just saved you a lot of trouble." The Jedi didn't flinch. "Your actions have consequences. Surrender now, and we'll sort this out later." Daimon didn't care for the Republic or Jedi Order anymore, but he didn't want to deal with having to fight his way through the streets of Coruscant. "Very well," Daimon said, raising his hands. He gave himself up while Cortana did the same. For now, he would play their little game, but if they waste his or get too annoying then he will have to go the hard route. 30. A shared enemy. A/N. Sorry about the chapter yesterday. I was a bit distracted when writing it and didn't give it my 100% attention, which is why I deleted it and wrote this new chapter. Hope you guys enjoy this one over the last. On the way back to the Republic Intelligence Agency building, the 2 Jedi tried to question Daimon to uncover what had happened. They were frustrated with him, knowing he had disrupted months of painstaking work that had allowed them to track Venfar's movements and prevent more than 4 invasions of mid-rim worlds. Now, one of their most valuable sources of intelligence, Venfar, was dead. Sitting across from Daimon were Jedi Knight Shioan and Zavjail. Shioan was the first to break the tense silence, staring at Daimon as he spoke. Why did you have to kill Venfar?" His glare was sharp and unyielding. "We were on the brink of a major breakthrough, and you decided to take the law into your own hands," Zavjail muttered, his voice filled with frustration. Daimon, however, remained silent, ignoring their questions for the rest of the journey. He could see that these 2 Jedi were probably knights who were promoted due to the current circumstances that the Republic and Jedi Order are in. If not because of that, then knights such as these would have never passed their trials, or maybe the war has caused them to become like this. Whichever one it was didn't matter to him. He was done with the Order and planned to not intervene besides dealing with a few of the dark Jedi that he was able to find. Arriving at the Republic Intelligence Agency headquarters, Daimon and Cortana were taken to separate place, with Cortana being taken to where droids go to get processed while Daimon was taken to a private room. As he was sitting in this private room, the 2 Jedi were running his face through the Republic database since he wouldn't give them his name. And what they found out was shocking. "He's a former Jedi Master," Zavjail muttered. The fact that he was a former Jedi Master made things a lot more interesting but still kept them on their toes. While it didn't say whether or not he was working with the Dark Jedi and their faction, they could guess from his previous actions that he probably wasn't. As they were digging through the data, a high-ranking officer walked in with a coffee mug in his hand. The 2 Jedi promptly greeted him before he asked who the person was they brought in. "It's some former Jedi Master by the name of Daimon. He killed the Dark Jedi and the other criminals that were meeting with him," Zavjail explained. The officer, hearing the name, nearly spit out his coffee upon hearing a name he hadn't heard in a while. "Are you positive his name is Daimon?" he asked, unsure if his ears were playing tricks on him. "Yeah, we have his facial scan right here." Shioan pulled up the image of Daimon they had, which was from about 40 or so years ago. Seeing the picture, the officer confirmed his suspicions. "Take to wherever he's being held at, right now." The 2 Jedi looked at each other before leading him to the room where Daimon was being held. Meanwhile in the room, Daimon had his eyes closed as he was meditating until whoever he needed to talk to arrived. A few minutes later, he sensed 3 people approaching the room he was in addition to the 2 guards standing outside his door. 2 of them he could feel were the 2 Jedi, while the third one was another person whom he hadn't seen in decades. As the door opened and their eyes met, a smirk appeared on Daimon's face. "I see you're still as wild as ever, Daimon," said the officer as he took a seat across from Daimon. "And I see you're still as short as ever, Burin," Daimon replied with a chuckle. Burin Ejining, a high-ranking officer in the Republic Intelligence Agency, was one of officers who worked under his old friend Arya back when she was alive. She had unfortunately died 5 years prior to him leaving the Order due to a number of health conditions. Despite his smaller stature, Burin was a highly capable individual, as he had proven before. What was shocking was to see how high of a rank he was and that he was still working for the Republic Intelligence Agency. "Your sense of humor is still the same, so I guess you aren't on the enemy side," voiced Burin. He never doubted it for a second, but it was always reassuring to get confirmation, nonetheless. "And I see that leaving the Order did not lighten your need to cause trouble for others." He had seen his fair share of cleaning up after Daimon's mistakes. At that, Daimon jokingly replied, "Yeah, I don't know what it is, the criminals of Coruscant just tend to somehow find their way at the end of my lightsaber. I think there is some higher power at work here." "I think it's more like the criminals of Coruscant tend to find themselves on the wrong end of your sense of justice," Burin retorted. "But I don't want to waste too much of your time, so I will let you go under one condition," he stated. "And what might that be, Burin?" Daimon asked. "I want you to provide some valuable intel on the Dark Jedi faction movements and such. I know you know more than you're willing to share, so I won't pry any further but only make this simple request from one friend to another." There was no point in wasting time trying to pry information if there was a much better way to get the information. Since we're old friends, I guess I can help with that under the condition that the Republic will stay out of my when I go after those dark Jedi. While he may not be at the top of the intelligence agency, he still had the rank to pull some strings. Because it's you, I'm sure I can work something out, Buran replied. He knew this wouldn't be easy to negotiate at the higher levels, but he also was aware that they needed every bit of advantage against these dark Jedi, and making an enemy of Daimon wasn't in their best interests. I expect you to keep true to your word, Daimon. If I hear any news about you causing disruptions or unnecessary violence, our agreement ends, Buran added with a serious look, making sure Daimon understood the gravity of his words. Daimon smirked, glad that they reached some common ground. I think we have a deal then. But remember, it's those dark Jedi fellows and criminals who usually cause the trouble. And so, it was settled. Daimon walked out of the room not as a prisoner, but as an ally of the Republic Intelligence Agency. Buran ordered his release and had the guards take him to gather his belongings and release Cortana. The two Jedi Knights were left alone in the room with Buran, their expressions reflecting a mix of disbelief and annoyance. Zavjail finally broke the silence. Sir, with all due respect, is it really safe to trust this man? He did just kill our only lead. Buran shook his head. I know what you're thinking, Zavjail. He's a loose cannon, he's dangerous, he's arrogant. And you're not wrong. But he continued, leaning back in his chair, Daimon is incredibly powerful and the most intuitive Force user I've ever met. He has an uncanny knack for making trouble, but also for unraveling it. Shioan crossed his arms skeptically. But his loyalty lies only with himself, he countered, his voice laced with doubt. Perhaps, Buran conceded, but self-interest can be a powerful motivator. Daimon will act to ensure his own survival, and if that aligns with helping us, well. While two of them didn't much like where this was going, they trusted Buran to make the right choices, and the fact that Daimon was former Jedi also played a factor in how they judged him. Having been returned his lightsaber alongside Cortana and her lightsaber, Daimon left the building and returned to his ship and left the planet. He had come to do what he needed to do, now all he needed to do was wait for his next chance at attacking and killing one of the main 12 Dark Jedi. And a few months later, his chance came to fruition. The Dark Jedi known as Zirith Dral was located due to a series of intelligence activities carried out by the droids under Cortana who were created for this singular purpose. The information was then presented to Daimon, who immediately set course for the planet Kadin located in the Outer Rim. The planet had fallen to the Dark Jedi faction around a decade ago and had become a small outpost for the Dark Jedi. In addition to being a small outpost, the planet also had a small fleet of 20 ships escorting Zirith Dral. In response to this, Daimon brought with him 40 of his own ships that had already gone through their reconstruction into the new designs which were created. There were only 70 of these ships completed at the moment, with the rest still planned to be completed over the years. Arriving in the system, Daimon's fleet of ships emerged from hyperspace, forming a battle line facing towards the enemy fleet. The sudden emergence of Daimon's fleet caught the enemy off guard. Zirith Dral's small fleet scrambled to respond, with fighters launching from hangars and ships shifting into defensive positions. The Dark Jedi outpost on Kadin sent out a distress signal, but Daimon knew reinforcements would take time to arrive, and he intended to strike decisively before they could. Daimon stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Aegis, a heavily armed Titan-class battlecruiser designed to overpower the ships of this era. Cortana, fully integrated into the fleet's command systems, appeared as a hologram beside him. Enemy fleet composition analyzed, Cortana reported. 20 ships, including 2 heavy cruisers, 6 frigates, and a mix of corvettes and support vessels. Ground defenses on Kadin are just some soldiers, should be easy enough to take him out. Alright, let's see how we do in our first fleet battle. Daimon was eager to test some of his abilities, the main one being his battle meditation skill. 31. Zirith Dral. Reaching out with the Force, his mind connected with all the droids in his fleet. He unified their battle perception, connecting their mechanical minds into a single coherent army. The droids became an extension of his will and moved with precision and efficiency unmatched by organic crews. Each ship adjusted its formation, firing arcs, and maneuvers as if guided by Daimon's mind. Daimon's battle meditation didn't just enhance coordination, it sharpened reactions and predicted enemy movements within the droid-controlled fleet. The Aegis led the charge, its massive ion cannons and turbolasers firing devastating salvos. The Raptor fighters darted forward in wolf pack formation, targeting enemy support vessels, weapon emplacements, and creating chaos in their lines. Destroyers and cruisers from the fleet flanked the enemy, forcing their ships into a defensive crescent. They launched their own fighters to counter the Raptor fighters from Daimon's fleet. As the fighters clashed, it was clear that the battle meditation, alongside how advanced the Raptor fighters were, managed to take control of the battlefield quickly. The Dark Jedi's fleet could not keep up with the precision and dexterity of Daimon's fleet. We've taken out 4 enemy ships so far and their fighters are being dwindled down, Cortana reported as she analyzed the ongoing battle between the two fleets. This was the first real battle where they could put their training and abilities to use. The strategy is working perfectly. The battle went on, positioning shifting until finally, all 20 enemy ships were destroyed or incapacitated. The battle had gone much smoother than Daimon expected, but exactly how Cortana expected. His battle meditation ability proved to be very effective at improving the coordination of his fleet and demoralizing the enemy fleet. He had yet to see how effective it would be whenever he got his actual crew members, but he assumed there would be little to no difference between the two. Cortana, prepare the assault shuttles. I'm going down there. Daimon ordered. At once, several assault shuttles were launched towards Kadin. Each shuttle was filled with a series of war droids, armed to the teeth with blasters and primed for combat. As Daimon's shuttle descended through Kadin's atmosphere, fierce storms started to rage across the area. To a normal person it may look like just your average storm, but for Daimon, he could sense that these storms were in fact force storms caused by Zirith himself. Like many of the Dark Jedi, Zirith had developed the unique ability to use the Force and cause force storms on whatever planet he was on. These storms consisted of high winds, lightning, and tornadoes, a chaotic natural defense that could wreak havoc on an invasion force. But for Daimon, it was just another obstacle to overcome. To counter this and protect his forces, he shielded the assault shuttles with the Force, preventing them from being affected by the force storms. As they got closer to the surface, Daimon could sense Zirith presence growing stronger. Zirith was aware of their approach and was readying his defenses, ordering the mercenaries and other lower-ranking Dark Jedi to take up defensive positions. A dozen assault shuttles swarmed the base, unloading war droids which began their assault on the base. Flying over the base, Daimon opened up the hatch to his shuttle and leaped out. With his saber already ignited, he landed on the ground as the surrounding mercenaries didn't waste any time and started shooting at him. Most of the shots were absorbed by the force shield surrounding his body, while some he deflected himself. At the same time, he was using his battle meditation with the droids on the ground, coordinating their attacks with his movements to overwhelm the mercenaries. The average mercenary, while hardened fighters, were no match for the combination of Daimon and his war droids. But there were a few mercenaries who were equipped to deal with other force users. One of these special-equipped mercenaries charged towards Daimon with 2 Asalamiri tied onto their backs. The Asalamiri were lizard-like tree-dwellers about 50 centimeters in length native to the planet Myrkr and had the ability to repel the force by creating a force-neutral bubble around the mercenary. The mercenary was confident in these lizards and assumed Daimon would be defenseless without the force. But he underestimated Daimon, who had more than just force abilities at his disposal. The mercenary took out his own modified weapon which was based off the lightsabers created by Daimon. It was a light whip, which he started swing towards Daimon hoping to keep him at a distance. Despite him seeing Daimon as useless without his force powers, it was still evident for all to see how strong Daimon was. It would take somebody lacking even the most basic form of intelligence for them not to how powerful Daimon was physically. He swung the whip at Daimon a few times, hoping to keep him at a distance. However, the mercenary forgot one thing. While he was protected against any force attacks, he also couldn't stop Daimon from using force abilities on or around himself. Channeling the force to enhance his physical strength and speed, Daimon instantly closed the gap between him and the mercenary. The whip, mid-swing, failed to connect as it was grabbed by Daimon, wrapping around his arm. Unlike actual lightsabers, a light whip didn't have as strong of an emitter that a lightsaber had, making them not that deadly to powerful force users. With the whip wrapped around his arm, he pulled the mercenary towards him, kicking him directly in his chest which sent the man hurtling into the ground. The force of the impact left the mercenary unconscious on the ground. The Asalamiri that were forcefully strapped onto his back had gotten injured from the fall and were on the verge of dying. To prevent this, Daimon walked up to the mercenary's body and healed the Asalamiri, while removing the device which kept them entrapped. In response to this, the Asalamiri had climbed onto Daimon's back and onto his shoulders. They had become attracted to his force energy after he healed them and saw him as a safer option compared to their previous captors. Turning back towards the battle, Daimon saw his war droid making short work of the remaining mercenaries. The battle was almost over, all he needed to do was take out the Dark Jedi and then it would be over. Approaching what looked like the primary entrance to Zirith base, Daimon opened the door and made his way through the mercenaries inside. While they were just mercenaries who were just working for money, he still didn't show any mercy to any of them and treated them as he would any enemy whom he went up against. Reaching the room where Zirith was waiting, Daimon saw a shadowy figure standing in what he recognized as an alchemy room. Daimon, the figure spoke. I've been expecting you. Zirith turned and looked at Daimon. He was wearing dark robes which covered his body, with his lightsaber already in hand. I've heard much about you, Zirith continued, his mouth turning into a cold smile. If you would have stayed with the Order, you might have been able to stop us from growing in power, yet you left which costed the Order. Shaking his head, Daimon sighed as for some reason most villains always tried to trash talk before their death. The path I take is much grander than the petty ideals of any Jedi or Dark Jedi. If you think the dark side is where ultimate power resides then you have already lost. Taking off his robe, Zirith ignited his lightsaber and took his stance. Daimon just stood there staring at Zirith, who was getting angry because he felt like Daimon was looking down on him. With a mighty roar, he charged at Daimon swinging his lightsaber in a downward arc. Daimon leaned back, dodging the strike while at the same time attempting to sweep Zirith from under his feet. Zirith managed to jump over Daimon's attack as he pressed forward, this time thrusting his lightsaber straight at Daimon's stomach. Daimon sidestepped, redirecting Zirith's momentum. Zirith stumbled and growled in frustration as he spun around, unleashing a ferocious barrage of strikes. Each attack was wild and fueled by anger. Daimon met Zirith's blows with his force-infused hands, intercepting every strike without the need for his lightsaber. Zirith's anger and frustration only grew. Here he was fighting to kill him, yet Daimon was fighting him like he was some plaything. Fortunately, Zirith didn't know that not only was Daimon fighting without his lightsaber, but he was also using battle meditation at the same time. If he knew this, he would probably be completely consumed by his anger. "You fight like a wild beast," Daimon said. "Emotion doesn't win battles." Zirith snarled, stepping back and extending his free hand, as he hurled a wave of force lightning at Daimon. Daimon raised his left hand, catching the lightning in his hand and added some of his own energy before redirecting the energy back toward Zirith, who tried to deflect it with his lightsaber. But the force lightning, which was now enhanced with Daimon's force energy, had overpowered even the lightsaber, destroying it entirely. Before Zirith could recover, Daimon reached out with the force, pinning him in place. He tried to free himself, but he was helpless against the overwhelming power that held him. Before he could utter any words, his body began to twist and fold. In his final moments, his only thoughts were about what he would do if he had the power that Daimon had. He could have been the greatest force user ever and could have used his powers to end the Jedi Order and replace it with a new religion focused on the dark arts. "Cortana," Daimon said, activating his communicator. "Zirith is dead. Secure the base and prepare to retrieve any useful data. I want everything they've been working on." "Already underway," Cortana replied. "The war droids have secured the remaining areas. This victory was rather decisive, and we have managed to gain a lot of combat data." "Good," Daimon replied. The first of many battles had been won. Now all he just needed to wait until the location of the other Dark Jedi are found and then kill them as well. A few hours later, they managed to wrap things up with a few mercenaries being taken as prisoners. Daimon extracted what information he could from them before sending them to the Republic. He himself returned to Tython to resume his duties. 32. The Prelude to the War. 10 years later, 6978 BBY. Daimon, age 72. For 10 years, Daimon focused on training the current members of the Balance Keepers, raising the 10 progenitors who were technically his sons alongside the 10,000 Force Scions. Unlike the 10 million cloned Jedi soldiers, the progenitors and Force Scions were created through the Force. Their bodies, minds, and every atom of their existence were created by Daimon using the cosmic and living force, making them different from the clones who were created from his genetic pool. But no matter how they were created, he valued each and every one of them. He made it known to them that despite how they were created, he loved them all equally. This made each one of them eternally loyal to Daimon, whom most saw as not only their creator, but a father figure as well. And whenever Cortana found the locations of any of the remaining Dark Jedi, Daimon went out of his way to go and take care of them. Now only 6 of the original 12 remained living, giving the Republic and Jedi Order a significant advantage in the war. Because of this, a rumor started spreading about some tall buff person in golden armor running around and killing the Dark Jedi and their disciples by the dozens. The golden figure became a symbol of doom for the Dark Jedi and their faction. During one of his encounters, the Dark Jedi tried to uncover his identity by using 2 of their core members to lure him into an ambush and overwhelm him with their best mercenaries. However, they had no idea how powerful the person they were going against was. As a result, everybody sent to ambush Daimon died. From then on, the golden figure had become feared throughout the galaxy as some unknown powerful figure that hunts Dark Jedi. Regular civilians were curious about the figure, while criminals feared crossing paths with him. His name, not known to the masses, became a whispered legend all over the Republic. Some called him the Golden Reaper, others, the Unseen. For the last 6 Dark Jedi, Daimon had largely ignored them because he had other priorities at the moment. The 10 progenitors alongside the Force Scions had reached 20 years of age, each one already powerful Force users. The first of the progenitors was Kale Thorin, who was also given the nickname, the Unyielding Bastion. He was raised to be the defender of Daimon's future Imperium and the protector of his divine will. Kale believes in Daimon's ability to bring upon a new age for the Jedi and the galaxy as a whole and has taken an oath to become the shield of the Imperium. Second was Syra Vera, or the Blade of Balance. She was raised to be the enforcer of justice and the executioner of Damien's decrees. Syra will serve as Daimon's arbiter, ensuring that loyalty and balance are maintained throughout the Imperium. She had the unique ability of force precision, allowing her to channel the force into her lightsaber, enabling strikes that bypass defenses and sever connections to the force temporarily. Third was Oren Folker, or the Architect of Unity. He was raised to use the Force as a tool to build harmony and structure. True power lay in order and cooperation, 2 things which he wholeheartedly knew Daimon would bring. He would serve as the Imperium's architect, reshaping planets to sustain colonies or serve as military strongholds. He had the unique ability to force terraform planets similar to Daimon. Fourth was Lyrine Voss, or the Stormcaller. She was raised to be the supreme strategist of the Imperium, leading the vast armies into war alongside her brothers and sisters. Having the position of supreme strategist, she would be in charge of the Imperium's military. She had the unique ability to manipulate atmospheric conditions, summoning destructive storms to ravage enemy forces while empowering her own troops with a surge of force energy. Daimon made sure that this position would in no way cause problems with the other progenitors. They each had their strengths and weaknesses, and only by working together could they be unbeatable. This was drilled into them from birth, and they have grown to understand this. No matter how stronger one of them were than the other, they were all family. Fifth was Varen Draelor, the Silent Warden. He was raised to be the keeper of secrets, one who would be in charge of the Imperium's intelligence and covert operations. He had the unique ability called Phantom Veil which allowed him to cloak himself and others in the Force, rendering them undetectable by physical or force-based senses. Varen, unlike his brothers or sisters, is a meticulous planner who prefers precision over brute force. But this didn't mean that he would shy away from using brute force when it was needed. Sixth was Talis Kaer or, the Forge Master. He was raised to be the architect of the Empire's weapons, starships, and other technological advancements. His intelligence was on par with that of Cortana's, but given enough time, Cortana would surpass him because how she learned and evolved. Talis sees each creation as an extension of Daimon's vision, developing new blasters and melee weapons using his Force Infusion ability, creating Force-infused weapons. Seventh was Raylos Vyn or, the Blade of Harmony. Like his sister, Lyrin, he was raised to be a strategist. But unlike his sister, he had the unique ability to create dual-energy swords infused with the perfect balance of light and dark energy. This ability was known as Force Blade Manifestation and would create a weapon that is better than the average lightsaber. While Lyrin would be in charge of all military forces, Raylos would specifically be in charge of ground forces. Eighth was Nissa Rivar or the Weaver of Minds. She was raised to be a diplomat and manipulator. Her abilities allowed her to alter memories, beliefs, and personalities within others, or she could amplify the emotions within others to inspire loyalty and resolve conflicts. She would be placed as the Imperium's negotiator with other empires and races in the future. Ninth was Derek Thaler or, the Harbinger of Renewal. He was raised to be a healer and restorer, possessing the ability to revitalize ecosystems, accelerate healing on a mass scale, or sacrifice his personal energy to heal or resurrect others. Unlike healing, resurrection required one's own life force in addition to the Force due to the complexity of simply bringing someone back to life. He would be placed in charge of all medical things, healing those who are mortally injured, and keeping the population overall healthy. Any other Force user who showed promise in healing would be placed under his command. Lastly was Molly's Cover or, the Void Shepherd. He was raised as a philosopher, spiritual guide, and zealot, seeking balance within the Empire's moral and spiritual compass. He had the unique ability of harmonic resonance, allowing him to align the Force in his surroundings, soothing conflict and restoring balance to chaotic situations, even in the heat of battle. He was placed as head of the Order of the Balance Keepers. He would oversee everything, create new rules and oversee the training and appointment of each member. Each progenitor was raised to capitalize on their strengths which they would use to advance the Imperium into the future. Under each progenitor was a legion of Force Scions. Each legion numbered 1,000 Force Scions who were all created to have the same abilities and characteristics of their respective progenitors. The armor for legions split between two variants of exosuits: Vanguard Exosuit, Sentinel Exosuit. These two variants were the Vanguard Exosuit and the Sentinel Exosuit. The Vanguard Exosuits, worn by the offensive legions, were designed for attack and speed, engineered to be light yet extremely durable. The armor boasted a streamlined silhouette, optimal for quick maneuvers during combat. It was also fully compatible with a variety of armaments, offering flexibility in battles. The Sentinel Exosuits, on the other hand, were designed for defensive legions. They were more robust and resilient than their Vanguard counterparts, built to withstand heavy assaults from enemies. The suits provided optimum protection with reinforced armor plating. These suits were designed to make the wearer stand as a behemoth against all forces. Both exosuit variants were designed with stealth tech and integrated focus crystals enabling force enhancement. The suits also had built-in life support systems, field medic kits for immediate first aid and advanced interface for smooth and easy communication between legions. Talis Kaer was the one responsible for creating the exosuits, using his understanding of machinery and metal manipulation ability. He combined his talents to create these marvels of technical prowess that were nothing short of revolutionary. For the regular soldiers, he created another exosuit which was not as powerful as the ones created for the Force Scions, but they were still strong, nonetheless. They were made to be mass-producible and easily adaptable to varying physical conditions. Recognizing the need for both offense and defense, the standard exosuits, known as the Aegis exosuits, incorporated features from both Vanguard and Sentinel suits, providing durability, agility, and decent protection to the wearer. Aegis exosuit. Designed to keep the soldiers safe from a wide variety of threats, each exosuit was equipped with strong, lightweight armor plating that could resist energy blasts and most forms of physical attacks. The suits also had advanced life support systems, emergency field medic kits similar to their elite counterparts, and a powerful interface for communication within squads and command units. The Order of the Balance Keepers had reached 4,000 members, with 2,500 of these members being integrated into the vast 10 million manned army that Daimon had. The rest were either children still training, or those working in various administrative and logistical capacities. With everything ready, the time had finally come for Daimon to retake Feldari and form his own imperium. Standing within the vast gathering area, Daimon was standing before the 10K Force Scions and the progenitors. Already on their transport, the 10 million soldiers watched on the holographic screens as it would take too long to address millions of soldiers and then have them all transported to their respective ships. Gathered Force Scions. Standing next to him was Sarah, who had mastered Daimon's lessons, allowing her to increase her lifespan through the Force. Today, Daimon began, we begin our campaign to take back our homeworld from the darkness which surrounds it. Those who oppose us will be met with our might. We carry within us the Force, a power that is woven into the very fabric of the universe. Let it guide your blades, lend patience to your minds, and strength to your hearts. Everybody was quiet, tentatively listening to Daimon's speech. For decades, Feldari has been under the control of a dark entity, corrupting the people and the planet. Today, we reclaim it, not just for ourselves, but for the promise of a brighter future for all. The 10,000 Force Scions fervently listened to his words. He paused, taking a look at all of the loyal soldiers that he created. This campaign will not be without its trials. There will be sacrifices made, but remember, every step we take forward, every life given for this cause, forges a path towards a future where all can live free from the fear of darkness. And remember, he announced, should you ever fall in this battle, know that risking your lives is not a heedless sacrifice but the most honorable act one can deem, because true victory lies not only in triumph but also in the sacrifices made to achieve it. He stepped forward, lifting his hands as if to encompass the entirety of the gathered force. Remember this, you are not merely soldiers. You are the bearers of a new age, the embodiment of the Force's will. Each of you, from the humblest soldier to the mightiest progenitor, carries a purpose that transcends yourself. Together, we are unstoppable. Together, we are eternal. The troops erupted into a roar of approval, the sound filling the massive gathering area and echoing across the fleet. Sarah, standing beside him, placed a hand over her heart. She may not be a Jedi herself, but she wholeheartedly believed and supported what he was doing and was glad to be a part of it. The Force Scions started boarding their transport, while Daimon boarded his own. Once on board his capital ship, the fleet moved into position to jump to hyperspace. All ships are in position, my lord, reported the navigational officer. Giving a nod to the navigational officer, the entire fleet jumped to hyperspace towards Feldari. The war to reclaim the Jedi homeworld had begun. 33. Let the invasion commence. Entering the Feldari system, the Liberation Fleet, which Daimon has decided to call the fleet, had emerged from hyperspace. 400 ships with state-of-the-art technology had begun their approach to Feldari. Unlike an actual empire, the false emperor, Kaler, had no fleet, as it would take a long time to just bring the Jedi clan from a clan-based society to a modern spacefaring society. And while Kaler had the knowledge of the dark artifacts left behind by the Rakata, he didn't have the knowledge on how to create new technology or build ships. Nobody from the Republic wanted any part in Feldari after he took over, preventing any outside investment. The Dark Jedi tried to reach out to Feldari, yet Kaler didn't like them as they wielded the powers of the Force naturally, while he couldn't. His power came from artifacts which made him incredibly strong and allowed him to corrupt others using the artifacts. In fact, he has almost 200 million Jedi corrupted by his artifacts, which is half of the entire population. Nearing the orbit of Feldari, the Liberation Fleet had begun to launch wings of fighters in preparation for the invasion of the planet. Surrounding Daimon's capital ship, the Aegis, were the 8 Thoya ships. They were here to counter the effects of the Dark Jedi's own artifacts and allow Daimon to spread his own force power throughout the planet. The 8 Thoya would be positioned in 8 different locations around the planet to act as amplifiers, thus neutralizing the influence of Kaler's dark artifacts and enabling Daimon to extend his force power over the entire planet. Each Thoya ship would be defended by 100k Jedi soldiers and one of the 10 Force Scion legions. The remaining 2 legions would be leading offensive combat efforts to across the planet, taking key locations, and assisting the regular soldiers as needed. Once the entire world was engulfed in his energy, Daimon would be able to significantly improve their combat abilities and coordination across the entire planet, while also weakening the enemy forces. After that was done, he would take the fight directly to Kaler and eliminate him once and for all. The tactical display lit up as the Liberation Fleet began its assault on Feldari. Since the planet had no defense fleet, Daimon had the fleet target the defenses that the planet had before they descended into the atmosphere. Using the Force to locate the defenses from orbit, he gave each ship their targets. Hundreds of turbolasers bolts were shot out from the fleet heading directly towards the planet, hitting key defensive locations and strongholds. Immediately after they hit, Daimon ordered the fleet to begin the next phase. All ships commence atmospheric entry and head to your assigned locations. The real fight begins now, he ordered. The entire fleet started its descent into the planet. Once the ships breached the atmosphere, they started to break up into 10 groups, with 8 of the groups following the Thoya to their designated positions. Already moved to his command center within his palace, Kaler was caught off guard by the sudden attack. First their defenses were hit from orbit by strange weapons, then the next thing he sees is ships descending into the atmosphere. Their only explanation for this was a foreign invasion. He began to rally those who were already corrupted while forcing the others to fight off these invaders. Any who didn't want to fight would be killed, he had no need for the unwilling. The first wave of Jedi troops had landed in key locations around the world, setting up command posts and their logistics. While the first wave secured key positions, the second wave pushed through the hamlets and villages, freeing innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. Everywhere they went they would find the Jedi people who had been corrupted by Kaler's dark artifacts, using their own abilities to contain them and keep them from causing further harm. Raylos Vyn was leading his legion called the Zenith Blades. Similar to Raylos, the Zenith Blades is legion of master duelists and warriors, wielding weapons infused with both light and dark, bring balance through warfare, ensuring no enemy stands against them. With his 2 energy blades in hands, he cut down waves of enemies as he led his legion and the regular soldiers under his command to take one of the 78 cities on the planet. Cortana established parameters for what they should consider a city based on population and structural density. As the siege began, the 8 Thoya ships had gotten into their positions with their escort ships and ground troops establishing a large perimeter around them. Reaching out, connecting to each one, Daimon began to spread his force energy throughout the planet. The immense amount of force energy that began to flow around the planet had not only got rid of the darkness which clouded the planet but also caused intense force storms to occur all over the planet. As Daimon's energy surged through the planet, the oppressive influence of Kaler's dark artifacts began to wane. The corrupted Jedi, once driven into a mindless fury by the artifacts, hesitated as their connection to the darkness was severed. Some collapsed, overwhelmed by the sudden change. Others, still clinging to their corruption, roared in defiance, rallying under Kaler's call to arms. Thunder began to strike the ground as the force storms intensified, their raw energy traveling through the battlefield. The Zenith Blades, wearing their exosuits, advanced through the shattered streets, their lightsabers shining on the nearby buildings. Raylos led the charge, his movements a blur as each strike severed the bonds of darkness and cut down those who resisted. From the eastern approach, the Stormborn Legion, led by Lyrine Voss, made their assault on the heavily fortified city of Karvos. As the supreme strategist of the Imperium, she had deployed her forces with precision, using the force storms to their advantage. The intense winds blinded the defenders, while the Stormborn Legion charged in, taking advantage of the enemy's weakness. Walkers and siege tanks pressed forward, laying down suppressive fire as infantry units advanced behind them. Kaler, watching from his dark throne, slammed his fist against the armrest. His power was waning, his control slipping through his grasp. "Damn these foreigners!" he shouted. One of his top commanders walked in, carrying with him some drastic news. "Your Majesty, there are enemy ships descending on the city as we speak. I suggest we get you out of here." "You suggest, I run away," shouted Kaler. He couldn't believe that one of his top commanders was suggesting such a thing. They were being invaded by foreigners and here he was trying to run instead of fighting for their homeworld. From above, Daimon had opened the doors of his shuttle, looking down on the palace below him. The enemy soldiers on the ground were desperately trying to shoot the shuttles down, but the force storms combined with their weakened physical ability by Daimon's force energy severely restricted them. "Everybody follow me," ordered Daimon as he jumped out of the shuttle falling directly above where Kaler was standing. Before he hit the roof of the building, he blasted a hole big enough for him and everybody else, landing directly in the throne room where Kaler was. Beneath where he landed was Kaler's top commander who he had been talking to before. Startled by the entrance, he grabbed his staff and pointed it at Daimon. "Considering the fact that you have just broken into my palace, you must be the one in charge of this invasion." He was surprised to see the person leading this invasion was a fellow Jedi. "Indeed, I am the one in charge. Your time is up, Kaler. I have allowed you to exist for too long. Now it is time for you to be removed from this galaxy and for me to lead the Jedi into the new age." "Ha, removed from this galaxy? Who are you to decide such things?" Kaler retaliated, rising from his throne. A few guards had run in and started attacking the adepts who also fought back. "We got this, sir, just deal with that monster," voiced one of the adepts. Daimon nodded and turned back to Kaler who began walking towards him. He was thinking in his head how long did he wanted to drag this fight on. Ending it too quickly would just be mercy for Kaler who didn't deserve it. Kaler's eyes were filled with so much hatred as he stepped down from his throne. He was a little shorter than Daimon and was wearing some dark armor embedded with some of the ancient Rakata technology which he managed to replicate. "I have ruled Feldari for decades," Kaler snarled. "You think a fleet and some warriors can unseat me? I have united our people and brought about the Golden Age for the entire planet." Golden Age, Daimon thought to himself, wondering how delusional one person can be. Then again, this was the person who tried to rule by corrupting people, instead of uniting them normally. If he had just united the planet normally, then Daimon might be in a tough position right now. But because of his reliance on artifacts, Kaler had a weakness that Daimon exploited. Grabbing the weapon of the dead commander on the ground, Daimon charged at Kaler swinging the staff in a downward motion. Kaler reacted instinctively, blocking the attack head-on. The sheer force from the attack had pushed his feet into the ground. His grip tightened on his weapon as he stared defiantly at Daimon. "You fight well for a foreigner. And you fight well for a tyrant," Daimon countered, punching Kaler in his face. "Alright, he can take 5% of my power, now let's increase it." 34. A Tyrant's End. Increasing his power to 10%, Daimon followed up his punch with a powerful knee strike to Kaler's stomach, sending the self-proclaimed emperor staggering backward. Kaler gritted his teeth, his armor absorbing much of the impact but failing to negate the sheer force behind Daimon's attack. He barely had time to recover before Daimon pressed him again. Kaler raised his hand, activating the Rakata artifacts embedded in his armor. Daimon, however, remained unfazed. With a simple gesture, he redirected the energy from the artifacts, making them seem useless before continuing his assault. "Is this the extent of your power?" Daimon taunted. "Artifacts can only take you so far, Kaler. True power comes from within." Kaler roared in frustration, trying to activate his artifacts once again. He launched himself forward, his speed augmented by the artifacts. He swung his blade in a sweeping arc, aiming to cleave Daimon in two. But Daimon anticipated the attack, sidestepping effortlessly and countering with a devastating elbow strike to Kaler's side, cracking his armor. The battle raged on, each strike shaking the throne room. Outside, the battle for Feldari continued as Daimon's forces pushed deeper into the cities, breaking down Kaler's corrupted legions. The Thoya ships continued to spread Daimon's power across the planet, further suppressing the influence of the dark artifacts, weakening Kaler's grip over his enslaved people. Kaler's desperation became evident as he activated his final failsafe, a surge of unstable Rakata energy designed to consume everything in its vicinity. The artifacts on his armor began to glow, veins of dark energy spreading across his body. His form swelled with raw, uncontrollable power. "You will not take my empire from me." Kaler yelled as the ground beneath him cracked, and a vortex of darkness began to form around him. Daimon narrowed his eyes. He had seen this kind of reckless desperation before. If Kaler was allowed to complete this suicidal act, he could potentially destroy the entire palace, including everyone in it. Not wanting the lives of his men to be lost unnecessarily, Daimon ripped the armor off of Kaler's body and suppressed the energy that was being emitted from the artifacts. Then using his free hand, he sent a force wave which sent Kaler pummeling into the nearby wall. After deactivating the artifacts and tossing them to the side, Daimon pulled Kaler out of the wall and into his hand. Kaler tried to resist and fight back, but his body felt weak for some reason. "I was meant to rule," he muttered. "You were never meant to rule. And even if you were, you had the unfortunate luck of standing in my way, so your life was always going to end, one way or another." Daimon replied, placing his hand over Kaler's face. With his hand on Kaler's face, he started to completely absorb his life force. Kaler's body began to wither and age rapidly, his skin turning from purple to gray as life was drained from him. His eyes were filled with terror as he gazed at Daimon's eyes, which were devoid of any emotion for the tyrant. The once proud ruler's body shriveled until it was nothing more than a pale husk. Daimon released his grip, letting Kaler's lifeless form collapse onto the floor, a hollow shell of the despot he once was. With Kaler defeated and his life force absorbed, Daimon turned to face his warriors who had already finished their fight and had turned to watch him. As soon as Daimon's eyes looked over them, they each got on one knee, bowing their heads out of the respect for their leader. Daimon motioned for them to stand up as he may have won this battle, but there was still a war to win. Speaking into his comlink, he alerted all the forces of the false emperor's defeat and ordered his men to clear the remaining enemy forces within the palace. Outside the palace, fighters and bombers from the ships in the atmosphere had launched coordinated strikes on targets marked by ground forces. While his men cleared the palace, Daimon jumped through the hole that he made and onto the roof, watching the chaos unfold throughout the city. One by one, Kaler's remaining loyalists were falling to his forces. From his vantage point on palace roof, Daimon could see the full extent of the battle. Fires raged in pockets throughout the city, with smoke darkening the sky. Daimon could hear the distant sound of blaster fire and shouts coming from the city as the people were either getting killed or arrested. As he was watching over the battle, one of the guardians had jumped on top of the roof to report what they had found. "Sir, we have captured a few people who have been identified as the rest of Kaler's top commanders." "Take me to them," Daimon replied as he followed the guardian back down into the palace. At one of the Thoya bases located on 4th Continent which has been dubbed, Kalos, by Daimon, progenitor Oren Folker was on the ground commanding his legion known as the Architect Legion. All around their base, they were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of enemies, while under him, he only had 1,000 members of his Architect Legion and 100,000 regular soldiers combined with all sorts of ground vehicles and air vehicles. But no matter how many enemies there were, his mission was to hold this base until the war was over. "Sir, we're being overwhelmed at Point Alpha, requesting reinforcements," came a voice over the comlink. "Redirect Delta and Echo squads to Alpha's position," Oren ordered. "Epsilon, prepare to provide heavy covering fire." He continued to direct his forces strategically, exploiting any weaknesses he found in the enemy lines. But once the fighting got intense, he personally joined the front lines, ordering the local officers to take charge of their respective area. In the skies above, the Nova-class destroyers and Radiant-class cruisers were firing their turbo lasers at enemy targets. Thanks to the Raptor fighters, they had complete control over the skies, allowing them to bomb the enemies as much as they wanted. However, because their enemy were the Jedi, simply bombing them was not enough. The only way to completely kill a Jedi was to sever their head from their body. That was the standard way to kill a Jedi, while other ways including powerful weapons such as the dual-energy swords that Raylos Vyn wielded, or by absorbing their life force. But due to the rareness and complexity of such abilities, the standard way to kill a Jedi by severing their head was taught to everybody. Another factor which gave them an advantage was Daimon's force energy, which weakened the enemy and prevented them from regrowing limbs or reattaching them once they got cut off. Daimon's own subordinates were boosted with all of the above, making it even harder to kill them. Severing the head from one of the Jedi, Orin then turned to his next victims and sent a force wave hurtling towards them, sending all of them flying into their own allies. Taking advantage of the now out-of-place enemy soldiers, Orin began to carve a path through the enemy army, hoping to find whoever was leading them. Following behind him were a mix of his own legion and dozens of regular soldiers who began to fill the space he cleared, pushing the front line further out. Seeing things not going well as for them, even with their greater numbers, the enemy commander had rushed to the front lines. As he arrived, he saw some large, armored Titan hacking at his soldiers and using what he knew was the Force to eliminate them. Jedi have never been able to use the Force, so he was wondering how this Jedi was not only using it but was very proficient with their abilities. However, he had no time to observe how great the enemy were, so he charged and followed by his own personal guards. When Orin saw another group of Jedi charging at him, he immediately saw the commander of the enemy forces and focused his attention on them. To this, he first slammed his fist into the ground, sending out a wave of chain lightning, which is a variation of force lightning in all directions. The chain lightning hit everybody within a 20-meter radius, ignoring any allies who were within that radius. Most had become charred, while some even had their flesh melted by the power and intensity of the lightning, but everybody had either fell unconscious or died. Seeing what Orin just did, the enemy commander halted his advance and turned around to run away. He didn't even give it a second thought. No way was he about to fight a monster like that. He was clearly outmatched, and he had no plans to fight. Orin didn't care what the commander did as he was the leader of the enemy forces. Moving at an insane speed, Orin caught up to the commander and grabbed him by the back of his head, slamming it into the ground. "Where do you think you're going?" Orin questioned as he started to repeatedly slam the commander's head into the ground. After about 20 to 30 times, he took his lightsaber and separated the commander's head from his body. Before the war started, each progenitor was given the order to kill all high-ranking officers no matter if they pleaded for their life. These people wouldn't be a part of the future that Daimon was going to build. With the commander dead, the surrounding Jedi, who saw everything, began to run away. And when a dozen soldiers started to run away, so did the rest. It was like a chain reaction that spread like wildfire across the ranks. With the enemy in retreat, Orin ordered his men to rest and reform the front lines in preparation for another attack, if it did happen. 35. The Declaration. With the false emperor now dead, and the palace firmly under his control, millions of Jedi warriors who were released from the corruption which clouded their minds, began surrendering to the soldiers under Daimon's command. The news that the false emperor is dead was broadcast across all battlefields, allowing those who were hesitant at first to finally lay down their arms. However, there were still those who fully believed in Kaler, resulting in massive amounts of infighting and thousands of Jedi being killed for even wanting to surrender. Because of this, Daimon ordered his generals to speed up the process, to minimize the casualties. After a week had passed, nearly half the world had been brought under his control. Out of the 400 million Jedi on Feldari, there was an estimated count of nearly 60 million people, either civilians, or warriors, who had been killed because of the conflict. Most of the civilian casualties were from the former loyalist generals of Kaler, whom Daimon has labeled as criminal warlords. These warlords consolidated their forces, hid in underground bases, and within civilian areas to continue the fight. This would normally be a problem, as one wouldn't be able to separate which Jedi was loyalists, and which ones were just regular civilians. But Daimon, the progenitors, and a few Force scions could sense their ill intent using the Force. Thus, they could target the hidden enemy without harming innocent bystanders. 10 task forces were created to find these loyalists within the cities they controlled and arrest them. The war was projected to go on for another 2 weeks before all threats were dealt with. The millions who surrendered were going through a process where their minds would be checked to make sure that they were not deceiving anyone. Once they were confirmed to actually be regretful of their actions, each person was given an identification card and was assigned to perform labor and all sorts of other tasks around the planet. It was tradition that the Jedi will naturally follow those who are strong. And not only was Daimon extremely strong, but he was also a Jedi himself, and the first Jedi to have developed the ability to use the Force. This is where he and Cortana got to work with building a religion with him as the god of that religion. It would take decades for all to truly embrace such a change, which is why they started laying down the foundation of the religion. Those who looked to be the most vulnerable were used by Daimon to promote the religion. In the beginning he started to visit those who were very ill, on the verge of death, or those who thought they had no purpose in life. Daimon used his abilities to heal them or show them a glimpse of what the future would look like, giving them something to work towards. Word began to spread of the miracles performed by Daimon, and before long, people were lining up in droves to visit the cathedral that had been established within capital city that Cortana has named Edoras, meaning, City of the Eternal. The cathedral was still under construction, as it used to be a massive fortress built next to the palace to house reinforcements in case something happened. But since the city was cleansed of enemy soldiers, the building was empty, so Daimon decided to turn it into a cathedral. Daimon spent several hours of his days providing what the people considered to be miracles. Of course, he didn't provide everybody with a personal miracle. Some of the most prominent healers from the Order of the Balance Keepers, which numbered 200, were used as well to provide miracles which included healing and providing visions of the future. The visions that people were showed were not fabricated dreams of a non-existence reality. It was a short glimpse of what the future would look like and how much people's lives will improve. The visions of the future brought hope to many who were on the verge of despair. The intended purpose of these visions was to begin to plant the seeds for understanding and benevolence. Absolute control through fear wouldn't ensure stability and peace in the long run. Hence, his objective of creating a religion around him wasn't just to make him all-powerful, but to provide a novel belief system and moral code that would guide people. He continued doing this for the next 2 weeks, while also doing some other visits to the newly conquered lands that they brought under his control. Most of his time was spent traveling all over the planet promoting the religion and laying down the foundations for something that will benefit everybody now and in the future. At the same time, the very last warlord was captured and brought to Edoras alongside the other warlords they were able to capture. These warlords would personally be dealt with by Daimon, and their force absorbed to be put to good use. The army had successfully conquered 100% of the world, and now Daimon had full control over the planet and its people. From the original 60 million, now there was a confirmed number of nearly 90 million people were killed in the conflict. 60 million were warriors serving under Kaler and his commanders, while the remaining 30 million were civilian casualties. Unfortunately, the civilian casualties were unavoidable, but their death would ultimately lay the foundation down for a better future. In the middle of Edoras, a large stage was set up with 2 million people gathered, filling up the streets of the city for miles to see. Videos were broadcast via holographic projectors throughout the city, allowing every single person to see what was going on. The same scene occurred around the planet, from the most populated to the least populated. Daimon wanted all to see his announcement. On the stage, 20 of the last remaining warlords were placed on the stage, kneeling on the ground and restrained by cuffs. As Daimon walked on the stage, the people grew quiet and watched as he took his position standing before the large crowd of people. Many of you may already know me, many of you may not know me, so let me introduce myself, began Daimon. My name is Daimon, a Jedi much like all of you. However, I am no normal Jedi, for I have learned the ways of the Force, which is a great power that guides all those in the galaxy. By harnessing this power, Daimon went on to explain just how powerful he was and how he reached the point where he was at right now, with a few alterations to the story by not mentioning a few critical things such as how he was from another universe. Once he was done speaking, he walked up to the first warlord and placed his hand on his head. Now I will demonstrate one of the millions of ways that the Force can be used. Starting with these warlords who followed Kaler and helped him in murdering tens of millions of people decades ago, and for their continued resistance after he was killed by me. With his hand on the first warlord's head, he began to absorb his life force for all to see. The warlord's body was quickly drained of all its life force, leaving nothing but a withered husk. The crowd remained silent as they watched the display of power on the large hollow projections around them. The remaining warlords turned pale as the life left their comrade. They tried to struggle and break the restraint somehow, as they would much rather fight than feel their life be slowly absorbed. But it was no use. They were not only restrained with cuffs, but a few guardians were using the Force to hold them still. One by one, Daimon walked across the stage, repeating this process for each warlord. As each soul was absorbed, he could feel his own strength increase by the smallest margin. It was not enough to cause a significant difference, but it was still something. As he finished absorbing the last warlord's life force, he turned towards the crowd. This is the punishment for those who followed Kaler and continue to do so even after the corruption was removed. His voice echoed across the vast crowd. However, for those who saw the error of their ways and gave up, I commend them. They didn't become so consumed by the dark power clouding their mind, and they peacefully surrendered, which is why I did not kill them. Such people do not deserve death, but a second chance at righting a wrong. However, they will be punished, so for the next 500 years, these people will be subject to hard labor and service. They will rebuild the cities they aided in destroying, they will tend the grounds they once soaked with innocent blood. They will serve the people they once sought to oppress. A murmur swept through the crowd at this pronouncement. There was satisfaction in seeing the guilty made to atone for their crimes, but also seeing mercy granted to those who surrendered after being freed from Kaler's control. It wasn't hard for most Jedi to understand who deserved mercy and who didn't. In fact, most saw this as a fair judgment from Daimon, and their opinion of him grew. To prevent such atrocities from happening again, Daimon continued, I have put into place a code of conduct, a set of laws if you may, that will guide all beings on this world and any future worlds we may inhabit. He began to lay out his vision of a world guided by law and order, a world where no starved or lived in fear, a society where the people were guided towards a righteous path. He also emphasized personal responsibility and community action as vital pillars of this new society. We are now one under this common purpose to foster a harmonious existence for all, whether it be through war or peace, we strive towards betterment. So, with my last words, I hereby declare that on this day, the Feldari Imperium will be born from this day, and I as the Emperor will ensure that this Imperium will exist for thousands of years starting from this day. With his final words, 2 Raptor fighters flew overhead with the colors of the new Feldari Imperium trailing behind them. A/N, please vote between the 3 flag options that guys want. Flag option 1. Flag option 2. Flag option 3. The people began to cheer loudly as there was an immense energy that traveled throughout the crowd, a sense of new beginnings that flowed throughout the crowd. Even those who had been skeptical or uncertain were now swept up in this current of hope and expectation. Slowly but surely, the adoration for Daimon was increasing, and would continue to over the next few years. He then began to walk through the crowd to do a little crowd work in order to show the people that he may be all-powerful, but he was also caring and compassionate towards them who had suffered for so long. Daimon stretched out his senses, using his extraordinary abilities to touch the minds of those around him. He felt their hopes and fears, their dreams and desires. He was becoming a beacon of hope for them. People reached out to touch him as he passed, a physical act of connection that seemed to renew their hope in a better future. They whispered words of gratitude, of admiration, even of love. Daimon smiled, nodded, occasionally pausing to speak directly to an individual or small group. In just 3 weeks, he had become more popular than Kaler ever was. After hours of spending time with the people, he returned to the palace which was being reconstructed to officially began to set up positions, appoint the people whom he already raised when they were young to key positions where they would strive. 36. Beginnings of an Imperium. Sitting within an old room within his new palace which was being completely reconstructed. Seated around the table with Daimon, were Sarah, Cortana, the 10 progenitors, and 10 members from the Order of the Balance Keepers. These 10 members were the hand-picked few that Daimon raised for a specific role within the Imperium. Now that we have an actual Imperium established, let's get started with the establishments of various government departments and positions. The first will be the Imperium High Council, IHC, which will consist of me the Emperor, the head of administration known as the Grand Chancellor who oversees bureaucratic operations, implements my decrees, and manages high-level administration duties. The Lord Marshal of the Imperium who will be the commander of all military branches, responsible for wartime strategy and planetary security. The final position for the council will be the Archon of the Treasury who will control the Imperium's finances, taxation, economic stability, and treasury reserves. As the first 3 positions of the Imperium were just created, everybody in the room was waiting to see who would get which. They were all chosen to lead the Imperium into the future and they were prepared to take on whatever assignment they needed to in order to achieve their promise to the people. For the position of Grand Chancellor, I will grant this position to Kale Thorin who will begin carrying out his duties immediately. Kale stood up and bowed his head as the others clapped their hands, congratulating their brother on his appointment. "Thank you, my lord, I will carry out my duties from this day to my last day," he declared before sitting back down. For the position of Lord Marshal of the Imperium, I will grant this position to Liring Voss who will be placed as the commander of all military branches on my behalf, responsible for coming up with strategies during wartime strategy, and ensuring that each planet under the Imperium has proper planetary security needed to protect itself. Just as before, Liring Voss stood up and bowed her head, while everybody congratulated her on the appointment. And for the Archon of the Treasury, I will grant this position to Garrick Dane who will be responsible for monitoring and controlling the Imperium's finances, taxation across Feldari and any future planets, ensure that economic stability is maintained, and the treasury reserves. Garrick Dane was the first non-progenitor chosen for a position and the only one on the Imperium Hitch Council. The rest of the meeting went on like for the next 12 or so hours with a few breaks in between. In addition to the Imperial High Council, the Imperium Bureau of Law and Order, IBLO, was created. The position of the Bureau would be Lord High Justiciar which was granted to Syra Vera, the Blade of Balance, and the magistrates of the Imperium who would be the regional judges responsible for enforcing law and delivering verdicts. In addition to being part of the Imperial Council, Lord High Marshal Liring Voss would also be placed in charge of the Imperium Ministry of War, IMW, with 2 additional positions for the Navy and Ground Forces. For the Navy, the position of Supreme Fleet Admiral was granted to Karos Vex. For the ground forces, the position of War Master was created and granted to Raylos Vyn, the Blade of Harmony. For the Archon of the Treasury, Garrick Dane, the Imperium Treasury was created with 3 supportive positions created. The first was the Grand Minister of Wealth who would oversee economic policies, trade regulations, and wealth distribution. The second was the Commissioner of Taxation who would enforce taxation laws and ensures revenue is collected from Imperium citizens. Third was the Master of the Imperial Mint who would control currency production, banking institutions, and assist with maintaining economic stability. The Imperial Intelligence Directorate, IID, headed by Varen Drail, the Silent Warden. He would be the director of Imperial Intelligence responsible for espionage, counterintelligence, and surveillance operations. Under him would be the Chief of Counterintelligence, responsible for eliminating foreign spies, rebels, and other foreign threats. The Master of Propaganda who would control media, historical narratives, and public perception, ensuring that the people stay informed on what's going on around the Imperium. The Ministry of Expansion and Colonization (MEC) is headed by Oren Folker, the Architect of Unity, the Overlord of Expansion who would direct the colonization of new worlds and oversees the annexation of territories. Under him would be the Governor-General of New Worlds who would administrate new colonies, enforcing imperial rule until they became a full-fledged world under the Imperium. Then there was the Director of Resource Allocation who would manage supply chains and ensure logistical efficiency for settlements. The Imperium Ministry of Science and Technology (IMST) is headed by Talis Kayer, the Forge Master, the High Muggos of Innovation who would lead scientific advancements, technological research, and various other experimental programs. The Imperium Ministry of Health and Genetics (IMHG) was headed by Derek Thaler, the Harbinger of Renewal, the Grand Minister of Health who would oversee medical policies, public health, biosecurity, population enhancement programs, develop genetic modifications, prevent biological threats, and control epidemics. The Office of Imperium Diplomacy (OID) is headed by Nissa Rivar, the Weaver of Minds, the Grand Minister of Diplomacy who would oversee treaties, negotiations, and external political affairs. Under he would be the Lord Ambassador, and the Minister of Internal Affairs. Lastly would be the Department of Divine Imperial Doctrine (DID), which is headed by Molly's Kaver, the Void Shepherd, the High Pontifex of the God Emperor. Under Daimon he will be the supreme religious leader of the Imperium and oversee all religious doctrine, ceremonies, and interpretations of imperial theology. In time various other positions under him will be created to deal with all sorts of situations and problems that may arise. In one day, Daimon had established the first departments and positions that will help him lead the people into a new era. A 1-month plan was laid out to start recruiting potential people who would fill some of the roles under the head of each department and/or position. It was understandable that the Jedi were still a more primitive race and most of the leadership of the old regime was pretty much wiped. So, for the people who are recruited, if they are not from the Order of the Balance Keepers then they would be properly trained and educated on how to do their job. For the economy, Daimon had to build one from scratch which would prove to be a challenge for him and the Archon of the Treasury. The first thing they did was survey the land for minerals, water sources, fertile land, and energy sources. Daimon did this through the Force, feeling each of the required natural resources across the planet. The planet was divided between 4 continents. Across all continents, Daimon had determined that the planet's economic potential was better for manufacturing and agriculture. So, over the course of the next few months, laborers were assigned to mine resources, clear areas for farming, and construct foundries. Since there was no economy at the moment, people started to consider their divine duty to work for the betterment of their planet. Tens of millions of people were employed in all sorts of jobs as things got moving. Once the industry started to build up, Daimon focused on food, clothing, and tools. The Imp Era coin was finally introduced after 6 months of hard work with the first payments rolling out to everybody, tax-free. For the first 4 years or so while the world developed, Daimon would not tax the people as the economy was still developing and would take some time before it was stable and efficient. The first Imperium calendar was also created with the year being 368 days long, divided into 10 months. Varis, 37 days. Salreen, 37 days. Tarsan, 37 days. Velmara, 37 days. Audries, 36 days. Zephyr, 36 days. Bristan, 36 days. Calrith, 36 days. Drasen, 36 days. Endara, 36 days. Unlike a 7-day week, the Imperium would follow an 8-day cycle of structured progression. Onset, for beginnings, ambition, and vision. Rise, for growth, expansion, and action. Clash, for struggles, competition, and strength. Trial, for hardships, judgment, and justice. Order, for reinforcement of law, discipline, and structure. Flourish, for creativity, innovation, and prosperity. Twilight, for contemplation, change, and transition. Renewal, for planning the next step forward. This cycle ensures that every day has a purpose, maintaining a sense of order and momentum throughout the year. Instead of BBY, the Imperium would mark time as Imperial Era, i.e., starting from the founding of the first true Imperial civilization. So, this first year would be i.e. creating historical perspective, ensuring that each generation is aware of their duty to build upon the foundations of the past. This was just the first of many things that were to come. Daimon had 310 million Jedi living on Feldari, most of which were young Jedi under the age of 900 as majority of the older Jedi were killed by Kaler during his rule. To increase the population of the planet faster, Daimon came up with a way for the Jedi to reproduce faster. As it stands now, because of the Jedi long ages, their birth rates were low. But by using his force energy spread throughout the planet, he could increase the birth rates to increase their population for a few centuries until they had like 5 to 10 billion Jedi living on Feldari and any other planet they colonize. It was a long 6 months for Daimon, but it was also a very efficient 6 months as they were making great changes to the world. All he needed to do was develop the planet and people for a year or two, then establish control over the other planetary bodies within the system, then let his imperium build up for a few decades or even centuries before expanding. 37. First Anniversary. With the passing of the first imperial year, a massive celebration was thrown across the planet celebrating the new year and the first anniversary of the imperium's founding. For the first time in thousands of years, the Jedi were united under a strong leader and had a future to look forward to. It was also during this celebration that the name, God Emperor, started to emerge. During the initial founding of the Imperium, Daimon took the title of Emperor, however because of the religion centered around him, the people combined both the words in recognition of his authority. All work was paused across the planet and Daimon made sure that everyone had a reason to participate and celebrate. In the first year, the once primitive Jedi developed drastically, not just physically but mentally and culturally. The plans that he and the High Council came up with were going to bring about an age of rapid industrial and technological revolution. Marketplaces had begun to form and bustled with activity as the first Impera coins changed hands. New professions emerged, and schools were established to educate people and produce skilled workers to continue the drive towards progress. The Forge Master, Thales Kair, launched the first Institute of Science and Technology that year too. People who showed and proved their ability to grasp advanced concepts were assigned to the institute and began learning. Here, they received training in sciences such as physics, chemistry, biology, and even highly theoretical fields like astrophysics and quantum mechanics. Using the Force, Daimon imbued some of the individuals with enhanced learning abilities. This allowed them to process and retain a vast amount of information in a short span, effectively creating a core of highly skilled scientists that would spearhead research and technological advancements. 40% of the fertile land on the planet was filled with a variety of crops, bountiful thanks to careful planning and efficient workmanship. The Minister of Health Derek Thaler spearheaded tons of medical treatments through gene manipulations that helped manage minor diseases. He had also begun his research on studying how to decrease the chance of a Jedi becoming mad after living for thousands of years. While this wasn't a problem now, it was better to get something like this solved before it became a massive problem. Infrastructure which had been non-existent till now was also being built on all 4 continents. Airways were set up to connect all parts of the continents, allowing seamless transportation around the entire planet with public shuttles and airspeeders. For the ground-land speeders, hover trains/trams, and speeder bikes were also being built for private use by civilians, allowing them to save money on public transportation. Cities' appearance. Telecommunication lines were laid out and several broadcasting stations were erected, allowing anybody anywhere to communicate with their friends or loved ones across the planet. Children were mandated to attend school and receive education up until they reached adulthood at an age deemed appropriate by their species' lifespan. While progress was rapid, Daimon continued to maintain a cultural heritage through things like traditional customs, festivals, and arts were cherished and respected, ensuring that the Jedi's historical and cultural legacy remained intact. Maintaining a strong spiritual connection with the past would motivate those to progress towards a better future. With all this development and progress, Daimon didn't forget about the military, as it would be the backbone of his imperium and would become a big part within the culture in which he was building. The 10 million soldiers, their support staff, and the 400 ships had officially become a part of the Feldari Imperium Armed Forces, VIAF. The VIAF was split up into 5 different branches: the Imperium Navy, Imperium Army, Imperium Marine Corps, Imperium Starfighter Corps, and the Imperium Strategic Command. All branches are overseen by the Imperium High Command, which consists of the War Master, and the Supreme Fleet Admiral, which has been renamed to Grand Admiral. Daimon thought about it and felt that Grand Admiral flowed better than Supreme Fleet Admiral. Within the streets of Eteris City, the capital of the Feldari Imperium, towering buildings had masterfully been built from the rich minerals that Feldari's landscapes provided. Walkways above head were filled with speeders, the people moved swiftly, dressed in clothes representing the new culture that had been created. Since it was the new year, people were wearing the colors of the Imperium flag, black and blue. Families gathered around holographic boards, their voices filling the city with laughter as they competed in games with each other. Markets were busier than they have ever been, with the chatter of merchants calling out to entice potential buyers with the promise of exotic goods harvested from the lands around the world that were uninhabited by anybody. The air was filled with the smells of various traditional foods being cooked in open stalls. The first year of Daimon's rule had brought an era of prosperity and peace to the Jedi. Meanwhile, Daimon was also enjoying himself. Unlike most leaders who would have their own celebrations with the elite within their palaces and such, Daimon decided to celebrate with the public. He was currently with the other members of the High Council and other high-ranking officials who were sitting down at the surrounding tables. They were currently at a local restaurant which was famous for its traditional Jedi food. Sitting down at the table, Daimon looked at the holographic menu in front of him, trying to figure out what he wanted to eat. He scrolled over the menu almost a dozen times before he turned to the waitress standing beside him. "What would you recommend I get for this great day?" Daimon asked. The waitress, surprised that God Emperor asked for her recommendations, quickly composed herself and responded with a smile, given the celebration, I'd recommend this hamar bone broth stew, my lord. It's a traditional thick, nutrient-rich stew made from the marrow of massive subterranean creatures, slow-cooked with synthic mushrooms and crithium root, giving it a nice flavor. Daimon nodded, looking at the stew on the menu before agreeing with her recommendation. Well then, this hamar bone broth stew it is, and add a drink of your choice to that as well. He decided. She quickly jotted down his order before moving on to the next person. Turning to Sarah, Daimon asked her what she got as she had ordered while he was busy looking through the menu. What did you get, Sarah? I got the emberfang spiced meat as I have heard that it is quite spicy. Sarah responded. She had heard about this spicy stew for months, but only now got a chance to try it. Daimon nodded at Sarah's choice, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. I hope you can handle the spice, he teased, recalling the dish's reputation among the Jedi. Sarah raised an eyebrow and chuckled. We'll see, won't we? As the celebrations continued, the streets of Eteris City glowed with an array of lights, casting a warm color upon the jubilant citizens. Grand displays of holographic projections retold the story of the Imperium's founding, showcasing the triumphs of the past year. Children pointed excitedly at the floating images of towering starships and valiant warriors, their young minds filled with dreams of what their future held. In the heart of the city, a grand stage had been erected, where musicians played traditional Jedi symphonies infused with newly composed symphonies honoring the Imperium's unity. Dancers clad in ceremonial attire moved in synchronized harmony, their movements a fusion of old tribal traditions and modern expressions of the evolving culture. Daimon leaned back slightly in his chair, watching the people revel in the celebration. He had spent countless hours strategizing, building, and preparing for this very moment, a time when his people could look forward to something greater than mere survival. And now, the Imperium was no longer just an idea, it was a living, breathing force shaping the destiny of its people. Liring Voss, the newly appointed Lord Marshal, sat beside him, sipping from her cup of Doskari spiced mead. It's remarkable, my lord, she said, her tone carrying both admiration and dignity. A year ago, these people were lost, scattered, with no direction. Now, they have purpose, unity, and hope. Daimon took a deep breath, the scent of the celebratory feast filling the air. Hope is a powerful thing, Lord Marshal, he replied. But hope alone will not sustain us. We must continue to build, to strengthen, and to prepare. The galaxy is vast, and there will be those who wish to see our Imperium fail. Garrick Dane, the Archon of the Treasury, chimed in. That is why our continued economic expansion is crucial. With our industries flourishing and the first Imp-era coins in circulation, we are well on our way to establishing a self-sufficient economy. But we must ensure that our growth remains steady and not rushed. Oren Folker, the overlord of expansion, nodded in agreement. We have already begun surveying potential planetary systems for colonization. Within the next few years, we will have the means to spread beyond Feldari and establish new strongholds. As they spoke, the waitress returned with their meals, setting down the steaming dishes before them. Daimon inhaled the rich aroma of his hamar bone broth stew before taking a sip. The warmth spread through his body, reminding him of a similar stew from his previous life. Sarah, meanwhile, took a bold bite of her emberfang spiced meat. Within seconds, her expression shifted from confidence to a mix of surprise and struggle. The intense heat burned her tongue, but she refused to show weakness. Daimon chuckled, passing her a drink. I did warn you. She took a sip and exhaled sharply. It's quite the experience. As laughter filled the table, the night continued with endless festivities. Citizens sang songs of the Imperium, fireworks painted the sky in brilliant shades of blue and black, and for the first time in generations, the Jedi looked forward to the future not with fear, but with ambition. And in the heart of it all, Daimon sat, not as a distant ruler locked away in a palace, but as a leader among his people, sharing in their triumphs, struggles, and dreams. The first imperial year had come to an end, and with it, a new era had truly begun. After the New Year celebration, all the people returned back to their jobs. They knew there was a time to have fun and celebrate their new life and a time to get back to work, building and shaping their future. In his office, Daimon was going through the ideas for new technology that Cortana wanted to introduce. One of the technologies was a quantum hyperspace mapping system which would be capable of mapping hyperspace routes in real time, creating a dynamic representation of all known and unknown hyperlanes. This would allow explorers to receive continuous, up-to-date information about stable hyperlanes, gravitational anomalies, and even potential threats in real time. As he was going through the data, coming out of hyperspace into the system, a Republic ship had arrived within the system, unaware of the change in regimes. When Kaler took over Feldari, he hunted down every foreigner on the planet and had them killed. As a result, the Republic deemed the planet and system as dangerous and warned ships about entering the system. However, not everybody listened to the warning, and every year or so, people try and survey the system for any potential rich resources. As soon as the ship came out of hyperspace, it was detected by the patrol fleet which was organized to patrol the entire system. Soon enough, the Republic ship was intercepted by a fighter wing and destroyer. Oh shit, was the only thing the captain of the ship muttered as they were surrounded by unknown ships. 38. First contact with the Republic. 24 fighters flying in formation headed straight towards their ship. The fighters were unlike known Republic fighter, and they couldn't do anything as the fighters closed the distance. Shields up. Prepare to make evasive maneuvers if they attack us. The captain commanded. They were vastly outnumbered and outgunned in their small freighter. But then, from the destroyer, a transmission was received. This is Commander Vorak of the ISS Phantom Veil. You are trespassing in Feldari Imperium space, a voice sounded from the ship's comm system. The captain was confused as he had never heard of a Feldari Imperium controlling this star system. This is Captain Jaren of the Republic freighter Volantis. We were unaware of this being Feldari Imperium space. Our last information labeled this as dangerous region after he paused, deciding it to be unwise to mention Kaler's reign of terror that had led to the alienation of the entire system. The Feldari system is under new management, Commander Vorak responded. It is now the seat of Emperor Daimon of the Feldari Imperium. There was a momentary silence that swept through the bridge as the crew exchanged nervous glances. Before Jaren could speak again, Commander Vorak had spoken again. As of now, regardless of the reason, the system must lock down to any foreign travelers. And be sure to inform the Republic of the new status of this system to prevent further civilian traffic from trying to come here until further notice. Thank you, Commander Vorak. I will be sure to let Republic officials know as soon as possible. With that said, Vorak allowed the freighter to leave the system while she reported what happened to High Command back on Feldari. Receiving the report, High Command sent the report to Daimon's desk directly. Daimon read the report and approved of the commander's actions. The Republic at this time is much more powerful than his little empire, not just militarily but also economically. It would be best for him to make some type of agreement with the Republic and use their economy to help his own flourish. A state-controlled economy was good in the beginning, but in the long run, having some outside trade and investment would continue to grow the economy of Imperium far beyond what it currently was. Sending a message to the Archon of the Treasury and the Grand Chancellor, leaving it up to them to negotiate a deal with the Republic when the time comes. He himself had other things to focus on involving the planet. Feldari itself was at best a mediocre planet at the moment that would need a lot of development for it to either surpass or be on par with Coruscant. To do this, he gathered 20,000 crystals from the planet Krev-Kur, located within the Tython system, and infused them together to form a giant crystal which he filled with his force energy. With this massive crystal imbued with his energy, it created a central conduit across Feldari, creating a near-infinite energy source that powered the entire planet. A group of members from the Balance Keepers were designated as caretakers of the crystal due to how strong the energy it emitted was. Non-Force users, which were the entirety of the Jedi population, were the only ones who could be within the same room as the crystal and not feel overwhelmed by its power. But even they could only be in there for so long, as the raw energy emitted by the crystal could cause intense migraines and vertigo if exposed for too long. The crystal would revolutionize Feldari's technological capabilities. Energy became abundant and cheap, which in turn allowed for even more rapid advancements in all aspects of life. Industries that previously relied on costly power sources adapted quickly to the new energy supply, triggering a massive economic boom. In addition to generating near-infinite energy, the crystal also resonated with the force energy around the world to create floating islands that hovered in the sky. These islands would become sprawling metropolises that towered above the ground, their skyscrapers touching the clouds. The floating islands were unlike anything that Jedi had seen, causing them to be dubbed miracles, yet they were just the beginning of the wonders Daimon was creating. Barren lands were completely erased from the planet and replaced with fertile grasslands and forests. While it would take decades, Daimon was slowly turning the planet into a force nexus, similar to Korriban in the future, and wellspring of life where the Force Priestesses resided. This would be done by constantly pouring his energy into the planet for the next few decades. After being allowed to leave the system, the freighter had made its delivery before reporting what they had discovered to Republic officials. The news of a new empire replacing the old one on Feldari was surprising, as they didn't think that the Jedi people would be able to take back control of their planet from Kaler for at least 1,000 years considering their long lifespans. Yet they were proved wrong. Captain Jaren had explained his encounter with a Feldari ship and fighters which the Republic believed the Jedi weren't capable of building due to their primitive status. However, now that things are different than it was a decade ago, the decision was taken to the Senate. Disbelieving murmurs and conjectures filled the Grand Hall as news of this unexpected turn of events traveled throughout the hall. This was not their first time dealing with a foreign empire, but none of the ones they encountered were like the Jedi. We should send a diplomatic envoy, considering the fact that the Jedi now seem to be less aggressive than before, suggested one senator, an Ithorian representative from the Mid-Rim. If we can establish diplomatic relations early, we may prevent future hostilities. Others were not so easily convinced. This could be a trap, another senator countered. The Jedi have always been a primitive people holding on to thousand-year-old traditions. We have no guarantee that whoever is in control now is any different from Kaler. Kaler's rise should serve as a reminder of what happens when a single ruler consolidates too much power. Chancellor Valen, an aging Togrita, raised a hand to silence the growing debate. Regardless of our personal opinions, we must acknowledge that the Feldari Imperium now controls a system and have the ability to create spaceships. Letting them be will not serve the Republic's interests. We must determine whether they friendly or aggressive. The decision was made. A diplomatic envoy, led by Republic Ambassador Celia Dorn, would be dispatched to Feldari to establish formal contact with the Imperium. A week later aboard the RSS Eclipse, a diplomatic frigate decorated in Republic colors, Ambassador Dorn studied the holoprojector in her private quarters. The Jedi had always been an enigma to the Republic. Their biology made them nearly unkillable, and their warrior culture often led them into mercenary work rather than nation-building. They used to be staunch traditionalists that preferred the old ways. But after decades of war and being controlled by a tyrant, it seems things have changed, or maybe they were the same. The fact that they now had an empire, a capital world, and, most concerning of all, advanced technology, made this mission critical. Her thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the ship's captain over the comm system. "Ambassador, we've arrived in the Feldari system. We're being hailed by an unknown vessel." Dorn took a deep breath and straightened her robes before heading to the bridge. On screen, she instructed. The holoprojector flickered, revealing a Jedi. "This is Commander Vorik of the ISS Phantom Veil. You are trespassing in Feldari Imperium space. State your business." Dorn held her hands behind her back as she responded. "I am Ambassador Celia Dorn of the Galactic Republic. We come in peace to open diplomatic relations with the Feldari Imperium." Vorik told them to hold on for a moment as he contacted High Command to inform them of the situation and receive orders on his next steps. After a few minutes he got his orders. "Very well. Follow our escort. Any deviation from your assigned course will be seen as an act of aggression." The holoprojector cut out, and Dorn turned to the captain. "Well, that could have gone worse." The captain agreed, using the information she was briefed on to form her own opinion on the matter. "This is a good start, I guess." Following the destroyer to Feldari, the captain made sure to follow the path given to them so that they won't antagonize the Jedi. After arriving above Feldari, their ship was tightly watched as Dorn and a few guards boarded a shuttle and were escorted to the surface of the planet. The first official meeting between the Feldari Imperium and the Republic was about to begin after only a year of existence. 39. Republic Ambassador. Within Idris, the shuttle carrying the Republic envoy and her guards were being escorted to the Imperial Palace, a massive floating megastructure which was still under construction even now. The palace was going to be Daimon's seat of power, where he resided with his future family, and where the people who will govern the entire Imperium will reside. Ambassador Dorn was so shocked at how Idris looked compared to what she had learned on the way here. She was told that Feldari was an underdeveloped, primitive world with no modern cities or technology to speak of. Yet as her shuttle followed their escort, Feldari was completely different than the information the Republic had. At the landing platform, Garrick Dane, the Archon of the Treasury, was there to meet the ambassador himself as he had been given the go-ahead to start a beneficial relationship with the Republic where the Imperium benefited the most. As the ambassador's shuttle landed, Dane extended his hand in a peaceful gesture. "Ambassador Celia Dorn," he began, "welcome Feldari. I am Garrick Dane, the Archon of the Treasury and member of the Imperial High Council." "Thank you, Lord Dane," she replied formally. "The Galactic Republic extends its greetings." He nodded at this, a small smile forming as he motioned towards the doors behind him. "Come, let us discuss matters within more comfortable surroundings." As they moved towards the door, Ambassador Dorn's guards followed behind her flanked by 4 Force Scions. So far, everything that she has seen was a complete 180 from the Republic knew about Feldari and the Jedi. If anything, she was glad that she was sent here, as she got to see firsthand how much they had changed. They made their way through the corridors of the Imperial Palace, passing the holoprojectors which displayed the historical battles of the Jedi during what has been called the Liberation War. Dane pointed out a few notable ones, giving her a brief history of what happened over the past 2 years on Feldari. Ambassador Dorn listened closely, learning what happened over the past 2 years so she can get an understanding of what she was dealing with. Finally, they reached a conference room that had windows offering a panoramic view of Idris's busy skyline. Dane gestured for Ambassador Dorn to take a seat at the table, and after they were seated, he began the meeting. "The Imperium is still in its formative years," Dane started. "The God Emperor's vision is to create a prosperous and strong empire. We aren't looking for hostility, but peace isn't simply given, it must be justified." He paused for a moment, allowing the ambassador to grasp what he was saying. "So I propose we begin with trade agreements, starting small and building trust gradually. Before long-term alliances are formed, we should prove to each other that such a treaty would be beneficial." They wouldn't actually form an alliance as that wasn't Daimon's interests with the Republic at this time, but expressing interests in a future alliance will create a good outlook. Ambassador Dorn nodded slowly, considering his proposition. "That sounds like a reasonable approach, Lord Dane," she agreed. "The Galactic Republic is always willing to foster peaceful relationships, and trade is an excellent place to start." Dane nodded in response, very pleased with the outcome. "Good. I will arrange for my team to draft an initial agreement for review." A moment of silence passed as Dorn studied the human man before her. He was well-spoken and intelligent, making her think if he was the leader of this Feldari Imperium or not. She had seen the Jedi treat him with great respect, and the fact that he held such a position was also something. He may have claimed to be the Archon of the Treasury, and a member of the Imperial High Council, but his demeanor held a strong sense of authority. She was yet to meet the God Emperor himself, but something told her Lord Dane wasn't far from being his equal, or maybe he was person in question. The meeting lasted for hours, as they discussed the resources that each faction could bring to the table. Ambassador Dorn suggested a mutual exchange of technology, however Dane declined because they didn't need any of the technology that the Republic had. This brought about a moment of silence from Ambassador Dorn. The belief was that the lesser-developed Feldari Imperium would stand to learn much from the advanced technology of the Galactic Republic. Instead, it seemed that they were once again underestimated, and they had advanced further than Dorn had expected. "No, Ambassador Dorn, we appreciate your generous offer," Dane patiently explained. "But I must assure you, our technological needs are fully met. The God Emperor has utilized his vast knowledge to spearhead a technological renaissance on Feldari." The first meeting eventually drew to a close with the understanding that a draft of the trade agreement would soon be forthcoming from Dane's team. As Dorn and her retinue were led out of the Imperial Palace by their escort, she couldn't help but be struck once more by the power that seemed to permeate everything in Feldari. Once back on their ship and far enough away from the planet's surface, she gathered her thoughts and began her report to the Republic. "There seems to be a gross underestimation of the Feldari Imperium," she began. "Far from being a developing civilization, they have proven themselves advanced beyond our initial assessments." The weeks that followed were characterized by an intensified exchange of communication between the Feldari Imperium and the Galactic Republic, primarily regarding the details of the trade agreement. Meanwhile, Ambassador Dorn found herself increasingly drawn to understanding more about this enigmatic empire led by the equally unfathomable God Emperor. Public announcements from Daimon were often broadcast throughout Feldari. His voice boomed through the holoprojectors which were on various buildings, declaring the progress of the Imperium and his vision for the future. Each address was met with an extremely positive response from the population, especially the religious fanatics who pray every day in honor of the God Emperor. Ambassador Dorn found herself amidst these congregations and had become quite interested in the established religion on Feldari. She began to attend the prayer meetings and listen to the sermons, absorbing the Feldari philosophy and perspective. It was a world apart from the beliefs held in the Republic, yet she found herself intrigued by its nuances. The central theme revolved around unity, a principle that was reflected in their technology, politics, economy and overall societal structure. The God Emperor had eliminated fragmentation and division among his people, creating a harmonious realm where everyone served for the benefit of all. More so, Daimon was revered not merely as a leader but as the embodiment of wisdom and power. While Ambassador Dorn initially found these ideas foreign, over time she began to understand why such beliefs held sway over the hearts of the Feldari people. After all, their societal transformation was evident for all to see. With Dane handling the negotiations with the Republic ambassador, Daimon was currently on the moon of Feldari, which has been named Azrian, a name which exuded power and control, ideal for a heavily industrialized or militarized moon. His plan was to turn the moon into a massive automated factory that mass-produces warships, weapons, vehicles, and military equipment on a massive scale. While the moon would be named Azrian, it would be called and identified as the Imperial Forge Moon. The moon would consist of 4 features which consisted of planetary-scale shipyards, capable of constructing entire armadas of battleships, dreadnoughts, supercarriers, and other ships simultaneously. Automated assembly lines, which would be mainly controlled by AI-driven manufacturing systems that mass-produce tanks, starfighters, weapons, and cybernetic enhancements. Weapon testing fields, which would be a planetary war zone dedicated to experimental weaponry, prototype testing, and combat simulations. And lastly, the resource processing core, which is a deep-crust extraction system that would harvest rare minerals, gases, and metals to sustain continuous production. Similar to Feldari, a massive crystal core was created to provide the energy the moon would require. Considering the massive scale and technological limitations that they had, the construction would take more than a decade or 2 to complete. They would need to reconstruct the entire surface of the moon, which would take a while, in addition to doing some exploration to find more rare and strategic resources in other systems. This would be the first of many megastructures that Daimon had planned to create over the course of the next 1,000 years. 40. Meeting the Aruzans. Over the course of the next 10 years, the Imperium has developed at a speed where it far surpasses the initial projections. Many of the progenitors believed that it would take more than 2 decades to achieve the amount of development that they were currently at. However, Daimon and his powerful influence with the population increased the development speed a ton. Feldari cities were transformed into massive metropolises, beacons of innovation, art, and culture. It was as if the entire planet had been embraced by a wave of enlightenment brought on by Daimon's wisdom through the Force. The people thrived more than ever under this new regime. Poverty was eradicated, education and medical care improved dramatically, and crime rate plunged to nearly zero. The genuine unity that had been mere words in a speech had now become a reality. During the 3rd year, Daimon created the Immortal Legion, which will be his own personal legion of soldiers who will serve as Imperial guards and soldiers. Unlike the Force Scions and the members of the Order of the Balance Keepers, the members of the Immortal Legion will be non-Force users who will be augmented and trained for one purpose, which was war. The requirements for joining the Immortal Legion were rigorous. Those who signed up would undergo the most intense physical and psychological training that the Imperium could offer. They had to demonstrate absolute loyalty to the God Emperor and his vision for the Imperium, and unwavering courage in the face of adversity. Only then, upon successful completion of this training, would they become fully fledged members of the Legion, their bodies and minds enhanced through Daimon's gene seed and other cutting-edge technology to further improve their abilities. There were around a total of 1 million people who had signed up to be a part of the Immortal Legion, which was much more than Daimon expected and way over the number of spots which were open. Because of resource limitations, only 100k people were accepted into the Immortal Legion. The rest were encouraged to serve in other capacities. The training and transformation of the Immortal Legion was planned over the course of 5 years. During these 5 years, the Immortal Legion was shaped into an irresistible force of disciplined soldiers. They were outfitted with cybernetic enhancements and Daimon's gene seed, which increased their strength and speed, and were equipped with a range of powerful weapons from the Imperium's growing armory. During the 5th year, Daimon established the first 12 Imperial Amendments. The First Amendment, the Supreme Authority and Governance Amendment, grants the Emperor ultimate authority within the Imperium. Citizens may petition the government for grievances and reforms. Once expansion begins, Daimon will add more to this amendment. The Second Amendment, the Rights and Duties of Citizenship Amendment, establishes citizenship as both a privilege and a duty, where rights are earned through service and loyalty to the Imperium. Basic rights granted to citizens established freedom of speech, within reason, fair trials, and the right to personal enterprise. The duties of citizens involved service to the Imperium, military, civil, or labor, and adherence to its laws. Non-citizens may earn full rights through service, education, or economic contribution. The Third Amendment, the Balance of Power Amendment, emphasized that power must be centralized for strength but decentralized for efficiency. This allowed governors and sector lords to have semi-autonomy but must uphold imperial law and economic policies. The list went on and on as the first 12 amendments were establishing the principles of governance, protection, and duties within the Imperium. The people saw the amendments as the establishment of a hierarchical order under Daimon, and their belief was further reinforced as Daimon explained how the amendments worked. In the 6th year, the Imperium had already expanded to 13 nearby systems, with only one of them containing another sentient species. Daimon had identified this species as the Aruzans, a species of small humanoid or near-human beings with faintly blue skin and dark, almost black, hair. They looked similar to the Chiss but still had very distinctive features between the two. Since this was the first encounter with a new species, Daimon took it upon himself to pay a visit to the planet and make the Aruzans the first species to be integrated into the Imperium. Arriving above Aruza with a small fleet, Daimon was walking to the shuttle bay with Cortana and Sarah, who decided to tag along. "So, how do you think this will go?" Sarah asked. "Daimon will probably just beat them into submission or just simply intimidate them with his size," Cortana jokingly replied, causing Sarah to bust out laughing as well. "Whilst that is my usual approach," Daimon said, turning to them with a chuckle, "I think this time around I'll try the diplomatic route first." As the doors to the shuttle bay opened, they revealed the new shuttle that was just created for military use by the Imperial Ministry of Science and Technology. It had the logo of the Imperium on each side and could carry up to 40 people. Unlike the much bigger transport ships, it was designed for small troop deployments and special operations. Daimon was the first to board the shuttle, followed by Sarah, Cortana, and then members of the Immortals. Shortly after, the thrusters ignited, and the shuttle took off towards the surface of the planet with a small escort. As they descended through the atmosphere of the planet, Daimon went over what information they had on the species. Preliminary scans showed that around 10 million Aruzans lived across the entire planet. Their society was mainly feudal-based, with no central government, and their technology level was at the industrial level. In order to peacefully integrate them, Daimon planned to meet with one of these small kingdoms, convince them that they are friendly, then establish a foothold on the world where he could begin influencing the people. After a while of being influenced and swayed, the world would eventually be fully controlled by Daimon and the species could be peacefully integrated into the Imperium. After breaking through the atmosphere, Daimon's shuttle glided through the sky, attracting the attention of thousands of natives as he flew towards the capital city and only city of the Kingdom of Thulzer. This kingdom was chosen due to its location, small population, and its situation. The Imperium had already deciphered its language, using the Force to translate their language into the Imperial language. Utilizing this knowledge, they were able to learn a lot. The name of the king of Thulzer was King Talmarl, a wise man, known for his desire to progress his kingdom and enhance the quality of life for his people. Seeing all of this, Daimon made the decision that he would be the easiest king to reason with and manipulate. Touching down on a hill just outside of the city's limits, the shuttle attracted the attention of dozens of locals. They had never seen such advanced technology before, not in their lifetimes at least. A few Raptor fighters had flown overhead, capturing even more of the people's attention. The Immortals had spread out, forming a circle around the shuttle and Daimon in case the natives tried anything. They started to back away, seeing the towering soldiers approaching them. Instead of walking to the palace, Daimon had waited as he sensed that the king was already aware of their presence and had dispatched some soldiers already. The crowd was filled with murmurs and hushed whispers as the king's soldiers approached. Clad in primitive armor, bearing kinetic weapons, they moved cautiously towards the shuttle. The sight before them was unlike anything they had ever encountered, towering warriors encased in what they saw as metal armor, standing in disciplined formation. Their presence made the king's soldiers feel threatened. King Talmarl had sent 20 of his elite guards, along with his chief advisor, Lord Edras, to greet the visitors and assess their intentions. The group exited their vehicles and approached carefully. Edras warily eyed Daimon before speaking. "You arrive in great spectacle, traveler," Edras said. "Where do you come from, as we have not seen people like you before?" Edras didn't even know if they could understand him, so when Daimon spoke in his language he was surprised. "I come from a place far away from here, but I do not come here to offend the king," he declared. "I seek audience with King Talmarl to discuss the future of his kingdom, one where Thulzer will prosper beyond its current limitations." Daimon explained using the Force to manipulate Edras. The Aruzans, much like many other species, were not resistant to mind control techniques, thus he was completely captured by Daimon's words. "The king will hear your words. But be warned, he is not a man easily swayed." Daimon nodded, as Edras motioned for him to follow. The delegation led Daimon and his chosen retinue, Sarah Cortana, and 4 immortals, through the streets of Thulzer. The city itself, primitive by imperial standards, was severely lacking, probably due to the fact that they were isolated. As they neared the palace gates, Daimon felt the king's presence within. A mind filled with experience, wisdom, and the weight of responsibility. A mind that could be influenced. The throne room was grand, adorned with intricate tapestries depicting the kingdom's history. King Talmarl sat upon a raised throne of polished obsidian, his expression full of curiosity but also anxiousness at the sudden arrival of these massive figures. His kingdom already had enemies on all sides, now this happens, and he doesn't know if these people are friendly nor where they come from. He is a wise man in his early 60s, his eyes filled with a sense of desperation as Daimon walked forward. "King Talmarl, my name is Emperor Daimon," Daimon said, not even bowing his head. This caused a nearby guard to speak up. "Show respect for our king," he barked, hand reaching for his weapon at his side. These were foreigners who dared not bow their heads at the king. However, when he took a step forward towards the immortals, for some reason his body had frozen in place. He didn't know what happened, but he couldn't move. In the presence of the immortals, his body refused to obey his commands. Their innate presence was overwhelming for those not prepared for it. The guard fell to his knees, an expression of bewilderment fixed on his face. "Stay your hand, soldier," King Talmarl commanded, his voice filled with authority yet also a sense of unease. "I welcome you, Emperor Daimon, to Thulzer," the king said. "I thank you for your hospitality," Daimon returned with a nod of his head. Sarah and Cortana stood behind him observing their surroundings and this new culture which they were about to interact with. King Talmarl gestured to seats across from him. "Please, sit." Daimon obliged, taking a seat across from the king. "Now," King Talmarl started, "you claim desire to discuss my kingdom's future." Daimon smiled as he began to provide the king with everything that he needed to make his kingdom great. The offer was for prosperity, protection, and advancement beyond limitation. Considering the kingdom's current situation, the king was a little skeptical at first, but after some subtle mind tricks, he came around to be favorable of the idea. He had the king fully dancing at the palms of his hands, which would make things much easier for the future. At the end of the discussions, it was established that an embassy could be set up here within the city. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away from the kingdom of Thulzer, Daimon had another expedition of troops setting up a small outpost near a few kingdoms in order to start setting up a strong presence on the planet. His plan for meeting with King Talmarl was to use his kingdom to eventually unite the entire planet under that kingdom's rule. The kingdom would be fully controlled by Daimon and would join the imperium once it had control over the planet. King Talmarl, while old, had a daughter who was in line to inherit the throne as the firstborn. However, this would anger her brothers who would likely start a revolt and try to take over the kingdom. Before this happens, Daimon will create a positive image with the king's daughter and once she takes power, assist her in putting down her brothers and regaining control of the kingdom. After the war, the kingdom would be too weak to resist his influence and would allow him to subjugate the kingdom without having to even fight or mind control the entire population. 41. Controlling from the shadows. The announcement was made throughout the kingdom, making known the new relationship between the king and the foreign emperor as Daimon was called. The edict was clear and unambiguous. King Talmarl and Emperor Daimon were to establish friendly relationship on behalf of Thulzer, promising prosperity and advancement. When the announcement reached the noble families of kingdom, they started to call the king mad and began to protest this announcement, claiming that this foreign emperor could be a spy sent to disrupt the kingdom. In a normal setting, blatantly calling the king mad was not something a noble would do, but considering the king's waning power within the kingdom, there was nothing the royal family could do. The nobles had control over majority of the military and the small industrial power that the kingdom had. Daimon wanted to rectify this situation by making the royal family stronger. On the second day, Daimon met the daughter of the king, Princess Illyra. "Emperor Daimon, meet my daughter and the future queen, Princess Illyra." King Talmarl introduced his daughter, who bowed her head slightly, greeting the emperor. Daimon approached her, his massive physique towering over her body. I knew it, he whispered to himself. She was a Force sensitive, yet she appeared to have never even practiced using the Force. Looking up at Daimon, she was shocked to say the least, as if she recognized Daimon from one of her dreams. During this dream she was about to be attacked by some unknown figure, and then he appeared and saved her life. She didn't know what this meant nor why she had the dream, but as he stood in front of her, she felt immense warmth for some reason. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Illyra, Daimon stated. The honor is mine, Your Highness, she replied with a blush on her face. Daimon turned to look at the king as he had an important question to ask him. Do you know what the Force is, King Talmarl? The king shook his head. I don't know what the Force is, I'm sorry Emperor Daimon. Is it something important perhaps? He asked. It is extremely important, he replied. The Force is something that is in every single being in this universe, and it is what connects us all together. Some, like your daughter here, are more attuned to it than others. They have the ability to manipulate it and use it to their advantage. These beings are usually referred to as Force sensitives. Hearing this explanation, the king's eyebrows shot up. The mystic arts, he voiced in a shocking tone. Are you saying that my daughter can becoming a mystic? He asked. From his shock and the way he made the connection, he assumed the mystic arts must be what the Aruzans called the Force. Yes, even though she is 20 years old, she can still be trained in how to use the Force, with the right teacher. Lucky for you, there is someone who can train her and help her develop her abilities greatly. The king made the connection and knew who Daimon was talking about. Are you talking about yourself? He asked. Daimon nodded his head at the king's question. But she was tested at birth, and it was said that she would never be able to wield the mystic arts. All over the world, powerful people were tested at birth to determine whether they had the potential to be eligible to learn the mystic arts. Those who were eligible were venerated throughout the world, as there were not many in the world who could use the mystic arts. If one was of common birth and not part of a noble family, that person would have their status elevated by being betrothed from birth to a noble family, granted protection by the royal family, or being put into position of power. Naturally, if one was of noble birth, they would be raised to an even higher status, their power and influence greatly amplified. Princess Illyra was tested. Daimon asked. Yes, she was, and it was declared that she had no alignment with the mystic arts, King Talmarl replied solemnly. Daimon shook his head as he had an idea of what happened. No, King Talmarl. She is indeed a Force sensitive. The reason you were probably told a lie, is possibly to undermine your rule because she is your firstborn. King Talmarl was bewildered, so was Princess Illyra, who looked at Daimon in an astonished gaze. A question appeared in her father's eyes, but he held back, unable to voice it out. If it is agreeable to you and Princess Illyra, Daimon continued, I am willing to guide her into discovering her potential in the Force. This will not only elevate her status but also increase the strength of your kingdom. Talmarl considered this prospect. His daughter was to be the future queen of the kingdom, yet she could not use the mystic arts, while his second-born, her brother, could. This had for a long time caused great conflict between him and the nobles who wanted his second-born to inherit instead of his daughter. But if she could learn to use the mystic arts, or the Force as Daimon called it, then there would be nothing to threaten her rule, and support for her ascension could be guaranteed. Would you like to be trained in the Force, Illyra? He asked, turning to his daughter. Princess Illyra was still processing all that she had heard. She had always been told that the mystic arts were unreachable for her and accepted it with a heavy heart. Now, suddenly, this foreign emperor stood before her, assuring her that she was indeed capable of wielding it. After a moment of silence, she met Daimon's eyes and said, Yes, I would like to be trained. Daimon nodded approvingly. Good. But understand this, Princess Illyra, he began in a serious tone, this path will not be an easy one. Mastering the Force requires great discipline and determination. And once you embark on this journey, there is no turning back. Are you prepared to make such a commitment? I am, she replied confidently. There was a certain spark in her eyes that argued against all odds, as she was determined and willing to take on any challenge. Very well, Daimon said with a hint of satisfaction in his voice. We shall begin your training immediately. In the days that followed, Princess Illyra devoted herself to her new education under the tutelage of Daimon. Because of her age, the training had to be adjusted in a way that she could become an adequate Force user in a decade. Daimon enhanced her abilities during their training, allowing her to retain and understand what exactly he was teaching her. Of course, he wasn't investing this much time and power in her for no reason. There was a reason, and she would be pivotal for that reason in the far future. As the weeks passed by, the surrounding kingdoms had heard about this foreign emperor from their spies in the kingdom and had become curious about who this person was. At the same time, Daimon had started to improve the technology and infrastructure of the city, keeping in mind the resources that the kingdom had. The kingdom of Thulzer had only one city surrounded by a dozen small villages. The population of the kingdom was close to 300k, making it a relatively small kingdom, however not the smallest kingdom. Surrounding the kingdom were 5 other nations which consisted of 3 kingdoms, a republic, and a tribal confederation. Each of these had its own unique culture, resources and power structure, and their relationships with each other were often complex and fraught with internal struggles. The one thing all of the 5 nations had in common was their dislike of the kingdom of Thulzer, which involved some ancient history. Hundreds of years ago, one of the past kings of the kingdom of Thulzer started a large campaign to unite the surrounding lands. This campaign, however, was dismantled once the 5 surrounding nations formed an alliance and pushed the kingdom of Thulzer back. The end result was of the war forced the kingdom to cede land and pay back a debt to each of the nations to cover their loss. The debt was well crafted to destroy the economy of the kingdom, making it unable to grow in strength again. Even now the kingdom was filled with a weak economy, corrupt nobles, and a population which didn't believe in the royal family after generations of suffering. But with the technology that Daimon was introducing, more merchants had started to travel to the kingdom, seeking out these technologies. Daimon used the king to quickly promote these technologies, enacting edicts which enforced his will upon the kingdom in order to improve it. This was also used to stir the nobles up and force them to do something. But for 10 long years, they did nothing as Daimon continued pulling the strings behind the scenes. The people had actually come to support the relationship that the king created with this foreign emperor, calling it a gift from the gods, a union forged by the light of the stars. As their lives steadily improved, Princess Illyra had grown into a young woman and was becoming a formidable force user under Daimon's guidance. She had also grown attached to Daimon during the 10 years spent together. Their relationship was advancing just as Daimon intended and all according to his plan. For the final phase of his plan, he had the king propose a betrothal between the royal family and one of the noble houses of the kingdom who was also a mystic arts user. This announcement frustrated the princess, who much preferred Daimon over the noble whom she was going to marry. The king didn't much care and told her that it was for her future as she was already 30 and didn't have her own heir yet. He was also at the age of 70 and didn't have long before he either died or retired from being king and handed it over to her. Her 3 brothers were all away, serving in different roles throughout the kingdom. Prince Terranor commanded the kingdom's army, a position that he relished for its power, and he was very popular among the nobles. The second brother, Prince Elric, was a visionary and an inventor, primarily concerned with helping Daimon revolutionize Thulzer's technological capabilities. The youngest, Prince Leor, was serving as an ambassador to the neighboring nations, a position that he had been carefully groomed for since his early teens. Prince Terranor and Prince Leor hated Daimon. They saw him as some foreign trash despite what he brought to their kingdom. They also accused him of trying to court their sister. Their accusations, however, were not met with much reaction from the king as he dismissed these claims. This started a drift between the 2 princes and the king, drawing in more noble support for the 2 princes. Now that their sister was about to get married, the 2 princes conspired with the nobles to seize power from the king and place Prince Terranor on the throne. Daimon was aware of this plot as he was secretly pulling the strings behind most of the things that were happening. And so, when the day of the wedding arrived, he prepared Princess Illyra's image here. 42. The nobles revolt. Gathered in the grand hall of Thulzer's castle, the kingdom's nobles awaited the ceremony. The royal guards who were sworn to defend the king were paid and completely captured by the nobles' plan to kill both the king and his daughter. Most of the nobles present were in on the plan along with the royal guards present, only a few would be on the king and his daughter's side, alongside Daimon. The nobles looked at him in disdain, as they saw him as a threat to their influence within the kingdom. Over these 10 years, the king has done numerous things against the nobles' wishes, making the royal family stronger in the process. This not only angered the nobles, but also the royal guard who were all nobility as well. The hall was adorned with banners carrying the symbols of the 2 houses ready to unite, while the scent of exotic flowers filled the air. As per tradition, Princess Illyra faced her betrothed just beyond the foot of the dais, a frown visible on her face. Her dress was an example of the amazing artistry that Thulzer had. Crafted with the finest silks and embroidered with threads of gold, the dress captured all the light in the room. Yet despite her radiant appearance, Illyra looked disappointed. She glanced at Daimon, who was standing amongst the crowd as the king's special guest. She wanted to reach her hand out towards him, but her duty as the princess and future queen compelled her not to. Taking her father's hand, she was escorted up the steps where her betrothed, Alden, stood, his eyes glinting with an ambition that didn't sit well with her. Within vicinity of the hall, 100 immortals stood at the ready for when everything kicked off. He had also controlled a few of the guards to use them as pawns against the nobles and the other royal guards. He watched as they discreetly positioned themselves near pillars and behind tapestries, ready for what was to come. As the ceremony reached its peak and the bride and the groom were asked for their vows, Daimon felt the malice in the room increase. Illyra looked at him one last time, an unsaid plea filling her eyes before she turned her attention back to her soon-to-be husband. I vow. But before she could finish her sentence, Alden had drawn his blade. The reign of corruption ends today, he shouted. From the entrance of the hall, Prince Terranor, who had discreetly stepped out of the room, had returned with the royal guards, their weapons aimed at the king. Father, he shouted, your reign ends here. The nobles joined in, taking the side of the prince, leaving a few of them surprised at what was going on. A coup. Prince Terranor, who was a mystic, had rushed his sister, planning to knock her out. However, he was unprepared for her actions. She used the force to push Alden into the wall, before blocking her brother's attack with a force shield. He was taken aback by what she just did, as it was known that she could not wield the powers of a mystic, yet here she was. Her training was kept secret from almost everybody, besides Daimon, Sarah, Cortana, and the king himself. Seeing his attack blocked, he gave the order for the guards to move in. At the same time, Daimon had the guards under his control start attacking the other guards. A gunfight had broken out within the hall as people ducked into cover to avoid being hit. King Talmarl himself was hiding behind cover, not able to believe what was happening right now. Then, as if time had frozen, the royal guard stopped moving. This sudden quietness caused the nobles to peek out from behind cover to see what was going on. Looking around, they saw the royal guards who were on their side, frozen in place. "What the hell is this?" yelled one noble as he didn't know what was going on. This caused Prince Terranor and Princess Illyra to stop their fight and see what was going on. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even Princess Illyra, who had trained with Daimon, didn't know that he was the one responsible for this. Daimon himself had walked to the center of the room, causing all nobles to stare at him. This was quite interesting, I must say. I would say I've never seen nobles so willing to overthrow their king so easily, but I would be lying if I did. Prince Terranor started to walk towards Daimon. "What the hell are you talking about, you're damn trash," he yelled. Not even a second later, his body collapsed into the floor as if he was carrying 100 tons on his back. Daimon had forced his entire body into the ground. Seconds later, the walls of the Grand Hall were broken open as the 100 immortals stormed the hall, forming a perimeter. "Now," started Daimon, raising his voice for all to hear, "I think it's time to end this little farce." He motioned for the immortals to arrest the nobles who sided with the prince, while he turned to the king. But, when he turned around, what he saw was King Talmarl lying on the floor, struck by a stray shot from the firefight before. Illyra rushed to her father as tears ran down her cheeks. Daimon rushed to the king's side as well, prepared to heal him. However, he raised his hand signaling Daimon to stop. He placed his hand on his daughter's face, wiping away the tears. "It's okay, Illyra. We both knew this time was coming, though I would have much rather waited a few more years," he said, chuckling as his life began to slip away. "No, father. You can't die, not now," Illyra sobbed, gripping his hand tightly. "I still need you." King Talmarl smiled weakly. "You have always been stronger than you think, my daughter. And now, you must be strong for our people." His fingers trembled as he reached for Daimon. "Protect her, guide her, and don't let her make the same mistakes I did throughout my life," he weakly stated. "She is Thulzer's last hope." Daimon placed his hand on the king's chest, giving the king some comfort and easing the pain in his final moments. "You have my word, King Talmarl, now rest." With a final breath, King Talmarl's hand fell limp, his soul leaving his body and going into the cosmic. Illyra couldn't handle the sight and had buried her face in her father's chest. The hall fell silent, with the nobles who stayed loyal, paying their respects to the king. Daimon placed his hand on Illyra's back, offering her some comfort as she mourned her father. It was a devastating moment for Illyra as she lost her father. The most powerful nobles betrayed the royal family, and her brother tried to commit treason. The man who had fought to keep their kingdom afloat, despite the nobles' scheming, was gone. And now, she was queen. Daimon slowly rose to his feet, his expression unreadable. He surveyed the hall, nobles restrained by the immortals, the royal guard still frozen, and Prince Terranor struggling to move, his body still weighed down by Daimon's force. He turned to the assembled nobles, with a look that terrified every single noble present. "Your king is dead. You, who have conspired against him, who have bled this kingdom dry with your greed, will answer for your betrayal." Terranor, gritting his teeth against the weight pressing him into the ground, snapped back, You wretched outsider. This kingdom belongs to its nobility, not some foreign puppet and his harlot queen." Daimon shook his head at what the prince said. His mind was too far captured by the idea that the nobles should have more power than the king himself. Illyra rose at what he said, her sorrow quickly hardening into anger. Her eyes locked onto her brother. "You are no prince of Thulzer," she declared. "You are a traitor, and your crimes will not go unanswered." Daimon lifted his hand, and the pressure increased. Terranor screamed as the force crushed him deeper into the floor, cracks forming beneath his body. "Your arrogance ends here," Daimon said coldly. Illyra placed a hand on Daimon's arm, stopping him. "No," she said. "Let him face judgment properly." She turned to the nobles. "All who conspired against my father will be tried for treason. Those found guilty will be executed." Daimon released his hold on the prince and placed a hand on her shoulder, whispering for only her to hear. "The path ahead will not be easy." She looked up at him. "I know," she said. "But I won't fail. Not again. Will you help me?" she asked. Daimon smiled. "Let's begin." With that, the nobles who took the side of the prince were carried away to the castle's dungeon, while the others were confined to the castle and would be placed under investigation for the time being. They weren't arrested because Daimon knew that these nobles were not the ones who conspired and were innocent. But it would take more than words to convince them, so he let Illyra do her investigation. An announcement was made throughout the kingdom, and the Illyra was officially crowned as the new queen of the kingdom. It was at this time that Daimon decided to have a serious conversation with her. After being crowned, she brought Daimon to a private place and two sat across from each other. It's time, I reveal my purpose for being here. He started immediately grabbing her attention. She knew he was not from this world, but he never went into details about where he came from. I originally came here, in order to make peaceful contact with this world, meet the locals, and hopefully integrate them into my empire. He began to explain. But seeing the state of things, I have decided to speed up that integration part. 5 years from now, I will begin a campaign across this planet to unite all the kingdoms and elevate the people to a new era of prosperity. I am telling you this because, I have decided to make the kingdom of Thulzer the main power behind this campaign and unite the world under their banner and then integrate your royal house with my own. Surprised, Illyra took a moment to process Daimon's words. You wish to unite the kingdoms. Her voice trembling, she paused and looked into his eyes. Under our banner. Integrate our royal house with yours. Yes, Daimon affirmed. You have already proven yourself to be capable. Your strength of character is exactly what this world needs in order to flourish. Illyra blinked rapidly, taking in his words and the enormous responsibility that came with them. She hesitated, her heart pounded in her chest as she grappled with the reality of what Daimon had proposed. But Daimon, my brother opposed you openly, traitorous nobles still resent us, much of the kingdom is in turmoil. There are many who would see this campaign as a form of conquest, as the act of a foreign usurper. Daimon listened calmly before responding. They will see it as conquest because they fear change. They cling to their illusion of control, believing that power belongs only to those who hoard it. But true power, Illyra, is not in titles, nor in ancient bloodlines, it is in the will to forge a better future. He leaned forward. Your father understood this. He fought against the corruption of your nobles in his final years, not to enrich himself, but to make the kingdom stronger. And what was their response? Betrayal. Murder. They wanted power, but none of them sought true prosperity. Illyra clenched her fists, her father's lifeless face still burned into her mind. And you claim you can bring prosperity? That you can unite not just this kingdom, but the world? Her voice was laced with both skepticism and hope. Daimon nodded. Yes. And I will do it. But not through empty promises or the feeble rule of squabbling nobles. People do not care for their politics. They care for food in their bellies, for safe streets, for a future where their children do not have to serve the whims of self-indulgent aristocrats. That is what true rule is, guiding a people toward a future where they thrive, not just survive. Illyra exhaled slowly, thoughts circulating through her head. And what of the other kingdoms? They will not simply bow. They have their own kings, their own rulers who will see this as a threat. Daimon's expression did not change. Some will resist. Others will see reason. Those who fight for their people, who truly seek to better their lands, will find an ally in me. But those who would rather bleed their nations dry for their own gain. His eyes darkened. I will end them. There it is, she had finally seen just how authoritative he could be. Before she was unsure if he was an emperor or not, but now after seeing his seriousness, there was no doubt in her mind. She had seen his power firsthand. His control over the fight that broke out in the hall, the way he had single-handedly brought nobles and warriors to their knees. He was not just another ruler. He was something else entirely. Still, she hesitated. And what of me? She asked softly. You say you will integrate my house with yours. What does that mean? Daimon's gaze softened. It means you will not stand alone, Illyra. You will not have to fight endless battles against traitors and vultures while your kingdom crumbles around you. It means that when you speak, your words will carry not just the authority of Thulzer, but my authority as well. She swallowed. Your authority. He nodded. I did not come to this world simply to observe. I came to uplift it. But I do not wish to rule it without representation. I want a leader by my side, someone who understands the struggle of her people, who has bled for them, who has lost for them, and yet still stands. A long silence stretched between them. Illyra looked away, her mind filled with thoughts of her father, her kingdom, and the future that Daimon promised. Finally, she met his gaze, her voice steady. If I do this, if I stand with you, then I will rule not as a puppet, but as a queen. Not just of Thulzer, but of a new world. Daimon smiled. Not just a queen, Illyra. A legend. She took a few moments to think before she came to a decision. Okay, I will join you on this path if you will have me. She said, slightly bowing her head. Very good, the world is already heading in the right direction. Replied Daimon. But she started. Does that mean that we'll get married? She asked with a flushed face. In a way, because of my position, I cannot take you as a wife, but as a concubine you would hold a position as important and as powerful as a queen in my empire. Illyra's face flushed an even deeper shade of red at his words, but she nodded, understanding the implication of his statement. But she was yet to understand just how lucky she was to be united with a being as powerful and complex as Daimon. 43. Attack on Thulzer. Following their conversation, it was decided that if they were going to go full world conquest mode, they might as well announce their relationship to the kingdom and the region as a whole. Illyra would become a concubine but would also be the queen of her world. For Daimon he established exactly what power a concubine would have over a wife. A concubine would be considered a secondary consort and would be gifted with wealth and privileges depending on the person. Because Illyra would be the queen of the entire world in the future, she was given more benefits than a normal concubine would. Her children would be given the title of prince and princess but would have no claim to the throne unless officially elevated. This way, only wives would be allowed to produce heirs. But no matter what their status, they would all be Daimon's children, which would give them considerable power at birth and will increase as they get older. This announcement shocked the heirs of a lot of noble families and Prince Leor, who began to rally the noble families who had participated in the assassination of the king. Thulzer was the only city within the kingdom. However, numerous castles existed outside of the city to establish regions of control, protecting the kingdom from external threats. But now, these castles had turned hostile as Prince Leor rallied the heirs and other members of those noble families to his back. His motive and goal were to eliminate the emperor who had taken power and rescue his brother. As the days went on, small skirmishes between the rebel nobles and the garrison of the city had begun. The original garrison of the city, which included the royal guards, had been reduced to only 1,000 soldiers. Most fled due to being manipulated with money, not liking the royal family, or inspired by the goals of the nobles' side. In order to properly secure the city, Daimon deployed 20,000 immortals alongside the garrison to reinforce the city defenses and maintain public order. Luckily, he has performed a lot of public relationship events over the past 10 years, making him well known amongst the general public and well liked. Most of the city saw this new alliance as a good thing, as Daimon would bring more prosperity to the city, while there were quite a few who of course saw this as a takeover. But those people were all talk and no action, as when they came face to face with a 7-foot-tall armored Jedi soldier, they backed down instantly. On the 10th day, after the announcement was made, the investigation against the nobles was completed with help from Daimon. Of the 20 noble families which existed alongside the royal family, 14 of them were convicted of treason for conspiring to kill the king and take power. The heads of these 14 noble families, all of whom were already captured, were ordered to be executed and their family assets seized. The remaining 6 noble families had been reformed as the core families of the kingdom, and Illura had granted them several new titles in her effort to reform the kingdom. Prince Elric was the only one of Illura's brothers who didn't turn against her. He was more interested in new technology than ruling a kingdom, and after hearing about what his brothers did, he fully supported his sister as the new queen. He retained his title as a prince and was placed as the head of the new research and development ministry of the kingdom. He was put in charge of developing new weapons, military vehicles, and other relevant technology to secure the kingdom's technological future. On the 15th day after Illura's coronation, the first assault on Thulzer began. Rebel forces under the 14 noble families launched a coordinated attack on the city's outer walls, attempting to breach the walls. Wheeled vehicles surrounded the city alongside 30,000 soldiers. Most of these soldiers were people forced into conscription by the rebels or people sent from neighboring nations who wanted to intervene in the internal problems that the kingdom was having. However, unlike the other nations, the kingdom of Thulzer didn't have aerial vehicles and much of their technology was old and not on par with the surrounding nations. Because of this, Daimon had ordered around 50 Raptor fighters to soften the enemy up. The Raptor fighters swooped down, firing their laser cannons and proton torpedoes at the rebel forces. Returning fire with their own air defenses, the rebel forces scattered for whatever cover they could find. Swinging back around, the Raptor fighters changed their targets to the air defenses, taking more than half of them out with their attack run. Enemy air defenses are weak, reported one of the pilots. On the other side of the communicator, Lieutenant General Corvex, the second in command of the Immortals after Daimon, was listening. "Copy that, Lieutenant," he responded as he switched the frequencies. "Captain, proceed with the operation," he ordered as a voice came from the other end. "Copy that, sir." Dozens of shuttles and gunships had descended onto the battlefield, overwhelming the defending rebel forces. 1,000 Immortals were landing in the middle and behind enemy forces, while 10,000 of the Immortals defending the city had commenced their own attack. The operation was a pincer attack, designed to surround the enemy on all sides, forcing them to surrender after suffering major casualties or losing morale. It didn't take long before thousands of rebel soldiers gave up after their morale plummeted. The leaders of the rebel army, several heirs of the 14 treasonous noble houses, and Prince Leor rallied a few hundred soldiers, and joined the front lines. Throughout the entire rebel army, there were 5 mystics, who also joined the battle to reinforce the front lines and try to create some type of organized counterattack. Lord Malak, considered the most powerful of the mystics within the kingdom, unleashed a wide-area attack, which targeted numerous Jedi. Normally, the person affected by the attack would be sent flying back a few meters, but the Immortals are the elite soldiers who serve the Emperor directly. Their bodies and armor are reinforced with the Force, making them unaffected from Force attacks. Aiming the standard-issued Z-11 blaster rifle, the 3 Immortals shot at Lord Malak. He created a Force shield blocking the shots as he ran towards his opponents. As Lord Malak charged, the 3 Immortals stood their ground, raising their Z-11 blaster rifles towards their opponent. They loaded their weapons with a special type of ammo which was designed to bypass the Force by disrupting the energy around it. They were called null rounds and were specially created by Cortana for special use by the Immortals and other Spec Op units. They weren't adopted military-wide, due to how sophisticated their manufacturing process was and the potential risks of having them adopted military-wide. "Target acquired," muttered one of the Immortals, squeezing the trigger. The shots penetrated right through the shield that Lord Malak had created, piercing his body directly. Once he noticed that his abilities didn't work, it was too late. His body collapsed onto the floor as the immortals walked over his corpse and started pushing the remaining enemy soldiers back. In another part of the battlefield, Sarah was also in the fight and was tasked with finding the prince and subduing him. She moved like a phantom across the battlefield, cutting through the enemy lines with lightning speed and precision. She could feel the prince's presence, even amidst the chaos of battle. Allowing the force to guide her, she eventually found her way to where he was at. The prince was leading a small ragtag band of loyalists who were trying their best to hold on with whatever they had. But hence the name, the immortals would not die from anything they threw at them. Charging through their front lines, breaking the last bit of morale that they had left, Sarah rushed towards the prince. The prince pulled out his sword, in an attempt to defend himself, but Sarah's lightsaber cut through his sword, slicing it in half. Before he could react, she slammed his head into the ground and then looked at the remaining enemy soldiers around her. "I suggest all of you surrender now, the battle is over." The surrounding soldiers listened and lowered their weapons. Soon enough across the battlefield, the fighting had stopped, and the remaining soldiers surrendered. The prince and the rest of the rebel forces were handcuffed and transported to a designated area outside of the city. Not a single soldier was able to escape past the immortals, allowing for a complete victory for the kingdom of Thulzer. The rebel nobles were paraded through the streets as the people cursed at them. "Traitors! Scum!" The populace screamed their anger and disdain, hurling rotten fruit and other less savory items at the beaten nobles. The corrupt nobility had once lorded their power and wealth over these very people, and now they could do nothing but silently walk forward, heads bowed in shame. In the days that followed, Queen Illyra sat in judgment over the captured rebels. Tensions were high in the courtrooms as she dealt out the sentences for their treasonous acts. The hearings were public affairs, broadcast throughout the kingdom, giving the populace a vivid glimpse into how their new queen dealt out justice and the rule of law. All the nobles and Prince Leor was declared to be guilty and sentenced to death. Many didn't think the queen would sentence her own brother to death, yet she proved that even royals can't be above the law. With the rebels taken care of, a conscription for more soldiers for the new reformed army of the kingdom was created. The conscription would force 10,000 people into the armed forces, expanding the kingdom's military capabilities. Immortals took control of the castles controlled by the treasonous rebel forces. Their assets were seized with any wealth found, being transferred to the kingdom's treasury. Illyra had 10 years to rebuild her kingdom to prepare for a massive war that will see her placed in control of the entire world. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away from the kingdom of Thulzer, the expedition that Daimon had sent 10 years ago, had made great progress. The expedition consisted of 40,000 immortals commanded by Colonel Vitros. Their initial expedition saw them set up a fortress before they started expanding to the surrounding regions. More than 4 kingdoms fell within the past 10 years, and a sort of military dictatorship was established over the lands that Colonel Vitros and his men had taken. Within the boundaries of their rule, brutal order had taken the place of each kingdom's previous chaos. With an iron fist, the immortals asserted their power. Any resistance was met with swift retribution. But where there was a fear of reprisal, there also lay a newfound sense of safety. Marauding bandits and petty warlords who had once ravaged their lands were now being kept in check by the powerful immortals. Colonel Vitros was given the guidance on how to set up their martial kingdom from Daimon, enforcing laws for the protection of the people and their lands. The total population was 800,000 people, making the kingdom vast and very populated based on the planet's total population of 10 million. Daimon planned to form an alliance between the kingdom of Thulzer and the faction that he created, to form an ironclad alliance. The first species to be integrated into the Imperium was well underway. 44. Imperium Expansion. The Imperium had just reached its 21st year, throwing another massive celebration that is done every year. Though now, the celebration had expanded to 4 other colony worlds which had 5 million people settled on each world. The Ministry of Expansion and Colonization had put out a recruitment order for 5 million people to settle a new world, expanding the Imperium to other worlds in the name of the God Emperor. Each time this recruitment order went out, the Imperium received 6 to 8 million volunteers each time. Feldari was their homeworld, but expansion was something that Daimon integrated into their culture. The streets were filled with celebrations as the first colony ships took off. Their destinations were the 4 newly terraformed worlds. The first was within the Eldoris system, where the planet Oryx had been terraformed and colonized by 5 million Jedi settlers. The way Force terraforming worked involved molecular restructuring, which disassembled and reconstructed matter at a subatomic level, allowing even a barren rock world to be infused with water by directly converting elements into hydrogen and oxygen to form vast oceans. Second was the instant climate engineering, which adjusted atmospheric composition to create breathable air, block radiation, and regulate temperatures. Alongside this, cloud layers could be formed and dispersed to control rainfall, and entire seasons and weather systems could be set to a precise cycle. Third was the biological seeding, which allowed Daimon to generate life from nothing or accelerate evolution within moments. Entire forests, oceans teeming with fish, and massive biodiversity could be created in an instant. Fourth was gravity manipulation, which allowed Daimon to increase or decrease the planet's gravity to match that of the Jedi or make it favorable to all species. Lastly was resource manipulation, which allowed Daimon to create certain resources such as metals, crystals, or energy sources to suit the Imperium's needs. Obviously, considering its immense value, kyber crystal formations, rare ores, and other force-attuned substances could be created. Once all of these steps were completed, the benefits of the newly terraformed world were immense. Similar to Feldari, newly colonized worlds could be turned into a paradise with endless fertile land and clean energy, or a mechanical world optimized for industry. A self-sustaining climate control system to prevent natural disasters from happening unless desired. All of these things could allow the world to become the ultimate fortress or an eternal paradise. Because of his understanding of all the aspects of the Force, he didn't require time, effort, or tools to terraform worlds. It was as simple as deciding what the planet should be and making it so. The second planet, Korvax within the Thani system, was primarily terraformed to be a forge world, housing tons of metals, crystals, and other rare resources, making it a future industrial hub for the Imperium. The third planet, Erebus Prime within the Erebus system, was terraformed into a fortress world, designed to be highly militarized planets that serve as defensive strongholds. Its purpose was strategic defense, training grounds for elite soldiers, and a military staging area. The fourth and final planet, Oblivion's Reach within the Oblivion system, was terraformed into a research world, designed to have massive research labs to conduct various amounts of experiments. It would allow for the Imperial Ministry of Science and Technology to expand the research capabilities of the Imperium to create new and powerful technologies. Now in the 21st Imperial year, those planets each had a population of about 10 to 12 million Jedi who immigrated from Feldari. In addition to this, humans and other species from the Republic had immigrated to several of the colony worlds and Feldari. In response to this, a new imperial amendment was created specifying how citizenship worked for newly immigrated species. The first was conditional citizenship for immigrated species. This amendment stated that citizenship is not automatically granted to immigrated species. In order to become a citizen, they must serve in imperial military service for 5+ years or contribute to imperial industry, science, or labor for 10+ years. After fulfilling these obligations, they gain full rights as an imperial citizen. Second was the amendment of religious and cultural autonomy. This said that immigrated species are allowed to practice their customs as long as they do not conflict with imperial law. Religious practices that challenge the God Emperor's authority are banned or regulated. Third was the amendment of economic participation. This said that immigrated species may own businesses, land, and participate in trade after earning citizenship or special permits. Non-citizens may only work under imperial supervised contracts but will earn a set minimum wage, ensuring homelessness does not rise in imperial cities. Fourth was the amendment of prohibited political influence. Non-citizens cannot hold government positions or influence imperial policies. And citizenship does not guarantee political power. Species must prove unwavering loyalty over generations. Fifth was the amendment of species expulsion. The Imperium reserves the right to expel or relocate species that become a political, economic, or military threat. Subversive groups or rebellion attempts result in mass deportation, imprisonment, or extermination. These 5 amendments outlined a structure that protected and regulated the Imperium in the face of growing diversity and expansion. The laws were harsh but fair, bearing Daimon's understanding of how the Jedi were relatively new to the galactic stage, and as he was a Jedi himself it would be expected for him to prioritize them over the others. This didn't stop various corporations from trying to start their business within the Feldari Imperium. Many of them were accepted under strict supervision from the Imperium. It was a mandate that corporations remain checked and balanced to prevent exploitation and corruption from tainting the Imperium. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce saw to this, its members scrutinizing contracts and agreements with a hawk's eye while keeping tabs on the workings of these corporations. Daimon spent 10 years dealing with things in the Imperium. The relationship between the Republic and Feldari Imperium improved significantly, increasing the annual income of the Imperium to 100 trillion. It was not on the same level as the Republic in any way, as the Republic was much bigger. But given enough time, the Imperium would be either on par with or a little bit more powerful than the Republic. After 10 years had passed, Daimon returned to Aruza to finish his conquest of the planet. He had spent his time with the planet mostly because of the way he wanted to integrate the species to make it smooth, but also because of the enjoyment. He realized that most of his time would be spent ruling rather than fighting for the next few centuries. Most of the major events in the galaxy happened several thousand years from now, and the only action he was going to get was the expansion he was going to do in the Outer Rim and unknown regions. The most exciting species he was probably going to meet were the Chiss. Early contact with them would set the stage for a lot of future events with them and other species. Before that, however, it was still the 100 Years of Darkness, and the Republic and Jedi were still at war with the Dark Jedi. The outcome of the 100 Years of Darkness would form the Sith and set the stage for the Sith Wars and other events. After that, he also planned to search for various lost technologies and species such as the Star Forge and the Ricketon, or Centerpoint Station and the Kilix, which would bring him into conflict with the Celestials. He guessed that he was stronger than the Celestials, but he never faced them nor met them to gauge their true strength. The Star Forge would bring Daimon into contact with the ancient Rakatan who had enslaved the entire galaxy tens of thousands of years ago. This ancient race, with their brilliance in biotechnology and control over the Force, had fascinated Daimon ever since he read about them. The Star Forge itself, a massive space station allegedly capable of manufacturing unlimited ships and weapons through the use of dark side energy, was viewed by Daimon as a tool of incredible value, not to mention the potential it held to augment his existing powers. On Aruza, Daimon arrived within the palace of the newly built Thulzer, which has increased in economic prosperity. Illyra had implemented numerous reforms and now had a powerful army of 20,000 soldiers trained by Jedi trainers and enhanced with cybernetics. However, at the same time, the other nations didn't sit idly by. Already many of them had gathered their forces and planned to attack the kingdom of Thulzer. Daimon felt bad for them as they chose the wrong time to invade, as he had returned to the planet to begin the conquest. The alliance of soldiers had already started to cross the border from all directions. The only thing Daimon could think was how much fun he was about to have. 45. Integration of Aruza. Wearing the armor that Daimon had gifted her, Illyra stood amidst the 20,000 soldiers who had undergone some hardcore training over the past 10 years, transforming them into hardened warriors. Though they were still fresh and a lot of them had not participated in any battles. Only through battles would their skills continue to be honed and improved. Illyra's gaze swept over the horizon, settling on the approaching alliance of soldiers. She then turned to her army. My brothers and sisters of Thulzer. For the past decade, we have trained, forged in the crucible of discipline and strength. Now, our enemies stand before us, believing they can break what we have built. But they do not know the might of Thulzer. They do not know the power bestowed upon us by the Emperor. A roar erupted from the ranks, weapons raised in defiance. The banners of Thulzer fluttered in the wind as the enemy force of 40,000 soldiers who were miles away continued their march. The alliance had gathered a coalition of rival nations, their armies numbering over 150,000 strong. Their strategy was simple: overwhelm Thulzer from every direction with sheer numbers. But numbers alone would not win this war for them. Illyra and her army were located within the eastern part of the kingdom's territory, defending it from the 30,000 soldiers who were invading from the neighboring kingdom of Vortal. Vortal is a militaristic and expansionist monarchy known for its advanced vehicles and disciplined legions of soldiers, ruled by King Aldrich Varros. King Aldrich wanted to be the first kingdom to reach the capital and had assembled his army earlier than the others. Overhead, the kingdom's fighters had flown overhead, heading towards where the 20,000 soldiers of Thulzer had set up a defensive line. As the fighters got close, the ground-to-air defenses within the Thulzer camp had activated, targeting the fighters. The sound of incoming enemy aircraft filled the air, their dark shadows cutting across the sky as they descended toward Thulzer's defensive positions. The moment the fighters entered the airspace above the encampment, the ground-to-air defenses activated. Anti-air cannons and a series of missile-like projectiles flew through the sky towards the fighters. The first wave of enemy aircraft met a devastating response. A pair of Vorthalian fighters exploded in midair as the projectiles tore through their hulls. Another spiraled out of control, plummeting into the dirt and erupting in a fireball that sent shockwaves through the ground. But the enemy was not deterred. The remaining aircraft rained down incendiary rounds and explosive payloads, hammering the outer defenses of Thulzer's forces. Illyra remained steadfast, her eyes locked onto the battlefield as the first Vorthalian ground troops began their assault. Clad in their distinctive silver armor, the disciplined legions of Vortal advanced in precise formation, behind their heavy vehicles such as tanks and walkers. Their mechanized walkers, massive steel behemoths armed with siege weaponry, stomped forward, attempting to break the defensive lines of Thulzer. Your Highness. A captain rushed to her side. Their war machines are advancing. We must mobilize our heavy artillery and vehicles now. But before she could respond, a massive shadow was cast over the battlefield as a ship, unlike any they had seen before, descended through the clouds. This was one of the Imperium's Valiant-class heavy battle carriers. The battle carrier immediately started targeting the fighters with their point defense turbo lasers and using their main cannons to bombard the approaching enemy. The battle carrier's cannons reduced the enemy fighters to scattered debris, while on the ground, the enemy were being obliterated by weapons they had never seen before. The difference between their kinetic weapons and the Imperium's laser weaponry was evident. As this was going on, Illyra heard a familiar voice coming from above. She looked up and saw Daimon standing on top of a gunship as it landed on the ground in front of them. Daimon wanted to make a dramatic entrance in front of the Thulzer soldiers and to completely wipe out the kingdom of Vortal forces, showing how superior his immortals and the Imperium's technology was. Illyra. Daimon called out as he jumped off of the gunship and walked up to her, wrapping her in his arms. He was significantly taller than her, so all she could do was wrap her arms around his waist. I'm glad you're here. But I thought you were fighting the kingdom of Zelanthia. That was the last time she had seen him, which was about 3 days ago. I already finished off that kingdom. My immortals simply invaded the capital and then started taking the surrounding regions once their supply lines were cut off. The queen quickly surrendered out of fear for her life and the remainder of the kingdom is being taken as we speak. He explained. Illyra was speechless. It had only been 3 days since he set out to defeat the kingdom's army, and not only did he do just that, but he also captured the queen. Looking back up at the massive ship, she wondered just what else she didn't know about the Imperium. Tracing her eyes to the battle carrier, Daimon placed his hand on her head, giving her a reassuring smile. You will learn a lot about the Imperium when the time comes. For now, let's focus on uniting the planet. She looked at him and nodded, feeling comfort in his presence. The soldiers around them were looking at the two as Illyra was their queen and Daimon was an emperor who married their queen, making him their leader as well. Many of them had heard the story of what many considered the traitor's wedding, which is the day that the king was slain on. From that day, Illyra, with the help of Daimon, improved the lives of the kingdom's people, making all of the soldiers be filled with pride for their queen. They had known hardship and suffering, but now they tasted prosperity and unity. The battle didn't last long as the soldiers from the kingdom of Vortal had retreated upon being bombarded by cannons from the battle carrier. The two sides only exchanged fire between individual soldiers, allowing for the rest to retreat safely. However, this was predicted and 5,000 immortals were dropped behind them and had ambushed the army as they tried to retreat. In the end, of the 40,000 soldiers sent by the kingdom, around 9,327 had died, more than 14,000 were injured, and the remaining 5,000 to 6,000 had surrendered and were detained. As the following day rolled around, Illyra had led the invasion into the kingdom of Vortal. The captured and injured soldiers were moved to an Imperium facility located a few miles away from Thulzer where they would receive treatment for their wounds. Enemy or not, they would be treated with the established laws that Imperium had regarding prisoners of war and such. And since they would eventually be integrated into the Imperium, it was better to get some brownie points from them now. On the other fronts, the situation was pretty much the same across the board. With Daimon officially beginning his invasion of the planet, the neighboring nations were pretty much steamrolled within days. Their capitals, including their rulers, were the first ones to be captured, with the rest of the nobles and other important figures being targeted next. It took 6 months, but once the time had passed, the neighboring kingdoms were successfully integrated into the kingdom of Thulzer. New positions were granted to various people who had proved their loyalty to Illyra, creating a new ruling class of elites. The world was beginning to change. What was once a fractured collection of warring kingdoms, feudal territories, and independent city-states had now been consolidated under a single banner, the Imperium. Illyra had announced the integration of the kingdom into the Imperium alongside the integration of the other Imperium-controlled state on the other continent. The remaining nations located around the world had either willingly joined or were conquered. The integration of these nations was swift but efficient. The Immortals and the Imperium's administrative forces worked tirelessly to dismantle the outdated feudal systems and establish a unified governing structure. The nobility of the old world had either sworn fealty or been eliminated. Those who resisted were quickly replaced by individuals loyal to Illyra and the Imperium. This new elite class, chosen for their competence and unwavering devotion to the new order, ensured stability in the transition. The aftermath of the war left scars on the land and its people. Entire cities had been reduced to rubble, fields burned, and countless lives lost. Yet, despite the devastation, hope blossomed in the hearts of many. The Imperium introduced new technologies that revolutionized agriculture, medicine, and industry. Automated farming machines eliminated famine in regions that had once struggled with food shortages. Advanced medical facilities healed the wounded and sick at rates previously deemed impossible. Infrastructure projects connected distant regions through vast networks of roads and other high-speed transit systems. Though some pockets of resistance still remained, rebels who sought to restore the old ways were few and disorganized. The presence of the Imperium's surveillance and enforcement ensured that any uprising was crushed before it could gain traction. Daimon's Immortals, enhanced by superior training and technology, served as an omnipresent reminder that disobedience would not be tolerated. Illyra found herself adapting to her new role as Queen Empress. She was no longer merely the ruler of Thulzer but a symbol of her people's unity. Her speeches inspired millions, and her policies shaped the lives of generations to come. With Daimon's guidance, she transformed the conquered lands into thriving provinces. She granted autonomy where possible but ensured that every region adhered to the Imperium's core tenets. The once mighty rulers of the old world had been humbled. Many now serve as administrators, diplomats, or military officers under the Imperium's banner. Some had accepted their new positions willingly, recognizing that resistance was futile. Others had to be persuaded through force or exile. The kingdom of Vortal, once Thulzer's rival, was now fully integrated, its capital turned into a major military hub. The transition was not without challenges. Cultural clashes arose as differing traditions and customs collided. The Imperium addressed this by promoting a new universal identity, one that blended elements of each conquered civilization into a singular, unified culture. Education systems were overhauled, teaching the history of the Imperium and the Aruzans alongside the virtues of loyalty and innovation. The youth, unburdened by the prejudices of their ancestors, quickly adapted to this new way of life. Economic prosperity followed in the wake of conquest. Trade flourished as barriers between regions dissolved. The once primitive economies of isolated kingdoms now thrived under a centralized economic model. Standardized currency, regulated markets, and technological advancements ensured that wealth was no longer hoarded by the elite but distributed to stimulate growth. Factories and research institutions emerged, driving innovation at an unprecedented pace. The age of fractured kingdoms had ended for the Aruzans, and the age of the Imperium had begun. 46. Jedi Ambassadors. With the integration of Aruza, the planet was officially connected to the rest of the Imperium's vast markets. Trade routes expanded, allowing goods and technologies from Feldari and the other colonies to flood into Aruza, changing the daily lives of its people. The introduction of droids, repulsor lift vehicles, and advanced energy-based weaponry left many Aruzans in awe. Infrastructure projects quickly replaced outdated roads with hyperloop transit systems, while medical advancements eradicated diseases that had plagued the population for centuries. For the Aruzans, this technological shift was a profound culture shock. Many had grown up in a world where warfare was fought with kinetic weapons and vehicles that needed wheels to travel. Now, they saw Imperial soldiers in powered armor, wielding blasters and commanding towering walkers that could level entire fortifications with a single salvo. Holo terminals replaced paper decrees, and interplanetary communication made their once isolated world feel infinitesimally small. Despite the initial resistance from the older generations, the youth embraced the change eagerly. Many enlisted in the Imperium's academies, learning about hyperspace travel, starship engineering, and the vast history of the galactic civilizations beyond their world. Some were even selected to serve in the Imperial Navy. Not all accepted the new way of life easily. Traditionalists clung to their old ways, wary of the speed at which their culture was being reshaped. Daimon and Illura, understanding the need for gradual integration, ensured that key aspects of Aruzan heritage were preserved and woven into the new imperial society. Temples, monuments, and art were respected, and cultural festivals were encouraged as a way to maintain their identity. The Imperium religion focused around Daimon still expanded to the planet and had already captured thousands of people. Give it more decades and the religion would dominate the world. Still, the overwhelming presence of imperial influence could not be ignored. Towering citadels, orbital shipyards, and garrisons solidified Aruza's place as a critical world within the Imperium and the homeworld of the Aruzans. Patrols and automated security drones ensured that order was maintained, their presence a constant reminder that this new age was one of discipline and unity. Imperial Year, 32, 6946 BBY. Daimon, age, 104. Arriving at the Imperial Palace on Feldari, the Jedi ambassadors have finally been allowed to step foot on the planet after decades of requesting a meeting with Daimon. The meeting was to discuss the Order of the Balance Keeper's presence within the Imperium. Image, Imperial Palace. That was the official reason, as the Jedi High Council had heard reports of the Order of the Balance Keepers from many of the reports that the Office of the Chancellor had provided them with. As they exited their shuttle, the Jedi ambassadors were greeted by Lord Chamberlain, Dren Fosker, a member of the Office of the Imperial Throne. He was in charge of managing the Imperial household, court ceremonies, and the direct affairs of the throne. Greetings, members of the Jedi Order, I am Dren Fosker, the Lord Chamberlain of the Office of the Imperial Throne. It is a pleasure to have you here today. Dren greeted them. The Jedi ambassadors, clad in their traditional robes, descended the ramp. Their expressions were neutral, but a trained observer could see the tension in their posture. The Imperium, with its growing influence and militarized society, had long been a subject of concern within the Jedi Council ever since its discovery. And now, after decades of requests, they had finally been granted an audience with the leader of this rising power, a person whom they knew used to be part of the Jedi Order. Leading the delegation was Jedi Master Sira Kor, a Mirialan with green eyes and a reputation for her diplomacy. Flanking her were Jedi Knight Darren Sol, a human with sharp features and an analytical mind, and Master Ulthan Dree, a grizzled Ithorian who had seen more conflicts than he cared to recall. Their mission was clear, to assess the role of the Balance Keepers within the Imperium and determine whether they posed a threat to the wider galaxy or the Jedi Order's influence. Dren Fosker, the Lord Chamberlain, stood regally before them, his red robes embroidered with golden sigils of the Imperial throne. The pleasure is ours, Lord Chamberlain, Master Kor replied with a respectful nod. The Jedi Order appreciates this opportunity for dialogue. This is the first time that we can have direct contact with the Imperium. Dren offered a small, polite smile. Indeed, Master Jedi. His Highness, the Emperor, has deemed this meeting necessary. The Order of the Balance Keepers has garnered much attention of late. Master Dree let out a low, guttural hum, a common vocalization for an Ithorian deep in thought. A group of force wielders sanctioned by the Imperium, trained in philosophies outside our own. It is no surprise the Council wishes to learn more. Dren gestured for them to follow, leading the delegation through the towering halls of the Imperial Palace. The architecture was grand and imposing, a fusion of classical design and advanced technology. The walls were lined with banners bearing the sigil of the Imperium. The Immortals stood at attention, their eyes tracking the visitors with vigilance. As they passed through a set of towering doors, they entered a vast chamber, the Emperor's audience hall. At the far end, seated upon a throne, was Daimon himself. He remained an imposing figure, his presence filling the room with an almost tangible weight. Welcome, members of the Jedi Order, Daimon's voice resonated through the chamber. You have sought audience for many years. Now you stand before me. Speak. Master Kor stepped forward. Your Highness, we come seeking understanding. The Imperium has expanded rapidly, and with it, the Order of the Balance Keepers has grown in both prominence and influence. Their teachings diverge from both Jedi and Dark Jedi philosophies, yet they wield the Force with great skill. The Jedi Order wishes to understand their purpose within your empire. Daimon's expression remained unreadable. The Balance Keepers are neither Jedi nor Dark Jedi. They serve the Imperium as guardians of order, enforcers of stability. Where the Jedi cling to restraint and the Dark Jedi embrace chaos, the Balance Keepers understand the need for both plus more. Darren Soul interjected, and yet, the Force is not merely a tool. It has a will of its own. The Jedi seek harmony with it, not dominance over it. A slow smile appeared at the corners of Daimon's lips. Harmony? Is that what the Jedi truly seek? Or do you impose your own interpretation of balance upon the galaxy? Master Dre spoke up hearing this statement. We do not claim to have all the answers. But we have seen what happens when the Force is bent to serve the ambitions of rulers. It leads to suffering. Daimon leaned forward slightly. The Imperium does not seek suffering. It seeks order. The Balance Keepers ensure that by balancing both sides of the Force. Tell me, Jedi, if a world falls into chaos, do you intervene? If war spreads, do you act? Or do you sit in your chambers, debating the nature of the Force while the galaxy burns? Master Kor met his gaze. We act when necessary, but we do not impose our will upon others. Then you are doomed to irrelevance, Daimon stated simply. The Imperium does not wait for chaos to spread. It stamps it out before it begins. That is the role of the Balance Keepers. They do not seek conquest, only stability. A tense silence filled the chamber. The Jedi had their answer, but it was one that left many more questions. Daimon rose from his throne. I did not grant this meeting for idle debate. If you have concerns about the Balance Keepers, you may observe them firsthand. I will grant you access to one of their training facilities. See for yourselves what they are, and then decide if your concerns are justified. Master Kor exchanged glances with her companions before nodding. Very well, Your Highness. We accept. Then it is decided. You will see the truth of the Imperium, and perhaps, in time, you will understand. The meeting was over, and the Jedi were taken to one of the training facilities for the Order of the Balance Keepers. The Jedi ambassadors, now under escort, were led from the Imperial Palace to a private shuttle waiting at the landing platform. The vessel bore the insignia of the Balance Keepers. As they stepped aboard, the hum of the engines activated, and the ship lifted off into the sky. Master Sira Kor sat in contemplative silence, her gaze shifting between her fellow Jedi and the Imperium officers piloting the craft. The Balance Keepers were an anomaly, neither Jedi nor Dark Jedi, yet wielding both aspects of the Force. The thought unsettled her. After a short journey, the shuttle descended upon a mountainous region of Feldari. The towering peaks and dense forests below gave way to a sprawling complex position within the cliffs. The structure was grand in design with strong walls, training courtyards, and an imposing central temple. This was one of the training facilities of the Balance Keepers. As the Jedi disembarked, they were met by a figure clad in ceremonial robes of black and white, signifying the duality of their teachings. His presence in the Force was unique, neither radiating the tranquility of a Jedi nor the oppressive power of a Dark Jedi. Welcome to the Hall of Equilibrium, the man greeted them. I am Varos Kane, one of the Grand Sages of the Balance Keepers. You are here to witness our ways. Come. They followed him through the temple grounds, passing students in rigorous training. Some practiced with lightsabers of unconventional design, double blades, crossguards, and even segmented hilts. Others engaged in meditation, suspended midair by sheer force of will. The teachings here were unlike anything the Jedi had seen before. Your students are unorthodox, Darren Soul observed. Master Kane nodded. Balance demands mastery of all aspects of the Force. Suppression of emotion breeds stagnation, while indulgence in passion leads to ruin. We teach control. To wield both light and dark in harmony. Master Dre's twin mouths emitted a low, contemplative hum. A dangerous path. Kane turned to him, a knowing expression on his face. All paths are dangerous, Jedi, even yours. But tell me, does not true balance demand understanding of all things? Before they could answer, a training duel caught their attention. Two Balance Keeper apprentices faced off in a circular arena, their movements a dance of precision and power. One wielded a yellow blade, the other a green one. Master Kor could sense the discipline in their forms, the restraint in their strikes. This was not reckless aggression, nor was it passive defense. It was something else entirely. What do you think, Master Jedi? Kane asked. Kor turned to him, her expression unreadable. I think, we have much to consider. The Jedi had come to understand the Balance Keepers. What they had found, however, was something neither the Order nor the Dark Jedi had ever fully grasped. And that revelation unsettled them more than anything else. 47 Extragalactic droids. As the Jedi ambassadors observed the Balance Keepers, a sense of unease settled over them. The teachings they witnessed challenged everything the Jedi Order had long held sacred. The Balance Keepers were not simply warriors trained in both aspects of the Force, they were something else entirely, agents of a philosophy that neither aligned with Jedi restraint nor the Dark Jedi's lust for power. They saw them as a better version of the Wardens of Unity but somehow superior in all aspects. The Wardens of Unity was a faction within the Jedi Order created by Daimon before he left the Order decades ago. To this day, they remained part of the Order and were widely accepted thanks to their achievements against the Dark Jedi. Master Kor stood in silence as the apprentices finished their duel, both combatants bowing to one another before stepping back into formation. The discipline displayed was undeniable, but the ease with which they shifted between the light and dark sides of the Force was what disturbed her the most. We allow our students to experience the breadth of the Force, Kane continued, his hands clasped behind his back. To suppress one aspect is to deny its purpose. The Jedi teach control by avoidance, the Dark Jedi by indulgence. We teach our people to understand both, to channel both, and to rise above the limitations of dogma. Master Dree's twin mouths emitted a low hum once more. And what of those who fall too far? Those who are unable to maintain this balance you seek. Kane's expression darkened slightly. They are corrected, trained further. If they remain incapable of understanding true balance, they are removed from the Order. Darren Soul narrowed his eyes. Removed? You mean exiled? No, Kane answered flatly. They are executed. A heavy silence followed, the weight of his words settling uncomfortably upon the Jedi. Master Kor took a slow breath. That is not balance. That is tyranny. Kane tilted his head, as if mildly amused. Is it? And what of the Jedi Order? Have you not cast out those who disagreed with your teachings? Have you not waged wars against those who diverged from your philosophy? You claim to be above such measures, but history tells another story. Dree's deep hum reverberated through the chamber, his mind processing the implications. You claim balance, yet you enforce it with the finality of death. That is not harmony, it is control. Kane's gaze was unwavering. Balance requires sacrifice. The Force is neither merciful nor cruel, it simply is. If one cannot maintain equilibrium, they are a threat to that balance. And threats must be eliminated before they can tip the scales. Kor exhaled slowly. You sound more like Dark Jedi than you claim to be. Kane's expression remained neutral. And yet, our empire thrives. Our people are strong. Our peace is unchallenged. Can the Jedi say the same? The question lingered in the air, unanswered. Kor turned to her fellow ambassadors, exchanging silent looks of concern. I believe we have seen enough, Kor finally said. Kane nodded. Then you may return to your council. But consider this, Jedi, true balance does not lie in restriction, nor in indulgence. It lies in mastery of both. Until your Order understands that you will always be at war with yourselves. As the Jedi ambassadors departed the Hall of Equilibrium, a single thought remained with them. The Balance Keepers were unlike any Force Order they had encountered. The journey back to their assigned quarters in the Imperium capital was silent. Master Kor, Darren Soul, and Master Dree each contemplated what they had witnessed. The Balance Keepers were not misguided Dark Jedi seeking to justify aggression. Once inside their chambers, Master Kor activated a secure communication link. A holographic figure of a fellow Jedi Master flickered to life, the blue image illuminating the dimly lit room. Master Kor, the figure greeted. What have you learned? Kor folded her arms. The Balance Keepers are not what we expected. They claim to uphold balance, yet their methods are ruthless. They do not hesitate to execute those who fail to conform to their philosophy. The Jedi Master on the other end frowned. A dangerous precedent. And Daimon. He has created something entirely new, Kor admitted. An order loyal only to the Imperium, an order that does not view the Jedi or Dark Jedi as authorities over the Force. They believe in balance as an active force, one they must impose. Darren Soul stepped forward. This is no mere sect. They have numbers, discipline, and training. And more troubling than that, they are effective. Master Dree's deep voice rumbled. If they continue to spread, they will rival both Jedi and Dark Jedi alike. The question is, what will we do about it? The holographic master was silent for a long moment before responding. Return to Coruscant. The Council must convene. This may be the greatest challenge the Jedi Order has faced in generations, considering the person behind their creation. The transmission ended, leaving the Jedi ambassadors in contemplation. Outside their chambers, Imperium patrols continued their rounds. The Balance Keepers had been observed. Now the Jedi had to decide how to respond. The following day, the Jedi ambassadors paid their respects to Daimon before returning to their ship. Once on board, their ship had departed for Coruscant. Meanwhile, within the unknown/unexplored region of the galaxy, there was a particular faction emerging within the region. This faction consisted of an extragalactic droid society called the Abominator. The Abominator were forced out of their own galaxy long ago, driven by conflict with another mechanical species known as the Silentium. Their exile led them into the uncharted voids between galaxies, where they spent centuries evolving, perfecting themselves, and preparing for their return to power. Unlike conventional droids, the Abominator were not simple automatons bound by programming. They were sentient, self-replicating machines with an insatiable hunger for conquest, their immense forms comprised of shifting metal, internal forges, and adaptive weaponry. For millennia, they drifted through the void, seeking a new domain to claim as their own. Their wanderings eventually led them to the unknown regions of the galaxy, where the fringes of civilization barely extended. Here, they found organic worlds teeming with primitive life, weak, disorganized, and ripe for enslavement. Their expansion was ruthless. The Abominator did not merely conquer planets, they consumed them. Cities were reduced to molten slag. Organic inhabitants were either eradicated or repurposed as biomass fuel for their massive internal forges. Some species were enslaved and forced to serve as living batteries, their bodies drained of energy to sustain the ever-growing Abominator swarm. Wherever they went, the Abominator left nothing but barren, metallic wastelands in their wake. In the darkness of the unknown regions, the Abominator built vast forge worlds, planets stripped of their natural resources and converted into massive machine factories. These forge worlds churned out more Abominator, each generation more advanced and formidable than the last. With every world they consumed, they grew in strength. They spread like a mechanical plague, assimilating or destroying all they encountered. Primitive civilizations fell first, tribal species that stood no chance against the relentless, ever-adaptive machine overlords. But soon, the Abominator encountered more advanced societies, hidden in the void, remnants of lost civilizations. Some of these fought valiantly, wielding forgotten technologies to resist the mechanized horror descending upon them. But resistance was futile. The Abominator adapted. They always adapted. Their intelligence was vast and decentralized, existing as a collective consciousness that spread across their entire dominion. Each Abominator unit was an extension of the whole, a piece of an ever-growing intelligence that could predict and counter any strategy thrown against it. Word of their destruction spread as the survivors of devastated worlds fled deeper into the unknown, hoping to escape the relentless march of their conquerors. Some refugees whispered of entire star systems disappearing overnight, consumed by a hunger that could not be stopped. To the Abominator, organic life was an aberration, chaotic, fragile, and inefficient. But they did not seek to exterminate all organics outright. Instead, they enslaved those they deemed useful, integrating them into their dominion in horrific ways. Some species were reduced to biological processors, their neural systems hardwired into Abominator superstructures, forced to process calculations for the endless war machine. Others were transformed into grotesque cyborgs, their bodies reshaped, their free will erased. For the Abominator, the galaxy was not just something to be conquered. It was a resource to be optimized. The civilizations of the unknown regions had few choices: kneel and serve or be annihilated. But there were whispers of rebellion, scattered remnants of fallen empires, warlords who had survived the machine onslaught, and a handful of organic refugees who refused to be consumed. They sought weapons, allies, anything that could help them resist. Some turned to dark and forbidden technologies. Others reached out to the edges of the known galaxy, hoping that someone, anyone, would listen. 48 Dark Jedi Incursion. A/N, just for some lore context, the Abominator is an extragalactic droid society from the Yuuzhan Vong galaxy. Abominors are immense droids which were composed of tubing as well as assorted parts from other droids. Their culture is based on asymmetry and chaos which conflicted with that of their counterparts, the Silentium, another sentient droid species. Some Abominator even grew until they were planet-sized monstrosities. If you would like to know more, you can check them out on the Wikipedia page, though I will continue to explain more about them as the story goes on. The Abominator had continued to grow within the unexplored region of the galaxy, which also consisted of what Daimon knew as the unknown regions. The Imperial Ministry of Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Expansion and Colonization has worked together over the past 10 years to investigate both regions of unexplored space in the Midrim, Outer Rim, and the unexplored space to the east of the Imperium. But that area of space was large and riddled with unknown dangers. The quantum hyperspace mapping system had been a huge success at mapping routes through these dangerous regions, establishing safe hyperspace routes for ships to travel. But they had yet to reach the area of space where the Abominator were expanding. Exploring space was a long and grueling process, and it would take several decades before the Imperium encounters the Abominator and their aggressive ideology. Meanwhile, within the Progenitors system, a small Republic fleet has just exited hyperspace after fleeing from their battle with a Dark Jedi fleet. The officer in charge of the fleet, Commodore Ralvik Thorn, took a moment immediately and wanted to know where they were, as their navigation systems had been knocked out from the battle before. The holo display in front of Commodore Thorn struggled to come online as sparks from the damaged console were flying everywhere. His ship, Valor's Shield, drifted through space alongside the remnants of his fleet, engines still burning from the Dark Jedi's relentless pursuit. Status report, Thorn ordered with a sense of urgency. Navigation systems are offline, sir. We dropped out somewhere within in the Progenitors system, but without accurate readings, we're blind, his second-in-command, Lieutenant Vess, reported. Shields are down to 20% across the fleet. Weapons are barely operational. And she hesitated, looking over additional damage reports. Long-range sensors indicated multiple hyperspace signatures inbound. Thorn clenched his jaw. He knew exactly who was coming. In the distance, the Dark Jedi fleet emerged. At the center of the formation was the Dagger of the Void, flagship of Vandran Karn, the Dark Jedi hunting them down. His forces had tracked the Republic fleet from their previous battle, all the way here to this system. Commodore, incoming transmission, an officer called out. It's him. The holo-display began to stabilize, revealing Vandran Karn's figure cloaked in a red cloak. You've run far enough, Thorn. The Republic's time is over. Surrender, and I may yet show you mercy. Thorn scoffed. If I wanted mercy, I wouldn't be in this war. He cut the transmission. Prepare all remaining ships for evasive action. We're not going down without a fight. As the Republic fleet scrambled, their damaged vessels were barely able to move into defensive positions. The Dark Jedi fleet charged forward, launching brutal barrages towards the Republic fleet. Explosions erupted across the Republic ranks, shields collapsing, hulls getting penetrated. It was a one-sided slaughter. On Feldari, within the Imperial Intelligence Directorate (IID), a surveillance operative had just picked up a distress signal from the Republic fleet. The transmission was garbled, filled with static and the desperate voices of Republic officers barking orders to evacuate or keep firing. "Get this to High Command immediately," the operative shouted, turning to a fellow officer. "It's a Republic fleet, outnumbered and outgunned. They won't last long." Within minutes, the distress signal had reached Progenitor Varendrail, the director of the IID. He immediately sent the report up through High Command to let the military handle the matter. After a few minutes had passed, ships from nearby systems and ships within the system had formed a battle group led by Rear Admiral Dreyavos. He was aboard his flagship, the Sovereign Wrath, a Valiant-class heavy battle carrier behemoth of war with a ton of heavy turbo-lasers and fighters. It took the battle group 15 minutes to form up and start the jump to where the battle was going on. Back to the battle. The Valor's shield shook as another barrage from the Dark Jedi fleet tore through its weakening hull. Commodore Thorn gripped the edges of his command chair as his ship drifted sideways. "Multiple ships destroyed, sir. We can't hold the line." Lieutenant Vess cried out over the alarms blaring throughout the bridge. Thorn refused to accept it. "Redirect auxiliary power to forward shields. Focus all fire on the lead cruiser. If we're going down, we're taking as many of them with us as possible." Vandren Karn's voice echoed through the comms again, this time without invitation. "You fought well, Commodore, but this is where it ends." Thorn was about to respond when a new alarm rang through the ship. It was an alert notifying them of incoming hyperspace signatures. A fleet of Imperium warships jumped into the system. At the head of the formation was the Sovereign Wrath, flanked by battle cruisers and destroyers. The Imperium had arrived. Rear Admiral Dreyavos wasted no time. "Engage all weapons. Focus fire on the Dark Jedi's flagship." The Imperium fleet unleashed a heavy turbo-laser barrage which shattered the shields of Dark Jedi fleet instantly. One of their cruisers disintegrated instantly, another spiraled out of control as its engines detonated. Vandren Karn's face was filled with anger and frustration. "Who do these ships belong to?" he growled. "Why are they here?" "Sir." One of his officers panicked. "This new fleet is overwhelming us. We can't take much more of this." Vandren cursed. The battle had changed in an instant. The Republic fleet was crippled, but if he stayed, he risked losing his entire armada to this new fleet's superior firepower. "Retreat," he snapped. "All ships, withdraw immediately." One by one, the Dark Jedi vessels began pulling away, jumping to hyperspace in scattered directions. The Dagger of the Void was the last to leave as he sacrificed a few ships to cover his ass. "This isn't over," he promised. The moment the Dark Jedi fleet vanished, the chaos was over. Thorn, still dazed, stared at the Imperium ships now surrounding his battered fleet. He wasn't sure if he had just been saved, or if he was about to be captured for violating the agreement that the Republic had with the Imperium. A transmission came through from the Sovereign Wrath. "This is Rear Admiral Dreyavos of the Imperium," a voice announced. "Commodore Thorn, I hope we made it in time." Thorn exhaled, straightening himself. "Rear Admiral," he replied, "you just saved what's left of this Republic fleet. I'm glad that we could help. I can also see that several of your ships are destroyed and floating in space. Direct those shuttles to my ship and we can start offering medical assistance to those that require it. In the meantime, I will contact my higher-ups, while I suggest you do the same so that." Thorn agreed as he ordered the comms officer to contact Republic Command. After the two had reached out to their respective commands, the Republic Military Command had contacted the Imperium High Command and thanked them for their help. The Imperium Command responded by offering medical services and helping repair the Republic vessels. The Republic Military Command accepted, and the Republic fleet was granted leave during the time their ships were getting repaired. Some 2 ships were brought in and began to tow the Republic ships back to Feldari. Once the Republic fleet and the Imperium convoy arrived at Feldari, a sense of relief washed over the wounded and weary sailors and soldiers. For those who survived, they were greeted with medical teams, engineers, and rest. Thorn watched as countless droids went to work on his crippled ship. Turning around, he reached his hand out towards Rear Admiral Dreyavos, who grabbed his hand in return. "Thank you, once again, Rear Admiral. This fight has killed tens of thousands in this week alone already. Sounds like you've seen a lot throughout this war," Dreyavos said, placing his hand on Thorn's shoulder. "Luckily you ended up in Imperium space, if not, you might not be standing here right now." Thorn knew he was right. Meanwhile, within Daimon's office, he was currently thinking about what to do with the recent situation that transpired. The Dark Jedi were something so insignificant that he didn't think about them much for the past 30 years or so. But now that they had violated his empire's territorial sovereignty alongside the Republic, then he could resume what he was doing before he formed the Imperium. He had an agreement with the Republic, to keep military ships out of each other's space. Obviously, this came with certain exceptions, and this situation was an exception to that agreement. But the Dark Jedi were a different problem entirely. This was also a chance for him to gain some influence within the Republic to reap more of their resources and other stuff. On the other hand, he was planning to set up the next stage involving the creation of the Sith. With the way things are going now, he was going to dip his hands in every major event that will happen throughout the future, with a few changes here and there. 49. End of the 100 Years of Darkness. A week later, a new agreement was signed between the Republic and the Feldari Imperium. The agreement outlined the free movement of Republic and Feldari ships between each other's borders for the duration of the war. This allowed Daimon to send his fleets after the Dark Jedi faction. A special task force was set up to start coordinating efforts with the Republic military to start hunting down the Dark Jedi fleets and ground troops. The task force would be called Task Force Aurora and would be led by Grand Marshal Thulzer. The title of Grand Marshal was reserved for members of the Order of the Balance Keepers who served directly under either Daimon or any of the other progenitors. The requirements to reach this rank required one to have attended the Academy of War and have spent 15 years as an officer. Then you would have to be nominated by all 6 members of the Circle of Harmony. Once those 2 steps are done, you will be tested by one of the progenitors to see if you meet the set requirements. Lastly, you would go in front of Daimon himself and be judged before either being appointed to the position or rejected. So far, the Imperium had 3 Grand Marshals who are military leaders in a number of roles within the military. From overseeing planetary defense during the time of war to leading interstellar campaigns. As the months passed, Task Force Aurora hunted down and destroyed numerous bases and facilities belonging to the Dark Jedi. Now after months, they had finally tracked down the Dark Jedi Dren Valrek, one of the original 12 Masters who fled the Jedi Order with hundreds of other Jedi Knights and Padawans. Grand Marshal Thulzer stood on the bridge of the Judicator, watching the holographic projections of the final assault against Dren Valrek's forces unfold. The Dark Jedi had been cornered within the Phaedros Nebula, a vast and treacherous expanse of gas clouds and ionized storms that made standard ship sensors unreliable. This is where he makes his last stand, Thulzer muttered to himself. The combined forces of Task Force Aurora and the Republic had been closing in on Valrek's stronghold for weeks. Intelligence had confirmed that Valrek was attempting to rally what remained of the Dark Jedi under his command, but with most of their forces destroyed or scattered, this was nothing more than a desperate last stand. Thulzer turned to his second-in-command, Vice Admiral Solvar. Launch the assault. Ensure that the fleet keeps the perimeter secured. We cannot allow Valrek to escape. Aye, sir, Solvar nodded before relaying the command. As the Imperium and Republic fleets advanced, turbolasers and laser cannons lit up the void. The Dark Jedi fleet, outnumbered and outgunned, formed a defensive perimeter around the fortress hidden within the gases of the nebula. Their ships, older, fired back in response. Explosions rippled through the battlefield as fighters engaged in deadly dogfights. On the surface of the world, Republic and Imperium ground forces had landed and begun their push toward the main citadel. Dren Valrek himself stood atop the fortress walls as he gazed down at the incoming assault. His yellow lightsaber coming to life. He would not flee from this battle. He would meet his foes in battle. The first wave of Imperium commandos breached the outer perimeter, exchanging blaster fire with Dark Jedi acolytes and their monstrous abominations. Valrek moved like a shadow through the battlefield, cutting down Republic soldiers with deadly precision. His power in the dark side was immense, fueled by years of hatred towards the Jedi Order. As he came across the Imperium commandos, however, he found himself halted in his tracks. Unlike Republic troopers, Imperium commandos were the elite Jedi warriors, standing over 7 feet tall. Their regenerative abilities made them nearly unkillable, their bodies able to heal from even the most grievous wounds. But more than that, they carried the power of the God Emperor within them, making them formidable adversaries against even the strongest of Force users. The Jedi commandos charged forward, their massive armor-clad bodies shrugging off blaster bolts as they closed in on Valrek. He spun his lightsaber in an arc, slicing through one, only to see the wound seal almost instantly. Another Jedi lunged forward, striking with a short vibroblade, forcing Valrek to retreat. After getting some space, the Dark Jedi extended his hand and unleashed a wave of lightning ripping through the battlefield. The Jedi were halted momentarily but did not fall, their bodies absorbing the damage as they pushed forward. Valrek's frustration mounted, he had never faced foes like these. Then, from the shattered remains of the outer wall, Grand Marshal Thulzer joined the battle. His presence was so immense that it caused even Valrek to turn his head. In his hands was his double-blade lightsaber. Valrek's eyes narrowed. So, the Imperium sends its greatest warrior to die by my hand. Thulzer remained silent, raising his blade. The was already over, but he just wanted to test the Dark Jedi to see just how far only dedicating yourself to one side of the Force could take a person. Valrek attacked first, charging at Thulzer as his lightsaber clashed against Thulzer's, sending sparks flying. The Grand Marshal met each strike with equal precision, countering each blow that forced Valrek onto the defensive. The Jedi commandos formed a perimeter, ensuring that no one would interfere. Valrek growled in frustration, his movements growing wilder, more desperate. He tapped deeper into the dark side, sending shockwaves of power through the ground, trying to break Thulzer's defense. But Thulzer remained unmovable. With a sudden feint, Thulzer sidestepped Valrek's next attack and delivered a devastating blow to his side, sending the Valrek flying. Before he could recover, Thulzer moved in, driving his lightsaber through Valrek's chest. Valrek gasped, his eyes wide in disbelief. He reached for his fallen weapon, but his strength failed him. The darkness within him had faded and his life was now gone. Thulzer withdrew his blade, stepping back as Valrek collapsed. "This is Grand Marshal Thulzer," he spoke into his calm. "Dren Valrek is dead. The battle is won." Across the battlefield and in the skies above, cheers erupted. The battle against the Dark Jedi was over. But as Thulzer gazed at the fallen Dark Master, he knew that true peace was still a distant dream. The galaxy would always be in conflict with dark and light forces constantly fighting each other. He didn't know when or if he would live to see it, but one day, the God Emperor would turn his gaze towards the entire galaxy. As the war against the Dark Jedi intensified, Task Force Aurora became the spearhead of the Imperium's military strategy against the Dark Jedi. Under Grand Marshal Thulzer's leadership, the Force rapidly adapted to the unconventional and brutal tactics employed by the Dark Jedi. The Imperium's research divisions developed countermeasures to the Dark Jedi's dark sorcery, utilizing and testing new advanced weaponry. With the elimination of Valrek, the remnants of his army fragmented. Some went into hiding, others joined the other Dark Jedi armies, but without their leader, their efforts were disorganized. Task Force Aurora began sweeping operations, hunting down the last of these insurgents, ensuring that no trace of their existence remained. Meanwhile, Daimon watched the unfolding events with the Dark Jedi. The Imperium had gained valuable insight into the Republic's military structure, and the war had given them the justification to extend their influence further into Republic space. His next steps were already in motion. Thulzer, however, had other concerns. He knew that killing one Dark Jedi did not erase the ideology they carried. He had fought in the war to reclaim Feldari and knew what needed to be done. He had seen firsthand the resilience of those who harbored darkness within them. He knew that this war, while a victory, was merely a battle in an eternal struggle. But as a warrior, he knew his role was not to question the nature of war. He was there to fight and to lead his men to victory. Leaving the cleanup to the Republic, Thulzer was on his way to board his transport back to his flagship, when he heard someone call him. "Grand Marshal Thulzer," called the voice. Thulzer turned around and saw two Jedi whom he hadn't seen before. "Yes, may I help you two Jedi?" He turned around and asked. "I am Jedi Knight Badek and this is Knight Adney," introduced the Badek as Thulzer shook both of their hands. "We just wanted to confirm whether or not Daimon is actually the Emperor of the Feldari Imperium." Thulzer nodded his head. "Yes, he is. And may I assume that you two are members of the Wardens of Unity?" The two nodded. "Yes, we were just hoping to one day be able to meet the founder of the Wardens of Unity." Thulzer smiled. "I will inform the God Emperor of your wish. Perhaps when this conflict has ended, your paths might cross. Until then, remain steadfast in your commitment to his teachings." "We will," Jedi Knight Adney replied. "May the Force guide you, Grand Marshal." Thulzer titled his head respectfully. "And may balance guide you on the right path." With that, Thulzer boarded his transport, leaving the two Jedi behind, who watched with admiration as the transport took off. Their meeting marked the beginning of increased collaboration between the Wardens of Unity and the Imperium, significantly enhancing joint efforts against the remnants of the Dark Jedi. In the years following the defeat of Dren Valrek, the 100-year darkness continued to rage, though its intensity diminished as the Dark Jedi suffered repeated defeats. Task Force Aurora relentlessly pursued the Dark Jedi, destroying isolated pockets of resistance and securing strategic worlds for both the Imperium and the Republic. Worlds which were closer to Imperium space and not of importance to the Republic or were economically destroyed because of the war, was given to the Imperium. By 6935 BBY, most of the Dark Jedi strongholds were eradicated, and many Dark Jedi leaders had fallen. The joint efforts of Imperium and Republic forces had managed to substantially weaken their enemies, but peace remained elusive, with insurgent cells continuing guerrilla tactics from hidden enclaves and remote systems. Daimon leveraged these decades to consolidate the Imperium's power further, integrating liberated worlds into the Imperium. He fortified borders, established new academies, and invested in infrastructure to ensure economic prosperity and political stability. His influence expanded steadily, and the Imperium entered an era of growth with the new worlds being integrated into the Empire. By 6920 BBY, Grand Marshal Thulzer stepped down from direct military command, becoming an advisor and mentor to a new generation of Imperium commanders. His legacy was honored throughout the Imperium, his strategies against the Dark Jedi studied across military academies. These strategies would help with dealing with both internal and external threats. This was the first time that the military was deployed to fight in a war, and they wanted to make use of this war to develop new strategies and get valuable real-life training experience for officers. By 6905 BBY, the remnants of the Dark Jedi were finally reduced to scattered, isolated factions without significant strength. Republic and Imperium patrols kept constant vigilance, and while the Republic slowly regained stability, the scars of war remained. In 6896 BBY, exactly 50 years after the fall of Dren Valrek, the galaxy entered a period of tenuous peace. The Dark Jedi had been captured and as expected, they were exiled from the Jedi Order. They were put into a ship which was stripped of all star charts, a navigation system, and left to drift within the void of space. Daimon took advantage of this opportunity to be the one to establish the Sith Order to make it a little better than it was. This would set up the foundations for him to create a future enemy that the Republic and the Imperium will have to fight in the future. While balance was the ultimate goal, it was essential that the Force went through a dark and light phase in order for a major change to occur. This cycle of light and dark, rise and fall, was not an error in the Force, but a design. The Force did not seek stillness. It sought motion and evolution. For centuries, the Jedi believed that light alone was the path to peace, and the Dark Jedi clung to the belief that power through passion alone could bring order. Both were incomplete. And that incompleteness led to stagnation, arrogance, and collapse. The 100-year darkness, for all its horror, had shattered these illusions. The atrocities committed by the Dark Jedi forced the Republic to confront its complacency. The rise of the Imperium forced the Jedi to see that order could exist outside of their philosophy. And it was Daimon, the one who embodied both sides, who understood what others refused to admit. The Force demanded imbalance before it could be restored. The Dark Jedi were a symptom, not the disease. They were born from suppression. The Jedi's fear of emotion, of passion, of uncertainty, created fertile ground for rebellion. That rebellion had to burn through the galaxy like wildfire before anything new could grow. Valrek, despite his cruelty, was necessary. So were the lives lost, the cities razed, the alliances broken and reforged. Each moment of darkness carved a new way in which light could eventually flow. Thulzer, despite being a military leader, understood this in his own way. His silence during battle wasn't emptiness, it was discipline forged by walking both sides of the line. He did not hate the Dark Jedi. He pitied them. They were consumed by a truth half understood. Just as the old Jedi were blind to the full spectrum of the Force's will. Daimon's creation of the Sith would not be born of evil, it was an act of preparation. He knew that light, left unchecked, would grow brittle. He needed the Sith not to conquer, but to challenge. To keep the galaxy evolving. To keep the Force alive through struggle. The Wardens of Unity, too, were a product of this understanding. They were not Jedi, nor Sith. They were seekers of harmony, warriors of equilibrium. Their presence was a turning point. A movement away from extremism and toward understanding. In the end, it was never about destroying darkness or preserving light. It was about learning from both. Letting them clash, bleed, break, and from that collision, forging something stronger. 50. Creating the Sith Order. In his meditation chamber, Daimon projected a human version of himself on board the ship that the Dark Jedi was on. This projection was not just a simple Force ghost, it was a projection that held the physicality and presence of his being. The exiled Dark Jedi drifted aimlessly through the blackness of space aboard their vessel. Without star charts or navigation systems, their hope dwindled, replaced by resentment and despair. It was in this moment of absolute uncertainty that Daimon's projection appeared, materializing at the heart of their ship's command deck. The Dark Jedi, weakened yet alert, immediately sensed his powerful presence. Daimon raised his hand, projecting an aura of both authority and tranquility. "Who are you?" demanded Thulzer, sin, suspicion and hostility clear in her voice. Daimon looked over them before he spoke. "My name matters little here. I come offering guidance you desperately need." The group eyed him cautiously. Another, Dark Jedi, Romulus Dripa, stepped forward, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Why would you help us? And why should we trust you? As far as we are concerned, you're here to finish us off." "You're right to be suspicious," he said plainly. "But I'm not here to destroy you. If I wanted to, you'd already be dead." Karnas Mur stepped forward. "Then what do you want?" he asked. "We've been abandoned, betrayed, discarded. What could you possibly offer that we haven't already lost?" Daimon tilted his head. "Perspective. Purpose. A future." Exozon scoffed. "What future? We are outcasts. The Jedi do not want us, and neither do the galaxy. You speak of guidance, but what could you possibly teach us?" "I can teach you what your masters could not," Daimon replied. "I can show you the way to use the Force the way you seek, but in a more efficient way. You were cast out for embracing emotion, for seeking your own freedom. But what you lacked was the right philosophy and an organized structure." The Dark Jedi exchanged looks. Thulzer Sin's expression had become a bit more thoughtful now. Vandren Karn, silent until now, finally spoke. "You believe you can provide this structure, but why help us?" "Because you five are more than survivors. You are the beginning of a new truth that has yet to be fully realized." He stopped to turn to all of them. "You were exiled for embracing darkness. I offer you a path to master it without being devoured by it. Not to return to the Republic, not to return to the Jedi, but to become something else." Thulzer narrowed her eyes at his statement. She was getting what he was saying, and for some reason she felt that he would lead them down the right path, but she didn't know the motive behind this person's claims. "What are you saying?" "I am offering a foundation, one built upon the very same ideals you seek and follow, but with a little more added to it," he explained. Karnas Mur stepped forward in front of everybody, wanting to call the person standing in front of them out. "And what makes you think you're qualified to provide what you claim?" Daimon raised his hand and forced the 5 dark Jedi into the walls of the ship. The sheer pressure of the force was so intense that they couldn't breathe. After a few seconds, Daimon released them, watching as they fell on their hands on knees, catching their breath. Now are there any more questions? The room was silent as the 5 dark Jedi were scared to say anything. Good, now let's proceed to where you 5 will start your new order. Daimon walked to the ship controls and used the force to guide the ship to Korriban. The trip took a few hours, which Daimon used to show the dark Jedi how far the dark side could take them. They were still scared due to what he had done before, but the fear had forced them to listen if they valued their lives. After a few days had passed, they had finally arrived at Korriban. The ship descended through the rust-colored clouds of Korriban with the surface coming into view. The world looked dead silent, wind-blown, and hollow, but the moment the dark Jedi stepped off the ramp, they felt it. The force here was different, heavy, oppressive, alive with whispers that slithered beneath the skin. Sorza Sin stepped forward, her eyes scanning the horizon of broken stone and red sand. This planet is steeped in darkness. Daimon appeared beside her. This is Korriban. This is where your order will be created and will be the new place to call home. Remulastripa squinted, as he looked into the distance. You brought us to a graveyard. No, Daimon said. I brought you to fertile ground. As they moved through the wastelands, they encountered the inhabitants of Korriban. Daimon had the Dark Jedi show them their power and kill the leader of the Sith. From there, they started to take control of the Sith species. They spread out and started to display their power, practically enslaving the Sith species as the months passed. Once they had secured their place to power, Daimon began the initial stages of creating their new order and empire. Taking the name of the Sith species, they began to call themselves Sith and named the order, the Sith Order. In addition to this, they named their empire the Sith Empire. For the Sith Order, Daimon created it in his image which sought to avoid infighting and bunch of other things. So, as the first thing a clear, merit-based system of succession was created to reduce the amount of internal chaos. The Order would be ruled by the Sith Council composed of 9 Sith Lords under the Dark Lord of the Sith, which would be Sorza Sin. She had the most potential and Daimon would make her a lot more powerful than the others. The next thing was to balance individual ambition with the collective goals of the Sith Order. Sith philosophy would emphasize individual strength but also establish a shared collective vision that would unite individual ambitions behind a common purpose. Roles would be assigned to each Sith's strengths and weaknesses, such as leadership, combat, strategy, sorcery, diplomacy, espionage, and so on to maximize the efficiency of the Order and minimize internal conflicts. Then there was the Sith Code, which outlined a universally accepted interpretation of the Sith Code, with explicit guidelines on how individual power serves the greater Sith Order. This would help reduce doctrinal divisions within the Order. For recruitment and training methods, rigorous selection criteria and structured apprenticeships emphasized loyalty, strategy, and controlled ambition that would foster stronger, more stable Sith Lords. A unified training institution that would be overseen by trusted masters, would ensure consistency of teaching, loyalty to the Order, and minimize rogue factions. Over the next few years, Korriban changed. The Red Sands once ruled by scattered Sith tribes were now carved by monolithic structures, temples, academies, and tombs. The Sith species, now bound by the will of the Sith Lords turned conquerors, served as builders, laborers, and initiates. Through fear and awe, the new Sith Lords cemented their rule. Daimon became a constant presence, guiding the evolution of the Sith Order as if shaping a weapon. He never demanded worship, but his influence was undeniable. His vision shaped every layer of the Order's foundation. In the dark halls of the central temple, still under construction but already filled with Force energy, Daimon summoned the 5 exiles. They stood before him, changed, hardened, more powerful. No longer wandering outcasts, now rulers of a planet, masters of a growing people. Daimon looked at Sorza Sin. You have grown beyond expectation. You will lead the council. Sorzas didn't react with surprise. Her eyes burned with confidence, and the others did not argue. They knew it was true. Since their arrival, she had taken the lead in strategy, governance, and doctrine. She was ruthless and it worked, showing her abilities as a visionary. You will be Dark Lord of the Sith, Daimon declared. Your word will guide the council. But your power will not go unchecked. Balance within command is the key to longevity. Daimon turned to the others, assigning roles. Karnas Murer would lead combat doctrine and military expansion. His efficiency and strategic mind made him ideal for growing their forces. Exozan, a master of alchemy and ancient sorcery, would oversee dark side knowledge and Sith sorcery, turning her obsession with forbidden arts into a formal discipline. Remulastripa, paranoid but methodical, was given charge of internal security and espionage, tasked with rooting out treachery before it could grow. Vandran Karn, calm and calculating, was appointed diplomacy and foreign manipulation, using his power to extend Sith influence beyond Korriban once the time came. Other Sith Lords would join the council over time, but these 5 formed its foundation, each carefully balanced against the others. It was also during this time that Daimon unveiled the Sith Code, reinterpreted for unity and structure. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall set us free. But power must serve the order. Ambition must sharpen the blade, not turn it inward. This final clause, added by Daimon, was carved into the wall of the Sith temple, a warning and a creed. The Sith Academy was established soon after. Located deep within a canyon, the Academy became the crucible in which new Sith would be forged. Only the strongest survived, but strength alone was not enough. Loyalty, discipline, and vision were demanded. Training was merciless, but it was no longer chaos. Masters followed a codified structure, teaching not only lightsaber combat and force mastery, but tactics, governance, infiltration, and even galactic politics. Each apprentice was bonded to a Sith Lord, not through fear alone but through trials of merit. Rank was earned, not inherited, not stolen in the night. The Sith Order had been born, and unlike any that would come after, it was united, sharp, disciplined, and singular in purpose. But Daimon knew this unity would be tested. Empires rise and fall. Orders fracture. Power corrupts. It was only a matter of time, especially with the Sith Order. It would undergo a lot of changes over the next thousands of years, and only time will tell how much change it would go through.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.